Brat, what the hell are you up to? In Shawamodu, a certain villa in the northern suburbs of the city, Lu Mingyuan, worth over 10 billion, dressed in a high-end bathrobe, lay on the sofa, holding his phone with a puzzled expression. On the other end of the line came a young voice. Nothing much. Just do as I say, it's only 5 days anyway. 5 days. Yet during these 5 days, stock up on as many supplies as you can, food, drink, clothes, everything. On the morning of the 20th, don't go anywhere. Stay in the villa and let Uncle Li and his men protect you. Remember, store as much food as possible, enough to last 3 to 5 years. Are you hiding something from me? Oh, don't ask. I'm your son, I wouldn't hurt you. I see. Hearing his son's serious and grave words, Lu Mingyuan nodded thoughtfully. All right, I'll indulge you one more time. With that, he hung up and said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Oldly, go ahead. Do as Xiaoyu says." Yes, sir. The middle-aged man nodded respectfully and withdrew. Meanwhile, in Yinxing Xiaogua, on a sofa in a 5-star hotel, a handsome young man holding a phone let out a long sigh after receiving his father's affirmative reply. Few that should repay the kindness you've shown me during this time, the young man murmured to himself. His name was Lu Yu, a transmigrator from Earth. He had been in this world for 25 days. He had originally been an ordinary poor loser on Earth. Waking up one day, he found himself in a parallel world almost identical to Earth, becoming the Lu Yu of this world. Yes, in this world, he was also called Lu Yu. The two shared the same name, same build, and same appearance. The only difference was that in his past life, though handsome, he was a poor loser who couldn't afford a house. In this life, he was the son of modest billionaire Lu Mingyuan, 180 centimeters tall, a standard tall, rich, and handsome man. When he first arrived in this world after receiving the memories of this body, Lu Yu thought he would live a life of luxury with fast cars and beauties. But on the 23rd day after transmigration, the day before yesterday, he suddenly awakened a system. The system told him that in a week the apocalypse would arrive. Not only would Earth's flora and fauna mutate, but monsters never seen by humans would appear. Humanity would fall from the top of the food chain to become prey hunted by these monsters. At first, Lu Yu didn't quite believe the system's apocalyptic theory. He thought the weather was sunny and pleasant. How could the end of the world come? But then he thought he had transmigrated, and now a system existed. With such bizarre things happening, what was impossible? After a brief shock, Lu Yu believed the system. He not only began preparing supplies, but also called his parents in this world, telling them to protect themselves. After all, during the 23 days in this world, his newfound parents had been kind to him. They gave him money when he asked, and people when he needed. This warmed the heart of Lu Yu, who had been raised by his grandparents in his past life, and never felt a father's love. Warning them before the apocalypse struck to increase their chances of survival seemed right. As for why Lu Yu didn't return to Modu to face the apocalypse with them, because his system wasn't truly activated yet. Damn, I'm actually a villain. Thinking about the system, Lu Yu couldn't help but curse. Under normal circumstances, whether in movies or novels, villains rarely have a good end. And now he was. Villain. Fine. But couldn't he be a legitimate super-rich second generation in an urban setting? What was an apocalyptic villain? He focused his attention on his spiritual world. Having been bound to the system for 2 days, he naturally knew how to use it. Apocalyptic villain system, inactive. Activation conditions 1. Before the apocalypse arrives, you must not reveal the existence of this system or the news of the impending apocalypse. 2. Before the apocalypse arrives, you must not leave the city of Yinxing. Note 1. If both conditions are met simultaneously, the system will automatically activate after the apocalypse. Otherwise, it will erase the host's memory of the system and the apocalypse and uninstall itself. Note 2. The protagonist will be reborn precisely before the apocalypse. No method can prevent this. Do not attempt to deal with the protagonist before his rebirth, as this will cause a series of incalculable severe consequences. Time remaining until apocalypse: 112 hours, 36 minutes. With these 2 activation conditions, Lu Yu could neither tell anyone about the apocalypse nor leave the city to return to Modu. If he revealed the news before the apocalypse, the system would erase his memory before he could act. If he insisted on returning to Modu, the system would automatically uninstall. Moreover, according to the system, he was the destined great villain. In the apocalypse, he would not only face bloodthirsty monsters and humans killing each other, but also the protagonist with overwhelming luck. Having read many formulaic novels, Lu Yu deeply understood the power of the protagonist. Not only did they have super strong golden fingers, but their luck was also incredibly fortuitous. They could bump into top-tier beauties and powerful treasures just by walking around. So if he wanted to survive intact, he couldn't afford to lose the system's powerful assistance. Knock, knock, knock. While Lu Yu was thinking, the hotel room door was knocked. Come in. He came back to his senses, closed the system panel, and casually responded. Click. With Lu Yu's permission, the door was pushed open by a bodyguard dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt with a respectful expression. Young Master Lu, Miss Chiao is here. Oh, she's fast. Hearing the bodyguard's words, a smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Let her in. Yes. The bodyguard replied, and turned to leave. Yinxing was the city where Lu Yu attended school. In this city, his father Lu Mingyuan had assigned 2 bodyguards to protect him, one named Shui Li, the other Ding Feng. The bodyguard who had just reported to Lu Yu was Shui Li. As Shui Li left, a tall, beautiful, and fashionable girl soon appeared at the entrance of the hotel private room. The girl had striking features, fair skin, and wore a tight, gray t-shirt above and dark denim hot pants below. On her feet were black crystal sandals. Though not heavily made up, the translucent jade bracelet on her wrist and the genuine LV bag on her shoulder hinted at her extraordinary status. Young Master Lu, so it was you who invited me. Seeing Lu Yu, the girl's face showed some surprise. Lu Yu was a transfer student. In the second half of his sophomore year, he had transferred from a prestigious university in Modu to this third-rate university in Yinqing. The specific reason was unknown. But that was not the point. The point was that Lu Yu was not only well-built and handsome, but also very wealthy. It was said that when he first arrived at school, he had come in a Rolls-Royce. This made many girls flock to him. Qiao Monli was no exception. Haha, Monli, come in, let's sit and talk. Lu Yu smiled, not in a hurry, and let Qiao Monli enter and sit down. His handsome appearance combined with his gentle smile made Qiao Monli feel like a spring breeze. After she sat down, Lu Yu began to call the waiter to order dishes. During the meal, they chatted about various trivial matters. When the delicacies were served, Qiao Monli finally spoke. Young Master Lu, did you only invite me today? Qiao Monli looked around the room and asked a meaningful question. Although she was surrounded by outstanding suitors thanks to her beauty and figure, in her heart no boy could compare to Lu Yu. No, to be precise, no boy was more handsome or richer than Lu Yu. So she was quite attracted to him. Now that Lu Yu had invited her alone, didn't that mean she had a chance? Of course. Lu Yu shrugged casually. Is there anyone else in this room besides you and me? No, but... Qiao Monli didn't finish her sentence. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Lu Yu noticed and took over with a smile. Aren't you wondering why I invited you alone, knowing that you are Chu Feng's girlfriend? Qiao Monli was Chu Feng's girlfriend. Exactly. When Lu Yu first obtained the system to help him smoothly get through the novice period, the system had given him some beginner tips before activation, the early plot of the apocalypse, and 4 character cards. According to Lu Yu's understanding of the early apocalypse plot, the main character of this apocalypse was his classmate Chu Feng. Chu Feng was originally an ordinary student, but he would be reborn in 5 days. An apocalypse rebirth. He had 10 years of apocalypse survival and combat experience. Why are most apocalypse protagonists reborn, and usually from 10 years later? Don't ask, that's the setting. Anyway, the first villain Chu Feng would kill after his rebirth was the current Lu Yu. Knowing this, Lu Yu was panicked. Facing such a powerful enemy, he dared not underestimate him. But he also knew that in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person without combat training or battlefield experience. He definitely would not be a match for the reborn protagonist Chu Feng. So if he wanted to survive, he had to rely not only on the system, but also plan ahead. In his previous life, Lu Yu had only achieved small success in his career at age 31. He had not met the one. And Chu Feng, if he was truly reborn from 10 years later, his soul age should also be 31. There was no age gap between them, but Chu Feng's 10 years of combat experience were incomparable to Lu Yu's desk job. So his only advantage now was the week before Chu Feng's rebirth. After a night of careful consideration, Lu Yu decided to start with Chu Feng's girlfriend. Using some simple money power, he added Qiao Monli on WeChat. After school that afternoon, he finally managed to invite her out. Then the scene just now happened. Exactly, that's what I meant. Qiao Monli put away the disappointment in her eyes and looked at Lu Yu teasingly. Hey, I say, Lu handsome, you're not interested in a married woman like me, are you? Although she wasn't in the same class as Lu Yu, they were the same age. She was also the literature and art committee member of the junior dance department. She was a famous beauty on campus. Being so sought after, she naturally spoke openly. With your figure and beauty, it's normal to be interested in you, isn't it? Lu Yu gave Qiao Monli a meaningful glance. If this school had a campus beauty ranking with her figure and looks, Qiao Monli would definitely be in the top 5. After all, this university had over 1500 students, at least 800 of whom were female. To stand out from 800 girls, Qiao Monli's beauty was evident. Yet everyone on campus knew that although she was a famous beauty, she had a boyfriend. Chu Feng, who was only average in everything except looks and grades. Chu Feng was average in height, family background, and abilities. If it weren't for the fact that he was honest and had worked multiple jobs during summer break to buy her a luxury bag, she would have broken up with him long ago. But now, haha, young Master Lu, you sure know how to talk. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Qiao Monli laughed heartily. I'm just stating a fact. Oh, but I don't believe you invited me just for this. Seeing her directness, Lu Yu stopped beating around the bush. Well, okay, I do need your help with something. What is it? Qiao Monli raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. She had good looks and figure, but her family background was very ordinary. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was a genuine rich second generation. What could she possibly help him with? It's like this. Lu Yu spoke unhurriedly, clearing his throat. I heard that you were quite close to Yin Yun from the sophomore year. Lu Yu calmly laid out his intentions. That's right. His true target was not Qiao Monli, but Yin Yun. Although Qiao Monli was indeed the girlfriend of the protagonist Chu Feng in the apocalyptic plot of Chu Feng's story, the true primary heroine was this girl named Yin Yun. In most rebirth apocalyptic novels, there is always an ex-girlfriend who betrays the protagonist. Typically, the protagonist nearly loses his life or outright dies because of this ex-girlfriend. After the protagonist is reborn, this ex-girlfriend becomes one of his primary targets for retribution. This is a major point of satisfaction in apocalyptic novels. And now Qiao Monli was this ex-girlfriend. As for Yin Yun, she was also a student in the dance department. Pure, lovely, and exceptionally kind, she was the dream girl of countless male students. She was even more popular on campus than Qiao Monli. In the apocalyptic script of Chu Feng's past life, the two forged a profound friendship on their path to survival and nearly crossed the line of no return. However, the Chu Feng of that past life was a weakling utterly incapable of protecting the woman he cherished. In the end, Lu Yu, the great antagonist, drove a wedge between them, and together with Qiao Monli forced her to her death. So upon his rebirth, Chu Feng not only sought revenge against Lu Yu and Qiao Monli, but also aimed to protect Yin Yun and take her as his own. Otherwise, wouldn't his rebirth have been in vain? What Lu Yu intended to do was alter the trajectory of Yin Yun's fate, ensuring that Chu Feng could not obtain her in this life as well. This would not only weaken the forces around Chu Feng, but also deliver a severe psychological blow, increasing Lu Ye's own chances of survival. Yin Yun. So the one young master Lu wishes to meet is Yin Yun. After hearing Lu Ye's explanation, Qiao Monli was momentarily stunned, then smiled in sudden comprehension. I had heard that young master Lu came from a first-tier city to a third-tier city for school, all for a girl. Initially I didn't believe it, but it seems the rumors are true. You can take it as true, Lu Yu said, not bothering to explain further. So what do you say? Are you willing to help me with this? Yin Yun was the crux of the conflict between Chu Feng and Lu Yu. He had indeed come to this school for her sake. But that was the doing of the old Lu Yu, not the one who stood here now. Just ask her out for a meal. Qiao Monli asked instead of answering directly. Of course, and I want to ask for your help for free. As he spoke, Lu Yu took out a pre-prepared handbag. If you're willing, this 100,000 is yours. 100,000 was nothing to Lu Yu, but for Qiao Monli, who came from an average family and was still a student, it was a substantial sum. Young Master Lu, there's no need for the money, right? Seeing the stacks of red banknotes in the bag, Qiao Monli's eyes lit up, but she still made a token gesture of refusal. Although she was a vain and materialistic woman, she was also shrewd. She knew which money to take and which to avoid and how to take it to maximize her own benefit. She knew Lu Yu was wealthy, but if she took his money she would lose her standing in his eyes. However, take it. I don't like owing people favors, Lu Yu said calmly. In his past life the thing Lu Yu lacked most was money. But in this life he was not only the son of a wealthy man, but money itself would become worthless paper in just 5 days. So he gave it away without a hint of reluctance. After the apocalypse arrived, the genetic chains of all species would be completely rebooted. Humanity would no longer be the master of this planet. For some this was the worst of times, civilization crumbling, economies collapsing. Tycoons, celebrities, and internet stars would all cease to exist. Elites and geniuses. Without a reliable means of self-preservation, you would only become food for monsters. For others, however, this was also the best of times. Because of the genetic recombination, a portion of humanity would undergo mutation. They could fly, turn invisible, manipulate water, control fire, or even bend others' thoughts to their will. Before the apocalypse, they might have been factory workers, restaurant servers, or street cleaners. In times of peace, they were looked upon with scorn by their peers. But once the apocalypse arrived, they directly became awakened ones. Compared to ordinary people, they could more easily secure food and survival. Even the goddesses they once could only admire on computers or television would become groveling slaves at their feet. In such an environment, human trade would shift from currency to the most primitive barter system. Qiao Monli had no idea that the apocalypse was only 5 days away. So when Lu Yu used his money power, she readily agreed to his request. She was in the same department as Yin Yun, and although her inherent jealousy made her dislike Yin Yun, the two often participated in school and off-campus activities together. Moreover, Qiao Monli was cunning enough not to show her disdain openly. So on the surface their relationship seemed quite good. Now all she had to do was ask Yin Yun out for a meal, and she'd get 100,000. She certainly wouldn't refuse. And so what followed came naturally. After their meal, Lu Yu shared some details about how to approach Yin Yun with Qiao Monli before the two parted ways. Since the hotel was not far from the school, Lu Yu, wanting to avoid unnecessary complications, had Qiao Monli leave the hotel alone first. Qiao Monli understood this reasoning well, so after they reached an agreement, she departed on her own. Watching from the hotel window, as Qiao Monli hailed a taxi downstairs, Lu Yu took a deep breath. 2 days have already passed. With less than 5 days remaining, I must accelerate my pace. The system had been bound 2 days prior. It was only after its binding that Lu Yu learned of the impending apocalypse. This meant he had merely a single week to prepare. Unlike Chu Feng, he had never experienced an apocalypse, so his preparations had to be even more thorough. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu took out his phone and made a call. The call was quickly answered. Shueli, come in here. Shueli and Ding Feng were bodyguards that Lu Yu had requested from Lu Mingyuan. They were also talents cultivated by Lu Mingyuan's own security company. When the apocalypse struck, human hearts would become incredibly unpredictable. Apart from Lu Mingyuan's own trusted confidants, Lu Yu couldn't trust the other bodyguards. These two were the only ones he could barely rely on. Young Master Lu. Shueli entered and gave a slight nod. Lu Yu nodded and asked, how's the preparation of the items I requested earlier coming along? We're just about done, Shueli replied. The food and water as per your instructions have filled 2 entire guest rooms to the brim. Clothes, shoes, protective suits, binoculars, crossbows, hammers, baseball bats, first aid kits, and other supplies are also amply prepared. Good, that's reassuring. Lu Yu nodded, feeling a measure of confidence. With the apocalypse's arrival, humanity would temporarily lose its production capacity and transportation capabilities. Food and drinking water would only diminish with use. So while ensuring his own survival, the more food and water he had, the better. Moreover, to improve his chances of survival, Lu Yu had not only intensified his training recently, but also practiced using various weapons and learned some combat skills from his bodyguards. While the 2 bodyguards weren't exceptionally skilled, having them was better than having none. What about the people I asked you to find? Lu Yu continued. Are you referring to Wei Jianjun and Su Hao, young Master Lu? Exactly. We've already located the man named Wei Jianjun. However, since Yinxing is in our territory, finding Su Hao might still take some time. Oh, you've already found Wei Jianjun. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. Alright, but don't slack off on finding Su Hao either. For me, Su Hao is more crucial than Wei Jianjun. Understood. Have Ding Feng continue the search for Su Hao. You'll take me to see this Wei Jianjun first. Giving the order, Lu Yu headed towards the door. Yes. Shueli nodded and quickly followed. He had wanted to ask a question, but seeing Lu Yu already walking away, he kept his curiosity buried within. Beyond the system interface, Lu Yu's system also featured a system warehouse. This warehouse could store special items produced by the system. The 4 character cards were a novice hint from the system, designed to increase Lu Yu's chances of survival. The front of each character card displayed the character's portrait and name, while the back detailed their intricate entanglements of love and hate, with the protagonist Chu Feng spanning past and present lives. To survive a confrontation with Chu Feng, Lu Yu needed to exploit these relationships to stifle the protagonist's development. For now, the situations with Xiao Monli and Yin Yun were temporarily resolved. Next in line were Wei Jianjun and Su Hao. Wei Jianjun, 35 years old, was a retired Special Forces soldier. He had a 4-year-old daughter with his wife. When the apocalypse arrived, he fought desperately to protect his wife and daughter. What was his relationship with the protagonist Chu Feng? It was quite simple. In his past life, while trying to protect his family, he was surrounded by several thugs. It was Chu Feng who stepped forward to help him. Although Chu Feng's combat ability was unremarkable at that time, his willingness to stand up earned Wei Jianjun's profound respect. Together they fought off the formidable enemies and became sworn friends through the apocalypse. It was widely known that friendship was an invaluable commodity during such times. So in this life, Chu Feng would undoubtedly use his past memories to find Wei Jianjun early and make him a trusted right-hand man. Little did Chu Feng dream that Lu Yu would beat him to the punch and secure Wei Jianjun even before he had a chance to relive his past life. At 7 in the evening in the southern part of the city, a Bentley pulled over to the curb. Here there were no towering skyscrapers, only rows of squat low-rise buildings. Here there were no broad, brightly lit avenues, only a labyrinth of narrow alleyways. Here there were no well-appointed public facilities, only the barest of living necessities. This was the shanty town nestled deep within the city's heart. Gazing upon the filthy, dilapidated streets before him, Shueli was puzzled. He couldn't fathom why his young master would come to a place like this to find someone. However, Shueli was a bodyguard, a man of few words by nature. Since Lu Yu didn't explain his reasons, he didn't bother to ask. Following the address from their earlier investigation, Shueli strode ahead quickly, leading Lu Yu to the base of a decrepit building. The low ceilings, the grimy and cramped stairwell, all of it felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Advertisements for locksmiths and drain unclogging services plastered every available surface. Lu Yu paid it no mind, simply following Shueli up the stairs. On the 4th floor, Shueli knocked on the door to the left, then stepped aside. Lu Yu straightened his clothes. Who is it? A gentle female voice called out, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the door. The woman didn't open it, instead peering through the peephole. Hello, I'm looking for Wei Jianjun, Lu Yu said politely. Hearing this, the woman's voice turned slightly wary. Jianjun, someone's here for you. Oh, coming. A gruff male voice answered, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. With a click, the door swung open. A man with dark skin and a burly, imposing physique came into Lu Yu's view. Lu Yu stood 180 centimeters tall, but this man was a head taller still. He had short hair and a square, resolute face. He wore a green tank top and blue and white camouflage pants. His pectorals, abs, and biceps were all taut and bulging. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of raw, unbridled strength. As for his looks, they were nothing to write home about. His face was chiseled but dark-complexioned. Not handsome, but not particularly ugly either. He fit the mold of a supporting character in an apocalyptic tale perfectly. Who are you? Wei Jianjun asked, a look of confusion on his face at the sight of the handsome, impeccably dressed Lu Yu. He had never seen this man before in his life. My name is Lu Yu. Do we know each other? Not yet, but we will soon. Is there something you need? Well, Lu Yu said with a smile, spinning a convenient lie. I heard from a friend that you're quite skilled. I happen to be in need of a bodyguard. Would you be interested? A bodyguard? Wei Jianjun raised an eyebrow. How much per month? Is there a probationary period? Of course there's a probation period. But even if you don't pass, it'll give you a severance package of 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan. As a severance package. Wei Jianjun's eyes widened in utter disbelief. His current job was just a lowly security team leader at a high-rise, earning a mere 400 yuan a month. What could 400 yuan even do in today's society? Nothing. It was nothing. Especially for a family trying to raise a child, it was nowhere near enough. And this guy was offering 100,000 yuan as compensation just for failing the probation period. That was equivalent to 2 years of his salary. Was this some kind of joke? He couldn't believe his ears, but seeing the earnest look on Lu Yu's face, it didn't seem like he was joking. Lu Yu smiled slightly and gestured to Xueli. Xueli understood, stepping forward to hand over a prepared carrying bag. That's right. If you're not comfortable trusting my word, I can give you the 100,000 yuan right now. All this. Wei Jianjun was dumbfounded. Inside the room, Li Chueying, who was playing with their daughter, was equally stunned. Families like theirs earned just enough to cover their monthly expenses. They had no savings whatsoever. Seeing so much cash laid out before them, how could they not be shocked? But Wei Jianjun was a veteran, a man who had seen his share of big scenes. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. So after a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. How did you find out about me? Lu Yu smiled. How about we talk about this inside? Oh, right. Come in, please have a seat. Silly me. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Wei Jianjun slapped his own forehead and hurriedly ushered them inside. He wasn't afraid that Lu Yu was a bad guy. After all, the man was clearly wealthy, and Wei Jianjun himself was more than capable of handling himself. It had to be said, with the apocalypse yet to descend, the power of money was still immense. Take Wei Jianjun, for instance. Head once had a backbone of steel, but the grind of reality had worn him down to a frazzled mess. Upon hearing that Lu Yu was there to offer him a job, he was practically overflowing with gratitude. As for the potential dangers of being Lu Yu's bodyguard, sorry, but that was just part of the job. If Lu Yu hadn't wanted anything in return, that would have been far more suspicious. And so in less than an hour, Lu Yu transformed him from Chu Feng's right-hand man into his own personal bodyguard. As for Wei Jianjun's character, that wasn't a concern for Lu Yu. A man destined to be the protagonist's trusted ally in the apocalypse couldn't possibly be a bad person. Young Master Lu, is this guy really that capable? After leaving Wei Jianjun's residence and getting into the car, Xueli, himself a bodyguard, couldn't help but ask. Forget the salary Lu Yu was offering, just the 100,000 yuan compensation alone was highly irregular. This method of recruitment didn't fit Lu Yu's usual style at all. You'll find out in time. Xueli, I need you to do something for me first. Young Master Lu, please speak. Find a high-end residence for Wei Jianjun near our supply depot. The closer the better. Put the deed in his name. The cost doesn't matter. Just make sure his family of 3 is moved in within 3 days. Huh. Young Master Lu, aren't you being a bit too good to him? Xueli asked, surprised. He just got hired, and you're already giving him a house and money. He felt a pang of unfairness. Had worked for the Lu family for years and never received such treatment. Too good to him. Lu Yu gazed out the car window at the garish neon-lit streets, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. If you want a house, I can give you one too. Houses, cars, these were all fleeting vanities. Once the apocalypse arrived, even life itself would become as fragile as paper. Who would care about such material possessions then? He'll pass, Xueli said with an awkward chuckle. I've got a place to stay already. Then why bring it up? Alright, let's get going. I still need to get back to school. Alright, let's get going. I still need to get back to school. Lu Yu in this world was only 21 years old and had just started his junior year. To keep the future protagonist from growing suspicious, he had to remain on campus. At the school gate, he stepped out of the car and, gazing at the familiar yet foreign campus, let out a long sigh. Aside from Su Hao, most of his plans were already in place. All that remained was to wait for the apocalypse to descend. Still, he was the villain. That thought felt rather strange. Lu Yu believed that in his past life, he wasn't a saint, but he certainly wasn't evil either. So why was he the villain? Why? He was mildly irritated. What irked him even more was that Chu Feng, that guy, was the protagonist. That man was even more of a loser than his past self. What made him worthy of being the protagonist? Lu Yu was indignant. But there was nothing he could do about it now, for his primary concern was surviving the coming apocalypse. He had once considered eliminating Chu Feng before his rebirth. But the system had made it clear harming the protagonist before the apocalypse could trigger unpredictable consequences. Imprisoning Chu Feng, for instance, would require extensive planning and risk swift arrest by the police. Killing Chu Feng outright was even more problematic. What if he simply reincarnated into someone else? That would waste precious development time and forfeit his advantage of knowing the future. So Lu Yu couldn't act against Chu Feng before his rebirth. Less than 5 days remained until the apocalypse. Lu Yu had Xiao Manli arrange a meeting with Yan Yun, and Shueli help Wei Jianjun purchase a house. Meanwhile, Ding Feng was scouting for Su Hao's whereabouts. As his plans unfolded, the days slipped by. With 48 hours left on the countdown, Ding Feng finally located Su Hao, much to Lu Yu's relief. Su Hao was a man of short stature and shifty eyes with a penchant for gambling, which earned him the nickname Rat. Unlike Wei Jianjun, Rat wasn't a muscle man for the protagonist, but he was even more crucial to Lu Yu's plans. At 1 p.m. on the 18th, Lu Yu slipped away from school and, accompanied by Ding Feng, went to find Su Hao. They arrived at a small town on the southern outskirts of Yanqing. "So you're Su Hao?" Su Hao puffed up his chest. "The one and only. This is your so-called family heirloom sword." In the yard of a modest house, Lu Yu frowned at the 3-foot-long rust-covered blade in his hand. Yes, the connection between Su Hao and Chu Feng was this very sword. When the apocalypse struck, it wasn't just plants, animals, and humans that mutated. Ancient artifacts could change too. In this world, history mirrored that of Lu Yu's original Earth. Qin Han. 3 Kingdoms. Tangsong Yuan Ming Qing. According to the plot data, Lu Yu had obtained Su Hao's sword was discovered by his grandfather in an ancient tomb alongside some friends years ago. After the apocalypse, survivors who made it through could awaken various abilities. Awakened. That was the collective term for all those who gained powers. Among them were enhancers who excelled in close combat and shadow assassins, masters of stealth and ambush. There were also elementalists who could control natural forces like fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth. Of course, some awakened non-combat life skills instead. For instance, builders, blacksmiths, enchanters, alchemists, and more. Before the rise of the blacksmith class, the sword in Su Hao's family was undoubtedly a divine weapon for slaying monsters. In his past life, Su Hao had used it to become the undisputed ruler of this small town. He had food, women, and power in abundance. But those weren't the critical details. The key was that 6 months after the apocalypse, Chu Feng fled to this town with a band of survivors. Their leader, witnessing the sword's ability to cut through iron like mud and dispatch monsters with ease, was consumed by greed. He found an opportunity to kill Su Hao and seize the divine weapon. Chu Feng, who was hiding among the group, saw it all. But in his past life, he was too weak to contend for the blade. In this life, however, Chu Feng was reborn with 10 years of combat experience. He had grown ruthless, decisive, and consumed by ambition. So if Lu Yu wanted to survive Chu Feng's rise, securing this sword was absolutely essential. But now, this rusted blade that seemed like it might snap with any pressure, was this really the legendary divine weapon? What? You're having second thoughts. Su Hao clutched the bag Ding Feng had given him, as if afraid they'd snatch it back. "You came to me first offering 200,000 for my family heirloom. The sword is yours now, and you're not getting your money back." He tightened his grip on the cash, and even took a cautious step back. "Right, you're asking for it." Ding Feng stepped forward, anger flashing in his eyes. He and Shueli were Lu Yu's bodyguards. They were of similar build, around 178 centimeters tall, with athletic frames, the kind that looked lean in clothes, but muscular without. The key difference was that Shueli, being older, had a more reserved demeanor. Ding Feng, on the other hand, was a hot-headed young man of 27 or 28 with short hair. Su Hao's words had clearly provoked him. Su Hao was his responsibility, and he had facilitated the deal for Lu Yu. Now being swindled out of 200,000 for a worthless blade, wasn't that a direct insult to him? "Want to hit me? Go ahead, try it." Su Hao moved closer, thrusting his face forward with a shameless grin like a dead pig that fears no scalding water. "You'll see if I cheat you." He was a street thug through and through, well-versed in drinking, gambling, and other vices. If the sword hadn't been hidden under his grandfather's bed and looked so rusted and worthless, he would have sold it long ago. "You." Ding Feng snarled, ready to teach the brat a lesson, but Lu Yu raised a hand to stop him. "All right, Ding Feng, don't be reckless," Lu Yu said, turning his gaze to Su Hao. "Su Hao, what we intended to buy with 200,000 was your family heirloom, not this scrap metal. Are you trying to force a sale?" "Aye. This sword is my family heirloom." Su Hao was a bit flustered, but mustered the courage to continue. "And it was passed down to me personally by my grandfather." "Your grandfather?" "That's right, he entrusted it to me before he passed." Su Hao clutched the money bag, arguing his case. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu squinted, fixing his gaze on Su Hao. First, Lu Yu was certain he had found the right person. He could confirm this through the character card provided by the system, as the card would emit a faint glow when in close proximity to the target individual. Thus, Lu Yu was sure that the Su Hao before him was indeed the Su Hao from the storyline. Secondly, in his past life, Lu Yu had worked in sales, so he possessed a certain skill in reading people. Although this Su Hao had a shifty look, his face was flushed, yet his eyes held a determined gaze. Combined with his slightly anxious expression, he clearly looked like someone who had been wrongfully accused. In other words, he wasn't lying. Could this sword truly be a divine weapon? Lu Yu was somewhat perplexed. However, at this moment he had no other options. He could only choose to trust the man. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu took a deep breath. Is that so? Alright, I'll trust you this once. But you'd better not let me find out you've deceived me, or it'll make you wish you were never born. Don't worry, how could I possibly deceive you? Seeing that Lu Yu wasn't going back on his word, Su Hao beamed with joy and quickly agreed. Ding phone, let's go. Watching Lu Yu's retreating figure, Su Hao was also puzzled inwardly. He couldn't understand why the other party was willing to pay 200,000 for his broken sword. Could this broken sword of his be some priceless antique? But as soon as he saw the 20 bundles of red cash in the bag, he immediately cast those doubts aside. He had previously had this sword examined by specialists, and it wasn't an antique at all. They couldn't even identify its material. Moreover, even if it were an antique, the state wouldn't permit the sale of such items. So why should he agonize over it now that he could sell it for 200,000? As for Lu Yu's threat of making his life hell, he simply ignored it. This was a society governed by law after all. It wasn't as if the man could kill him. So Su Hao took the money and left overjoyed. On the other side, Lu Yu returned to the hotel with the sword. He examined it carefully. The sword wasn't described in detail in the storyline, so Lu Yu didn't know its name. He only knew it was about 109 centimeters in total length, with a handle of 25 centimeters, a blade of 78 centimeters, and a blade width of 6 centimeters, and a blade thickness of 1 centimeter. Its weight was approximately 1.7 kilograms without the scabbard, and around 2.7 kilograms with it. Both the blade and the scabbard were heavily oxidized and rusted. Could it be that this thing only shows its true power after the apocalypse begins, eh? Lu Yu furrowed his brow, thinking it highly likely. After all, in Shu Feng's storyline, this sword was a mutated weapon from the post-apocalyptic era. Only when the apocalypse descended could the people and objects of the world undergo transformation. With that thought, Lu Yu felt less anxious. After all, he would see the results in just 2 days. He found a place to hide the longsword. Ding dong. A WeChat notification suddenly sounded. Lu Yu took out his phone and saw it was a message from Xiao Monli. Young Master Lu, just to confirm, is it tomorrow night at the Hilton Hotel? Seeing this message, Lu Yu smiled slightly. Correct. There was less than 2 days left until the apocalypse. Having dealt with Wei Jianjun and Su Hao, the only person left for Lu Yu to handle was Yin Yun. Yin Yun, the campus belle of Yincheng University. Standing at 165 centimeters, with a curvaceous figure and a pure, innocent face, she was the object of most male students' fantasies. Her looks and figure were definitely a positive asset in a peaceful world. Whether in her career or marriage, she would have far more choices than an average woman. But in the apocalypse, she was the epitome of a femme fatale. Wherever she went, others would covet her. Of course, the current Yin Yun was still naive. Or rather, she appeared naive in front of Xiao Monli. When Xiao Monli invited her out for a meal, she agreed without a second thought, as the two had a decent relationship. Countdown to the apocalypse: 11 hours 28 minutes. At 9:32 p.m., young Master Lu doing this might cause problems. On the way to the hotel, Shui Li, who had just helped Wei Jianjun move, couldn't help but remind him. After all, in his mind, a wealthy young master like Lu Yu could have any girl he wanted. Why resort to such illegal means to deal with a woman? Problems? What problems? Lu Yu glanced at the apocalypse countdown and said nonchalantly, if there are any problems, he'll take responsibility. With that, he directly pushed open the door to the private room. Shui Li wanted to persuade Lu Yu further, but seeing his mind was made up, he said no more. He simply stopped and stood guard at the door. Inside the private dining room, there were 5 women in total, including Xiao Monli and Yin Yun, who were chattering away. When they saw Lu Yu enter, their eyes lit up one by one. Young Master Lu. Huh. Monli said there'd be a mysterious guest today, and I've been guessing who it was. So it's you. Hello, everyone. Lu Yu smiled slightly, and after sitting down, turned his gaze towards Yin Yun beside him. He had to admit this girl was indeed very beautiful. A white hairpin adorned her sleek black hair. A tight white t-shirt paired with a pleated skirt gave her an aura of youthful vitality. Hey, young Master Lu, it's a bit inappropriate to stare at our Yin Yun the moment you arrive, isn't it? Exactly, we're here for a meal, not to be fed dog food. Can't you two spare us the public display of affection? The dance department girls were all very outgoing and loved to tease Lu Yu. One by one, they started joking about the relationship between Lu Yu and Yin Yun. But as per convention, the supporting characters believed Lu Yu and Yin Yun were a perfect match, unaware that the female lead could never fall for the villain. Aware of this, Lu Yu saw Yin Yun's embarrassment amidst the teasing and quickly came to her rescue. Don't talk nonsense, Yin Yun and I aren't even friends yet. Oh, come on. Alright, let's just order the food. Unable to bear the teasing from her companions, Yin Yun quickly changed the subject. It was evening, so they were essentially having a late-night snack. They didn't order much food, focusing mainly on drinks. Since they were students who had classes the next day, alcohol was naturally off the table. However, this didn't stump Lu Yu. When Shui Li stopped the waiter at the door and brought a pitcher of juice into the room, Lu Yu asked him to also bring a bottle of red wine. Romanicani, 60,000 yuan a bottle. He opened it immediately. Wine costing tens of thousands of yuan a bottle was something ordinary people couldn't afford. So to avoid wasting such expensive wine after having some juice, each person poured a small glass. Just one small glass couldn't cause any harm. That's what everyone thought, not just Xiao Monli and the other girls, but Yin Yun as well. Yet it was this single glass that made their heads spin. Yin Yun was cautious, so she drank less. The other girls without such reservations had a couple more glasses. After the meal, everyone went their separate ways. Since their heads were only slightly dizzy, they didn't think much of it. Under Lu Ye's arrangement, Ding Feng drove the other 3 girls back to school. Xiao Monli, meanwhile, led Yin Yun into Shui Li's Bentley. Lu Yu sat in the passenger seat. If you're tired, get some rest. He'll wake you when we reach the school. Shui Li in the driver's seat said calmly. Yin Yun's eyelids were already beginning to droop heavily. Despite a flicker of suspicion, she didn't overthink it, because Xiao Monli was right beside her. She leaned against Xiao Monli and closed her eyes to rest. However, the more experienced Xiao Monli sensed something was amiss. She looked at the inebriated Yin Yun leaning on her shoulder, then at Lu Yu in the passenger seat. She couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Lu, does a wine that costs tens of thousands a bottle really have such a strong after effect? Maybe it's because it's your first time drinking it, so you're not used to it." Lu Yu replied casually. Xiao Monli didn't believe his explanation, but with Yin Yun present, she couldn't voice her concerns directly. So she took out her phone and sent Lu Yu a WeChat message. "Did you drug the wine?" Lu Yu didn't reply, but Xiao Monli already had her answer. "How could you do this? What if Yin Yun calls the police tomorrow morning?" Lu Yu replied, "Don't worry, it won't implicate you. I'm not afraid of being implicated." Xiao Monli stopped typing, frozen in place. Because Lu Yu in the passenger seat had already handed her a bank card. And on her phone screen a line of text appeared. "Hey, race 1 million. The password is 6SIXS. Lu Yu casually tossed out $1,000,000 leaving Xiao Monli utterly dumbfounded. Her family was quite ordinary, so she understood all too well the importance of money. $1,000,000 was neither a fortune nor a pittance. Yet in this third-tier city, it was enough to purchase a luxurious 3-bedroom apartment. This was the finish line many people spent their entire lives striving toward. So the moment she saw the bank card Lu Yu extended, Xiao Monli found herself locked in a fierce internal battle. On one side stood Yin Yun's personal safety, on the other a cool $1,000,000 in cash. Which path would Xiao Monli ultimately choose? Without a doubt, she would choose the latter. This wasn't because she had a particular fondness for money, nor because she harbored any particular disdain for Yin Yun. It wasn't that her intellect had failed her either, for she knew full well this was illegal. No, the crux of the matter was that Yin Yun had been lured out by her own hand. If she chose to side with Yin Yun now, it would mean positioning herself against Lu Yu. Would he then brand her an accomplice? Besides, did she even possess the power to stop Lu Yu? It seemed she did not. To give up $1,000,000 and make an enemy of this wealthy young master, all for the sake of a girl she disliked. No matter how she looked at it, it just didn't add up. With this thought, Xiao Monli gritted her teeth and accepted the bank card Lu Yu offered. Witnessing this, a smile curled at the corners of Lu Ye's mouth, and he casually handed her a bottle of water. Startled by the gesture, Xiao Monli hesitated for a moment before clenching her jaw once more. The last shred of her conscience was now steeped in endless self-reproach. But at this stage, she had no other choice. Unaware that Xiao Monli had been bought off by Lu Yu, Yin Yun, with Xiao Manli's assistance, slipped into a deep, heavy slumber. Indeed, Lu Ye's plan to deal with Yin Yun had always boiled down to a single approach: separate her from Chu Feng and keep her by his side when the apocalypse struck. Though he had initially wanted to cultivate some affection between them first, but the system had only granted him 7 days. 7 days. He barely had enough time to set his plans in motion, let alone woo her. Moreover, Lu Ye's hidden attribute was villain, while Yin Yun's was protagonist. A villain pursuing a protagonist faced obstacles that multiplied exponentially. Thus, Lu Yu was forced to resort to this desperate measure. Honestly, being new to such schemes, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. If the system's countdown were a lie, then the apocalypse would never come. Under the influence of the protagonist's aura, he would likely be arrested within 2 days and his life would be over. Nevertheless, Lu Yu decided to take the gamble. Having witnessed the absurdity of transmigration and the system firsthand, he reasoned that the system's prophecy of an apocalypse was highly likely to be true. And so, Rhine Hotel, 8th floor. This was where Lu Yu had stockpiled his supplies and weapons. Why did he choose a hotel as his temporary base? Because he needed to stay close enough to the school to deal with the protagonist, yet far enough away to have room to develop without getting too near Chu Feng. Unable to find a suitable villa near the school, he had decisively settled on this hotel. It was less than 500 meters from the school, making it convenient for both confronting Chu Feng and storing supplies. Although typically hotels wouldn't allow guests to hoard goods. But in this world, as long as you had money, you could do just about anything. Whether it was stockpiling goods in a hotel room, or even converting the lobby into a latrine, no one would stop you. So for convenience, Lu Yu converted the front few rooms into his temporary base. At that moment, Shui Li and Ding Feng were in room 8006. Xiao Monli was left in room 8007 across the hall. Lu Yu with Yin Yun in tow entered room 8008. The drug wasn't in the liquor. Lu Yu had instructed Shui Li to put it in the juice. It wasn't some special concoction, just ordinary sleeping pills. Originally, Lu Yu had planned to knock everyone out at once since according to the system's countdown the world would end at 9 a.m. the next day. After that, what did it matter if the heavens themselves came crashing down? But Shui Li seemed to have underdosed the mixture. The girls had maintained a semblance of clarity until they got into the car. Fortunately, the end result was barely acceptable. Gazing at the innocent, lovely girl before him, Lu Yu took a deep breath. Yin Yun, oh Yin Yun. Though we harbor no grudges for a better tomorrow, I must apologize for what I'm about to do. Honey, are you asleep? Honey, why aren't you answering your phone? Honey. While Lu Yu was bringing Yin Yun to the hotel room on the other side in dormitory 502 of the university's male quarters, a young man with delicate features was hiding under his covers, frantically texting his girlfriend. The young man was named Chu Feng, Xiao Manli's nominal boyfriend. Before his future self was reborn, he was still the devoted admirer, deeply in love with her. His messages sent out into the void, yielding not a single reply. Chu Feng was growing agitated. The drowsiness he had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a sudden alertness. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Manli finally responded. I'm tired tonight. We'll talk tomorrow. And then silence. In truth, Xiao Manli was indeed exhausted. Lu Yu hadn't told her about the drug in the juice, so she had unwittingly fallen victim as well. However, since she and the other girls had consumed more alcohol, the dose of the sedative they ingested was less than Yin Yun's. And so that night, everyone slept soundly. Chu Feng, especially upon receiving Xiao Manli's message, slept with utter contentment. The next morning at 7 o'clock, the weather was clear and pleasant. The campus in the morning was beautiful, serene, and bustling, every dawn heralding the birth of a new hope. But then, kill, kill, kill. Ill slaughter, every last one of you monsters. A sudden outcry echoed through the entire dormitory 502. Chu Feng, who had been sound asleep on the top bunk, jolted upright, his face contorted with boundless murderous intent. A moment later, he looked around the room in a daze, a wave of familiarity washing over him. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded. Chu Feng, what the hell are you doing? You dreaming or something? Why are you yelling like that? Can't a man get some decent sleep this early in the morning? 6 people shared this dormitory. Startled by Chu Feng's sudden outburst, they began to grumble one by one. But Chu Feng paid them no heed, staring at his own hands in horror. After a moment, he pinched his thigh. It hurt. Instinctively, he grabbed his phone from the bedside. He pressed the screen, awake the display showing September 20th, 2022, 7:01 a.m. I've been reborn. Reborn before the apocalypse. Realizing he had been reborn, Chu Feng was first overwhelmed with joy, but a sharp sense of crisis immediately seized his heart. September 20th, 2022, 9:00 a.m. Spatial rifts suddenly tore open across the Earth. Monstrous creatures never before seen descended upon the planet. All life on Earth began to mutate as well. In an instant, the entire planet was reduced to a colossal slaughterhouse. Civilization crumbled and humanity's spirit shattered. In times of peace, people were civilized, reading, writing, painting, and dancing. Breaking the law meant imprisonment. But with the advent of the apocalypse, civilized humans devolved into savages. To survive, brothers turned against each other, and parents resorted to swapping children for food. For a slice of stale bread, even once-loving spouses would turn their blades on one another. In a single day, the entire world was reshuffled. Some lived, but their existence was worse than death. Some died, but now there were less than 2 hours left before the apocalypse. At this thought, Chu Feng shuddered and hastily pulled on his clothes. His roommate from the bunk across the hall, Li Bin, looked at him with confusion. Chu Feng, why are you up so early? Going to morning self-study. Morning self-study. Huh. A relic of a bygone era. While dressing quickly, Chu Feng glanced at Li Bin, and a flood of memories washed over him. You are Li Bin. Li Bin. What? You don't even recognize me. You're still half asleep, huh? Asleep. Huh. Chu Feng's heart ached. He wished it had all been a dream. The apocalypse, the collapse of civilization, the alien invasion. If he remembered correctly, on the very first day of the apocalypse, Li Bin's heart was pierced by a scythe mantis serrated blade. Blood sprayed everywhere, and his body was torn apart by those insects. At the thought, Chu Feng, now dressed, jumped off the bed. He scanned the other 5 roommates who had been awakened by the noise. For the sake of our time as classmates, let me give you a piece of advice. What advice? Don't leave this dormitory before 9 o'clock today. Why? Chu Feng quickly explained. You all took physics right. You know a line is one-dimensional, a plane is two-dimensional, a solid is three-dimensional, and four-dimensional is... Stop, Chu Feng, what are you trying to say? You're rambling, we have no idea what you're talking about. Chu Feng cut off the roommate's words, glanced at his phone, and dropped his first bombshell with a mocking tone. In 2 hours, the apocalypse will begin. A cosmic storm will sweep the globe, causing spatial tremors on the Earth's surface and tearing open countless tiny spatial rifts. Saying this, Chu Feng swept his gaze over the disbelieving roommates, a faint smile on his lips, and said in a low voice, Do you know what a cosmic storm is? It's something that will completely disable most of the Earth's electronic devices and precision instruments. At that moment, your phone's air conditioners, computers, even the lights, anything that runs on electricity, will become useless. Chu Feng's words sounded like nonsense, and his roommates stared at him as if he were insane. Chu Feng, have you lost your mind? Talking so scarily as if you've actually experienced it. Still dreaming, are you? Exactly, it's 2022 now. Did you think it was 2012? Too many movies. Now you're talking about apocalypses and cosmic storms. Did you get water in your brain while sleeping? The five roommates teased Chu Feng one after another, completely dismissing him. Throughout history, there have been countless doomsday prophecies, big and small. Especially after 2012, people sneered at predictions of the world's end. What is the end of the world? Only a fool would believe that. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to argue, turning and running out of the dormitory. Since fate had granted him a second life, he wouldn't waste time on such trivial explanations. 2 hours short, yet incredibly precious. Used wisely, he could rely on his memories of his past life to rise quickly in the coming chaos. As for his roommates' lives, sorry. In the apocalypse, everyone is for themselves. He could barely protect himself. How could he possibly look after others? Leaving the dormitory, Chu Feng couldn't help but sniffle. Gazing at the drifting clouds, the clear blue sky, and the laughing students and affectionate couples on the playground, he took a deep breath. Just watch, my classmates. What happens next will be something you'll never forget. September 20th, 2022, exactly 9:00 a.m. Chu Feng clearly remembered that unprecedented disasters erupted across the world simultaneously. Dense fog, earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes. An otherworldly invasion. The human casualty count was catastrophic. It was a nightmare for everyone. In the apocalypse, what's most important? Supplies, of course. However, after leaving the dormitory, Chu Feng didn't seek supplies first. Instead, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the shanty town in the southern part of the city. Whether you admit it or not, in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, surviving as a team is far easier than surviving alone. So he needed to find a reliable teammate first. Wei Jianjun. In his past life, after they met, Chu Feng had followed Wei Jianjun home once. He knew where Wei Jianjun lived. But, what? You moved? Chu Feng disregarded the school guard's obstruction and dashed straight out of the campus. He hailed a taxi to the shanty town where Wei Jianjun resided, instructing the driver to wait outside. Alone, he ascended to the 4th floor and pounded relentlessly on the door to the left. He initially assumed the occupant was simply away. However, a neighbor drawn by the commotion emerged to inform him that Wei Jianjun had moved away 2 days prior. Moved? Impossible. Chu Feng could scarcely believe his ears. In his past life, he had spent considerable time with Wei Jianjun, who had continued to reside there long after the apocalypse began. But now, damn it. He glanced at the unresponsive door, then at the time on his phone. Chu Feng cursed under his breath, wondering if his rebirth had triggered the butterfly effect. Time was of the essence, so he couldn't dwell on it. He chose to leave and head for the small town in the southern suburbs. He could accept the lack of a reliable teammate. After the apocalypse began, he could always search for allies later. But that sword absolutely could not fall into someone else's hands. With that thought, he didn't hesitate. However, when Chu Feng arrived at the southern town and found Su Hao still asleep, the news he received made him sense something was amiss. What? You say someone bought your sword 2 days ago? Believe it or not. Su Hao, standing at the door, looked at this stranger with annoyance and slammed the door shut. Hearing this, Chu Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Refusing to accept it, he knocked again, and upon seeing Su Hao's arrogant face, resorted to beating him up. But the outcome remained unchanged. The sword was indeed sold, and the buyer was apparently some rich second-generation heir. Is this also the butterfly effect? Chu Feng muttered to himself, that's impossible, right? Isn't the butterfly effect supposed to require the butterfly to flap its wings first? This butterfly hadn't even flapped his wings yet. How could it possibly cause the butterfly effect? The more Chu Feng thought about it, the more wrong it felt. But with less than an hour left before the apocalypse, he had no time to overthink. He had to hurry back to school. Damn, it is my only option in this second life to just scrape by in fear. No, absolutely not. I won't let a single one of those who wronged me in my past life get away. Thinking of those scumbags who had bullied him, Chu Feng's heart hardened, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. The murderous intent that suddenly flared in his eyes made even the taxi driver shiver involuntarily. As Chu Feng returned empty-handed, time slipped away. The gentle morning sunlight grew scorching, streaming through the window into the hotel room, chasing away any lingering drowsiness. Where am I? Rhine Hotel Room, 8008. Yin Yun groggily woke from her sleep, her head throbbing painfully. She rubbed her temples and murmured as she sat up, suddenly feeling that something was off. She instinctively scanned her surroundings. A well-built, handsome man came into her view. He was dressed in a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, sitting by the window, gazing outside, as if lost in thought. Seeing this man, and recalling last night's events, Yin Yun's mind instantly cleared a bit. You. She pointed at Lu Yu, flustered and at a loss for words. Lu Yu heard the sound, and slowly turned his head. You're awake. What did you do to me? Yan Yun's pretty face was a mix of indignation and anger. Although she had never had a serious boyfriend, she was after all a 20-year-old university student. She naturally understood why she had slept here last night, and she had once dreamed of what her ideal partner would be like. But she was certain that the boyfriend she sought was definitely not a frivolous rich kid like Lu Yu. And yet here she was. What did I do to you? Can't you feel it yourself? Hearing Lu Yu's casual remark, Yan Yun quickly checked her condition. Finding her body unharmed and her clothes and skirt intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. You? Why did you do this? I have my reasons. Lu Yu said, glancing at the time on his phone. It's 8:59 now. Wait one more minute, and he'll give you the answer after that. Hearing this, Yan Yun's face showed even more suspicion. Lu Yu, what are you playing at? A rich kid using such despicable tricks is bad enough, but now you're being mysteriously cryptic. 10 seconds left. 8. 7. You. Seeing that Lu Yu was completely ignoring her, Yan Yun hesitated, then instinctively picked up her phone to check the time. Boom. A sudden deafening clap of thunder exploded in her ears. The thunderclap was so loud that the window panes vibrated, let alone how much it made her eardrums ring. Startled, Yan Yun dropped her phone and quickly clamped her hands over her ears. Though Lu Yu was also caught off guard by the thunder, he was at least prepared. As he covered his ears, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Ding, the apocalypse has arrived. Detecting system activation conditions. Ding, detection complete. 1. Must not reveal the existence of this system or any news of the impending apocalypse before it arrives. Achieved. 2. Must not leave Yinqing city limits before the apocalypse achieved. Ding, prerequisites met. Activating the apocalypse villain system. Ding, activation complete. Received a villain gift pack. Ding, opening villain gift pack. Obtained exclusive villain skills, villains, eye, villains, heart, villains, halo. Ding, character attribute panel unlocked. The series of system notification sounds brought a smile to Lu Yu's face. Joy brings a sense of well-being. The apocalypse, here I come. The moment Lu Yu's system activated inside the university classroom. What's happening? All the male students were stunned by the muffled thunderclap. Damn, no way. Is the world really ending? Hey, why is there no signal on my phone? Mine too, the signal is cut off. The students checked their phones one by one, and without exception, they all found they could receive no signal. In the very next second, everyone felt a wave of frigid energy sweep across their bodies. A bone-piercing cold as if it would freeze the very marrow. What was that just now? Such a chilling sensation. I feel so awful. I can barely breathe. Most people, as if drained, gasped for air in large gulps. Some couldn't even stand steadily and collapsed to the ground. A few of the weaker male students had nosebleeds that simply wouldn't stop. Chu Feng's roommate Li Bin suddenly thought of something. Staring at his dead phone screen, his voice trembled uncontrollably. A cosmic storm. It's the cosmic storm Chu Feng talked about. Go turn on the lights and see. It's over, even the lights won't turn on. Could everything Chu Feng said be true? Another roommate of Chu Feng's named Zhou Yu also cried out in shock. Everyone looked at each other, utterly terrified. Just as they were at a loss, a thick fog suddenly rose outside the window. A vast expanse of white, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Within less than 5 seconds, a cacophony of noise erupted. What the hell this is? Monster. Stay away, stay away. As the fog rose, all flora and fauna on Earth began to grow wildly, at a visible rate. Countless bizarre figures appeared in human sight. Immediately after, cries of shock and calls for help came from outside the classroom. Before anyone could react, a blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced their ears. Everyone turned towards the sound. A petite female student had suddenly fallen to her knees in the aisle. Her name was Su Yao, the art class representative. She was considered a rather cute girl, but now she was covering her face with both hands. Her hair had become a disheveled mess and dark red-black veins were prominent on her arms. Her body seemed to be racked with immense pain, trembling incessantly. Su Yao, what's wrong? Don't scare me. A female classmate who was close to her instinctively went over to check on her. But in the next second, Su Yao looked up and a hideous, terrifying face appeared before everyone's eyes. Her eye sockets and cheeks were sunken, her pupils had turned a pale gray shot through with bloodshot veins. Blood and pus oozed from her face and the corners of her mouth, accompanied by guttural, monstrous growls. Yes, she had turned into a zombie. The female classmate, clearly terrified by Su Yao's appearance, instinctively tried to move away. But it was obviously too late. The zombified Su Yao lunged at her, opening a mouth full of foul blood and sinking its teeth into her neck. Squelch. Blood sprayed violently, a brutally cruel sight. Su Yao's strength was astonishing. No matter how the female student struggled and hit her, it was futile. Several male students sensed the danger and tried to help, but another scream of agony rang out. Another student had turned into a zombie, then a third, a fourth. Not only that, the thick fog outside the window gradually dispersed, revealing a large, open area at the base of the teaching building, now overrun with strange creatures. They were a group of lizard-like humanoids, entirely green, covered in fine scales, dragging long tails. They were not tall, generally between 1, 2 and 1 for meters. But not only did they look horrifying, their numbers were also absurdly overwhelming. They gathered in clusters of 3 or 5, densely packed, their beast-like vertical pupils darting around as they rapidly scanned for their prey. This was a creature humanity had never seen before. Because of this unfamiliarity, people felt immediate fear upon seeing them. Staring at these suddenly appearing monsters, humanity was dumbfounded. Outside, hordes of lizard men hunted humans. Inside, some had turned into zombies. The entire world instantly plunged into chaos. Fear and panic gripped everyone's hearts. A cosmic storm. Liu sensed it as well. Moreover, with that surge of energy, his mind felt as though dozens of artillery shells had detonated within it. A deafening ringing filled his ears, and in an instant he nearly lost consciousness. Fortunately, the energy vanished as quickly as it had come, and Liu Yu regained his senses almost immediately. Yet he found cold sweat beating on his forehead, and an indescribable exhaustion washed over his entire being. However, Ding detected that your physique is being strengthened. Ding detected that your wind attribute ability is awakening. Physique strengthening. Wind attribute ability. Seeing these two system notifications, Liu Yu, who had just wiped the sweat from his brow, couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Holy crap. Besides the system, he actually possessed a wind attribute ability. Awesome, man. Truly worthy of being the first antagonist boss of the original story. Clearly, the strengthening of his physique and the awakening of his wind ability had nothing to do with the system. This was power that Liu Yu was inherently meant to possess. Originally, he would have had to discover these abilities on his own. But now, the system had directly revealed them to him. Liu Yu could only say amazing. He glanced at his system. Personal attribute panel. Name Liu Yu. Age 21. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 136 pounds. Vitality 16 normal adult male 10. Spirit 20 normal adult male 10. Strength 17 normal adult male 10. Agility 15 normal adult male 10. Reinforcement level black iron initial stage. Ability level wind attribute black iron initial stage. Villain exclusive skills villains eye, villains heart, villains aura. This was Liu Yu's personal attribute panel. Age, height, weight. Those needed no explanation. They were the same as any ordinary person's with no particular changes. The focus here was on his combat attributes and personal skills. In the apocalypse, aside from those who awakened special powers, typical awakened individuals could be divided into two categories. There were reinforcers who excelled in close combat, and espers who specialized in controlling elements. Both shared the same level hierarchy: black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, and dark gold. Each level was further divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Liu Yu's current reinforcement and ability levels were both at the black iron initial stage. As for the 4 attributes on his panel, vitality, spirit, strength, and agility, their functions were quite clear. Strength represented the power of one's fists and feet, 1 point roughly equated to 10 gene of force, and under external stimulation, it could potentially amplify by 20 to 50 from its base value. Agility governed running speed and bodily coordination. Vitality represented the bonus immunity, recovery rate, and resilience against damage. Spirit was more complex. It represented one's attention span, reaction speed, control over one's ability, and the speed of ability release. In short, higher attributes were always better. Liu Yu was a standard rich second generation who had been into fitness, so his usual attributes were already higher than those of an average adult man. His spirit attribute in particular was far above normal due to his transmigration. After being tempered by the cosmic storm, his average physical condition had surpassed that of a normal person by 1.5 times, already equivalent to some professional athletes. He took a look at his other skills. Villain's aura. Though as a villain you will inevitably attract the protagonist's enmity, you are not only immune to the protagonist's plotarma-reducing aura, but you can also gain their abilities after slaying them. P.S. Killing the female lead will grant you certain attribute bonuses, but altering her fate or stripping her of her protagonist status will yield even greater rewards. Kill the protagonist, and I get his powers. A smile curled at the corner of Liu Yu's mouth as he read this attribute. And not a bad ability. Seems being a villain isn't so bad after all. What's happening? While Liu Yu was studying his system by the hotel window, Yin Yun, who was lying on the bed, was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago the sun was shining brightly in a clear sky. How had things suddenly turned to this? After the thunder it started fogging up. The phone lost its signal, and then the power went out. She couldn't even make an emergency call. What a joke. She clearly remembered her phone having 42 battery just a moment ago. Why did it suddenly shut down? And that icy feeling from before had left her feeling incredibly drained. What was going on? The end of the world. Liu Yu uttered the words flatly. Now that the system had been activated, Liu Yu was free from all restrictions and could speak his mind. What? Yin Yun shot a bewildered look at Liu Yu. The end of the world? How is that possible? Why don't you come see for yourself? Liu Yu, too lazy to argue, jutted his chin towards the window. Although Yin Yun didn't believe a word about the end of the world, facts spoke louder than words. The deafening thunder, the thick fog that rose and dissipated rapidly, the sudden blackout of her phone, and the sensation of the cosmic storm sweeping through her body just moments ago. Everything pointed to the fact that this world was no longer normal. So upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Yin didn't bother to ask anything else. She quickly got up, straightened her clothes, and walked over to the window. She peered outside through the hotel's glass pane. The very next second, Yun's eyes widened in sheer horror, as fear instantly engulfed her entire being. This is Yun, a sweet-natured girl of 20, exuded a youthful charm, with her ponytail t-shirt and pleated skirt. The cosmic storm's assault had left her body feeling profoundly weary. Yet she had no time to dwell on her fatigue. Following Lu Ye's gesture, she slipped on her slippers and moved to the window. The scene outside instantly seized her attention. The distant cacophony of crashing vehicles echoed in her ears. Wrecked cars littered the streets. People who had just exited their vehicles initially appeared confused, but soon panic erupted as they realized something was terribly wrong. A guttural roar pierced the air as a zombie lunged at a slow-moving woman, her screams mingling with the splatter of blood. If the zombies weren't shocking enough, the sight of giant insects soaring through the sky and the ground teeming with lizard-like creatures covered in green scales dragging long tails was enough to completely shatter her worldview. Monster! A security guard at the hotel entrance trembled, his face pale with terror. He was just an ordinary man expecting a life of mundane routine, earning a modest salary and merely existing day by day. But he never imagined he'd come face to face with such a creature. It was a slender emerald green mantis. Had seen mantises as a child, but this one was utterly different. It stood half a man's height and stretched nearly 2 meters long. The guard could clearly see strange black patterns adorning its body. Its 2-meter-long forelimbs were lined with razor-sharp serrations. The scythe mantis let out a hissing shriek as it fixed its gaze upon him. Run! I must run! The guard's mind screamed, desperate to flee this nightmare. But his body was frozen in terror, his legs refusing to move. With a sickening crunch, a tremendous force slammed into his shoulder. The guard collapsed to the ground, nearly fainting from the searing pain. His left shoulder was pierced through by the mantis' scythe, blood spraying across his face. Sensing its prey was still alive, the giant mantis leaned in. It clamped its powerful jaws onto the guard's neck. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. Seeing this, the other scythe mantises swarmed forward to join the feast. The scene was brutal and bloody. Not just Yun, but all the other human survivors watched in horror, many doubling over to vomit. The carnage wasn't confined to the guard-eye pedestrians, couples, and elderly shoppers on the street were all being devoured. The monsters seemed to materialize from nowhere, their numbers swelling to dozens within moments. How could this be? Yun stammered, her face ashen, her mind utterly numb. It was a scene of such violence and gore, something she had only ever witnessed in disaster movies. Seeing it with her own eyes was a complete shock to her system. Now you believe me? Lu Yu asked, his face grim as he watched the scythe mantis. Damn, these things are strong. Lu Yu's knowledge was limited to the early plot involving Chu Feng, and he knew little about these monsters. Seeing the mantis decapitate the guard so effortlessly caught him off guard. If the monsters were this powerful at the start of the apocalypse, how were the frail humans supposed to survive until the later stages? A sudden notification appeared before him. Race: insectoid, name scythe mantis, level black iron, mid-tier. Description: a foreign insect highly reliant on its forelimbs. They can be easily defeated if you avoid a direct confrontation. Note 1. Any creature besides humans that evolves to black iron high tier, including zombies, may condense a core. The higher the creature's level, the higher the chance, and the greater the energy contained within the core. Note 2. Cores can facilitate the evolution of all beings, including humans. Collect them, and you may become stronger. The sudden text startled Lu Yu, but a wave of elation quickly washed over him. Whoa! He could actually see the monster's stats. The system's gift was indeed formidable. Villain's Eye focused to read basic information about monsters, humans, and items, and see the betrayal rate of those around you. Not only could he see the stats of monsters and items, but he could also see the betrayal rate of the people around him. This ability was impressive. With this, his rise to power would be just as fast as Chu Feng's. He instinctively glanced at Yun beside him. Name: Yun, age 20, height 165 centimeters, weight 92 kilograms, betrayal rate 50. The betrayal rate refers to the likelihood of those around you betraying you. The higher the betrayal rate, the greater the number. According to the system, in the beginning, all strangers have a betrayal rate of 50. If it is below 50, it indicates that the other party may have a good relationship with you. However, once it exceeds 50, it suggests that this person likely has a grudge against you, or even harbors hatred, perhaps intending to kill you. Lu Yu had previously pursued Yun, but she did not agree, so he is just a stranger to her. A betrayal rate of 50 is quite reasonable. Lu Yu did not pay attention to this number, but instead turned back into the room, retrieving a metal crossbow from beneath the sofa cushion, which he had hollowed out in advance. The creature known as the scythe mantis heavily relies on its forelimbs. It is easy to defeat them without engaging them head-on. Does this mean that attacking from behind is more effective? Lu Yu wanted to give it a try. He had prepared the crossbow in advance when he realized the apocalypse was approaching. During this time he had practiced many times, and his accuracy was quite good. Although the Lu family was legitimate merchants and could not acquire firearms in the gun-restricted Xia country, as a wealthy second-generation heir obtaining a crossbow was still a piece of cake. Furthermore, just in case his room not only had the crossbow, but also a long sword and a hand axe he had bought from Su Hao. Holding the crossbow at the hotel window, Lu Yu loaded the bolt into the grooves of the crossbow arms, and then opened the window to start searching for prey. Seeing Lu Yu calmly take out a crossbow, Yan Yun, who had just regained her composure, looked on in disbelief. What's going on with this guy? Not only did he prepare weapons in advance, but he also appeared so composed. How could a normal person remain so calm in the face of such terrifying monsters? This is not scientific. Could it be that he knew these monsters were coming? Lu Yu was unaware of Yan Yun's thoughts. He merely stared quietly at the monsters outside, looking for an opportunity to hunt. Why was he so calm? Although Lu Yu indeed knew that the apocalypse was coming and had made some preparations in advance. However, he was not Chu Feng, who had been reborn from the apocalypse. Having never experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, seeing so many monsters appearing simultaneously, he was actually quite panicked inside. The reason for his calm demeanor was due to another skill of Lu Yu, the Heart of the Villain. Heart of the Villain significantly enhances your adaptability and combat courage, allowing you to remain calmer than the average person when facing danger. This skill is very similar to the Brave Heart from a certain anime. Although it possesses no offensive or defensive capabilities, it can enhance Lu Yu's adaptability and courage. In certain situations, it is even more powerful than the other skills Lu Yu has acquired. It should be noted that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the monsters were not particularly strong. The heavy casualties among humans in battling these monsters were largely due to their fear of the unknown creatures. Fear robbed them of their ability to resist. Now, with the existence of the Heart of the Villain, Lu Yu could directly transform from an ordinary person into a warrior with strong psychological resilience. Tap tap tap. As Yan Yun pondered, a scythe mantis flew up to the electric pole beside the hotel, holding a severed human arm in its mandibles, flapping its wings. Its pair of massive serrated sides relentlessly tore into the arm, helping it to quickly feast. The electric pole was taller than ordinary ones, and Lu Yu was on the 8th floor with both parties less than 10 meters apart. The effective lethality of this crossbow was 20 meters. Thus Lu Yu aimed at the back of the mantis head and directly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Thud! The bolt from the crossbow effortlessly pierced through the mantis head. It went straight from its rear skull to the front face. Hissus! The scythe mantis let out a horrifying scream of pain. It shook its head and discarded the unfinished severed arm from midair, glaring at Lu Yu with a bloodthirsty gaze. Ah, it has discovered us. Yan Yun uttered a meaningless remark. She had initially wanted to ask why Lu Yu would provoke this monster at such a time, but her brain was clearly losing the ability for calm thought. The words spoken were inarticulate. Is it still capable of normal movement after having its head shot through? Lu Yu ignored her and frowned as he observed the movements of the scythe mantis. Although the power of this crossbow was not much inferior to that of a bullet, it was not a repeating crossbow and could not fire in succession. If this monster bore the pain and flew directly over, he truly would not have time to load a second bolt. Just as Lu Yu prepared to use his newly awakened special ability to repel the scythe mantis, the mantis in midair suddenly showed a dissipating ferocity in its eyes. Soon its eyelids grew heavier and its wing flaps slowed down. Eventually, it directly fell from the air. Thud! Its tumtor-long body hit the concrete ground, producing a faint, dull sound. Is it dead? Indeed, attacking from behind proved effective. Lu Yu smirked, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. The Heart of the Villain does not deceive me. In his thoughts, countless lizard men on the ground noticed the fallen scythe mantis. They rushed toward it one after another. The biting force of the lizard men was also formidable, and they quickly tore the mantis apart. Blood and entrails flowed everywhere. In less than a minute, the mantis was reduced to just a pair of hard serrated sides. One half of its head, which had been pierced by Lu Yu's bolt, rolled to the side. The few lizard men that devoured the scythe mantis had noticeably brighter green scales than before. Evolution. Lu Yu thought of this word. These monsters not only hunted humans, they also consumed their own kind. By devouring their own kind, even without crystal cores, they would still undergo evolution. It's just that this evolution is not as fast as directly consuming crystal cores. Realizing this, Lu Yu quickly shut the window. After putting the crossbow away, he casually retrieved the longsword he had bought from Su Hao from beneath the sofa. Upon carefully examining the longsword, a line of text suddenly appeared in Lu Yu's vision. A sword still in the process of awakening. Awakening completion, 91. 92. 93. The completion rate was constantly increasing. It seems that Su Hao did not deceive him. Is this broken thing really a divine weapon? Ding, awakening complete. As he pondered, the system notification pulled Lu Yu back to reality. After taking another glance. Weapon type sword. Weapon name Qinggang Sword. Weapon grade black iron, energy value 010. This sword is the one used by Cao Cao during the legendary Three Kingdoms period. Cao Cao had two famous swords, one named Etian and the other Qinggang. They were known as the unparalleled twin swords. The Etian sword was worn by him, while the Qinggang sword was worn by Xiahou En, and it was later seized by Zhao Yun at Changban Slope. Note the cosmic storm swept across every inch of the Earth, and the unknown energy granted this planet a new life. Some special items would be endowed with amazing abilities. By utilizing these special items, well, you might live better than others. What the heck? Qinggang sword. Lu Yu was utterly dumbfounded by the description of this sword. While most people were familiar with the name Qinggang sword, Lu Yu, with his deep knowledge of history, knew clearly that it was a weapon from the novel romance of the Three Kingdoms. It was a weapon the author had deliberately fabricated to highlight Zhao Yun's prowess. In actual history, this sword was likely a complete fabrication. Yet now, he possessed the Qinggang sword bought for 200,000 from a thug named Su Hao. Unbelievable, right? However, Lu Yu didn't have time to dwell on this. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, who cared about historical accuracy? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lu Yu focused his attention on the weapon grade attribute. The Qinggang sword is only a black iron grade weapon. In this new world, weapons were graded similarly to people, categorized into ranks like black iron, bronze, and silver. The only difference was that weapons didn't have sublevels like initial, intermediate, or advanced. Black iron was black iron, silver was silver. But according to the narrative, shouldn't this sword be incredibly powerful? Why was it only black iron grade? Well, the energy value of 010 listed after the weapon grade indicated that the sword could be upgraded. As for how to upgrade it, the information wasn't specified. But Lu Yu could guess even without clear instructions. Based on his years of experience playing online games, he figured that upgrading a weapon either required a blacksmith to forge it, killing monsters to absorb energy, or using those spirit cores the system mentioned earlier. Either way, it wasn't going to become a divine artifact out of thin air. With this in mind, Lu Yu formed a plan. Where are you going? Seeing Lu Yu pull out his longsword and seem ready to open the door, Yin Yun quickly called out to stop him. Although their relationship had been awkward, the horrific scenes of the apocalypse outside left her no room to dwell on that. Going out to clear the corridor, Lu Yu uttered a few words casually. The corridor. Hearing this, Yin Yun noticed for the first time that the corridor outside also seemed chaotic. Screams, shouts of terror, and the sound of frantic running filled the air. But, could you please not go? Yin Yun bit her lip, gathering the courage to ask Lu Yu. Despite their awkward relationship, she was even more afraid of those monsters. With the chaos outside and her phone completely dead, Lu Yu was the only one she could rely on, unable to call for help. Not go. Lu Yu was momentarily stunned, then a sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He stopped and turned to look at Yin Yun. Huh? Call me husband and he'll stay. Call you husband? No way. Yin Yun regained her composure and said firmly. Although Lu Yu hadn't done anything to her last night, their relationship was merely ordinary. Under these circumstances, calling him husband. Don't even think about it. Suit yourself. Lu Yu didn't seem to care and turned to leave. Yin Yun tried to say something, but a commotion from outside the door interrupted her. Run fast. Damn. Get out of my way, damn it. Help me. Honey, save me, please save me. You said you'd protect me forever. Two lizardmen clinging to the outer wall crawled in through a guest room window. A couple sleeping in the room was instantly terrified. The man reacted first, putting up a brief struggle before realizing something was terribly wrong. Because the window was swarming with monsters. Upon realizing this, he didn't hesitate, grabbing his clothes and bolting for the door. The woman clutched at his pant leg, begging for help, but her boyfriend, without a second thought, kicked her hard in the face. Protect you. Screw that, get lost. The man seemed driven mad by the monsters. How could he maintain his sanity at a time like this? What was a woman? If you're dead, what's the use of love? Saving your own skin was the only thing that mattered. So the man kicked the woman over several times, breaking free from her grasp, and ran out the door without looking back. The woman was then pounced upon by the two lizardmen, and her screams quickly filled the room. Lu Yu, I'm begging you, please don't go, okay? I'm scared. Hearing the sounds from outside, Yin Yun was on the verge of tears. It was true that Lu Yu had courted her back in school. He had come to this university because he had seen her during her winter trip to Shanghai and taken a liking to her. But she had no interest whatsoever in a frivolous rich kid like him. So she was completely against his advances. She never dreamed that Lu Yu would bribe Qiao Monli to bring her here last night. At this moment, she was extremely confused. Now fear had replaced confusion. Scared. Hearing Yin Yun's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. What's there to be afraid of? These monsters aren't that strong. They can't break through the hotel windows. But I'm still scared. Yin Yun was on the verge of tears. With such terror outside, what woman could withstand it? If Lu Yu left and never came back, what was she supposed to do? She didn't dare to think about it. So at this point, nothing else mattered more than convincing Lu Yu to stay. Hey, Yin Yun. Seeing her so nervous and afraid, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle at this moment. Being scared is useless. If you want to survive, you must be strong. However, there are some things I need to make clear to you. With that, Lu Yu sat back down on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on Yin Yun. While it's still relatively safe here, tell me, is there anything you want to ask me? Yin Yun, after all, had the qualities of a protagonist, not like other women who only knew how to cry and scream. Seeing the streets outside becoming more chaotic, she forced herself to calm down. Without much hesitation, she directly asked the question that was on her mind. Did you know these monsters were coming? I knew a little. How? I awakened a precognition ability. Lu Yes Lai came easily. Precognition ability. Such a thing exists. If Tumterlong mantises exist, what's impossible? Fine. Then I want to know where these monsters came from. Will they really turn this world into an apocalypse? I don't know where they came from, but I can be certain this truly is the end of the world. Receiving Lu Yes' affirmative answer, Yin Yun felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow but continued to ask. The apocalypse. What does it have to do with you bringing me to this hotel? Lu Yu continued his fabrication, answering with a question. You felt that icy cold sensation earlier, right? Recalling the bone-chilling feeling from before, Yin nodded slightly. After the apocalypse begins, a portion of humanity will awaken one, or even several supernatural abilities. Lu Yu began to explain with his lies. I foresaw that I would awaken such power, and have a certain ability to protect myself, and since you will be my woman in the future to prevent you from dying at the hands of monsters, I had no choice but to resort to this scheme. You did this to protect me. Hearing this, Yin Yun was stunned. While she didn't believe the nonsense about being his woman, she felt a hint of gratitude. Then a thought struck her. Couldn't you have just told me directly? Why did you have to do it this way? If I had told you, would you have believed me? This question left Yin Yun speechless. Indeed, would she have believed him? Obviously not. If someone she disliked suddenly told her the world was ending and wanted to bring her to a hotel, what kind of fool would believe that? Thinking about it, Yin Yun bit her lip lightly. Lu Yu ignored her and stood up again. You stay in the room. It's safe here for now. I have to go out for a bit. Oh, and remember, don't open the door for anyone but me. With that, before Yin Yun could react, Lu Yu had already reached the door and opened it. After the cosmic storm swept through, most creatures on Earth aside from humans reaped its benefits. They mutated, they grew stronger. Humanity also gained advantages, yet only a small fraction could become awakened. Combat type awakened would not exceed 10 of the population, and even counting life type awakened, the total would not surpass 25. The rest of humanity remained mostly ordinary. Some, due to genetic defects, directly turned into zombies. The monsters outside were not overly numerous at the moment. Lu Yes' floor was the 8th floor of the hotel. The crowds on the ground were enough to satisfy the monsters' hunting needs. So as long as the room windows were sealed tightly, it was relatively safe here. Yin Yun was terrified at this moment, needing someone to share her burden. But what Lu Yu had told her was too unbelievable, requiring time to digest. Thus this time, when Lu Yu declared the place safe, she did not stop him from leaving. Young Master Lu, are you alright? As soon as Lu Yu stepped out, he saw Xue Li and Ding Feng about to knock on his door. They looked at him with strange expressions. I'm fine. Lu Yu noticed their odd looks. What's wrong with you two? Hearing this, they exchanged glances. Then the elder Xue Li spoke first. Young Master Lu, did you already know these monsters would appear? Oh, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? When you had us prepare food and weapons before. Xue Li recounted the events with a grave expression. 7 days prior, Lu Yu had them buy food and water to fill 2 rooms. They even used a separate room to store weapons and a large amount of toiletries. At the time, they were baffled. Now it was clear Lu Yu had foresight and prophetic wisdom. Yes, young Master Lu, Ding Feng chimed in. Please tell us the truth. Both Xue Li and I are eager to know. We'll discuss this later. Lu Yu looked them over carefully. Why did you come out? Isn't it safest to stay in the room now, eh? We came out to protect you, of course. Ding Feng said matter-of-factly. Protect me? Certainly. When we came to Yinxing, Chairman Lu instructed us to ensure your safety. But with so many monsters outside, you still came to protect me. Aren't you afraid of death? Being a bodyguard is our profession. We wouldn't have chosen it if we feared death. Hey, you two certainly have professional ethics. Lu Yu couldn't help but jest. These two were trusted men cultivated by Lu Mingyuan, so their conversation with Lu Yu lacked formality. Could their words be trusted? Lu Yu wasn't worried in the slightest. He possessed the villain's eye, which allowed him to see the probability of those around him betraying him. Based on his recent observation, their betrayal rates were 22 and 26 respectively. This was quite a good figure. Unless a major conflict of interest arose, they were unlikely to turn against him. It had to be said, this was the advantage of being a villain. Even loyal subordinates at the start were more numerous than a protagonist's. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lu Yu glanced at room 8007 across the hall. The door was open, but it was empty. Where's my pretty classmate? Before the monsters appeared, I asked the front desk. It seems she left around 8 o'clock, saying she needed to go back for class. Lu Yu wasn't too surprised by this outcome. Xiao Monli, that woman, feared being implicated by him, so she went straight back to school after waking. However, this also caused her to miss a very safe haven in the early apocalypse. Lu Yu's location was not only on a high floor, but also had very few guests. He had paid to book half the rooms on this floor. As for the school, it was crowded and chaotic. Not only would there be more zombies, but food consumption would also be terrifyingly high. In such a place, the survival rate would be at least half of that elsewhere. I guess I can only wish her good luck, Lu Yu thought to himself. Although that woman was attractive and had potential value, she was already gone, and there was nothing he could do. Afterwards, Lu Yu chatted with the two men for a bit. He told them to stay in their rooms, not to come out, and not to open the door for anyone else. Initially, they were reluctant, thinking it was safest to stay together. But Lu Yu had his own plans, so they could only return to their rooms reluctantly. Seeing their door close, Lu Yu took a deep breath and drew the Qinggang sword. The scabbard and blade were still covered in rust, but the blade now had a faint, elusive black sheen. Can this thing actually kill monsters? Looking at the rusty sword, Lu Yu had his doubts. However, with his wind-type ability, he wasn't too afraid of failure. He casually scanned the surroundings. The corridor was empty. Only scattered clothes and a few open doors hinted at what had transpired on this floor. Indeed, staying in the room was the safest option now. But Lu Yu hadn't forgotten his enemy Chu Feng, who had returned from a decade after the apocalypse. If he didn't grow stronger quickly, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. So he decided to venture out immediately to gain practical combat experience. While Lu Yu was honing his skills on the other side at a small shop in Yincheng University, bang! Chu Feng, wielding a fire axe, cleaved the zombie shopkeeper's head open. Then with a swift kick, he sent the body flying. His movements were clean and decisive. As he kicked the zombie away, he also pulled down the rolling shutter door. Clatter! As the door closed, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, this shop is mine now. Chu Feng stretched his arms and placed the axe on a nearby stool, muttering to himself. A fire axe was the essential starter weapon for any protagonist in the apocalypse. Easy to obtain and quite effective, since he had wasted his 2 hours of rebirth time looking for Wei Jianjun and Su Hao. He had to resort to seizing resources. After grabbing a fire axe from school, he headed straight here. Fortunately, the apocalypse struck during class time. Besides the owner, there were only 2 female students in the shop. Otherwise, occupying this place wouldn't have been so easy. Tong Xiao, what's wrong? A panicked voice came from behind. A dark-skinned girl with a ponytail was calling out. Chu Feng turned and saw the other female student lying on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. He strode over and performed a quick examination. Besides a high fever, she had a bloody gash on her arm deep enough to show bone, vicious and terrifying. She was scratched by a zombie, Chu Feng stated flatly. Zombie. The dark-skinned ponytailed girl was clearly in shock, staring at Chu Feng in disbelief. Are you saying the shop owner was a zombie, like in the movies? That's right. Then Tong Xiaoxi. She was scratched by a zombie, so she will turn into one too. Chu Feng's voice was calm, unilaterally pronouncing the death sentence of the young woman. In the apocalypse, humanity had to face not only the mutated monsters, but also their own kind turned into zombies. Compared to the ferocious and bloodthirsty creatures from other realms, zombies were actually more dangerous. Because they were once human, the virus they carried was devastatingly lethal to people. Once scratched or bitten, survival was nearly impossible in the apocalypse with its limited medical conditions. At least that was the case in the early days. No, that's impossible. How could a mere scratch on the arm turn someone into a zombie? Upon hearing that her close friend would become a zombie, the dark-haired girl's face paled. She simply refused to believe the truth. Believe it or not, Chu Feng sneered, but did not argue. In the early apocalypse, people's minds had not yet escaped the comfortable bubble of a peaceful society. It was normal for them to be unable to accept reality. However, Chu Feng was not anxious because with his experience surviving the apocalypse, he could easily eliminate her the moment she turned. Would he hesitate or find it hard to strike? That was impossible. He had endured 10 years of the apocalypse, witnessing countless horrors and the ugliness of human nature. Not to mention a human on the verge of becoming a zombie. Even a normal person, if they posed a threat to him, would be killed without a shred of guilt. With that thought, Chu Feng took a deep breath, paying no further heed to the two women. Instead, he rapidly formulated his next plan. Now that he had the small convenience store as his base, food was temporarily not a concern. The next step was to recruit a couple of subordinates to prepare for the road to survival ahead. Recruit subordinates. The thought suddenly conjured a tall, handsome figure in Chu Feng's mind. A long-buried memory surfaced. Chu Feng clenched his fists, a fierce, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Lu Yu, Yin Yun. How could I have forgotten those two? Having been reborn into a new life, becoming stronger was certainly important, but making up for past regrets was equally crucial. In his previous life, he had struggled to survive alongside Lu Yu and the others. After finding a safe haven, Lu Yu, with his awakened wind-type ability, became the leader of a base. But as time passed, the evil of human nature began to fester. To possess Yin Yun, Lu Yu tried every conceivable way to kill Chu Feng. It was Yin Yun who, to keep Chu Feng alive, did not hesitate to use her own body to negotiate with Lu Yu. In the end, under Yin Yun's protection, Chu Feng was driven out of the base by Lu Yu. After seeing Chu Feng leave safely, Yin Yun, rather than let Lu Yu have her, leapt from the building, ending her own life. Chu Feng, who witnessed this with his own eyes, was overwhelmed with anguish. That heart-wrenching agony was something he still remembered vividly. Don't worry, Yin Yun. In this life, I will definitely protect you. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, swearing an oath in his heart. After Yin Yun's death in his past life, he had drifted aimlessly through the apocalypse for a long time. It wasn't until his mind subconsciously suppressed those memories that he managed to regain his senses and pull himself together. That was also why upon his rebirth he hadn't immediately remembered Yin Yun. But now, he recalled that in his past life, Yin Yun had survived with her classmates in the sophomore teaching building. This life should be no different. So he still had time. With that thought, a plan formed in Chu Feng's mind. Meanwhile, at the Rhine Hotel, Lu Yu was carefully searching for monsters on his floor. Although he was a villain boss with abilities more powerful than the average person, this was reality, not a novel or a movie. If he got too reckless, he would still be in mortal danger. So he had to be extremely cautious. Having searched the 2 nearest rooms with no results, Lu Yu closed the windows and began to walk deeper down the corridor. What the FCK? A sudden scream put Lu Yu on high alert. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wrapped in a bath towel burst out of a room ahead. When the apocalypse struck, he had been taking his morning shower. He hadn't given the cosmic storm that swept past a second thought, merely assuming his recent late nights with women had taken a toll on his health. Who knew that when he finished his shower, the world outside had turned into this? He hadn't closed his window. A lizard man had already crawled up to it. Without a second thought, he had fled out the door. Seeing Lu Yu standing with a sword, he looked like a savior and quickly ran to hide behind him. Pointing at his room in terror, he stammered, "Brother. Monster, there's a monster." It crawled in. Lu Yu glanced at him without any expression, then carefully walked towards the room with his sword drawn. The man, seeing this, had no intention of following to help, only watching Lu Yu from a distance. Name: Lizardman. Level: Black Iron Beginner. Description: a base-file creature from a lower dimension. Due to its rapid reproduction, its population is exceptionally large. Though called a lizardman, it looked more like an oversized gecko. Its head was indeed that of a lizard, but its legs were longer, allowing it to walk upright, which gave it a vaguely humanoid appearance. Compared to humans, they were short in stature, standing about 1.2 to 1.4 meters tall, with poor eyesight and a slow running speed it hadn't chased after the man who fled earlier. At that moment, the lizard man was in the room, rummaging through the cabinets using its sense of smell. "Hey, are you looking for me?" His villainous heart filled him with courage. Gripping his long sword tightly, he was brimming with battle intent. Hearing Lu Yu's voice, the lizard man turned its head. The moment it saw Lu Yu, it flicked its tongue, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Then it dashed towards Lu Yu. Due to their height, their running speed was only slightly faster than a normal person's walk. Their strength was also unimpressive. As long as one could overcome the fear of the unknown creature, they were actually easy to deal with. Just like Lu Yu right now. "Come on." Lu Yu tightened his grip on the rusty long sword. As the creature charged, he took a half step back and swung his sword in an upward arc. Whoosh! The lizardman, unable to dodge, was split open from belly to chest. Crimson blood along with its entrails gushed out instantly. Lu Yu was a bit surprised by the sight, but without hesitation, he pressed his advantage. Though he lacked combat experience, his 17 points of strength and 15 points of agility gave him a fighting edge far beyond an ordinary person. Whoosh! Another horizontal slash. The Qing Gang's sword carrying a fierce and mournful momentum cut towards the creature's neck. The injured lizard man had no chance to dodge. Thud! Cleanly severed. The lizard man's head traced an arc through the air before hitting the ground. Its body, still standing, slowly toppled over. Just that. Staring at the decapitated corpse on the ground, Lu Yu was stunned. This monster was this weak. He had beheaded it with such ease. If all lizardmen were this easy, then what did he have to be afraid of? Lu Yu was surprised. He noticed a faint black glow emanating from the lifeless corpse of the lizard man. The black glow resonated with the black luster of his sword. Then, as if drawn by some force, it flew onto the Qing Gang sword and merged with it. The black glow on the corpse vanished. Whether it was his imagination or not, the black luster of the Qing Gang's sword seemed to have become slightly more vibrant. Lu Yu checked the sword's information. Weapon tier: Black Iron, energy value 110. According to the system, monsters at the Black Iron advanced tier and above had the potential to produce a core. This lizard man was Black Iron Beginner, clearly without a core. But it could still provide energy to the Qing Gang's sword. So as long as I kill monsters, I can upgrade my weapon. Not bad. Realizing this, a smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Swords generally fall into 3 categories: the flexible sword, the semi-flexible sword, and the rigid sword. The flexible sword is the type wielded by martial arts masters in television dramas. Typically concealed at the waist, it is drawn for combat when necessary, and it is exceedingly difficult for the average person to master. The semi-flexible sword is neither for masters nor for the common folk. It is primarily used in performances. Lu Yu's Qing Gang sword, however, clearly belonged to the 3rd category, the rigid sword. This is the kind of sword used by generals and soldiers in ancient warfare. The Qing Gang sword has a broader blade and is considerably heavier. Lu Yu had initially believed that despite its awakening, his sword, with all the rust covering it, its lethality would be limited. Moreover, the lizard men bore fine scales on their backs, suggesting a formidable defense. He had envisioned the outcome of his duel with the creature as a brutal bludgeoning using the sword's weight to crush his opponent. Never could he have imagined the blade would prove so devastatingly sharp. A single strike after the initial wound cleaved the lizard man clean in two, and it seemed some of the rust had flaked off. Could it be that the rust can be removed? With this thought, Lu Yu did not hesitate. He slammed the Qinggang's sword against the nearby wall. Clang! A crisp metallic ring echoed and rust particles scattered to the floor. The blade itself was revealed immaculate and brand new with the characters Qinggang engraved upon its dark steel surface. Then a faint archaic golden pattern flashed across the metal before vanishing. A fine sword. Lu Yu could not help but exclaim in admiration. A blade so transformed truly deserved the title of divine weapon. It had been worth all the effort he had spent seeking out Su Hao. Brother, that was incredible. The middle-aged man from before, drawn back by the sounds of the fight, had returned. Seeing the decapitated monster on the ground, he couldn't help but praise. You killed it in just 2 strikes. Impressive. You must have had some training, right? Lu Yu glanced at him, but offered no reply. Seeing this, the man's smile turned awkward, but he pressed on to ease the tension. Brother, my name is Lu Jian. What's yours? Lu Yu ignored him, still walking out the door to investigate the other rooms. He had no interest in these strangers, nor any desire to team up with them for survival. His only concern was improving his own strength. The 8th floor's height meant that few monsters would make their way up here. It was a perfect training ground. Watching Lu Yu walk away in silence, Lu Jian's face fell. Once Lu Yu was out of sight, his expression darkened completely. Damn it, he's just got a decent weapon. What's he so high and mighty about? Give me a weapon, and I could kill those monsters just the same. Before he could finish his rant, screams echoed from the street below, startling him so much that he scurried back into his room and slammed the door shut. Lu Yu paid him no mind and continued his search for monsters on the floor. Most rooms with open doors also had their windows wide open. Occasionally a lizard man would climb up. Lu Yu would charge in without a word and engage in close combat. Relying on his superior physical conditioning and the sharp Qinggang sword, he dispatched them with ease one after another. Weapon-grade black iron energy 210, weapon-grade black iron energy 310. The Qinggang sword was rapidly absorbing the monster's energy. After a series of battles, Lu Yu realized these lizard men were not as weak as he had initially thought. While they operated on pure animal instinct, lacked intelligence, and moved slowly, the defensive capabilities of their back scales were not to be underestimated. Even the Qinggang sword could only barely penetrate them, making a one-strike kill impossible. Their weakness lay in their abdomen and neck. Only by targeting these areas could one achieve a decisive effect. His earlier 2-strike kill had been a lucky hit on a weak point. Shaking off his musings, Lu Yu closed the window after dispatching another lizardman, preventing the heavy scent of blood from attracting more monsters. Combat at full strength was physically draining. After killing his 8th lizardman, Lu Yu felt his stamina beginning to wane. 2 more, and then I must rest, he panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. September in the south was still sweltering. After the recent battle, his t-shirt was soaked through with sweat. But just 2 more kills would allow the Qinggang sword to level up, so he resolved to push on. Just as he prepared to continue his fight, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound was not only urgent, but dense, clearly from a large group of people. Quick, quick. Everyone up the stairs. Have they really turned into monsters? Bastards. Shit, they're coming up the stairs. Run, run. Let go of me, damn you. Let go. On my hand. Yuban, save me. Please. Damn it. He'll kill you. Shouts of alarm, screams of agony, pleas for help, and battle cries intermingled in a chaotic cacophony. Lu Yu looked closely and realized that the cosmic storm had instantly disabled all electrical devices. With monsters invading through the hotel's main entrance, the survivors were forced to flee upwards via the stairwell. Since the 8th floor was the top floor, the sheer number of people arriving so quickly meant Lu Yu couldn't get back to Yan Yun's room to let her in. He had no choice but to sheath his sword and follow the crowd into an empty room. People poured in, and within moments 13 or 14 individuals had crammed inside. The previously spacious guest room instantly became crowded. Boom. The door was slammed shut and quickly locked by the others. Huff, huff. The man who closed the door was panting heavily, looking utterly exhausted, leaning against the door as he gasped for air. The others also looked like they had narrowly escaped death. Lu Yu surveyed the group: men, women, the elderly, and children. But men were in the majority, as they naturally possess a physical advantage over women. Hey, holy shit. A skinny man suddenly let out a yelp, pointing a trembling finger towards the corner, unable to form words. What's wrong? What's going on? The others, alarmed by his cry, followed his gaze. Hey, this is corpses. Monster corpses. Someone killed them. Damn, that's impressive. Who did this? 2 bloodied lizardman bodies lay still in the corner beneath the curtains. The sight startled everyone. Upon realizing the monsters were dead, their tension eased a bit. However, they quickly noticed something else. How much time had passed since these monsters appeared? Setting that aside, simply fighting these creatures required immense courage. Yet someone had managed to kill them. It was almost unbelievable. Most seemed to have reached this conclusion, and they began scanning the room for the hidden expert. As their eyes swept over the others, a tall, thin young man suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, boss." Lu Yu was surprised to see the young man addressing him. "Shirley, boss, what are you doing here?" Whether in urban tales or apocalyptic sagas, there are always those villainous, rich, second-generation characters. And these rich heirs invariably have a few loyal lackeys running errands for them. Shirley was one such lackey for Lu Yu. During his university days, he had his eye on Lu Ye's family background. To secure a good job after graduation, he became Lu Ye's underling, serving him tirelessly. Seeing Lu Yu in this room, Shirley was taken aback. It was class time at the university, so Lu Yu shouldn't be here. "I should be asking you that," Lu Yu countered. "Why aren't you at school today?" "I wasn't planning to be. I took the day off to be with my girlfriend, but then those monsters just appeared out of nowhere." Shirley trailed off at a loss for words. He had come to the hotel with his girlfriend last night, planning to spend the day exploring the city. But the world outside had seemingly turned upside down. They were forced back inside by monsters the moment they reached the hotel entrance. "Had tough luck. Tell me about it," Shirley agreed, pulling over a girl with a passable face and alternative style. "Oh, boss, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Healy. Healy, this is the boss I told you about, young Master Lu." Mr. Lu. Healy, still shaken by the monsters, managed to compose herself upon the introduction. Lu Yu gave a slight nod, his gaze passing over her without further interest. Though Healy was decent-looking, she paled in comparison to Xiao Manli and Yin Yun. If a woman's figure, looks, and temperament were scored out of 100, Yin Yun and Xiao Manli were flawless beauties, easily scoring above 90, even without makeup. Healy, even fully made up, would barely reach 80. Where did these monsters even come from? "It's terrifying, just terrifying." "What? Mom, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, honey, mommy's here." The small room was filled with huddled groups. Murmurs and cries blended into a cacophony of fear. Panic spread rapidly through the crowd. Amidst the chaos, a voice dripping with impatience cut through. "Shut the hell up. All of you. Keep it down." The room fell silent instantly. All eyes turned towards the source. A lean, dark-skinned man of medium height was scanning the crowd with a scowl. His position not far from Lu Yu made his harsh voice especially grating to the trio. Seeing the man was shorter than him, Shirley shot back. "Who the hell are you? Why are you yelling so loud? You're deafening me." Shirley, accustomed to throwing his weight around at university, wasn't about to let some stranger act tough. But the lean man wasn't one to back down. He stood up, joined by a companion with dyed yellow hair. "What did you say, you little punk?" "Say it again." "Punk? Who are you calling a punk?" "Whoever answers, he'll kill you." The tension was palpable, everyone seemed on edge, ready to snap. With his girlfriend present, the young and proud Shirley wasn't about to show any weakness. Lu Yu, however, observed more keenly. As Shirley clenched his fists ready to lunge, Lu Yu placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Oh, you want to kill me? Fine," the lean man sneered, turning to the corner. "Brother Fei, this kid says he's going to kill us." Following the lean man's gaze, Shirley noticed a burly man in a black sleeveless shirt crouched in the corner. His skin was dark, but unlike the lean man, his build was imposing. A thick gold chain hung around his neck alongside a tiger tattoo. Chen Fei had overheard the entire exchange. "You want to kill us, kid?" He grinned, a menacing sight. His muscular frame and neck tattoo exuded an overwhelming pressure, and Shirley's bravado evaporated instantly. "Boss, it's a misunderstanding. I wasn't talking about you." Shirley was loath to lose face in front of his girlfriend, but he knew better than to court disaster. Chen Fei's appearance was too intimidating. As a mere student, his only option to avoid a beating was to apologize. "Not about me." Chen Fei sneered. Shirley was on the verge of tears. "I really wasn't talking about you." The lean man chimed in with a smirk. "Brother Fei is my boss. If you want to kill me, you're essentially saying you want to kill our boss too, right?" Shirley was left speechless. Arguing with these thugs was a losing battle. Though he had his girlfriend beside him, and Lu Yu behind him, the three men before them were clearly not to be trifled with. Not only was it unlikely Lu Yu would step in, but even if he did, they'd be outnumbered. Panic began to set in. "Brother Fei, enough talk. Let's just beat him up first." "Yeah, let's have some fun." The lean man and the yellow-haired man goaded each other on, clearly looking for an excuse to vent their frustration. But Chen Fei, though a thug, wasn't a fool. He wouldn't start a fight without knowing his opponent's strength. He looked at Shirley, then at the sword in Lu Yu's arms, and slowly rose to his feet. "Hey kid, are you the boss of this coward?" The coward was of course Shirley. "What's it to you?" Chen Fei squinted. "Did you kill those two monsters?" "No way. He's got to be joking, right? He just looks like a college student." "So what if he's a student? He's tall and has a weapon. You don't underestimate him." Chen Fei's question stunned everyone, all eyes turning to Lu Yu in disbelief. Even Shirley only then noticed the sword Lu Yu was holding. "Hey kid, Brother Fei is talking to you." The yellow-haired man, annoyed by Lu Yu's silence, prompted him. Lu Yu frowned slightly at this. Getting provoked by thugs in a shelter, and then beating them up to show off. Isn't that the kind of plot reserved for protagonists? Why was this happening to him? It didn't make any sense. Damn it, are you deaf? Scram. Bang. Seeing that Lu Ye's sword was still sheathed, the yellow-haired man rolled up his sleeves to teach him a lesson. However, before he could even get close, Lu Yu sent him flying with a single kick. Lu Ye's kicks were swift and powerful, leaving Chun Fei and the skinny man utterly stunned. The yellow-haired man, struck in the stomach, writhed on the ground in agony. Seeing the brawl erupt, the others hastily retreated to avoid getting entangled in the trouble. Boss. Shirley watched the scene dumbfounded. Though Lu Yu had always been audacious in his eyes, that was at school. But now what was happening here? Could he not see the situation clearly? Across from them were 3 seasoned thugs. One wrong move could earn a brutal beating. He couldn't fathom why Lu Yu dared to provoke them at this moment. He's done for. This young man is in trouble. Too reckless. The onlookers muttered inwardly. Though they were many, they were mostly ordinary citizens with families to protect, so naturally, they wouldn't step forward to defend a stranger at such a time. It was only natural. You little bastard, he'll kill you. The yellow-haired man, having recovered, rose to his feet, clutching his stomach, and roared. He hadn't expected this guy to dare fight back. Not only fight back, but also call him trash. That was truly seeking death. But just as he was about to draw his weapon and charge at Lu Yu, Chun Fei stopped him. Xiao Yong, hold on. Brother Fei. Chun Fei gestured for him to step back. Once the yellow-haired man retreated, Chun Fei fixed his gaze on Lu Yu. Kid, you think you're tough, huh? He sneered, flexing his arms. Without a word, Lu Yu drew the longsword from his side. Though he knew the dark side of human nature would amplify in the apocalypse. It had been less than an hour since the apocalypse began, and these scumbags were already causing trouble. They were even more villainous than him. But Lu Yu didn't care. Killing in the apocalypse was inevitable anyway. He was mentally prepared. It wouldn't hurt to use these lowlifes for practice. However, as Lu Ye's sword slid from its sheath, revealing its razor-sharp edge, the skinny man suddenly grew excited. Brother Fei, look at his sword. Chun Fei was also stunned, then couldn't help but admire. Tsk tisk, what a fine blade. No wonder he took down those 2 monsters. So that's how it is. Brother, judging by your attire, you don't seem short on cash, so buying it might be inappropriate. How about you just give me the sword? If you hand it over, I'll let bygones be bygones about Xiao Yong, and I'll even offer protection to the 3 of you. Deal. After saying this, Chun Fei, still uneasy, quickly added, look, we're adults if our combat skills are far superior to yours 3 students. Lu Ye's scabbard hadn't undergone the same transformation as the Qin Gang sword itself, so the scabbard remained heavily rusted. When they first saw Lu Yu, they assumed the sword was ordinary, and that had merely been lucky to kill those lizard monsters. But now, the dark cyan blade gleamed with a dazzling cold light. It was clearly a real sword, not one of those decorative props for shows. Chun Fei's heart stirred with desire. With such a blade, his strength would multiply exponentially, and he wouldn't be so helpless against those monsters outside. Lu Yu ignored Chun Fei, quickly assessing the situation. He had expended considerable energy hunting those lizard creatures earlier. Now with his remaining strength, he was no match for these 3, and Ding Feng and Shueli were still next door, too far to come to his aid. So to escape unscathed, he needed to find a chance to strike decisively. Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Chun Fei's patience wore thin as Lu Yu remained silent. You want the sword? Fine. Lu Yu extended the sword directly. Come and take it. You asked for it. Chun Fei cursed, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes as he pulled out a folding knife. This kind of knife was useless against the fierce monsters outside. But against these inexperienced humans, it was a deadly weapon. They'll say it once, you'll hand over that sword whether you like it or not. With that, Chun Fei lunged at Lu Yu. As the saying goes, a foot longer, a foot stronger. Though Lu Ye's longsword was clearly more lethal than his dagger, Chun Fei had an ace up his sleeve. He had noticed Lu Ye's t-shirt was soaked with sweat, and his slight panting indicated severe exhaustion. With his own skills, taking down a worn-out brat should be a piece of cake. Once he had that divine weapon, he wouldn't be chased around like a stray dog by those monsters. So he charged without hesitation. He didn't hesitate, but he was wrong. Terribly wrong. Lu Ye's stamina was indeed severely depleted. Even with the divine Qin Gang sword in a brawl, he might not be stronger than a fully energized Chun Fei. But he wasn't a pure warrior who needed to fight in close quarters, was he? No. Seeing his opponent rushing at him, Lu Yu swung his longsword without a second thought. A translucent azure blade of energy shot forth, like sword chi. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind followed. Whoosh. Hiss. Crash. The sudden gale left everyone around unable to open their eyes. Small ornaments were knocked over by the force of the swing. Chun Fei never expected such a move. His expression changed, but he couldn't dodge in time. Thud. Bang. Chun Fei's body froze, then was blasted backward by the gale, slamming into the wall behind him. His folding knife clattered to the ground, and his black spandex vest was slashed open. From his left ribs to his right shoulder. Blood gushed from the wound, quickly staining his clothes red. Ah! Chun Fei let out a pig-like scream. But Lu Ye's gaze was fixed on his left hand. On his left arm, a layer of earthy yellow rock had formed. So you've awakened an earth-based ability. No wonder you were so confident. After the cosmic storm, a small fraction of humanity became awakened. Among the awakened, an even smaller fraction developed supernatural abilities. In other words, ability users were extremely rare, even among the awakened, let alone compared to ordinary people. Chun Fei, upon discovering his newly awakened ability, felt himself to be extraordinary. From start to finish, he had never regarded Lu Yu with any seriousness. He believed that with his petrified left arm, he could block Lu Ye's Qingang's sword and catch him off guard. Unexpectedly, you've also awakened an ability. Chun Fei clutched his chest, speaking with an expression of utter disbelief. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. Even the skinny guy and the blonde punk were shocked, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Ability? What the hell? Were they both using abilities just now? You realized it too late. Surely, Lu Yu was about to stride over and finish the man off, but then a thought struck him, and he slowly turned his gaze towards Shirley beside him. Boss. Shirley was slow to snap out of it. Everything that had just happened was simply too incredible. Forget the monsters that suddenly appeared. What was the deal with you two humans? One of you throws out sword chi with a mere wave of your sword. The other wraps his entire arm in rock. Was this a fight between a cultivator and a mutant? Go over there and kill him. Lu Yu stated his intention directly. Whether to prevent the enemy's desperate last stand, or to get his lackey Shirley quickly into the swing of things, Lu Yu shouldn't do it himself. His calm words filled the injured Chun Fei with terror, and also snapped Shirley back to reality. Huh, boss, did I hear that right? You want me to kill him? What? Didn't you hear me clearly? No. Boss, I could probably kill a chicken, but killing a person, that's illegal, isn't it? Shirley was clearly scared. As a law-abiding citizen, the thought of killing someone had never even crossed his mind in his entire life. Illegal? Lu Yu sneered in reply. And what do you think of the ability I just used? Of course it's awesome, like a sword immortal from the movies. Shirley answered without hesitation. The exchange between the two had been so brief that he only saw Lu Yu wave his sword and Chun Fei get sent flying. Then Chun Fei was bleeding profusely, practically crippled. If that's not a sword immortal, what is? So do you think laws will still exist when abilities like this appear? Lu Yu's voice remained calm, but it landed like a bombshell, freezing everyone present in place. They had been astonished by the abilities of Lu Yu and Chun Fei. But now, Lu Yu's words carried a weight no less shocking than the thunderclap from earlier. Indeed, if supernatural powers have appeared, will the law still exist? Before coming here, even before Lu Yu uttered those words, they had all harbored a faint hope. They thought that although the monsters outside were brutal and had killed many, they weren't truly terrifying. After all, with such advanced modern weaponry, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to wipe out these monsters? All they had to do was find a place to hide, and their public servants would surely come to their rescue with guns and tanks. Shirley wasn't alone in this belief, but most ordinary people thought the same. But now Lu Yu's words had opened their eyes. The awakening of supernatural abilities signified unprecedented changes in this world. In other words, weren't other places likely also being invaded by monsters, just like Yinqing? Under such circumstances, the law would inevitably collapse quickly. What kind of disaster would it be when humanity was no longer bound by law? They dared not imagine. But, boss. Shirley hesitated for a moment, seemingly still afraid. Lu Yu directly raised his hand to interrupt him. If you kill him, you can continue to follow me. If you don't dare, then don't call me boss anymore. Lu Yu issued his ultimatum. An ability is a form of energy within the body, much like the inner force in martial arts novels. Except it doesn't reside in the dantian. Instead, it exists within all the extraordinary meridians of the body. Each person's ability has a different attribute, and naturally the form it takes also differs. Lu Yu's wind attribute ability not only allowed him to unleash fierce gales, but also to compress this wind energy into wind blades. He could then fling them out with his hand, just like when he dealt with Chun Fei earlier. Yes, the sword was merely a decoy aimed purely at looking cooler. In reality, Lu Yu had thrown it with his hand. This was a lethal technique he had developed while fighting monsters alone before. However, his ability level was still low, and the power and number of wind blades he could release were quite limited. He could release at most 5 wind blades of that magnitude. He had already used 2 to kill the lizard men earlier, and now he had used 1 more. Fortunately, using abilities consumed mental energy and internal energy, with the drain on physical stamina being almost negligible. So even if Lu Yu's physical strength was nearly depleted, he could still fight using his abilities. As for this Chun Fei, he was an Earth attribute user, but his control over his ability was clearly not as proficient as Lu Yu's. He could only cover the skin of his arm with rock. He had probably just discovered this ability while fleeing. Without any enhancement to his physical attributes, he simply couldn't dodge Lu Yu's wind blades in time. If he had familiarized himself more with his ability and covered his body with a layer of rock, as well, Lu Yu might not have won so easily. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Shirley fell into deep thought again. Actually, whether he called Lu Yu boss or not didn't matter much. It was just that what Lu Yu had said was too shocking. If other places were as chaotic as Yinqing, the military wouldn't be able to arrive in time for rescue. They might not even come at all. By then, with water, electricity, and networks all down, humanity would have to rely solely on themselves to survive. Under such circumstances, finding a powerful patron to latch onto was absolutely necessary, and the ability Lu Yu had displayed certainly qualified him as a very sturdy patron. Was he to defy Lu Ye's orders and go his own way, or kill Chen Fei and continue to be Lu Ye's lackey? Alright boss, I'll kill him. After who knows how long, Shirley finally gritted his teeth. He had made up his mind to continue being Lu Ye's lackey, because even if Lu Yu was wrong, an order would be restored in a few days. With so many people already dead outside, who would care about one or two more? A wise decision. Lu Yu curled his lips into a smile. Go on, pick up that knife. You dare. Chen Fei shouted in anger. He was severely injured due to his arrogance, and was no longer a match for Lu Yu. But faced with death, how could he just sit there and wait for it? You, stay back. Kid, you dare touch our brother Fei. Seeing the murderous intent in Lu Ye's eyes, the blonde punk and the skinny guy were terrified. Even their voices trembled as they spoke. They had thought Chen Fei was ruthless, but now it seemed this student named Lu Yu was no pushover either. If you want to be buried with your brother Fei, I don't mind helping you out. Seeing their intention to obstruct, Lu Yu coldly uttered these words. As a villainous boss, Lu Yu naturally had to have his own underlings. Otherwise, if he had to do everything himself, how could he even be called a villain boss? Moreover, he needed his own power base to deal with the protagonist. So he decided to keep Shirley as his underling. After all, with his villains, he wasn't afraid of these guys betraying him. Lu Ye's icy voice made Chen Fei's two lackeys dare not act rashly. It also filled Shirley, who had been about to stop, with confidence. He carefully picked up the folding knife that Chen Fei had dropped on the floor. Then he walked slowly towards Chen Fei. Fuck you, dare to touch me. Chen Fei cursed angrily, trying to use his last bit of strength to save his own life. But Lu Ye's wind blade had cut his wound deep. Bright red blood was still flowing without stopping. What happens when a person loses too much blood? They feel nauseous vomit, and their body fails to function properly, leading to fainting. So when Chen Fei used his last strength to stand up, intending to make a final desperate move with his ability, a wave of dizziness instantly swept through his entire body. Then the world spun around him. Thud! Chen Fei fell straight to the ground. Although he was still conscious, his body could no longer move. Seeing this, Shirley couldn't help but grin, fully embracing his role as a loyal henchman, and began to kick a man when he was down. Hey, you're in this state, and still talking tough. Weren't you just acting all high and mighty? Come on, shout. Keep shouting. Damn it. Don't kill me. Feeling the dizziness in his head, Chen Fei was finally terrified. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Isn't it a bit late to beg for mercy now, eh? Lu Yu, like a demon, continued to instigate. Shirley, imagine if I were just an ordinary college student just now, what would have happened to you? Hearing this, Shirley, who had been hesitating, immediately had a firm look in his eyes. Yeah, this guy was really arrogant just now. If it weren't for Lu Yu awakening his special ability and drawing the hatred away for him, then wouldn't he have been beaten black and blue today, losing all face in front of his girlfriend? Or even because of that beating, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the monsters outside and would have died at their hands. Thinking of this, he tightened his grip on the knife. And Chen Fei's expression turned from fear to terror. The fear of death made him forget everything else as he desperately cried out to the other survivors for help. Help me, please help me. Hearing this, the crowd stirred slightly, but in the end no one was willing to step forward for him. They hadn't dared to offend Chen Fei for Lu Yu earlier. Now they certainly didn't dare to offend Lu Yu for Chen Fei. As for the two lackeys, they were already hiding in a corner, trembling. Go to hell. Shirley plunged the folding knife deeply into Chen Fei's heart. And seemingly to overcome his inner fear, he went crazy, viciously stabbing Chen Fei's body again and again. Stab after stab, causing blood to spurt and flesh to fly. It was a horrifying sight that chilled the onlookers to the bone. 5 minutes later, among the crowd, a mother had already covered her 6-year-old daughter's eyes. Chen Fei's corpse was thrown out of the window downstairs by 2 onlookers. Thud! The moment the body hit the ground, a swarm of lizard men rushed over. They quickly tore Chen Fei's body apart. Back in the room on the 8th floor, looking at Shirley, who was panting heavily, his hands covered in blood, and still in shock, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. This guy had actually killed someone. Although he was instigated by Lu Yu. But this wasn't something just anyone could do, right? Don't be nervous. Lu Yu sheathed his Qingang sword, patted Shirley on the shoulder, and looked at the tense crowd, comforting them. Although we just killed someone, you all know the sequence of events better than I do. As long as you behave yourselves, I guarantee that what happened just now won't happen again. Yes, the young brother is right. Chen Fei was in the wrong first. We all saw it. A man in a short-sleeved white shirt who looked like a manager stepped forward to smooth things over. Am I right, everyone? The man had intended to ease the tension, but the others didn't seem to buy it. In fact, they even looked at him with a hint of contempt. The man was extremely embarrassed, but Lu Yu didn't care. Instead, he turned his gaze to this man. What's your name? Me. My name is Zhang Ming. The man was flattered, but quickly spoke up. He was nearly 40 years old, but the strength Lu Yu had shown and the calmness he displayed when ordering Shirley to kill had made him forget the other's age. Let me give you a piece of advice. What advice? You've all seen the situation outside. I can tell you clearly now that this kind of fearful life is just beginning. Lu Yu continued, if you want to survive properly, it's best to choose a wise leader. A wise leader. That's right. Young brother, you said this kind of life is just beginning. No way. Really. Believe it or not. Zhang Ming snapped back to reality. Young brother, if what you say is true, then how can we survive? That's your business, not mine. Huh. Aren't you going to stay with us? Sorry, I have my own things to do. With that, Lu Yu looked at Shirley and said, Shirley, let's go. Oh. Okay, boss. Shirley still hadn't fully recovered from the killing. Hearing Lu Yu's words, he quickly grabbed his girlfriend and followed. Hey, brother, you. Watching the backs of Lu Yu and the others leaving, Zhang Ming wanted to say something more, but the words got stuck in his throat. The calmness and strength Lu Yu had just shown did give off a reliable feeling. But this kid dared to kill. As an ordinary person, no one wanted to be in the same room with someone like that. So, let him leave. It was better than being killed by him inexplicably. As for the yellow-haired guy and the skinny guy, those two were scared stiff by the scene of Shirley killing Ye Fei. They didn't even have the courage to look up at Lu Yu's back now. What should we do next? Let's discuss it. The survivors in the room ignored the yellow-haired guy and the skinny guy. They quickly gathered together to discuss their next move. And Lu Yu, who had left the room, also didn't care about the fate of these survivors. These people were strangers to him. In peaceful times, ordinary people don't usually care about the fate of strangers, let alone in this apocalypse. Hee. The sudden roar of a monster attracted Lu Yu's attention as he was about to return to his room. Zombie. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed. He instantly recognized the type of monster. Of the monsters outside, besides the lizard men and the scythe mantises, there were only zombies. Only zombies made this kind of nauseating roar. Boss. Shirley still hadn't snapped out of the panic from killing someone. Hearing the zombies roar now, his legs felt weak, and even his voice was trembling. Healy was even more frightened, hiding behind Shirley. Lu Yu ignored the two of them, just gripping his sword and carefully walking towards the source of the sound. Soon at the end of the corridor, the sight of two zombies devouring a corpse came into view. Lu Yu glanced at them. Name: common zombie. Grade: black iron beginner. Description: created by cosmic storms altering genes, has no vision, hunts by smell and hearing. Initial abilities vary from person to person, but their abilities will strengthen over time. It carries a highly contagious corpse toxin transmitted through wounds, claws, and teeth. A male and female zombie, both elderly, still clad in their nightwear. They appeared to be a couple staying at the hotel. The door beside them was ajar, the lock slightly damaged. Likely the earlier survivors had tried to force their way in, only to encounter these creatures upon opening the door. Lu Yu studied them carefully. There was not a single intact spot left on their bodies. Their flesh had rotted, covered in pustules, their skin and clothes stained with black, clotted blood. They were crouched on the ground, gnawing on a human thigh. Blood stained the floor crimson. The thick, pungent stench of blood hit Lu Yu's nostrils, causing his stomach to churn. Fortunately, Lu Yu possessed a villain's heart and exceptional adaptability. Otherwise, he would have certainly vomited. Suppressing his nausea, he tightened his grip on his sword. Zombies are monsters formed by human genetic mutation, and there are many types. Crawlers, clawed zombies, giant strength zombies, and so on. These two belonged to the most basic tier. Generally, basic zombies were not very fast, but because they carried the zombie virus, Lu Yu needed to avoid close combat with them. Clatter. Lu Yu deliberately made a slight noise. Since they had no vision and hunted only by smell and hearing, and the corridor's scent of blood was too heavy. While they were feeding with their backs to Lu Yu, they couldn't see or smell him. They could only rely on hearing. Upon hearing the sound Lu Yu made, they detected his presence. Roar. Their predatory, bloodthirsty instinct made them drop their food, and without a second thought rise and lunge towards Lu Yu. Due to their rotted and decayed bodies, their movements were slow. Even their running speed was inferior to that of a same-level lizard man. Lu Yu didn't waste any more time. He casually swung his longsword twice, unleashing the remaining two wind blades. Whoosh, whoosh. The two blades flew one after another towards the zombies' heads. His mental strength, twice that of a normal person, was still formidable. At least at this distance, Lu Yu couldn't miss. Thud, thud. The powerful wind force not only severed the zombies' heads, but also blasted them away. Boss, awesome. Seeing this, Shirley snapped back to reality and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Earlier in the room, he hadn't seen it clearly. But now he saw it clearly. Damn, that really was sword energy, wasn't it? It seemed he hadn't latched onto the wrong big shot after all. Lu Yu ignored him, however, because the fallen zombies were getting back up. Can't cut through the skull. Lu Yu frowned slightly. The data on zombies didn't specify their weakness. So Lu Yu could only rely on the default rules from various movies and novels. Attacking the head seemed to be the standard protocol all protagonists followed when facing zombies. But his wind blade's lethality was quite limited right now, with an effective range of about 10 meters. Its width was 1 centimeter, and its length about 30 centimeters. Such power could only slice through the zombie's skin and flesh, even injuring the bone, but it couldn't cut through their skull. Lu Yu had no choice but to grip his sword tightly and charge in for close combat. Fortunately, although his two wind blades hadn't cleaved their skulls, they still packed a punch. With their brains heavily impacted, the zombies moved even slower than before. Then under the sharp edge of the Qinggang's sword. Thud, thud, 2 headshots. Zombies. Defeated. Weapon grade black iron energy 910, weapon grade black iron energy 1010. Congratulations, your weapon grade has increased. Weapon grade bronze energy 0100, the ancient golden patterns flashed once more. Could the blade's original dark blue-black color actually turn bronze? Does killing zombies also yield weapon energy? Not bad, not bad. Seeing the Qinggang sword advance from black iron to bronze grade, Lu Yu was quite satisfied. Although he didn't know what changes the sword's advancement brought, it was obvious that a higher grade meant greater power. He quickly scanned the current situation on the 8th floor. Since most people from the lower floors had fled to the 8th floor, there were no vacant rooms left on the entire floor except for the one he had just cleared. The stairwell fire door that hadn't been closed in time was now blocked by someone unknown. Given the destructive power of the monsters outside, unless something inside attracted them, it was highly unlikely they would break through. With the elevators non-functional, the only way for monsters to threaten the safety of those on the 8th floor was through the windows. In other words, the floor Lu Yu was on was temporarily safe. Phew, let's go. Lu Yu let out a long breath, casually pulled over a curtain to wipe the gore and blood off the Qinggang's sword. Then, suppressing his disgust, he dragged the 2 zombie corpses into the room and shut the room's window and door. Boss, this sword of yours isn't an ordinary weapon, is it? Shirley finally voiced the doubt in his mind. He had wanted to ask earlier, but never found the chance. Although the scene of the Qinggang sword absorbing that wisp of black energy wasn't caught by them in the dimly lit corridor. But the sword's color change was undeniable, right? And after chopping through a zombie's skull bone, it didn't even have a single tiny nick. That clearly defied common sense. Lu Yu didn't hide it, either, looking at Shirley with a playful smile. Do you want one? Yes. Shirley instinctively nodded, but then a thought struck him, and he quickly shook his head. No, I don't want it. It's fine. In this kind of messed-up environment, it's normal to want a good weapon. Lu Yu patted Shirley on the shoulder and said earnestly, I don't mind telling you the truth. As long as you serve me loyally as you did before, you won't be short of these things in the future. Ray. Really, boss? Have I ever lied to you? Thank you then, boss. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Shirley became excited. The unease he felt after killing earlier was instantly cast to the back of his mind. Judging from Lu Yu's performance, the outside world had undoubtedly changed completely. In this environment where one had to rely solely on oneself for survival, Lu Yu was absolutely a reliable pillar of support. Now that this pillar had given him such a promise, whether or not it could be fulfilled, it was like a soothing balm for his heart. He felt an immense sense of security. This feeling reminded him of the scene when he killed Ye Fei. He didn't understand what kind of feeling it was. He only knew that Lu Yu with his strength had awed the entire crowd. And when he went to kill, no one dared to make a move. When Ye Fei's corpse was thrown out the window, it was also a single word from Lu Yu that made 2 men come forward to help. This was the deterrent force brought by strength. It was also the power brought by strength. Yes, that was it, power. The power that men yearned for. Although this power belonged to Lu Yu, as long as he became Lu Yu's lackey, he could completely bask in his reflected glory, right? Thinking of this, Shirley's heart even held a trace of longing. Name: Shirley, age 21, height 176 centimeters, weight 128 kilograms, betrayal rate 31. Seeing Shirley's betrayal rate, Lu Yu knew his words had taken effect. Without further ado, he led Shirley to knock on Shirley's door. You two rest here for now. In the afternoon, I'll arrange other rooms for you. Yes, boss. Shirley was now full of drive. The door opened, and Shirley stood at the entrance. Young Master Lu. They'll stay with you for now. All right. Ding Feng, come with me to get some food. Okay, young Master Lu. After settling Shirley and the others, Lu Yu had Shirley produce the keys and grabbed some food from the adjacent storage room. Lu Yu had prepared 2 storage rooms and 1 armory on this floor. Shirley held all the keys. Lu Yu took a few slices of bread, some ham sausages, and 2 bottles of yogurt drink. After Ding Feng also grabbed his share, he locked the storage room and returned to his own door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yu knocked on the door. Who is it? A wary voice from inside reached Lu Yu's ears. Upon hearing it, Lu Yu frowned deeply, because this voice wasn't Yin Yun's. Realizing the voice inside wasn't Yin Yun, a sudden thought struck Lu Yu. Could the plot head encountered as the protagonist be tied to Yin Yun, the female lead? If he sees the female lead, would he also seize the plot that revolved around her? Yet he had no time to ponder further. He quickly signaled Ding Feng, who had not walked far. Understanding the cue, Ding Feng swiftly returned their food to room 8006, then summoned Shirley and Shirley. The 3 of them grabbed their weapons and cautiously made their way over. Lu Yu gave the 3 a hidden gesture to conceal themselves. Once they were hidden, he spoke in a calm tone. It's me, open the door. Yin Yun's voice then echoed from within. Lu Yu? Is that Lu Yu? Yes. Do you know that guy outside? It was a middle-aged woman's voice. Yes. He's my classmate. Yin Yun, unsure of her current relationship with Lu Yu, could only use the term classmate as a vague response. Shirley, standing outside the door, found Yin Yun's voice oddly familiar. Before he could dwell on it, another man's voice cut in. Hey, what are you doing? Yin Yun replied matter-of-factly, I'm opening the door for Lu Yu and I. Open the door? What door? The man retorted with displeasure. It's dangerous outside right now. How can you just open the door for anyone? What do you mean, anyone? Lu Yu is my classmate, not a stranger. It doesn't matter. Why not? Yin Yun felt a surge of irritation at these words. Although she still couldn't forgive what Lu Yu had done to her last night, one thing was separate from another. This room was originally booked by Lu Yu. The people who had come into the room now were the true outsiders. She had kindly let them in, and they were repaying her kindness with ingratitude. You ask why the man bellowed. You saw what happened downstairs. Those bitten by those monsters got back up and continued biting others. That guy has been out there for a long time, and only now comes knocking. Who knows if he's been bitten? What if he comes in and turns into one of those things? He's standing out there perfectly fine. How could he have been bitten? Yin Yun found these people utterly unreasonable. The bitten humans downstairs only turned after being killed. Lu Yu was alive, and well, how could he possibly become one of them? Miss, you should listen to Brother Zhao. Yeah, Miss Manager, Zhao makes a good point. With so many people in this room now, it would be a disaster if one of us turned into one of those monsters. He can't come in. Right, he can't come in. Then it's you who should leave. Furious at the chorus of objections, Yin Yun snapped. This is mine and Lu Ye's room. We have the right to use it. What right do you have to stop him from coming in? If you're so afraid he'll turn, then go find another place. Your room. Manager Zhao scoffed. But this is clearly a hotel room. How is it yours? Manager Zhao was the manager of the second-floor restaurant. When the apocalypse struck, he had been flirting with the front desk girl in the lobby. Several zombies rushed in, and the girl was the first to be bitten to death. This had dealt a massive blow to his fragile psyche. What terrified him even more was that the girl, after being killed, had stood back up. This discovery had scared him witless. So even if Lu Yu was the guest who had booked the room, he wouldn't easily allow him to open the door. Exactly. How much did you pay for this room? Well, pay double. But we absolutely cannot open the door. Right? The others, united in their fears, sided with Manager Zhao. Life was precious, and no one was willing to gamble with it. Yin Yun was frantic but helpless as the two middle-aged women had cornered her. She was just a weak woman. How could she fight these two formidable aunties? As the argument raged on, Lu Ye's voice sounded calmly from outside the door. I'm not hurt. If you don't believe me, open the door and check. If I were injured, I wouldn't need you to tell me. Why do you leave on my own? Lu Ye's composed tone left the people inside exchanging bewildered glances, seemingly surprised by his words. Yin Yun was deeply shaken, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She was shocked because Lu Yu, this rich second generation, could utter such selfless words. Leave on his own if injured, not implicate others. Her guilt stemmed from the fact that Lu Yu had told her not to open the door for anyone before he left. But when people had desperately knocked and begged, her heart had softened. It was her poor decision that had led to Lu Yu, the rightful owner, being locked out. Are you really not hurt? Manager Zhao's voice came from behind the door. He didn't know what Yin Yun was thinking, but with the apocalypse just beginning, the worst of human nature hadn't fully surfaced. Hearing Lu Ye's words, he relaxed his guard a little. Just open the door and see for yourself, won't you? Lu Ye's voice remained calm. The conversation inside wasn't quiet, and he had heard every word clearly from outside. He knew exactly what was happening. But Yin Yun was still useful to him, and forcing the door would only complicate matters later. So the best course of action was to trick them into opening the door. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Manager Zhao was still uneasy. He peered through the peephole, and seeing Lu Yu was alone, finally lowered his guard. Xiao Wang opened the door. He picked up a nearby lamp and gestured to a young man. The young man, Xiao Wang, was reluctant, but felt he had no choice. He was just a restaurant waiter, and the ingrained belief that the manager is my superior held strong. With the apocalypse just starting and society's norms not yet shattered, he could only steel himself to open the door. But the moment he unlatched the safety lock, bang! Lu Yu slammed his foot against the door with tremendous force. Taken by surprise, Xiao Wang was struck on the nose as the door flew back. Bright red blood quickly streamed from his nostrils, and he let out a scream, clutching his face. The others in the room, startled by the commotion, jumped to their feet. You little brat'll fucking. Manager Zhao raised his lamp to strike, but Lu Yu wasn't alone. The moment Lu Yu kicked the door, Shui Li and Ding Feng rushed in first, brandishing their pre-prepared daggers. Before Manager Zhao could bring the lamp down, Shui Li seized his wrist. In the next instant, the dagger was pressed against his throat. Don't move. Silence. A deathly silence. The sudden silent strike of a dagger brought Manager Zhao's reprimands to an abrupt halt. Xiao Wang, standing nearby, was completely caught off guard. By the time he snapped back to his senses, Ding Feng had already slammed his foot into his chest. Bang! Xiao Wang was knocked to the floor, one hand clutching his nose, the other his chest curled into a tight ball, letting out continuous pained groans. Although he was a grown man, Lu Yu was the son of a billionaire. The bodyguards around him were all seasoned fighters. If they couldn't take down the protagonist, how could they possibly lose to these ordinary people? After Manager Zhao's wrist, which was holding the lamp, was seized by Xue Li, he also noticed the dagger in Xue Li's hand. A wise man knows better than to fight when outmatched. He reluctantly placed the lamp back on the shoe cabinet and put on a placating smile for everyone. Brother, let's talk this out. No need for violence, right? Shirley, who was last to enter, closed the door, and upon seeing Yin Yun in the room, was suddenly enlightened. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It was our school's famous campus belle, Yin Yun. Wait a minute, the boss is living with Yin Yun. Damn, is our boss really this impressive? He even managed to get with the campus belle, Yin Yun. Amazing, my bro. Lu Yu ignored him, walked over to Manager Zhao, and gave him a look. Talk it out. The moment he spoke, Lu Yu suddenly lunged forward, landing a heavy punch to Manager Zhao's gut. Bang. Manager Zhao cried out in pain from the blow. He instinctively bent over, clutching his stomach. Without any pause, Lu Yu grabbed his hair, yanked his head down, and drove his knee straight into his face. Dazed and confused from the rapid combo, blood streaming from his nose. Before he could react, he was met with a powerful kick. You lot invade my space and tell me to talk it out. Lu Yu's eyes were now utterly frigid. This coldness was partly directed at Yin Yun, but mostly at the others. Even in this situation, Lu Yu hadn't expected any kindness from strangers. But since they had done this, they would have to face the consequences. Manager Zhao was kicked to the ground, clutching his face, letting out agonized groans. Lu Yu paid him no more attention, first glancing at Yin Yun, then turning his gaze to the others. Including Yin Yun, there were 8 people in the room. Besides Yin Yun, Manager Zhao, and Xiao Wang. There were 2 other men, 1 woman, and 2 middle-aged women. Brother, we had no choice. One of the men, seeing Lu Yu's aggressive approach, quickly tried to explain. It's dangerous outside, you should understand. Yeah, young man, we only did this for everyone's safety. Besides, didn't we let you in? The middle-aged woman beside Yin Yun chimed in with a smile. Let Manager Zhao and Xiao Wang go. Let's be peaceful, make money together. Lu Yu's side had 4 men, all armed. Although their group also had 4 men, 2 were already down. Faced with such a disparity in strength, their tone of voice became noticeably friendlier. Make money together. Fine. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Since you haven't caused me any real harm, I'll let you off this time. Shirley. Boss. Throw these guys out. Throw them out. Shirley was stunned for a second, then asked in confusion. Boss, throw them down the stairs, or into the hallway. If you can throw them down the stairs, go ahead. Huh. Oh, I got it, boss. Lu Yu's explanation left Shirley feeling quite awkward. He quickly went over to Xiao Wang, who was still nursing his bloody nose from Lu Yu's kick. Hey, young man, are you going to be reasonable, or not? Hearing that they were going to be thrown out, the middle-aged women were the first to panic. It's dangerous out there now. What's the harm in letting us hide here for a bit? Exactly. Have you no compassion? This is a hotel room, not your private villa. What right do you have to kick us out? It's just that we didn't let you in right away. Is it that big a deal? We'll just pay you some rent. Not leaving. Tired of the women's incessant chatter, Lu Yu drew his sword again. Fine, then you can all stay. No, don't do anything rash. Seeing Lu Yu draw his sword, the still bleeding Xiao Wang got scared. He could tell these guys were not to be trifled with. Even if they wouldn't kill, they might still stab him a couple of times. He'll go. Xiao Wang was on the verge of tears. When he had opened the door for Lu Yu earlier, he had thought it through. This guy named Lu Yu had just come in from outside, so it should be safe out there now. Either way, it was a dead end staying here. Leaving might just offer a glimmer of hope. With that thought, ignoring the others, Xiao Wang scrambled to his feet, carefully opened the door, and seeing that it was indeed safe outside as had hoped, he quickly fled the room. Hey, Xiao Wang, you. Since Xiao Wang is gone, I think I should go too. Brother, is it okay if I leave? The other man in the room looked a bit embarrassed and asked tentatively. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before finally deciding against it. He should have taken them all out, but his strength was nearly depleted. If he forced a fight now, it would surely provoke desperate resistance. Even if he could rely on Xue Li and Ding Feng to finish them off, he wouldn't have the energy left to deal with the monsters outside. It just wasn't worth it. So, get lost. The man felt as if he had been granted a pardon, quickly grabbed the woman and rushed out the door. The other man and Manager Zhao, seeing this, also followed suit with apologies. Soon only the 2 middle-aged women remained in the room, still seated on the sofa. Lu Yu walked over slowly, looking at the 2 of them. Aren't you leaving? No. One of the women sat on the sofa looking utterly defiant. Ignoring the other woman's attempts to tug at her sleeve as a warning, they're afraid of you, but I'm not. I've lived this long, do you think I'm scared of you little brats? Lu Yu emphasized again, this is my room. So what? This is a society governed by law. You wouldn't actually dare to use a knife on me, would you? Are you sure you want leave? No. Whoosh. A flash of cold light, and the woman's words were cut short. She clutched her neck in terror, staring at Lu Yu in disbelief. Gush. Blood sprayed from her neck, splattering across the face of the woman beside her. Shueli Ding Feng, throw her down the stairs. Lu Yu acted decisively without any hesitation. Earlier, with too many people around, it wasn't the right time to make a move. Now that only the two middle-aged women remained, his previous reservations vanished. The Qing Gang's sword, now evolved into a bronze-tier weapon, was far sharper than before. Not to mention that the spot he had slashed was her throat. Even if it were her neck, this single strike could have easily severed it. This middle-aged woman was named Wu Lan. She was a demolition beneficiary owning a 6-story building compensated by the government. The elderly couple didn't work much, relying on their pensions and rental income to get by. However, Yinqing was a third-tier city. Her property's location was extremely remote and couldn't command high rent. So to earn some extra cash, she often found excuses to deduct tenants' deposits. Scratched walls, broken light bulbs, cracked floor tiles. All were reasons for her to withhold the deposit. The typical housing deposit wasn't much, just a few hundred yuan. But she enjoyed taking this advantage, and there was little you could do about it. Today she had come to the supermarket with her friend to do some shopping. Unexpectedly, as they passed by the Rhine Hotel, they were startled by the sudden dense fog. Then came the cosmic storm and the monster invasion. She fled into the hotel in a panic with the others. Initially, everyone was safe. But as time passed, when monsters started breaking in from the hotel lobby, they were forced to flee upstairs. After all that trouble, they finally reached the top-floor guest rooms, found a safe spot, and now someone was trying to kick them out. On what grounds? It was so dangerous outside and safe here, why should she leave? As far as she was concerned, young people nowadays had absolutely no respect for their elders. And he dared to threaten her with a knife. Did he think she was born yesterday? Don't forget, this was a society governed by law, and her son was also a formidable figure. Why had she suddenly lost her voice? And what was this bright red liquid on her hands? Why was her head spinning so much? With the other woman's piercing scream, Wu Lan seemed to realize something, staring at Lu Yu in utter disbelief. This guy actually dared to kill someone. How could that be? Wu Lan couldn't believe her judgment, but her vision was growing increasingly blurry. Thud! She fell stiffly onto the sofa, and the world around her plunged into darkness. The bright red liquid on her neck flowed endlessly, draining away her remaining body heat. Lu Yu coldly stared at the other screaming woman. Shut up. Whimper. The woman quickly covered her mouth, desperately trying to stifle her sobs. Still not leaving. Hearing Lu Yu's icy voice, the woman fled in terror, scrambling out of the room as if her life depended on it. Murder! Murder! After she had distanced herself, her terrified cries echoed from the corridor outside. But no one opened their door to check on her, because that kind of sound signified danger. They had heard it too many times before reaching the 8th floor. Inside the room, Yin Yun was already scared out of her wits. At this moment, she was covering her mouth, looking at Lu Yu in terror. She couldn't understand why he dared to kill. Wasn't he just an ordinary rich kid student before? Shirley was also stunned. In his understanding, Lu Yu was just a rich kid who could throw his weight around at school. Getting into a few fights was already the limit for a student. Even when he had previously ordered him to kill Chen Fei, he thought it was just a whim. Perhaps he wouldn't even dare to kill anyone himself. But now, the most shocked of all had to be Shui Li and Ding Feng. They had worked for the Lu family for a long time and considered themselves familiar with Lu Yu. Killing someone, let alone Lu Yu, even they couldn't have done it so decisively. But Lu Yu didn't hesitate at all. This kid was way too ruthless, wasn't he? But at this moment, they didn't have time to overthink. They quickly followed Lu Yu's orders and got to work. Before the apocalypse, disposing of a body was troublesome, and killing someone would incur legal punishment. But after the apocalypse, all they needed to do was toss the body out onto the street. A minute later, Wu Lan followed in Chen Fei's footsteps, thrown downstairs to become nourishment for those monsters. The bloodstains on the sofa were cleaned up by Shui Li and the others. Shui Li and Ding Feng took Shirley back to their room. The room was left with just Lu Yu and Yin Yun. Yin Yun sat on the bed, not daring to make a sound. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, which had just gotten a new cushion. Leaning back against the sofa, he looked up at the ceiling, letting out a relaxed sigh. So this is what it feels like to kill. Having killed 2 people in a row, Lu Yu felt a slight discomfort in his heart. After all, unlike Chu Feng, who had experienced the apocalypse, he wasn't used to killing without a second thought. But thankfully, he had the heart of a villain, coupled with a week of mental preparation beforehand. The discomfort he felt after killing didn't last long. Although this Wu Lan wasn't a truly wicked person, she didn't deserve to die either. But since she wouldn't listen to reason, Lu Yu didn't want to waste time arguing with her. After calming his emotions, Lu Yu turned his gaze to the girl, who was scared, pale, her hands and feet trembling. Are you afraid of me? No. Yin Yun was panicked, stammering, unsure how to respond. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the bloodstains on Lu Yu's t-shirt, and fear flooded her mind. Remember, just an hour ago, she was a law-abiding citizen. A campus belle of Yanda, living under the sun. A princess held dear by everyone. And Lu Yu was merely a rich kid. A playboy rich kid who only knew how to have fun and idle around at school. But just moments ago, this playboy rich kid had actually killed someone right in front of her. He actually killed someone. Ugh. Vomit. The moment she thought of Wu Lan's blood spraying and her dying with eyes wide open, Yin Yun's stomach churned violently. She quickly covered her mouth and rushed to the trash can nearby. While Lu Yu was out cleaning the corridor, she had been terrified alone. After seeing the situation on the street through the window, she had already vomited many times. But just now Wu Lan had died right before her eyes. Such close-up visual impact was not something an ordinary person could bear. However, since she hadn't eaten breakfast, there wasn't much left for her to throw up. Just as she was about finished vomiting, Lu Ye's voice sounded faintly. Do you know she died because of you? Because of me, okay. How is that possible? Yin Yun was just wiping her mouth with a tissue when she heard this. She looked up at Lu Yu, her face full of disbelief. What nonsense was this guy talking about? Lu Yu calmly explained, if you had taken my words to heart and not let them in, do you think she would have died? You're twisting the facts. If she hadn't let them in, wouldn't they have been killed by the monsters? Yin Yun strongly disagreed with Lu Yu's logic. Yin Yun, it seems you still haven't figured out the current situation, have you? Lu Yu set his sheathed sword aside, then walked over to the window. Come here, take a look. Look outside. The world outside is in chaos. No one is coming to save us. If we want to survive, we have to rely on ourselves. Now tell me, if a monster had been chasing me just now, and you hadn't opened the door in time, what would have been the consequence? Lu Ye's voice was icy cold, his tone dripping with accusation. The shelter he had prepared himself had been occupied by people he didn't even know. And that was bad enough. But these people actually had the audacity to lock him out. How could this not infuriate him? And the root cause of all this was the woman standing before him. This utterly foolish woman. At least she hadn't been stupid enough to reveal where he had hidden his weapons. If these people had gotten their hands on his crossbow and hand axe, who knows what kind of chaos would have ensued. Seeing Lu Yu turn so fierce, Yin Yun was on the verge of tears from fear. Although what Lu Yu said was true. If other monsters had been chasing him earlier, and she hadn't opened the door in time, he very well could have died out there. But, Yin Yun, I told you before that you would become my woman. Before Yin Yun could respond, Lu Ye's voice sounded again, though it was much calmer than before. Yin Yun held back her tears, looking at the young man in astonishment. She wondered why he would suddenly bring this up. Lu Yu didn't seem to care about her reaction, continuing. As my woman, I can offer you my protection, but I have no obligation to protect anyone else. If you still want to live to see your parents again, don't make foolish decisions on your own. I didn't know they were those kinds of people either. At the mention of her parents, Yin Yun finally broke down. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. At that moment, her only thought had been to save people. How could she have had time to consider anything else? Who would have known these people could be so selfish? Even shutting Lu Yu out just to ensure their own safety. You didn't know, and yet you dared to open the door for them. Hearing Yin Yun's excuse, Lu Yu's anger flared up again. But remembering how Yin Yun had also desperately tried to open the door for him earlier, he forcibly swallowed the harsh words he was about to say. Forget it. What's done is done. Dwelling on it now is pointless. Deep down, Lu Yu knew that this wasn't entirely Yin Yun's fault. Because Yin Yun was inherently one of those kind-hearted people. The apocalypse had only descended less than 2 hours ago, so it was natural her mindset hadn't adapted yet. Besides, he still needed to use her to keep Chu Feng in check. So Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to argue further. He walked out of the room and retrieved the food he had previously placed back in room 8006. Eat something. He handed over some of the bread, sausages, and yogurt drinks he had taken. At the same time, he tore open a piece of bread for himself and wolfed it down. He had eaten this morning before Yin Yun woke up. But hunting monsters was incredibly draining, and he was now famished, needing a substantial amount of food. Looking at Lu Yu's ravenous eating, then at the small piece of bread in her own hand, Yin Yun bit her lip. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, she seemed to arrive at a decision. Her lips parted slightly, and she spoke hesitantly. Lu Yu, speak. Lu Yu said impatiently, his anger clearly not yet subsided. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Wah, I really didn't mean to. I didn't know they would be so selfish. I'm sorry. As she spoke, tears began to fall again. At this moment, her feelings were incredibly complex. That morning, after learning what Lu Yu had done to her last night, she had felt nothing but disgust towards him. After all, no matter his justification, using such despicable methods was a crime against a woman's will. It was something any decent person would look down upon. But then when Lu Yu was locked out by those people, she had felt overwhelming guilt. Because it was indeed her actions that had put him in danger. And then when Lu Yu killed that middle-aged woman, it filled her with sheer terror and fear. After all, anyone would be afraid of witnessing a killing. But now, not only was Lu Yu not blaming her, but he was also claiming she was his woman and offering his protection. He was even giving her food. At that moment, something seemed to stir within her heart. She even began to reflect on her own actions. All right, stop crying, Lu Yu said casually while eating. It's good that you can acknowledge your mistakes. Yin Yun taking the initiative to apologize. He had to admit it was a bit unexpected. A woman who could willingly admit her faults was a rare find in this world. But then again, remembering that Yin Yun was the female lead, Lu Yu felt relieved. After all, female leads in novels were always supposed to be virtuous, understanding, and beautiful both inside and out. Unlike those unreasonable shrews who had no business being female leads. You? You don't blame me anymore. Blame you? Of course I do. But now is not the time for that. First eat something. Hearing that Lu Ye's tone had softened somewhat, Yin wiped her tears, feeling a little better. Thank you, Lu Yu. I promise. I promise this kind of thing will never happen again. It sounded like a vow to Lu Yu and also to herself. After saying this, her stomach, which had been empty since morning and had been emptied further by vomiting, let out a loud gurgle of protest. Deciding not to be shy about it, she tore open a piece of bread and started eating ravenously. Hearing her words and seeing her devour the bread, a smile crept onto Lu Ye's lips. In the apocalypse, to live a better life, one had to constantly grow stronger. There were several ways for him to get stronger, besides the common methods of seeking treasures and hunting monsters for their cores. Killing the protagonist to seize his abilities was also a primary path to power. Of course, killing the female lead counted as well. Yin was undoubtedly the female lead. Killing her would grant him certain attributes. However, changing the female lead's fate or causing her to lose her status as the female lead would yield him extra rewards. As a former gaming enthusiast, Lu Yu would never kill Yin just for a few attribute points. So changing her fate or making her lose her female lead status became his goal. Turning her completely into his woman should count as her losing her female lead status, right? At this thought, the smile on Lu Ye's lips turned wicked. Yin. How about calling me hubby? What? Yun's eyes widened, stopping mid-bite, staring at Lu Yu in disbelief. What was wrong with this guy? He was just furious and ruthless moments ago. Now he suddenly wants her to call him hubby. The nerve. Lu Yu grinned, explaining, since we're going to be depending on each other from now on, what's the harm in calling me that? But we barely know each other. You nearly got me killed just now, shouldn't you make it up to me? Hurry up, or if my temper flares up again, I might just do something to you. You? Don't push me. Yun started to panic at his threat. So are you going to say it or not? He'll say it alright. Yin was on the verge of tears again. Earlier her tears were born of grievance and guilt. Now they were because this bastard Lu Yu was bullying her. Without a shred of pity, Lu Yu smirked and set his food aside. Alright, I'm all ears. Huss. Hubby. Louder, I can't hear you. Husband. Yin was cruelly tormented by Lu Yu. Not only was she deceived by him, but she was also forced to call him hubby. And her calls had to be loud at that. Though deeply reluctant, she felt a twinge of guilt towards Lu Yu because of what had just transpired. Moreover, his killing of that middle-aged woman moments ago instilled a certain fear of him within her. Thus, she dared not offend Lu Yu. However, with that cry of hubby, the tension between them eased considerably. At the very least, as time passed, Yin no longer feared Lu Yu as much as before. She could even occasionally crack a joke or two. He glanced at her betrayal rate, which had dropped from 50 to 39. Good, very good. He believed that it wouldn't be long before Yun's bonus reward would be credited to him. Rhine Hotel Room 8008. While Lu Yu was bullying Yin, the slaughter continued elsewhere. Although the streets outside were devoid of human figures, and the monsters seemed fewer, the toppled vehicles and the ravaged roads were a constant, stark reminder of the seriousness of the monster invasion. A little past noon, Chu Feng dealt with the mutated female classmate at the corner store and calmed down the other girl with the dark ponytail. After clearing out a few nearby monsters and taking a brief rest, he grabbed a bite to eat, slung a hiking backpack over his shoulder, and set off towards the sophomore teaching building. He needed to save Yin. In his memory from his past life, Yin had been trapped in that very building with other students. It was only when the school's survivors organized a counterattack that she was rescued. He remembered she was on the verge of starvation when they pulled her out. It was that bastard Lu Yu who had seized the opportunity to offer her some food, saving her life. It was precisely for this reason that he and Yin had ended up bound to Lu Ye's sinking ship. In this life, he had silently vowed never to repeat the mistakes of his past. With this thought, Chu Feng's axe blows grew noticeably heavier. A lizardman unable to dodge was easily cleaved to the ground. Who's that guy? Holy crap. He's freaking awesome. He's taking on 3 at once. Strong, incredibly strong. Hey, that guy, isn't he? Chu Feng from our class. What? Chu Feng from our class. The path from the corner store to the teaching building passed by several male dormitories. At that moment, survivors in those dorms, seeing the wargod-like figure in the distance, were all stunned. This was especially true for a student named Wu Chang on the top floor balcony. How is this possible? Chu Feng, the guy who usually wouldn't even fight back when bullied. Why is he suddenly so fierce? Watching Chu Feng's agile movements and skilled footwork in the distance, Wu Chang was dumbfounded. He knew that while humanity had been caught off guard by these otherworldly creatures, most people weren't just waiting to be killed. When faced with threats, humans could unleash tremendous potential. So in the big cities during the first clash between monsters and humanity, humans had paid a heavy price to eliminate a huge number of monsters. But even so, there were still plenty of monsters outside, right? How dare Chu Feng run around out there all alone? What's that? Wu Chang suddenly seemed to notice something and froze. He then rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he had just seen. Brother Yong, come quick. He was excited but dared not shout loudly, so he called his companion in a hushed tone. Hearing Wu Chang's whisper, a burly student from inside the dorm came out with 2 other roommates. The leading student was named Tao Yong, strong and powerfully built, looking like he had considerable fighting prowess. "What's up, Xiangzi? Look at that thing over there." Wu Chang quickly pointed towards a large tree by the corner of the dorm building, too flustered to explain further. Tao Yong followed his gaze. "Huh? Where? That tree. Wu Chang said anxiously. Tao Yong clicked his tongue. "Tree. Everything outside is trees." "No, I mean the tree at the corner behind that tree." Hearing this, Tao Yong finally focused. A high wall connected the dormitory and the corridor. Along the green belt beside the wall, rows of camphor trees were planted for greenery. Due to the cosmic storm, these camphor trees, whose trunks were once only the size of a bowl, had now mutated. Their trunks were now so thick that it would take 4 or 5 people holding hands to encircle them. But that wasn't the main point. The key was behind one of these massive trunks. There was a cluster of silver light points about a meter in diameter, shimmering like stars. These points of light revolved gently in the air like a vortex resembling a galaxy. However, due to the angle, no one else could see it. Even they could only glimpse a tiny part of the light cluster. "Whoa, what is that? Looks awesome. Brother Yong, do you think there might be some treasure there?" Treasure. Hearing this from a classmate, Tao Yong's heart began to race. If someone had told him this morning before 9 o'clock that there would be treasure here, he would have called them crazy. But today was different. Zombies and otherworldly creatures had appeared. He and Wu Chang had even awakened some special abilities. So it wasn't entirely surprising that some peculiar treasures might now appear in the world. At this thought, Tao Yong's breathing became rapid. "Should we go check it out?" The boys exchanged glances, and one of them tentatively suggested. Human curiosity is strong, especially when there might be treasure involved. Tao Yong asked, "What do you guys think?" "I think we should go." "Yeah, I think it's worth a try. But there are so many monsters out there. We might die if we go out." A shorter, more timid boy began to show his fear. "So what if we die?" "Damn it." Tao Yong glared at the boy. "The world outside is dangerous now. If we want to survive, we absolutely cannot just sit here waiting to die." "He's right, this is the time to rely on ourselves." "Whoa, Brother Yong, if we're going, we better hurry." Tao Yong was puzzled. "Why, oi? Look over there." The boy who spoke gestured with his chin towards the distance. It was the exact direction Chu Feng was cautiously carving his way through. If nothing went wrong, he would reach the silver light vortex soon. Chu Feng. "Damn, we can't let that kid get there first. Xiangzi Lao, grab your weapons and follow me." Tao Yong barked, then looked at the timid boy. "If you're too scared, then stay here and wait to die." With that, Tao Yong took the lead, grabbed a steel rebar, and strode out the door. There were no formidable weapons in the university dorms. Their weapons were mostly dismantled from their beds. But to survive better, they had to pick up these crude weapons and venture into this dangerous world. Thud. On the way to the teaching building, a black iron initial stage lizard man was split in half by a single blow from Chu Feng's axe. Huff huff. Chu Feng gasped for air. He tightened the straps of his backpack and flexed his sore arms. He didn't push forward, instead he hid behind a large tree. Damn, this body is still so weak. Just killing a dozen or so lizard men and I'm already spent. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. Even with his past lives' combat experience, he couldn't change his body's physical limits. Even using the most energy-efficient methods, he was pushing his limits after killing over a dozen lizard men. "Oh, what is this?" Just as he sat down on the ground, leaning against the tree trunk to rest, Chu Feng suddenly noticed the existence of the silver light vortex. He wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Even having survived 10 years of the apocalypse, the sight of this silver vortex made his heart pound violently. Damn, how could something like this be here? At the sight of the silver vortex, Chu Feng could hardly believe his eyes. With a decade of experience surviving the apocalypse, he knew exactly what it was. In his past life, he had been but a mere speck in the vast ocean, unworthy of even contending for it. Now, however, gazing at the shimmering silver light, Chu Feng's excitement surged. He rose hastily, ready to rush toward it. Just then, a series of commotions erupted from the male dormitory in the distance. 4 male students armed with weapons charged out from the dormitory building. Peering through the gaps between the trees, Chu Feng realized these fellows were quite formidable in combat. Scattered lizard men were no match for them. Even the occasional scythe mantis fell to their coordinated strikes. "Those are..." Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, immediately abandoning the thought of charging out. The scythe mantis was no pushover, especially in a frontal confrontation. Ordinary humans, even 2 grown men, without proper weapons would stand no chance against them. The key to this team's success against the scythe mantis lay with the 2 at the front. Their division of labor was clear, and their combat prowess was formidable. One drew the creature's attention from the front, while the other struck from behind. The one attacking from the rear, his muscles bulging, dispatched the scythe mantis with a steel rebar. Then he actually snapped off the mantis forelimbs to use as weapons. Tao Yong. Recognizing his fighting style, Chu Feng instantly recalled his name. In my past life, this Tao Yong fellow, relying on his awakened ability and 2 special treasures, gathered a group of followers and rose to a status akin to that bastard Lu Yu. It seems now that Tao Yong's treasures were obtained from here. Hey, that guy. Is that Wu Chong? The male student drawing the scythe mantis' attention was covered in fine scales just like the lizard man. Chu Feng instantly recalled his name as well. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Lu Yu was the villain boss, and he had more than one lackey. Besides, surely Wu Chong was also one of them. In his past life, Wu Chong had bullied him plenty. But why isn't he with that bastard Lu Yu instead teaming up with Tao Yong? Damn it, this complicates things. Chu Feng cursed inwardly, but had no time to overthink. With the little strength I have left him no match for them. For the current Chu Feng, he feared no one in an unknown fight. But two known against two awakened ones. That would be troublesome. What should I do now? Just as Chu Feng was pondering his options, a lizardman noticeably larger than the average ones was drawn to the area by the corpses Chu Feng had slain. Upon closer inspection, not only was this creature as tall as an adult, but its belly was also rather bloated. It looked like it had overeaten. Haha, just when I was getting sleepy a pillow arrives. You'll do. With that, Chu Feng tightened his grip on the fire axe hiding behind the large tree, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to the lizard man. Meanwhile, back at the school, Chu Feng was on his way to rescue Yin Yun. And on the other side, the two, having shed their earlier awkwardness, sat on the windowsill, chatting after their meal. Lu Yu, call me hubby. Who? Hubby, speak. Did you clear the corridor earlier? Just to find this food. Since finishing their meal, Lu Yu hadn't gone out again aside from changing his bloodstained clothes. Why? One reason was that the Qin Gang's sword needed to slay 100 monsters to level up again. There was no rush. Another reason was that the current monsters didn't have cores. Although Lu Yu hadn't experienced the apocalypse and didn't know what a core was, the system had clearly stated that only monsters at Black Iron Heir or above might possess cores. None of the monsters outside had yet reached Black Iron Heir. If killing them yielded no cores, there was no need for Lu Yu to risk himself. Besides, he had expended too much energy earlier and needed rest to recover his strength and ability. No, Lu Yu replied casually. I prepared these supplies in advance knowing the apocalypse was coming. I went outside just to train my survival skills. Survival skills? Exactly, Lu Yu answered. With so many monsters out there, how could I manage without some survival instincts? The end of the world. Yin Yun murmured, her mood sinking again. She was only 20 years old. Though she had lived a pampered life, she had never even been in a relationship. Well, although by normal standards a beautiful woman past 14 would hardly be innocent, the female lead was always different. She had loving parents from the social elite who had protected her well. A stunningly beautiful girl with a perfect family who had never dated. Of course, she didn't want the apocalypse to come. You've asked that before. I just can't believe it's real. You're certainly not the only one who can't believe it right now. Gazing at the wrecked cars outside the window, Lu Yu took a deep breath. But I reckon within 2 days most people will accept reality. Okay. Lu Yu's concise answers made Yin Yun even more melancholic. Just then she seemed to spot something. Hey Lu Yu, what's that over there? Hearing her surprised voice, Lu Yu instinctively followed her gaze. Lu Yu was in a hotel. Across from his room was a clothing store with 2 shop fronts. Inside, amidst the scattered clothes and a few zombies, there was a hidden corner with a swirling vortex of silver light about a meter in diameter. Seeing this, Lu Yu frowned. He had observed that area before, and there was definitely nothing there previously. But now, just as confusion clouded his face, the power of the villains manifested once again. A line of text appeared in his vision. Mystic Realm entrance time until closure 23 hours 48. Note: after the apocalypse, countless tiny spatial rifts appeared on Earth. These rifts not only connect to otherworldly spaces and abyssal entrances, but may also lead to special independent spaces. The entrances to these independent spaces are called Mystic Realm entrances. Mystic Realm entrances are extremely rare, and they often contain powerful treasures. P.S. Mystic Realms are humanity's hope bestowed by heaven, who only humans can enter. The larger the entrance, the more people it can accommodate. The opening time, location, and duration of each entrance are all random, and whether danger lurks within is purely a matter of luck. While this is a world that favors the lucky. The information gleaned by the villains left Lu Yu utterly dumbfounded. He had no idea what was happening. A secret realm. An entrance. What the hell? Are you playing a game here? A secret realm entrance. He had thought that swirling vortex of silver light looked familiar. So it was a secret realm entrance, like something out of a video game. Could reality get any more absurd? Had the real world been turned into a game? However, could there be treasures inside? Lu Yu quickly calmed himself. The danger level of a secret realm was random. The time and place of its opening were random. Even the duration of each realm's existence was random. But Lu Yu discovered he could see the remaining time of the secret realm. Hell, what a foolish error this is. Although Lu Yu had long known that after the apocalypse many miraculous items would appear in this world, he hadn't expected to encounter something like a secret realm entrance. Not only did it hold powerful treasures, but it also only allowed humans to enter. Lu Yu didn't need to be told to guess what kind of existence this secret realm was. This thing wasn't necessarily a beacon of hope for humanity, because once people learned of the powerful treasures within, they would surely slaughter each other inside for their own selfish gains. Do you know what that is? Seeing Lu Ye's expression, Yin Yun asked, puzzled. Lu Yu nodded and casually fabricated a response a bit. I saw something like this when I foresaw the future. Can you tell me about it? You'll find out soon enough. Lu Yu had no time for lengthy explanations. He quickly picked up his sword again. According to the information from the villains, a secret realm was an extremely rare occurrence. Moreover, both the location of the entrance and the potential dangers within were extremely lethal to humans. In other words, to obtain the treasures inside, one needed both strength and luck. Strength and luck. This seemed tailor-made for a protagonist. Lu Yu wondered why he had encountered this secret realm entrance. Was it because he had taken Shu Feng's treasured sword and woman, thereby stealing his luck? Or was it simply that the villain boss luck was naturally better, just not as good as the protagonist's? Regardless, now that Lu Yu had discovered it, he was determined to get his hands on what was inside. You're not thinking of going to that place, are you? Why not? Let's go. Well, discuss it with the others next door first, then make a decision. Lu Yu knew they were on the 8th floor. Getting to the clothing store across the street wouldn't be easy. Not to mention the monsters on the streets. The monsters in this very hotel were already countless. So to reach his destination safely, he needed to consolidate his team's strength. Fortunately, the secret realm entrance still had nearly 24 hours before it closed. Otherwise, Lu Yu would only be able to watch it disappear. Sister-in-law, please have a seat. In room 8006 next door. As soon as Lu Yu entered, Shirley quickly pulled Healy up to offer her a seat. At the same time, he instinctively glanced at Yin Yun. It couldn't be helped. Yin Yun's beauty was simply too stunning. Any normal man would be instinctively drawn to her. Her figure, her face, her skin, her legs. Which of these wasn't appealing to a man? Who's your sister-in-law? Yin Yun retorted softly, her face flushed red. Although she had been intimate with Lu Yu and had called him husband many times before, their relationship wasn't as close as the title suggested. At least not yet to the point where she would admit he was her husband. You're living together, so isn't she? Shirley didn't care about such formalities. He then grinned at Lu Yu and said, "Hee boss, you're the man. Even the campus belle, Yen, is yours." He had wanted to mention this when he first saw her, but the situation had been too serious then, so he had kept his mouth shut. Enough with the flattery. Move over, I have something important to say. All right. Shirley agreed and scurried over to sit on the side. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered with his nonsense and quickly explained his plan to go to the building across the street. This included his thoughts and his vague foresight ability. What? You actually knew about these things beforehand? After hearing Lu Ye's story, Ding Feng and Shueli were astonished. They had suspected as much earlier, but hearing it directly was still incredible. Something like that. Lu Yu nodded. To lead a team, sometimes one needed to be frank. So to make his earlier preparation of supplies seem logical, Lu Yu had to use this half-truth, half-lie. Oh my god, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had Shueli, and I would have stocked up on more supplies. Ding Feng said, exasperated. If I had told you, would you have believed me? Lu Yu retorted with a sneer. Even if the system allowed him to speak, would anyone have believed him? Obviously not. Just like Ding Feng, who upon hearing Lu Ye's rebuttal scratched his head awkwardly. I guess I wouldn't have. See. Exactly. Lu Yu then said seriously, alright, enough of that. Let's get down to business. I'm sure you're all well aware of the situation outside. This world is no longer the one we knew, and we might never be able to go back to how things were. Lu Yu said with a serious expression, so if we want to survive, we must unite. I agree with that. I agree too. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, everyone voiced their agreement. After all, this was the beginning of the apocalypse, and such heartfelt words resonated deeply with them. Especially when the speaker was Lu Yu, a man with immense power and foresight. Boss, do you have any good suggestions? I do, but before that I want to know if any of you have awakened any special abilities. As the apocalypse descended, a portion of humanity began to awaken extraordinary abilities. These powers were typically discovered and utilized by their owners shortly after the cosmic storm swept through, just like Lu Yu and the earlier Ye Fei. However, some people were different. This was because the abilities awakened by these individuals were unique, requiring specific environments to activate. As a result, they were difficult to detect immediately after awakening. This was precisely why Lu Yu inquired about them. If another member of his team awakened an extraordinary ability, the overall combat strength of the group would become quite formidable. However, reality dealt Lu Yu a harsh blow, teaching him that ideals are often bountiful, while reality remains stark. Extraordinary abilities were rare, even among the awakened. This team consisted of 6 people in total, and aside from Shueli and Ding Feng, who seemed to have enhanced physiques, the rest appeared unchanged. Although Lu Yu was certain that Yin Yun, as the female lead, must possess a special ability, his villains, I could only perceive basic information like height and weight along with a betrayal rate. It could not reveal whether someone had an extraordinary ability. So if Yin Yun couldn't sense any change in herself, Lu Yu couldn't determine her ability. Damn it, boss, am I useless? I feel useless too. Shirley and Healy each uttered a sentence. Useless? Not quite. Our team will grow over time. Even if you can't be combatants, you can still serve in logistics. Lu Yu offered a casual word of comfort. Then young Master Lu. Well, only Ding Feng and I participate in this operation. Indeed. Lu Yu negated that notion. However, Ding Feng and I will go alone. Huh. Shueli Shirlei Healy, you three stay behind. Lu Yu commanded. We have a lot of supplies on this floor. If no one guards them, I fear problems will arise. Well, that makes sense. I have no issue with it, but can you manage with just Ding Feng? How can a man say he can't? Lu Yu smiled faintly, turning his gaze to Yan Yun. Besides, isn't there still her? Yan Yun was stunned. Of course, but don't worry, he'll protect you. Lu Yu paused for a moment before adding, besides, we don't need to be on the front lines. Shueli was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned. Young Master Lu Yu mean? Lu Yu said calmly, with so many survivors on this floor, many of them probably haven't had breakfast right. Hearing Lu Yu's words, the others were baffled. But Shueli, being slightly older, seemed to grasp his meaning. Judging by Lu Yu's earlier decisive killing of that middle-aged woman, he had every reason to believe that his young master was thinking along those lines. With this thought, Shueli's gaze towards Lu Yu grew complicated. He wondered why he had never noticed before how ruthless his master could be. He seemed like a born villain. Yet on second thought, given the chaos outside, perhaps Lu Yu's self-serving nature wasn't entirely a bad thing. No breakfast? What does that mean? Lu Yu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Me neither. Same here. You all don't get it. Looking at their bewildered faces, Lu Yu was visibly surprised, but patiently explained. All right, let me spell it out for you. As Lu Yu elaborated, the others began to understand his plan. His idea was quite simple. The secret realm outside still had over 20 hours before it vanished. With so many monsters on the streets, ordinary people couldn't possibly get there. If he couldn't get there immediately, others certainly couldn't either. By now it was already noon. Those who hadn't eaten breakfast were mostly starving. What happens when someone is hungry? They seek food, of course. Although people might initially fear the dangers outside and stay indoors, there would always be some impatient individuals unwilling to sit and wait for death. Moreover, based on the location of the secret realm's entrance, others might have discovered the entrance as well. So having these people lead the charge was absolutely perfect. Upon hearing Lu Yu's plan, Shueli wore an expression of just as I thought. The others, however, were dumbfounded, staring at Lu Yu in astonishment. Letting others go first, using their lives to scout the path. How could he devise such a malicious plan? After Lu Yu's explanation, Shueli and Ding Feng remained silent, as they were professional bodyguards. Their duty was to protect Lu Yu. The lives of others were of little concern to them. Shirlei and Healy also stayed quiet, but a sense of unease crept into their hearts. Since Lu Yu was their leader, now his ruthlessness made them as his subordinates feel anxious. What if they were betrayed by him one day? Only Yan Yun. Although the earlier incident of usurping the nest had taught her a lesson, she still felt uneasy about watching others march to their deaths. Isn't this a bit wrong of us? Wrong? What's wrong? Lu Yu seemed to have anticipated this and didn't avoid the question. The Lu Yu of his past life wasn't a bad person, but he was certainly not a paragon of virtue either. This was evident from his selection by the villain system and his willingness to kill shortly after the apocalypse began. He was a child who grew up without parents, raised by his grandparents who both passed away by the time he was 13. What kind of personality could you expect from such a child? With all his close relatives dead and no one willing to take him in, he started working odd jobs before even finishing middle school, enduring bullying and scorn. Eventually, with no other choice, he fell in with some street youths. If not for his intelligence and timely guidance from a benefactor who set him on the right path, he would have likely spent his life in prison. There's a saying that goes, when the whole world has abandoned me, how can you expect me to love this world? Having been beaten, begged for food, slept on the streets, and wandered as a drifter, Lu Yu was undoubtedly more selfish than most. This? Yan Yun stammered, unsure how to respond to Lu Yu's question, feeling as if she were doing something shameful. I know what you want to say. Lu Yu interrupted directly. You think since I have plenty of supplies I should share some with others, so they don't have to risk their lives, right? It wasn't just Yan Yun, even Shirlei and Healy harbored similar thoughts. This wasn't to say they were saints. It was just that among the survivors, scum like Ye Fei were a minority. Most were ordinary people. To watch these ordinary people march to their deaths just to protect his own interests, any normal person would feel a pang of reluctance. In fact, anyone with basic education and a shred of morality or upbringing wouldn't do such a thing. Lu Yu knew their mindset hadn't shifted so quickly and didn't care much, stating directly, I'm telling you, it's impossible. Forget the risk of them becoming dependent even if they didn't. Those supplies were hard-earned by me. Sharing my food with strangers? How is that possible? The future is long and no one can predict what lies ahead. We must live for ourselves. As for the lives of others, sorry, that's none of my business. Call me cruel or selfish, but this is who I am. Lu Yu candidly admitted his own selfishness, plunging everyone into deep contemplation. Yet after the silence, not only did no one object, but it also alleviated many of their concerns. Shirlei in particular, who had always been indecisive, found the words striking a chord. Hearing Lu Ye's reasoning, he immediately felt it made perfect sense. In such an apocalyptic environment, who the hell had the time to care for others? If one was hungry, they should find food. If not for Lu Ye's foresight in stocking supplies, would they simply have chosen to starve? So why should he suffer from a guilty conscience? I think Brother Lu is right. These days it's best not to be too much of a good Samaritan. Shueli pondered for a moment, and also agreed with Lu Yu. In peaceful times, helping an elderly person who falls could get you extorted, let alone in this apocalypse. Exactly. Ding Feng grinned. If they're hungry, they need to find food themselves. It's not like we're holding a knife to their throats. Hearing their words, Yin Yun fell silent. Indeed, in this world where everyone feared for their own survival, good intentions could easily lead to disastrous outcomes, just like what happened to her before. Letting those people in had nearly gotten Lu Yu killed. Thinking about this, Yin Yun chose to remain silent. Boss, what if someone wants to join us? Shirley suddenly asked a question that wasn't quite a question. Join us. That's a good thing. Lu Yu smiled. If they are capable. And with my approval, they can join directly. I see. Understood. I understand too. Good to hear. Lu Yu nodded slightly, then thought of something else. By the way, a team needs a leader. To make future actions and commands smoother, all of you following my lead shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course not. No objections. Shirley, being Lu Ye's loyal follower, naturally didn't mind. Shui Li and Ding Feng, considered Lu Ye's subordinates, had no complaints either. Yin Yun, who felt like a little girl in front of Lu Yu, found it impossible to oppose him. As for Healy, she didn't even have the right to speak. That's settled then. Seeing everyone's agreement, Lu Yu nodded. Next, I'll assign each of you your specific tasks. It must be said, Lu Yu was a villain. He not only had to deal with the evil monsters, but also guard against survivors with malicious intent. He even had to rapidly increase his own strength to avoid being killed by the protagonist. So while his personal power was still insufficient, Lu Yu felt it was necessary to build a team. Perhaps it was the innate leader aura of a rich second-generation villain. After Lu Ye's speech, the group's doubts were significantly reduced. At least on the surface, their loyalty remained steady. Even the most innocent Yin Yun, influenced by the others, had accepted this harsh reality. After that lengthy conversation, Lu Yu had temporarily stabilized morale and strengthened the team's cohesion. Meanwhile, in a room on the right side of the hotel, their situation was just as Lu Yu had guessed. People were discussing how to find food. The rooms in the Rhine Hotel were laid out with the elevator as the central line, with rooms on both sides. Lu Yu was on the left while most others were on the right. This particular room was where Lu Jian, the man with the towel Lu Yu had encountered earlier, was staying. After Lu Yu helped him deal with the monster, he had randomly found a monster-free room to hide in. Later, other survivors came upstairs and threatened him into opening the door. Now in this room, 8 or 9 people were gathered. Looks like we need to figure something out. We must. Damn it, my wife and kids are still at home. This can't go on. Those monsters seem to be evolving and our stomachs are getting emptier. Does anyone have any food? Food? We barely escaped with our lives when those things attacked. Yet we were too busy running. It seems we must solve the lunch problem first. If we delay, we'll become too weak and end up trapped here. Do you have a plan? Earlier I saw through the peephole that a few people ran from one of the rooms on the left to the next one. What's your point? My point is, if they could run to the next room, then the hallway must be safe. If the hallway is safe, we should gather everyone else and form a group to fight our way downstairs. Fight our way downstairs. Easier said than done. Haven't you seen how many monsters are out there? A man said exasperatedly, looking at the monsters lying satiated in the shadows. Although the streets outside didn't seem to have many monsters at first glance. But if you threw a corpse down there, who knows how many would come crawling out. We still have to go. There's no food and no water here. What? No water either. Don't believe me. Go see for yourself. Hearing this, Lu Jian went to the bathroom and turned on the tap. The faucet dripped a symbolic 2 drops before going dry. Damn, the water's already cut off. Seeing this, they realized the severity of the situation. All electrical devices had lost power. They couldn't even send out a distress signal. And now the water was gone. How the hell were they supposed to manage? What? Water cut off on the very first day of the apocalypse. That's right. The cosmic storm had knocked out all electrical infrastructure on Earth. Even if the water plant workers hadn't turned into zombies, the plant's power supply wouldn't function. Without electric pressure pumps, water couldn't be delivered to areas far from the plant. What do we do now? Whatever we do, we need to find food first. I agree. Me too. Hearing this, everyone voiced their agreement. So the group began to search for weapons to fight back against the monsters. What about China's gun ban? No problem. Bowls, pots, and table legs could all serve as their weapons. Though they weren't strong fighters and were hastily assembled, there was strength in numbers. As long as the monsters weren't overwhelming, they believed they could handle it. And so this group rallied all the survivors on the 8th floor to gather in the hallway. There were an estimated 60 to 70 people, a dark, dense crowd as far as the eye could see. The leader of this group of survivors was a man named Liao Dong. He was reportedly the hotel's head of security. Strong and physically capable, he had some practical combat experience. Manager Zhao, the one who had been beaten by Lu Yu earlier, was currently talking to him. Captain Liao, you must have seen the situation at the clothing store across the street. Don't you have any intention of checking it out? I'd like to go, Liao Dong said with a frown. But do you think these weak and feeble people can make it across, eh? I see. You're right. Manager Zhao looked at the survivors. There were over 70 people here, but only about 10 were young and strong men, and they lacked proper weapons. Uniting to fight their way downstairs, and then cross the street to the clothing store. The difficulty was immense. Relying on these people isn't very realistic, but I have an idea. What idea? Find allies. Allies. Liao Dong raised an eyebrow. Who? That kid Lu Yu in room 8008. Upon hearing Manager Zhao's words, Liao Dong narrowed his eyes, casting a puzzled gaze upon the man. Manager Zhao, whose full name was Zhao Dequan, managed the second-floor restaurant of this hotel. In a sense, the two could be considered colleagues. Yet his relationship with Zhao Dequan had always been lukewarm at best, the type to exchange barely a word or two in a week. Why the sudden warmth? Still, Liao Dong didn't dwell on it, simply asking Zhao Dequan for the reason. Zhao Dequan, without holding back, recounted what he had seen and heard. He was a petty man, and after being beaten by Lu Yu earlier, thoughts of revenge had naturally festered. But unable to overpower Lu Yu, he could only lead those people to other rooms. After much pleading and persistence, the survivors in other rooms finally opened their doors for them. As luck would have it, the room he entered was the very one where Lu Yu had killed Ye Fei. When he arrived, those fellows were discussing the ability Lu Yu had awakened. After piecing things together, he was utterly astounded to learn that the one who had awakened the ability was indeed Lu Yu. Humans could truly awaken abilities. How could this be so thrilling? He had originally planned to seek revenge on Lu Yu. But how could he possibly do that now? So while idly pondering, he spotted a silver swirling vortex hidden in the corner of the clothing store across the street. And just like that, a plan to kill with a borrowed knife took shape in his mind. Though he had no idea what the silver vortex was, if he could trick Lu Yu into going there, at the very least, he'd be severely worn down if not dead. Then he could deal with him however he pleased. As for Liao Dong, that man was nothing but an insufferable fool. Keeping him around was a threat to his own position. It'd be best if he died out there. After all, many had died already, one more wouldn't make a difference. What? Position? Yes. Even though the apocalypse had only begun less than 4 hours ago. After going to Zhang Ming's room, he quickly gained the trust of those people, leveraging his position as the manager of a major hotel. And somehow he ended up becoming the leader of that group. He hadn't initially cared about the title, but those people seemed to cling to him as if he were their anchor, constantly asking him what to do next. This gave him a feeling of being needed. It was a feeling different from being a hotel manager, and he found himself utterly addicted to it. Especially when he noticed a beautiful young mother with a child among the survivors, he became even more energized. His mind quickly filled with something called ambition. After listening to Zhao Dequan's story, Liao Dong looked astonished. He has a weapon. And an ability. Indeed. Zhao Dequan nodded earnestly. If we can cooperate with him, our chances of getting across would increase by at least half. Hello Zhao, you must have some agenda, right? Liao Dong wasn't a fool. He saw through Zhao Dequan's tricks at a glance. Agenda? Zhao Dequan was taken aback. What agenda could I possibly have? You think I don't know you? Liao Dong sneered. Being a manager, Zhao Dequan's acting was top-notch. Seeing Liao Dong's expression, he let out an awkward laugh. Haha, alright, I didn't think I could fool you either. Fine, I admit I have my own little motives. But it's nothing major. It's just that I'm used to a life of comfort and not suited for fighting. To survive in such a dangerous environment, I can only rely on you, Captain Liao. We're not just colleagues, we're in the same boat now. If you manage to get some powerful treasure, wouldn't I get to share in the glory? Oh, so that's it. I knew you wouldn't lift a finger without some benefit. Hearing this, Liao Dong laughed, his doubts dissipating. Because what Zhao Dequan said was somewhat true. Their relationship was indeed average, but they were still somewhat acquainted, right? If he became powerful, he'd inevitably look out for him to some extent. Alright, I understand. Hey brother, no need to knock on this room. It's our room, there's no one else inside. Just as Liao Dong was discussing plans with manager Zhao, a man tasked with rallying the survivors happened to arrive opposite Lu Ye's room. He raised his right hand to knock on the storage room door across from Lu Ye's. But Xue Li, who had already heard the commotion in the corridor, stepped out early to stop him. Is that so? Alright. The man was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. However, when Xue Li and Shirley also refused to let him knock on the next two rooms, he grew suspicious. Fortunately, he didn't have time to dwell on it. After calling all the survivors from Lu Ye's side, he walked up to Xue Li. Aren't you guys coming? We are, of course. You go on ahead, we'll be right there. Alright. With that, the man dropped his suspicions. After the man left, Xue Li pushed the door open and looked at Lu Yu. Young Master Lu, are you ready? Ready. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction as he looked at Yin Yun, who appeared completely transformed before him. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, her clothes changed into a loose t-shirt, her pants into a worn-out pair of long jeans, and she wore a pair of multicolored sneakers. Although she still looked clean, her exquisite figure was now completely hidden. Using some makeup to darken her skin tone and donning a black women's mask, she looked like a completely different person. As for where these items came from, of course Lu Yu had prepared them in advance. The armory held not only weapons, but also a wealth of daily supplies. There were clothes and items for both men and women. Lu, do I really have to dress up like this? Yin looked at him with pitiful aggrieved eyes. Of course. Lu smiled. If you go out looking your usual self, you might attract a lot of trouble. I'm not afraid of trouble, but it's better to avoid it if we can. But, alright, fine, I'll listen to you. Yin was about to say how ugly it looked, but then she remembered that Lu was the core of the entire team now. So she had no choice but to comply with his arrangements. Soon Lu carrying his weapon led Ding Feng and Yin to the back of the main group. After Shirley and Shueli made some preparations according to Lu's instructions, they followed along to watch the excitement. Xiaoyong, quick look at that woman over there. In the crowd outside the corridor, the skinny man nudged the yellow-haired man beside him. The yellow-haired man sounded irritated. The hell's wrong with you? We're in the middle of a crisis and you're checking out women. No man, this woman is seriously something else. Hearing this, the yellow-haired man was intrigued and followed the skinny man's gaze. A woman with delicate features wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a figure that was full in all the right places came into their view. Even though a handsome tall man stood beside her, the men around couldn't help but steal glances at her. This alone was a testament to her allure. Seeing the woman's stunning figure, the yellow-haired man couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, she really is. See, I told you right. The skinny man said smugly, staring at her back. That peach-shaped ass is a sight to behold. I'd love to go give it a smack. Smack it? Are you out of your damn mind? Forget how Brother Fei died. At the mention of Brother Fei, the skinny man shuddered involuntarily and nervously scanned his surroundings. Shit, whyd you have to bring that up. You think I'm messing with you? Look, the yellow-haired man jutted his chin towards the woman. The skinny man instinctively looked over. When he realized the woman was leading the man towards Lu's direction, he was completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, that woman actually does know that guy. Why do so many novels and movies feature thugs who recklessly harass the beautiful heroine only for the male lead to step in with a cliché display of power and humiliation? This isn't entirely the author's fault. Beauty truly is a disaster. A woman too beautiful will naturally attract men, just as a man too handsome will easily captivate women. Lu understood this principle well, so he disguised Yin and had her wear a mask. This would conceal her figure and features, reducing unnecessary trouble. When Lu led the group to the corridor, it was already packed. Among the crowd were not only yellow hair Skinny and Zhang Ming, but also Lu Jian Zhao Dequan and the fleeing middle-aged woman. Seeing the curvaceous woman approach, Lu yellow hair and Skinny were filled with terror. At the same time, they felt grateful they hadn't acted on their usual impulses. Had they provoked Lu, the harbinger of death, over this woman? Would they have met the same fate as Brother Fei? The answer was certain. A few students, you look familiar. Are you from Salt University next door? Liao Dong was counting the combatants in the crowd, while Lu pondered his next move. A crisp, questioning voice reached their ears. Instinctively they turned. Teacher Li. Professor Li. Seeing the newcomer, Yin and Shirley both exclaimed in surprise. Even Lu's eyes lit up. The newcomer was none other than Li Wanning, the beautiful professor from the economics department at Salt University, who had just transferred this semester. Tall and slender with delicate features, a pair of gold chain glasses added a layer of maturity that set her apart from other women. Before the apocalypse, Lu had attended this beautiful professor's lectures. He listened with extraordinary focus as she taught at the podium. The professor's appearance was simply too alluring. She was different from Yin's youthful beauty. She possessed a unique charm of a mature woman, like a ripe peach, tempting their inexperienced student hearts to take a bite. Yet whenever she turned to face the students with a proud, icy gaze, most would avert their eyes, filled with reverence and a sense of inferiority. She was too beautiful, too outstanding. Like a goddess atop an icy mountain, she was intimidating to behold. In the past, Lu had only admired her. But now he couldn't help but wonder, could this woman be the female lead? Familiar with the tropes of various novels, Lu naturally knew what a female lead was like. First in appearance, they were unmatched beauties, rare in the world. Whether in figure or looks, they were undoubtedly top tier. Just like Yin now, standing at 165 centimeters with a curvaceous figure. As a female college student in a world where flat chests were the norm, having a C-cup size was somewhat unscientific. Secondly, their personalities varied. There were pure, cute, passionate, and mature ones. Lastly, they were destined to be entangled with the protagonist and eventually become his woman. Only then could they be called the female lead. Chu Feng is the protagonist reborn in the apocalypse. Besides the fated female lead from his past life, he should encounter various other women in this one. This Li Wanning is a professor in the university's economics department. Her gray, form-fitting dress accentuated her figure to the extreme. Her stunning face held an unusually stern expression, creating a striking contrast that was both beautiful and compelling, igniting a strong desire for conquest. A woman this beautiful appearing in a hotel less than 500 meters from Salt University. All signs pointed to her being a potential female lead in Chu Feng's story. After leaving school, Chu Feng would come here to save her, then take her along. Did this Chu Feng have some kind of teacher fetish? Thinking this, Liu Yu suddenly thought of another question. For the protagonist Chu Feng to take Li Wanning with him, he would certainly need to help her. If possible, he might even get a chance to show off and humiliate someone. And the target of that humiliation would probably be, "So you really are from the neighboring university?" Hearing them call her name, Li Wanning adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, looking surprised. "Yes, Professor Li, I've attended your classes." Seeing her teacher Yin Yun seemed a bit delighted. "Wanting, they really are your students?" The man beside her, dressed in a shirt and slacks with brightly polished leather shoes and slick-back hair, asked politely. Liu Yu scrutinized him. A line of information appeared in his sight. Name Xinbin. Age 30. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 71 kilograms. Betrayal rate 50. The betrayal rate of a stranger held little reference value. Still, it was rare for this guy to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor amidst such chaos outside. That should be right. Xinbin sized up the group, finally fixing his gaze on Liu Yu. This student's family seems quite wealthy. Not only are you wearing designer brands, but you also have 2 bodyguards with you. His eyes were sharp, instantly recognizing Liu Ye's clothes as authentic and identifying Shui Li and Ding Feng as bodyguards. Liu Yu was momentarily speechless at Xinbin's comment. Why was this guy's focus so bizarre? Sure, his clothes had been changed, and the clothes prepared in the storage room were indeed designer brands. But with all those monsters outside, why focus on someone's clothes? What's wrong with having bodyguards, hey? Nothing, just making an observation. Xinbin, this is hardly the time for such concerns. How wanting, you know. It's a habit I picked up while studying design abroad. I just got back. Xinbin looked innocent, though a slight smile played on his lips. Enough about your overseas experiences. Li Wanning disliked Xinbin's constant references to his time abroad and quickly raised a hand to interrupt him. You should focus on what to do next. Should we go find food with them? With them, Seeing Liao Dong organizing a defense in the crowd, Xinbin's eyes flashed with disdain. Wanting, are you joking? They're unarmed, going out there is just suicide. But we don't have any food left either. Don't worry, Wanting. Trust me, Xinbin said confidently. At most, someone will come to rescue us within 3 hours. And if they don't? Xinbin replied carelessly. If they don't, we can always go out for food later. He was an intellectual. He had spent a long time abroad and had only recently returned. Due to his different education and a penchant for worshipping foreign things, he looked down upon commoners like Chu Feng and Liao Dong. He hadn't yet adapted to the post-apocalyptic world. He naively believed the government would soon send troops to rescue the city. Handsome, self-important, with a stunning beauty by his side, yet unable to accept reality. He was essentially the quintessential target for humiliation in apocalypse novels. However, he was weak, having awakened no special abilities. He wasn't on the same level as a villain boss like Liu Yu. He was just a nameless thug for Chu Feng to show off in front of Li Wanning. From their brief conversation, Liu Yu could almost instantly identify this guy's villain persona. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps he could use this Xinbin. With this in mind, Liu Yu smiled and asked, Teacher Li, is this your boyfriend? Hearing Liu Yu's inquiry, Xinbin remained outwardly composed, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. This sword-wielding kid sure knows how to play along, doesn't he? And he's quite perceptive too. Little did he know Li Wanning paid him no mind at all, merely spitting out 2 icy words. No. Xinbin's pride was a bit wounded. Wanting, can't you at least save me some face? Why should I? I don't believe in false pretenses. Li Wanning said coolly. If it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. But there are no buts. Li Wanning cut him off directly, then looked at Liu Yu. Students, you've all seen the situation outside, haven't you? What are your plans from here? No long-term plans as of yet, but we do have a short-term one. Oh, we plan to go find some food with them. Liu Yu answered honestly. Go find food together. Li Wanning was momentarily stunned, then quickly urged, but it's dangerous out there. It's fine, we have weapons. Liu Yu raised the Qingyang sword in his hand. The hilt was new, but the scabbard was rusty, a rather peculiar combination. Even with weapons, it's still very dangerous. It's okay, Hey there, young man, hello. I'm Liao Dong, the head of hotel security. I heard you have a sword. Liu Yu's words were cut short by an unexpected voice. The newcomer was none other than the security chief, Liao Dong. Seeing the other man's gaze fixed on the sword in his hand, Liu Yu didn't deny it. That's right. Can I have a word with you? About what? Liu Yu frowned. Can we talk in private? Sure. It's like this. Liao Dong pulled Liu Yu aside and got straight to the point. Hearing that the other man wanted to cooperate with him, Liu Yu was somewhat surprised. You want to cooperate with me? Exactly. I think there might be something valuable in the clothing store across the way. We could check it out together. Including my 7 or 8 able-bodied security guards and other survivors, we can easily muster a dozen or so people. With your help, our chances of success would be much higher. You think there might be treasure there, which is why you want to go, right? Liu Yu didn't rush to agree, instead asking this question first. Admittedly, the entrance to the secret realm felt utterly mesmerizing. Even without knowing what it was, one felt an irresistible urge to explore it. Hearing this, Liao Dong didn't deny it. Pretty much. What if there's nothing inside? Then it's no loss. Liao Dong stated directly. We have to go to the 2nd floor for food anyway. Cleaning out the monsters in the hotel is just a matter of time. True, but I want to know what's in it for me. Lu Yu wore an expression that suggested they were both in the know. In reality, Lu Yu had never really considered cooperating. But since he intended to let these people take the lead, he naturally wouldn't reject Liao Dong's proposal. If there really is any treasure there, well, split it 50-50. Liao Dong had his answer ready. As for the food downstairs, we can share it collectively. How does that sound? That works. Let me discuss it with my group. All right. Liao Dong nodded slightly. By the way, you're Lu Yu, right? Yes. Lu Yu answered, and turned to walk back to the group. In truth, there was nothing to discuss. After all, he had the final say in this team. Saying that was merely for show. As for the final outcome between the two, there was no suspense at all. 2 minutes later, Lu Yu found Liao Dong agreed to his terms, and spoke up. Since we're cooperating, have your men come with me. We'll give you some weapons. Oh. Hearing this, Liao Dong's eyes lit up. Brother Lu Yu have spare weapons. Surely. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. Take him back to the room to get the weapons. Got it, boss. Shirley acknowledged and turned to head back. These weapons were prepared by Lu Yu in advance, so no one knew Lu Yu had an armory. A few minutes later, staring at the 5 cleavers, 4 hand axes, 3 baseball bats, and 2 steel bars thicker than a thumb, Liao Dong was dumbfounded. My God, where did you get all this? When he was the security chief, he had indeed received a notice saying someone was transporting goods upstairs in the hotel and was told not to interfere. He hadn't paid it much attention, then simply delegating the task and forgetting about it. Now it seemed the person transporting goods upstairs was this guy. Don't worry about that. The weapons are yours now. Figure out the rest yourself. To make these people clear the path for him, he naturally had to give them a certain degree of fighting capability. Otherwise, if they were routed by the monsters in one hit, what would be the point? Besides, Lu Yu had prepared a large quantity of weapons like these. He could even arm all the survivors if he wanted. However, Lu Yu was a man who intended to build his own team. He would need a substantial amount of weapons for that. So whether for his own sake or for his future team, he couldn't possibly hand over all the weapons. Giving them a small portion was already an act of great generosity. As for the possibility that lending weapons to others could turn them into instruments of his own demise, Lu Yu wasn't too worried about that. After all, it was only the first day of the apocalypse. Without conflicting interests, it was unlikely that anyone would develop murderous intent towards their own kind at this point. Moreover, all the weapons he gave them were melee weapons, which posed a very low threat to him, armed as he was with his special ability and crossbow. Plus, the villains I could help him avoid being caught off guard, so Lu Yu wasn't flustered at all. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Liao Dong was also understanding. Brother, not bad. With these weapons, our odds are much better. Thanks to the weapons Lu Yu contributed, everyone's confidence soared. Their reliance on Lu Yu himself also decreased significantly. Soon, led by Liao Dong, the survivors set off in full force towards the lower floors. The reason they had been chased up to the 8th floor before was simply because the monsters had appeared suddenly. People instinctively feel fear towards unknown monsters. So the moment they saw the creatures, they subconsciously fled to a safe place. Now, with a mental preparation, they were naturally not as terrified of these monsters as before. Are you really going downstairs with them? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Li Wanning asked with a hint of worry. After all, Lu Yu and the others were her students, and she didn't want them to take unnecessary risks. Of course, Lu Yu studied Li Wanning. But don't worry, Teacher Li. If we find any food, we'll bring some back for you. This. Li Wanning felt a touch of gratitude upon hearing this, but still said, no need, student. Just take care of yourselves. Which room are you in, Teacher Li? Lu Yu asked, evading the subject. 8046, YA. Nothing, just curious. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu. This Li Wanning was truly alluring. Her curvaceous figure and peach-shaped silhouette were simply irresistible, tempting one to. Even if she weren't the female lead, Lu Yu had his ideas about her. However, for Lu Yu at this moment, the secret realm outside was of utmost importance. So he didn't engage in lengthy conversation. After bidding farewell to Li Wanning, Lu Yu took a deep breath to divert his attention. Then he led Ding Feng and Yin Yun back to their room to gear up. Each donned a tactical vest, packing a dagger, a few chocolate bars, and a bottle of water into its pouches. Lu Yu's weapon remained a Qin Gang's sword. Ding Feng wielded a fire axe, and Yin Yun took Lu Yu's previous crossbow, slinging a quiver of bolts onto her back. A girl using a crossbow. It would be somewhat strenuous, but for her it was the most suitable weapon. Because among the three, she was the only one without melee combat skills. After Lu Yu briefly taught her how to use the crossbow, he led the two to catch up with Liao Dong. Thanks to Zhao Dequan's matchmaking, Liao Dong had sought cooperation with Lu Yu. This saved Lu Yu, who had intended for them to take the lead, from considerable trouble. However, not all survivors were willing to search for food. After all, many feared death. Those responsible for foraging were mainly the able-bodied men organized by Liao Dong. The elderly, weak women and children, along with manager Zhao Shenbin and Huang Mao, did not join the team. It must be said that in the early apocalypse, some humans were still remarkably united and kind. At least Liao Dong was willing to lead people to find food for the vulnerable, which alone set him above most other survivors. While the hotel group was advancing downstairs on the other side beside the greenbelt at the base of the university dormitory, Chu Feng fought his way through obstacles, pausing intermittently finally, reaching the secret realm's entrance. Tao Yong and his group, being numerous and closer to the entrance, had already entered the secret realm ahead of him. He looked at the swirling vortex of silver light before him, then at the irregular transparent crystal with black patterns about the size of an adult's pinky nail in his hand. He took a deep breath. Whether I can snatch the treasures from them depends on you. Yes. This was a black iron-gray crystal core. The lizard man he had killed earlier was a height-year black iron beast, and upon its defeat, it dropped this black iron core. Well, that's just how it is for a protagonist. After rebirth, one's luck is off the charts. He stumbles upon a secret realm just by stepping out the door. He kills a random monster, and his strength increases. He saves a random person, and it turns out they're a famous big shot from his past life. As for how Chu Feng managed to kill the height-year black iron lizard man, that probably goes without saying. You see, lizard men are a species. Since they're a species, their genetics are naturally varied, and they can even evolve. There are low-tier ones, mid-tier ones, and high-tier ones. There's nothing strange about that. Monsters at the black iron rank don't have much more vitality than humans. Even a mid-tier black iron scythe mantis has a very fragile body and head. A normal adult male armed with a suitable weapon is fully capable of killing such a monster. Just like Lu Yu with his crossbow earlier. For Chu Feng, a high-tier black iron lizard man wasn't particularly difficult to kill. Although they stood as tall as an adult human, boasted significantly enhanced speed and strength, and even had more formidable back defenses than other lizard men. Their weaknesses remained the abdomen and the neck. The defense in these areas was only comparable to the difference between a 1 mm and a 2 mm thick wooden board. As someone who had struggled for 10 years in the apocalypse, Chu Feng naturally knew their weaknesses. Coupled with his decade of combat experience, even a high-tier black iron lizard man was no match for him. Lu Yu, I hope you don't die too soon in this life. Chu Feng muttered through gritted teeth, then reached his hand towards the swirling vortex of silver light before him. His entire form vanished from where he stood. Chu Feng's desire to kill Lu Yu was an unchangeable fact. Even if Lu Yu had deliberately left the school on the first night of the apocalypse to avoid an early confrontation with Chu Feng, the two would inevitably meet in the wasteland soon as dictated by fate. Lu Yu understood this clearly, so while rapidly enhancing his own strength, he was also building his own team. As long as his personal power and his team were strong enough, the initiative would be in his hands. He glanced at their progress ahead. The number of monsters on the upper floors wasn't actually that large. Most were lizardmen, with the occasional scythe mantis. Zombies were few and scattered. Facing over a dozen men armed with Lu Yu's weapons, they could hardly cause any trouble. Hey, these monsters aren't so tough after all. Yeah, as long as we stick together, there's nothing to fear. Everyone stay alert, don't let your guard down. Try to keep quiet, these monsters seem quite sensitive to sound. It's fine, the soundproofing in this hotel is excellent. After taking down a few monsters, their confidence soared. The slower zombies and lizardmen weren't worth mentioning, their individual combat abilities were relatively weak. Without forming a large group, they struggled to pose a threat to the armed survivors. The survivors cleared them all out, suffering only minor injuries. As for how the scythe mantises died, it must be said humans truly are the masters of tool use. After brief observation, they realized the mantis's forelegs were their primary attack method, using hotel blankets to distract the mantises others attacked from behind. The tumtor-long scythe mantises couldn't take flight in the narrow hotel corridors. Thus they fell one after another. The group pressed forward, descending from the 7th floor to the 6th. The other vulnerable survivors on the 8th floor quickly received news of the victories and grew bolder. Before the main group had even reached the 5th floor, they hurried down to scavenge for food and weapons in the rooms below. There are 2 slices of bread here. That's mine. Damn, I'm starving. Lu Yu ignored them, simply staring at the sword in his hand with a furrowed brow. Weapon tier bronze, energy 0-100. The weapon's energy hadn't increased at all. This suggested that the Qinggang sword had certain limitations in its ability to rank up. Firstly, killing ordinary humans had no effect, as they possessed no energy. Just like the middle-aged woman Lu Yu had killed earlier, she hadn't provided any energy to the Qinggang sword. Secondly, it seemed the sword had to be used to wound the monster itself. Like now, corpses could be seen sporadically in the corridor, yet the Qinggang sword's energy remained stagnant. Could it be that this sword has some special power requiring a connection with the monster to absorb its strength? Lu Yu muttered to himself, then shook his head. Forget it, let's get to the clothing store across the street first. With that, Lu Yu grabbed a random piece of clothing from a guest room. He soaked it thoroughly in blood, wrapped it in a plastic bag, and tied it around his waist. Young Master Lu, brilliant idea. Ding Feng's eyes lit up at the sight. Lu Yu grinned back. Hey, let's go. After discovering that monsters killed by others couldn't replenish the energy of his Qinggang sword, Lu Yu directly joined the survivor hunting squad. The results proved his speculation correct. To enhance the sword's energy, he had to inflict damage with it before the monster's life expired. Otherwise, he couldn't absorb the monster's energy for his own use. To avoid drawing attention while the sword absorbed energy, Lu Yu found a suitable method. He would strike each monster only once, and leave the sword embedded in its body without pulling it out. This way he conserved his strength, and others couldn't detect the energy absorption. Seeing only the bronze-colored sharp blade, no one would suspect anything. And so, weapon grade bronze, energy value 1100, weapon grade bronze, energy value 2100. Weapon grade bronze, energy value 16100, weapon grade bronze, energy value 17100. The energy value of the Qinggang sword kept rising, testament to the survivors' formidable combat prowess. Did the survivors become invincible after obtaining Lu Yu's weapon? Initially yes, but the good times didn't last, because the further down they went the more monsters there were. Moreover, the hastily formed teams lacked unity. At 3 p.m., Liao Dong continued his slow advance with his team, having cleared up to the 3rd floor of the hotel. Lu Yu's Qinggang sword had reached 49,100, and at that moment some people actually started fighting over food. I saw this bread first. What the F are you grabbing it for? What do you mean you saw it first? I clearly saw it first. Say that again. He'll say it again, it's mine. Mine, get lost. Damn, you dare hit me. He'll kill you. You dare hit my man. He'll fight you. Several people grabbed chairs, tables, and lamps, swinging wildly at each other. The sound of impacts rang out one after another. It was only the first day of the apocalypse, and these people were already brawling fiercely over a piece of bread. It was a truly disgraceful sight. In reality, although everyone was hungry, they weren't at their wits' end yet, especially since they were already on the 3rd floor with the 2nd floor just within reach. If they could just hold on a little longer, they might find enough food in the restaurant to half fill everyone's stomachs. Yet they still fought, not for any other reason, but just for a moment's pride. They didn't even know each other. In this environment, what was courtesy? Unknown. You dare to act tough with me being unreasonable. Well, I'm not someone to be trifled with. So the two sides fought without any restraint. Some tried to mediate, but it was futile, because people in a rage have no reason. Just then the monsters downstairs, attracted by the sounds of fighting and smashing from above, began converging on the 3rd floor. 10, 20, 30. They quickly formed a considerable force. Among them were lizardmen and zombies. The zombies weren't too bad, there weren't many. Only 1 or 2 had evolved into mid-tier regular zombies. Even mid-tier regular zombies weren't much stronger than their low-tier counterparts. They were just a bit faster. They still couldn't outrun a human fleeing for their life. The lizardmen, however, were more formidable, as they were not only numerous, but also had many who had advanced to mid-tier. Mid-tier lizardmen could run as fast as humans. Liao Dong and his men weren't suicide warriors. Seeing such a horde of monsters swarming up, they had no choice but to retreat temporarily. Run, run, Liao Dong shouted, leading his men as they rushed up from the stairwell. The people scavenging for food snapped back to reality and scattered in panic. Holy crap. Help. Save me. Please save me. The pitiful humans were once again scattered and torn apart by the monsters. The mid-tier zombie, not slow, bit a human, but was beaten to death by the surviving group. The survivors who had been fighting over food earlier, however, had expended too much energy and were quickly caught by several mid-tier lizard men. They were then pounced on and bitten to death. Blood, organs, and brains splattered across the floor. Cries of agony echoed continuously. These lizardmen, are they already at mid-tier black iron? Hey, one of them has even evolved to high tier. The 3rd floor was a game room. At this moment, Lu Yu and his 2 companions were hiding in a glass room, watching the massacre unfold outside. 2 mahjong tables and some chairs and stools blocked the door and shielded their bodies. Master Lu, when do we go out? Not yet, wait until the monsters spread out a bit. Lu Yu smirked, then turned his gaze to the transformed Yin Yun beside him. Yin Yun, did you see that? I saw it. Yin Yun nodded slightly. Although Lu Yu was now the core of the team, and she wouldn't dare disobey his orders, she still felt that selfish people like Manager Zhao were in the minority. But now facts proved that apart from soldiers, ordinary people could hardly even achieve the word unity. If they had just advanced steadily, they could have secured plenty of food. But instead they fought over trivial gains at this critical moment, even attracting a horde of monsters. Some people just aren't worth helping. Lu Yu grinned, and seeing the lizard men were sufficiently scattered from hunting humans, he fixed his gaze on the high-tier lizard man crouching on the ground devouring a corpse. Let's go. Ding Feng, cover me. We're fighting our way out. All right. Ding Feng nodded. Go out now? That big lizard monster is still feeding over there. Yin Yun exclaimed, snapping back to reality. That big lizard was clearly larger than the average lizard man. Low-tier lizards were about 1.3 meters tall, mid-tier were around 1.5 meters, but this one was at least 1.7 meters. Even its green fine scales had started to turn black. Big lizard monster. It's exactly what I'm after. Lu Yu tightened his grip on his sword, moved the stool aside, and crept out quietly. Although he had expended a lot of energy in the morning, his physical strength and abilities could be restored by eating. It just took a long time. Physical recovery went without saying. After his high-intensity battles, even if he ate a lot, resting for 4 or 5 hours would only bring him back to about 80%. However, his ability recovery rate was quite good. Lu Yu calculated that with his current level, he could recover enough energy for 1 wind blade per hour. That meant from 10 a.m. until now Lu Yu could use the wind blade 5 more times. Glancing at the lizardman, he took a deep breath and held it. Name: Enhanced Lizardman. Level: High Tier Black Iron. Die. As he neared the lizardman, Lu Yu suddenly leaped into the air. Gripping the Qinggang sword's hilt with both hands, he drove a powerful thrust aimed directly at its head. Although the lizardman appeared humanoid, it retained the traits of a lizard. Its sense of smell was acute, but its vision and hearing were genuinely poor. While feeding on the ground, it was hard for it to detect an enemy behind it. Lu Yu, catching it off guard, plunged the Qinggang sword down. The moment the blade touched the lizard's head, a faint bronze-colored light seemed to flash across it. Thud! A single strike to the soul. The high-tier black iron enhanced lizardman was actually pinned to the ground by Lu Yu's sword. SSO strong. Witnessing this, Yin Yun was stunned. This was the first time Yin Yun had seen Lu Yu single-handedly slay a monster. Little did she know he was about to give her a surprise. After all, when they had descended with the group earlier, Lu Yu had merely followed up with finishing blows, never displaying any remarkable combat prowess. But now, she had witnessed firsthand the formidable defense of the lizardman's cranial and dorsal scales. Even a cleaver couldn't split them open with a single blow. This particular lizardman's defenses were clearly superior to the average one, yet Lu Yu had pierced its skull with a single thrust of his sword. Hissing in agony, the lizardman thrashed violently, its powerful tail lashing out wildly in all directions. High-tier lizardmen were considerably larger than their common counterparts and possessed proportionally greater strength. Under such circumstances, Lu Yu could have pinned it down and killed it, even at the cost of his life. But that would have drained his stamina considerably. To conserve his energy, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He leaped forward directly. While evading the lizardman's attack, he twisted the Qinggang sword, withdrew it, and swiftly moved away from the spot. Bereft of the sword's restraint, the lizardman lurched to its feet, its tongue flicking out. Its mind wounded, it descended into a frenzy. It lashed out at everything around it with its forelimbs and tail. Tables and chairs were sent flying. Even 2 low-tier lizardmen that came to investigate the noise were destroyed by its indiscriminate assault. Fortunately, Lu Yu had pierced its brain. Its frenzied attack didn't last long. After about a dozen seconds, the lizardman crashed heavily to the ground. Blood flowed increasingly from the wound on its head, and its bodous movements grew slower and slower. Soon it lay motionless. Lu Yu approached, cautiously prodding it with his sword. Seeing no reaction, he stabbed it firmly twice more. The Qinggang sword was exceptionally sharp. Even without much force, the tip easily penetrated the lizardman's flesh. After several more thrusts confirmed it was thoroughly dead, Lu Yu let out a long breath. At that moment, 3 lizardmen that had failed to catch their prey came into view. 2 were low-tier, and 1 was mid-tier. Seeing this, Lu Yu had no time to deliberate. He called out to the stunned Yin Yun, "Foolish woman, what are you standing there for? Come help me find." Before coming down, he hadn't anticipated encountering a black iron high-tier lizardman. So he hadn't arranged for anyone to search for the crystal core. But it wasn't too late to assign the task now. Fine. Find what? Yin Yun's mind was already reeling from his shout, and his words only confused her further. This part hadn't been rehearsed. Something with special energy, looking like a pearl or a gemstone. Lu Yu explained hastily. Something like a pearl or a gemstone. Inside its head. I don't know either. You just look around first. Lu Yu quickly called out, "Ding Feng, get over here and provide cover." On my way. A pearl or a gemstone in the lizardman's head. Yin Yun was completely bewildered by Lu Yu's words. But she had no time to ponder. She hurried towards Lu Yu. Meanwhile, the people led by Liao Dong had been scattered by the monsters. Lu Yu had anticipated this. So many monsters had flooded the streets earlier, and a good number had charged into the hotel. With just over a dozen people, did Liao Dong really think they could fight their way downstairs on the very first day? It was nearly impossible. Watching the monsters downstairs swarm upwards, Lu Yu made no move to rescue the survivors. Instead, he immediately hid himself along with Ding Feng and Yin Yun. Only when the lizardmen had dispersed did he lead the 2 out. After killing that high-tier lizardman, Lu Yu felt rather exasperated. He only knew that monsters above black iron high-tier had a chance of possessing a crystal core, but he had no idea where exactly the core was located. So, recalling a vague notion, he had Yin Yun search the area around the lizardman's brain. Lu Yu's Qinggang sword was of bronze rank, far more powerful than when it was black iron. Since he had pierced its skull with one thrust, cracking it open now was naturally easy. It required little effort. He just pinned the lizardman's head down, reinserted the sword, and pulled it hard in the opposite direction. The lizardman's head split in 2. But the creature's appearance was terrifying and repulsive. Most girls would freeze at the sight of it. However, Yin Yun as the heroine was different. Seeing Lu Yu and Ding Feng fighting valiantly against the 3 approaching lizardmen, she took a deep breath, mustered her courage, suppressed her disgust, and reached her hand towards the lizardman's head. She had expected her hand to be soiled with blood and gore. But the moment she touched the lizardman, a faint white glow emanated from her hand, imperceptible even to her. In that instant she seemed to understand something. She quickly withdrew her hand, and looking at her pristine fingers spoke with a mix of astonishment and certainty. There's nothing you're looking for here. Lu Yu, who had just impaled the skull of a lunging mid-tier lizard man with a thrust from under its chin, turned his head. You've searched that quickly. I didn't search, but please trust me, all right. At these words Lu Yu instinctively looked at Yin Yun. Seeing her earnest yet anxious expression, he seemed to grasp something. All right, Ding Feng, let's move. Not every monster has a crystal core. Beyond black iron heightier, the higher the level, the greater the chance of finding a core. Lacking the protagonist's luck, Lu Yu couldn't force it. He simply held his sword to protect Yin Yun as they rushed downstairs. Ding Feng kicked aside an oncoming lizard man and quickly followed. Since there was no reward for killing monsters, and no need to search for cores, they had no reason to slay them all. Kicking them away was sufficient. The group sprinted, kicking aside every lizard man they encountered. These kicked lizard men didn't pursue the trio after getting up. Instead, they scurried over to the dead lizard men Lu Yu had slain and began devouring their corpses. It seemed the allure of the corpses was greater than that of living humans. Lu Yu paid them no mind. As soon as Ding Feng reached the stairwell, he slammed the corridor door shut. With the monsters blocked upstairs, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief and glanced at the Qin Gang's sword in his hand. Weapon rank bronze, energy 54100. A black iron mid-tier monster yields 2 points. A black iron high-tier yields 3 points. Not bad. Although the monsters were getting stronger, the energy the Qin Gang's sword could absorb was also increasing. This discovery was comforting to Lu Yu. At least it proved his efforts were proportional to the rewards. He also noticed something else. After that battle, his physical conditioning had unknowingly advanced to black iron mid-tier. He had leveled up without even realizing it. He checked his personal status panel. Name Lu Yu. Age 21. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 136 pounds. Vitality 20 normal adult male 10. Spirit 25 normal adult male 10. Strength 21 normal adult male 10. Agility 19 normal adult male 10. Enhancement level black iron mid-tier. The level of abilities remained unchanged. However, the mental power increased by 5 points while the other 3 attributes rose by 4 points each. What could this mean? According to the system, this enhancement level is determined by the value of vitality among the 4 attributes. As long as the vitality reaches 20 points, it does not matter how high the other attributes are. 1 is considered a mid-tier black iron enhancer. But, system, does this mean that humans can evolve on their own without crystals? The system can answer some questions about Lu Ye's body or the system itself. Therefore, upon hearing Lu Ye's question, the system's voice echoed back. Cosmic storms can awaken certain special powers in humans, but humans cannot fully adapt to these powers immediately. Using these abilities continuously can shorten the adaptation period. So humans can indeed evolve on their own, but the intensity of this evolution is quite limited. Yes, host. At this point Lu Yu understood. The awakened special abilities were akin to consuming a special pill. Just after taking these pills, the human body can feel their effects. However, the human body is quite complex, and it takes time to fully absorb the potency of these pills. Through exercise, this absorption time can be shortened. In other words, constant fighting should lead to increases in attributes, though these values might not rise significantly. Lu Yu estimated that an increase of 58 points in each attribute would be the limit. Hey Lu Yu, what are you thinking about? Yin Yun's voice pulled Lu Yu back to reality. He snapped out of his thoughts, glanced at the relatively safe corridor, and took a deep breath. Nothing. Let's go. Due to most monsters on the first and second floors gathering on the third floor, chasing the survivors, after hearing the commotion, there were hardly any monsters left in the corridors of the first and second floors. Lu Yu descended from the third floor to the first with minimal obstacles. After dispatching 2 low-level zombies and 3 lizardmen, Lu Yu grabbed 2 pot lids from the kitchen on the second floor to use as shields. The 3 of them cautiously reached the first floor and closed the door to the hallway. Lu Yu led the 2 to the cashier's desk, using it as cover while casually surveying the situation on the first floor. The first floor hall was now a scene of devastation. Tables and chairs lay scattered and shards of glass were everywhere. There were no lizardmen in sight. Only 2 mid-tier black iron zombies remained, along with 2 evolved high-tier mantises that had just finished feeding. The mantises did not attack the living zombies. The zombies in turn did not attack the living mantises. It was a peculiar phenomenon. Name mantis. Level high-tier black iron. Another high-tier black iron. Lu Yu did not have time to ponder this. He glanced at the distribution of the monsters and quietly said, Yin Yun, pass me the crossbow. Yin Yun obediently handed over the crossbow. Lu Yu set aside the Qin Gang's sword, took the crossbow, and aimed at one of the mantises, whispering, Ding Feng, those 2 zombies are yours. Be careful not to get bitten. No problem, just leave it to me. Ding Feng smiled widely and raised the pot lid, whispering, with a shield it won't be so easy to get bitten. Lu Yu nodded. Although the pot lid wasn't a true shield, it would suffice to block some zombie attacks, buying him a little time. Given Ding Feng's enhanced physique, that time would be enough for him to dispatch those 2 zombies. He aimed the crossbow at the back of one mantis head. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Prepare. The two mantises had evolved to high-tier black iron, their bodies larger than typical mantises. But precisely because of this, Lu Yu found it easier to aim. The mantises had bulging bellies, clearly having overeaten. Lu Yu even wondered if they would evolve to bronze level after digesting their food. Fortunately, at that moment the two mantises were resting with their eyes closed in the hall, completely relaxed. Without hesitation, Lu Yu aimed at one mantis head and pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh! The bolt, with a sound cutting through the air, accurately struck one mantis head. The wounded mantis screeched in pain, instantly becoming agitated. Lu Yu had no time to think further. He quickly withdrew his head behind the cashier's desk and handed the crossbow back to Yin Yun. The mantis roar caught the attention of another mantis. At that moment, Lu Yu took a deep breath and charged out from behind the bar. Die! Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and unleashed a wind blade at the other mantis. Whoosh! The fierce wind blade, accompanied by a tremendous gust, shot straight towards the mantis. Because the wind blade was fast and the mantis was distracted by its companion's scream, it didn't react in time. Even as a high-tier black iron, it was caught off guard by Lu Yu's wind blade. The wind blade struck its body and sent it flying. Taking the opportunity, Ding Feng charged at the two zombies. The mantis that Lu Yu had shot in the head did not die immediately. It shook its head, forcing its body to come at Lu Yu. However, because an arrow was still lodged in its head, and it had overeaten, it flopped down from midair after a few flaps. Hey, goodbye. Lu Yu smirked and, taking advantage of the agility of the human foot, quickly circled to the side of the mantis. He swung his sword with force. The bronze-grade Qinggang sword, imbued with a chilling momentum, struck at the mantis' neck. Crack! A head coated in disgusting slime rolled to a spot not far from Yin Yun. The mantis, having been struck in the head by Lu Yu's arrow coupled with its overindulgence, had slowed down considerably. Thus it was swiftly beheaded by Lu Yu. Lu Yu had no time to dwell on it, and quickly confronted the other mantis, which had been wounded by the wind blade, but not fatally. The vitality of high-tier black iron mantises is remarkably resilient. Lu Yu's wind blade was not powerful enough. Thus, although this mantis was bleeding and had horrific wounds, it still retained formidable combat strength. The high-tier black iron mantis wielded a serrated sickle that measured at least 1.2 meters in length, and it was incredibly hard. However, Lu Yu felt no fear. After dodging one of its attacks, he swung his Qinggang sword at the mantis' right forelimb. Whoosh! The serrated sickle collided with the Qinggang sword, and unexpectedly, it was sliced cleanly in two without any resistance. So strong. Seeing Lu Yu sever the mantis sickle with a single strike, Yin Yun was once again stunned. Was Lu Yu's sword really that sharp? Previously he had nailed a large lizard monster with one strike, and now he had cut through the mantis sickle with another. One must understand that the mantis' serrated sickle can pierce through flesh and cut bone. Yet now it had been severed by Lu Yu's sword. Yin Yun, perhaps influenced by spending time with Lu Yu, suddenly found him incredibly handsome at that moment. Yin Yun, hurry over and look for the crystal. As she pondered, Lu Yu's voice reached her ears. Yin Yun looked closely and saw that the mantis, left with only one sickle, had no resistance against Lu Yu at all. After having its two hind legs severed consecutively, Lu Yu had already pierced its head from behind. Oh, I'm coming. She quickly responded without time to think and rushed towards the mantis head that had lost its life signs. Taking this opportunity, Lu Yu glanced over at Ding Feng's side. Seeing Ding Feng successfully dispatch the two zombies, he let out a sigh of relief. He swiftly drew his sword, ready to break open the head of the initial mantis. You don't need to break the head. Oh, I can sense the existence of that thing. Oh, this one doesn't have it. This one. Hey, this one does. You quickly cut it open with your sword. With a swoosh, Lu Yu cut open the mantis head. Yin Yun casually reached into the mantis brain matter and pulled out a transparent crystal with black patterns. I found it. Can you check if this is it? The black iron high-tier mantis was larger than an average mantis. The black patterns beneath its wings were also deeper. Naturally, the killing power of its scythe-like serrated claws was stronger as well. Logically speaking, Lu Yu's current physical strength was only at the black iron mid-tier. Even if the scythe mantis hunted by flight and wasn't particularly fast, Lu Yu shouldn't have been a match for it. But as mentioned before, enhancement level wasn't the sole criterion for judging a person's strength. Humanity's advantage lay in their brains being sharper than those of these monsters. They not only used various tools and weapons, but also employed tactics like sneak attacks and making a feint to the east while attacking in the west. Just like Lu Yu did moments ago. First, he shot one mantis in the head with a crossbow bolt, using its cries to distract the other mantis, while striking it unexpectedly with his ability. Coupled with the Qinggang sword, which had advanced to the bronze tier, the two mantises were simply no match for him. After disposing of the two mantises, Lu Yu quickly called Yin Yun over to find the crystal cores. Yin Yun, who had been staring blankly, snapped back to reality and hurried over. Lu Yu was somewhat surprised when Yin Yun said she could locate the crystal core without needing to cut open the head. However, the surprise lasted only a moment. Because the purpose of bringing Yin Yun out, besides wanting to foster some feelings with her and obtain the rewards from her sooner, he also wanted to see what kind of ability this woman possessed. After all, with his current capabilities, as long as he played it safe, this woman wouldn't be in too much danger. Now it seemed her ability might be perception. She hadn't sensed the first one, but she sensed the second. Looking at the irregular transparent crystal with black patterns in her hand, Yin Yun's face lit up with joy as she presented it to Lu Yu. It seemed as though being able to help him was a genuinely delightful thing for her. How did you know this was what I was looking for? Lu Yu took the black iron crystal core. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the somewhat delighted Yin Yun. This woman's ability seemed a bit special, didn't it? Didn't you say you were looking for gems with special energy? Yin Yun was stunned. Lu Yu corrected himself. What I mean is, how did you pinpoint it so precisely? I don't know either. When I encountered that big lizard man earlier, I felt like I could perceive everything within its body. Yin Yun answered honestly. You said to look for things that look like pearls or gems and possess special energy. I just touch it and I know if it has it or not. What kind of ability is this? Forget it, we'll talk later. Ding Feng, come over and hide for now. Coming. Lu Yu was a bit puzzled, but he didn't have time to delve into it now. He quickly called Ding Feng back to the cashier counter. Ding Feng followed him there, and Lu Yu carefully examined the crystal core in his hand. Attributeless crystal core, black iron tier A crystal core containing special energy. After washing, it can be consumed to not only greatly restore physical strength, but also allow the body to undergo further evolution. Note 1 that crystal cores are divided into attributeless and attributed types. Consuming an attributeless core helps humans recover stamina and strengthen the body. Consuming an attributed core helps humans recover their ability and strengthen it. Note 2, ordinary people can use any black iron tier crystal core. The type of core used may determine the ability they awaken, but there is a mortality risk. The stronger the core's energy, the higher the death rate. Black iron tier attributeless core, awakening rate 50, immortality rate 50. Note 3, awakened individuals have different abilities and thus require different cores. Using a core that doesn't match one's ability is not only ineffective, but can also cause side effects, potentially even life-threatening dangers. Please use with caution. Since this was Lu Yu's first time obtaining a crystal core, the information seen through the villains, I was quite comprehensive. A series of 3 notes left Lu Yu dazzled. In short, it boiled down to a few points. Crystal cores not only had many grades, but also many attributes. Although ordinary people could also use crystal cores, and had a chance of becoming awakened ones, they could only use black iron tier ones, and there was a significant chance of immediate death upon use. Even for awakened individuals, they could only use cores that matched their own abilities. Using cores outside their ability was not only useless, but could also lead to side effects. There was even a certain probability of death. However, Lu Yu estimated that the mortality rate for awakened individuals using the wrong core would be much lower than for ordinary people. In most cases, it would probably just be ineffective. Otherwise, what would be the point of being an awakened one? So that means since I've strengthened my body and awakened the wind attribute ability, I can only use attributeless and wind attribute cores. No, wait, that's not right. I can gain the protagonist's abilities by killing him. If the protagonist has other abilities, wouldn't I be able to use cores of other attributes then? That makes sense. Thinking of this, a smile spread across Lu Yu's face. Young Master Lu, what's the use of this thing? Seeing the smile on Lu Yu's face, Ding Feng was confused. After dealing with the monsters, weren't they supposed to either continue moving or find a place to hide? Looking for this thing, it was purely a waste of time. Not only did it burden everyone's stamina, but it also increased their security risks. It can help us enhance our strength. Lu Yu didn't hide it. Although according to the normal storyline, crystal cores wouldn't be discovered by people until several days after the apocalypse began. It would be months before humanity understood their function. After all, no matter how pretty something from a monster's brain looked, ordinary people wouldn't casually eat it. A year later, the function of crystal cores would become common knowledge among humans. But for Lu Yu, this kind of secret was completely irrelevant. Help us enhance our strengths. How? By eating it. What? Eat it? Isn't that disgusting? It is indeed disgusting, but you also can't just eat any of them randomly. Hey, why is there not a single stain on this thing? Looking at the black iron crystal core in his hand, Lu Yu was somewhat astonished. The core grew inside the mantis brain. Logically, having been taken out from a brain, shouldn't it be covered in blood or brain matter? But now this crystal core with black patterns was crystal clear and translucent. Where could one see a hint of dirt on it? Could it also be my ability? Yin Yun said uncertainly. Your ability again. Lu Yu squinted his eyes. Could it be that your ability also includes purification? The apocalypse was humanity's doom, yet it was paradise for the earth. In an instant, humanity plummeted from the apex of the food chain to being slaughtered lambs. To survive, humanity had to unite and resist the external enemies. But the inherent flaws of human nature doomed them to struggle with unity. This was an unchangeable fact. Initially, Liao Dong had wanted to cooperate with Lu Yu because of his special ability and the Qinggang sword. But Lu Yu had simply handed him a bunch of weapons, boosting their combat power by a whole level. So when clearing out the monsters in the hotel, Lu Yu was no longer the main force, but followed the team. Originally, the two had agreed to fight their way together to the clothing store across the street. If there were treasures there, they would split them 50-50. But given Lu Ye's personality, how could he possibly agree to a 50-50 split? So he directly led his two companions downstairs. Hearing Lu Yu ask about her ability, Yin shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. Alright. Asking her was a waste of time. If she didn't even know what was happening, Yin would know even less. However, judging from the current situation, Yin's hands had a perception ability, a cleaning function, but she herself didn't have much combat power. It seems she had awakened an auxiliary type ability, no doubt about it. That was fine too. A Doomsday survival team with special abilities couldn't just rely on combat power alone. Having an extra support wasn't a bad thing. With that thought, Lu Yu stopped overthinking and put the crystal core into his pants pocket. He didn't consume the crystal core immediately, because the information clearly stated that it not only helped humans evolve, but also aided in restoring physical strength. He still had at least half his stamina left. Wouldn't it be better to eat it when his energy was nearly depleted? Ding Feng will throw this out to attract the zombies in a moment, and then charge straight across. Having figured out the crystal core and Yin's ability, Lu Yu stopped considering other matters. He took off his previously bloodstained clothes and said very calmly, no matter what kind of monster, they were highly sensitive to the scent of blood. Using the bloodstained clothes could divert their attention. Alright. Ding Feng nodded. Charge straight across. Yin was a bit scared. What if there's no place to hide over there? Life isn't a game. There's no chance to start over. In a game, you could recklessly pull monsters and run around looking for a safe haven. If you failed, you could just try again. But reality is different. If you fail once, you don't get a second chance. It's fine, we don't need a hiding place. Lu Yu said with exceptional calmness. That place was the entrance to the secret realm. Once we get there, we'll enter it directly. Why would we need a hiding place? Ding Feng and Yin didn't know this, so they felt uneasy. But Lu Yu was the core of the team now, and he also possessed the precognition ability, so they could only choose to trust him. Under Lu Ye's leadership, the three of them began their reckless operation. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the hotel, Zhao Dequan had moved his team to this floor right below Lu Yu. Looking at the bruise on his face in the mirror, a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Fighting over a piece of bread, and even attracting monsters. How would a bunch of idiots? He rubbed the bruise on his face and strolled over to lie down on a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the clothing store in the distance, he let out a long sigh. If only those two guys could both die down there. Zhao Dequan muttered to himself, staring at the ceiling. If both Liao Dong and Lu Yu died, then he would be the boss of this place. With his management skills, it would be too easy to win over the others and get them to support him as their leader. He glanced at the pretty young mother with a child in the room, his mind replaying the image of the stunning female teacher he saw in the crowd earlier. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Zhao Dequan's mouth. Just as he was lost in his daydream, a commotion suddenly broke out downstairs. Immediately after, the surrounding monsters all rushed in one direction. When the monsters had gathered, three figures silently slipped out from another spot. Why are there only three people? Where's Liao Dong? Manager Zhao was startled. Then he saw a giant scythe mantis and 5 or 6 lizardmen chasing after them. Hey, you're dead this time, aren't you? Seeing Lu Yu and Ding Feng throw their pot-lid shields at the monsters, Manager Zhao grinned. But the next second, he was frozen in place. Damn, they disappeared. The secret realm. It was an independent space existing outside the real world. Due to the angle, not many people could see the entrance to the secret realm. Apart from Lu Ye's group, only Manager Zhao was currently aware of it. Liao Dong had been deliberately informed of this information by Manager Zhao for his own selfish reasons. But Lu Yu didn't care about this at all, because right now only the three of them from the entire hotel had entered this secret realm. As the three ran into the clothing store and touched the silver vortex, a sudden feeling of weightlessness washed over them. Then everything around them went pitch black. Yin let out a startled cry, but was promptly grabbed by Lu Yu. Before she could react, the three of them had their feet on solid ground and their vision restored. Oh my god! What is this? This is too fantastical. Yin and Ding Feng both exclaimed in shock at the sudden change of scenery. Even Lu Yu had to admire the wonder of the secret realm. It was a sun-drenched valley. The mountains on either side stretched endlessly, with verdant hills, lush trees, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. Before them lay a winding mountain path. Looking ahead, it curved into the deep mountains after 100 meters. Behind them was the familiar silver vortex of light. Theoretically, it was the exit of the secret realm. We've actually come to another space. This is unbelievable. Stop marveling, let's head inside first. Lu Yu had been mentally prepared, so his surprise lasted only a moment. After saying this, he took the Qinggang sword and prepared to lead the way. Seeing this, Ding Feng quickly caught up. Brother Lu, let me take the front. It's fine, let's just go like this. Lu Yu didn't want to waste time. Although the path ahead was winding, it looked spacious enough at a glance. The flora on both sides seemed normal, and no monsters were visible on the road. In this situation, it didn't matter who led. Of course, they still had to be careful. Seeing Lu Ye's insistence, Ding Feng didn't say anything more. But as they moved forward cautiously with their weapons drawn, a stench of blood and the foul smell of viscera suddenly drifted over. Just as they tensed up, a conversation reached their ears. "Hey Chu Feng, this standoff is pointless. How about we both give a little? Fine, you guys lure the monsters away and he'll go get the treasure inside." "You're not being reasonable," Tao Yong said exasperatedly. "We're schoolmates after all. Why can't you trust anyone?" "Sorry, I don't trust a soul." Chu Feng scoffed mockingly. "Either you lure the monsters away, I get the treasure, and we split it 50-50 when I get out, or no one gets in." The brief dialogue inside left Lu Yu stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. "Damn Tao Yong. Chu Feng, how are they here?" Lu Yu led the two of them deeper into the canyon. They encountered no danger along the way. The winding mountain path twisted and turned, and after roughly 300 meters, a pungent stench of blood and entrails assailed their nostrils. As they pressed further inward, they overheard the conversation that had just taken place. Upon hearing this exchange, Lu Yu was genuinely bewildered. He was absolutely certain that only Yin Yun Ding Feng and himself had entered this secret realm. How did Chu Feng and Tao Yong get in? Without time to ponder further, he hurriedly led Yin Yun and Ding Feng forward at a brisk pace. Soon a vast clearing within the canyon unfolded before them. It was immense, at least the size of 2 basketball courts. Although a mountain covered in large trees stood opposite the clearing, the ground itself was perfectly flat, devoid of weeds, with yellow soil that was compact and dry. A series of footprints and scattered mangled corpses strewn across the ground made for a shocking sight. Lu Yu gave them a cursory glance. The footprints were larger than a human's, hinting at some unknown creature. The corpses were those of monkeys, their appearance resembling golden, snub-nosed monkeys. However, their size was at least 3 times larger. They lay scattered in disarray, varying in size, with at least 10 or more visible at a glance. Blood, brain matter, and entrails were splattered everywhere, the source of the intense, acrid stench of blood and gore. Of course, these weren't the main point. The key detail was the 5 people seated near the edge of the path within the clearing. The ratio was 4-to-1, with a gap of about 10 meters between them. Chu Feng went without saying, Lu Yu knew him all too well. At this moment, he had set his backpack aside and was resting atop it. As for Tao Yong, Lu Yu also recognized him. He was the sports commissar of another class, and the two had a casual acquaintance, often engaging in idle chatter. "My God, what happened here?" Yin Yun couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the scene in the clearing. Were it not for her black mask filtering some of the stench, she likely would have vomited again from the smell. Ding Feng, possessing stronger adaptability, remained composed despite his surprise. Meanwhile, the two groups resting in the clearing turned their gazes toward Lu Yu's direction. Lu Yu. The moment he saw him, Chu Feng froze in place. "What is going on here? Shouldn't this guy be at the juniors teaching building? How is he here? Damn, Lu Yu. Boss, why are you here?" Tao Yong and Wu Chang were equally astonished. They had never imagined that anyone other than themselves could enter this secret realm, and the newcomer was a rich second-generation heir, they all knew. Lu Yu didn't immediately answer Wu Chang's question. Instead, he quickly swept his gaze across everyone present. Besides Wu Chang, Tao Yong had 2 other roommates with him, one named Wan Hai and the other Tong Xiaohua. Both were severely injured, with bandages wrapped around their arms, thighs, shoulders, and even their abdomens. Their lips were parched and pale, clear signs of excessive blood loss. Since only simple measures had been taken to staunch the bleeding, Lu Yu could clearly discern the wounds, some inflicted by monkey scratches, others by bites. Wu Chang and Tao Yong bore minor injuries as well, though far less severe. "Hey, interesting." Lu Yu sheathed his long sword and flashed a grin. "Fancy running into acquaintances in a godforsaken place like this." "Boss, how did you get in? I should be asking you that." Lu Yu led Yin Yun and Ding Feng to a position that was a safe distance from both parties. "Wu Chang, Tao Yong, how did you two get here?" "Hey, it's a long story." Tao Yong, seated on the ground, forced his weary body to speak. "We were taking shelter in the dormitory when Xiangzi spotted a vortex formed by a silvery light point at the corner of the wall outside. We fought our way there, touched the vortex, and ended up here. Though we came from that side." Tao Yong pointed in the opposite direction from which Lu Yu had arrived. Lu Yu followed his gaze and saw at the other end of the clearing a small path similar to the one he had entered through. So this secret realm had 2 entrances. "Is that so?" Lu Yu chuckled, then turned his head and feigned surprise. "Oh, isn't this Chu Feng from our class? What are you doing here? None of your damn business." "Stop with your sarcastic tone." Chu Feng suppressed the shock and murderous intent within him, replying coldly. He had never imagined that his first encounter with Lu Yu after his rebirth would be in this secret realm. Though he yearned to tear Lu Yu limb from limb, this was definitely not the time. "Hey, watch your mouth." Hearing Chu Feng's rude tone, Ding Feng, true to his role as the villain's underling, immediately spoke up to defend Lu Yu. "What? Want to try and teach me a lesson?" Chu Feng glanced at Ding Feng, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. He was the protagonist, and a reborn one at that. He knew Lu Yu's and Ding Feng's abilities inside out, so Ding Feng's provocation didn't faze him in the least. "You? Ding Feng, don't be rash." Ding Feng, clearly provoked by the contemptuous look, gripped his fire axe tightly, and moved to charge forward, but Lu Yu reached out and stopped him. As the villain he knew very well, Ding Feng was formidable. In fact, even Lu Yu himself couldn't beat him in a fair fight, with equivalent weapons and no superpowers. But he was absolutely no match for Chu Feng. Rushing in recklessly would only serve as fodder for Chu Feng to gain experience. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, deciding to ignore him for now, and instead inquire about the situation from Tao Yong. As Tao Yong explained, Lu Yu pieced together a rough picture. The secret realm indeed seemed to have two entrances, and Tao Yong's group had come through the other one. They hadn't encountered any monsters along the way, but upon reaching this clearing they were ambushed by the mutated monkeys in the surrounding trees. These mutated monkeys were all at the Black Iron mid-tier level. They dared not engage in prolonged combat, and could only retreat toward the entrance while fighting. As luck would have it, they ran into Chu Feng, who had just arrived. The monkeys attacked indiscriminately and naturally didn't spare him. Chu Feng had no time to overthink, and could only consume a crystal core to recover his strength before helping them eliminate the mutated monkeys. Lu Yu glanced over, and indeed saw numerous monkey corpses near the other entrance. He gave a slight nod, and continued his inquiries. What followed was even simpler. After dealing with the mutated monkeys, they didn't immediately start a fight with each other, driven by the prospect of treasures that might lie within. After a brief discussion on how to split the spoils, they came together to this clearing, and jointly finished off the remaining monkeys. So the treasure is in that cave, Lu Yu murmured to himself, gazing at the cave nestled in the mountainside in the distance. The paths from the two entrances of the secret realm were symmetrical, forming a straight line. To the left stood a massive mountain, its face vertical and sheer with no visible route up. To the right was the clearing, elevated one step above the path. At the far end of the clearing stood another great mountain. On the side of its belly was a massive cave entrance over 2 meters in both width and height. That's right. Tao Yong didn't conceal anything. But there's a very powerful monster inside. We can't defeat it, so we decided to have someone with good stamina lure it away while the others go in to grab the treasure. But nobody's willing to be the one to lure it out. A smirk tugged at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Recalling the conversation had overheard combined with Tao Yong's explanation, he instantly grasped the current situation. The treasure was in the cave, but so was a formidable monster. The question of who would lure the beast, and who would claim the prize had become a sticking point. If they were all trusted comrades, there wouldn't be much to argue about. But Tao Yong and Chu Feng clearly didn't trust each other. Add to that the fact that both sides had exhausted much of their strength after dealing with the smaller monsters, and the current deadlock had formed. Neither side was willing to go in and lure the monster out, so they simply decided to wait it out here. Judging by the time, they'd been at a standstill for at least an hour. Seems like I've arrived just in time, huh? Lu Yu had not anticipated that a secret realm would have 2 entrances. Nor had he expected that due to the distance of the entrances and the number of monsters, Tao Yong and Chu Feng would have entered even earlier than himself. But if they had not yet obtained the treasure, then he had not arrived too late. It even spared him the trouble of clearing out those mutated monkeys. With that thought, Lu Yu cast his gaze back upon Chu Feng, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So you need someone to draw the monster's attention to get the treasure. Chu Feng, you're on your own here. How about you just back out? Boss, don't underestimate this Chu Feng. He's quite formidable now. Wu Chang interjected a timely reminder. Although his own awakened ability was decent, and he no longer truly considered Lu Yu his leader, he still maintained the pretense of loyalty. Is that so? Lu Yu feigned surprise. Underestimate Chu Feng? How could that be? This guy was the protagonist. How could he possibly underestimate him? Chu Feng snorted coldly. Who do you think you are to tell me to back out? Hearing this, Ding Feng flew into a rage once more. Kid, watch your mouth. I won't. What are you going to do about it? Bite me. Chu Feng's expression remained disdainful, though he made no move to strike first. In the early days of the apocalypse, whether one was an esper or an enhancer, their combat prowess wasn't vastly different. Now the distance between them had stretched beyond 3 meters, a distance that could be considered absolutely safe. Attempting to kill the other at this range was nearly impossible, so he needed to bide his time. Damn it, Chu Feng. Lu Yu once again restrained the eager Ding Feng, asking with feigned ignorance, why so aggressive? Have I wronged you in the past? No. Chu Feng's eyes were icy. But I just can't stand the sight of you. According to the normal timeline, the two were still just classmates. Lu Yu's atrocities against him in the past life had only begun much later into the apocalypse. Yet Chu Feng's hatred for Lu Yu was not something that could be easily dismissed with a few words. He even disdained to use tactics like feigning cooperation while waiting for an opportunity. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Lu Yu's eyes. Though Lu Yu didn't know what ability Chu Feng had awakened, he knew that as the protagonist, Chu Feng's strength and luck wouldn't be low. Even if he struck, now he wasn't sure he could kill him. But being provoked repeatedly like this, how could Lu Yu tolerate it? Just as Lu Yu was about to make his move, Yin Yin suddenly spoke up. Hey, why do you talk like that? Aren't we all classmates? Is there any need to be so hostile towards Lu Yu? Her voice, like the tinkling of silver bells, instantly halted Lu Yu's actions. It also left Chu Feng rooted to the spot. This voice, why did it sound so familiar? It was now a little past 3 in the afternoon, less than 4. The apocalypse had descended over 6 hours ago. Yet for the vast majority of humanity, those 6 hours felt like an eternity. Take Yin Yun for instance. During those 6+ hours she had been with Lu Yu almost the entire time. The two had been through so much together. Her attitude towards him had done a complete 180. At the very least, seeing Chu Feng speak to Lu Yu that made her instinctively want to side with Lu Yu. Hearing Yin Yun's voice, Lu Yu snapped back to his senses. Chu Feng was the protagonist. Killing him wouldn't be easy. Perhaps he could use Yin Yun to his advantage. Chu Feng, however, was astounded by her words. That voice was all too familiar to him. He instinctively looked at Yin Yun, scrutinizing her carefully. What are you looking at? Seeing him staring intently, Yin Yun pouted. Am I wrong? You? Are you Yin Yun? Chu Feng asked, finding it hard to believe, testing the waters again. The Yin Yun before him now wore a black lady's mask, a tactical vest, ripped jeans, and her hair tied back in a ponytail. She was a far cry from the Yin Yun in his memories. It was only her voice that was deeply etched in his mind. You recognize me? Yin Yun was taken aback by Chu Feng's question. According to the normal timeline, she wouldn't know Chu Feng yet either. The two had barely even crossed paths at school. Yin Yun? No way. She's Yin Yun. Tao Yong and the other three were equally astonished. The entrance to a secret realm was usually well hidden, and the path leading to it was typically fraught with peril. How could a delicate girl like Yin Yun have made it all the way here? Are you really Yin Yun? Ignoring Tao Yong and his group, Chu Feng became agitated upon hearing her confirm her identity. The reason he had discovered this secret realm's entrance was to go to the teaching building to save Yin Yun. And now Yin Yun had appeared right before him. This was, yes, so what if I am? Yin Yun was a bit slow to react, but mustered the courage to confirm her identity. However, the moment she confirmed it, Chu Feng's mind raced. No, you're not Yin Yun. He shook his head, muttering to himself. If you were really Yin Yun, how could you be with this guy Lu Yu? Yin Yun had appeared together with Lu Yu. Their walking posture and the matching tactical vests they wore proved they were in the same team. He couldn't believe his goddess, his first love, could be so familiar with a scumbag like Lu Yu. The script of his past life wasn't like this either. Chu Feng, that's not right. Hearing this, Lu Yu smiled wryly. It's no secret in our class that I like Yin Yun. Why is it so impossible for her to be with me? No, impossible. You're lying to me. You can't be, Yin Yun, you can't be. Are you crazy? It's not like I'm some celebrity who would go around impersonating me. Yin Yun was furious. She was standing right here, yet she couldn't even prove she was herself. Take off your mask, Chu Feng uttered coldly. Mask. Oh right, the mask. Fine, I'll take it off. Yin Yun couldn't be bothered to argue and quickly removed her mask. Soon her pretty face and delicate features were revealed to everyone. My god, it really is Yin Yun. Unbelievable. Boss, when did you get with Yin Yun? You're joking, right? Tao Yong and the others were stunned once more. Chu Feng looked as if he had received a massive shock. No, it can't be. How can you be Yin Yun? How can you be Yin Yun? You're really sick. Yin Yun wanted to retort, but seeing Chu Feng muttering neurotically to himself, she couldn't be bothered to say another word. Chu Feng, are you alright? Lu Yu pretended to be concerned. I know a lot of people in our school like Yin Yun, but it seems you do too. Chu Feng took a deep breath, ignored Lu Yu, and fixed his gaze back on Yin Yun. 10 years of apocalyptic experience helped him calm down quickly. Yin Yun, tell me, why are you with him? Why? I. Yin Yun was at a loss for words, because she had been forced by Lu Yu last night. Although she didn't mind it anymore, she couldn't exactly say that in front of everyone, could she? Chu Feng, you're really strange. Fortunately, Lu Yu came to her rescue just in time, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Yin Yun was caught off guard and pulled into his embrace, but after blushing, she didn't choose to dodge. Her hesitant, yet yielding expression clearly indicated her stance. I'm not a narcissist, but I think I'm not bad-looking. The world outside is chaos now, and I've awakened an ability to protect her. We're a perfect match made in heaven. I like her, and she likes me. Isn't it only natural for us to be together? You're lying. Yin Yun obviously likes me, it's me. Lu Yu's matter-of-fact remark struck Chu Feng like a thunderbolt, wrenching a furious roar from his throat. In his eyes, Yin Yun was perfection incarnate. Kind, gentle, and pure, the very girl who had shared his mutual affection in their past life. But now, how could a girl as radiant as the moon itself ever fall for a scumbag like Lu Yu? His outburst left everyone stunned. Even Wuchang, Tao Yong and their two roommates were utterly bewildered. A moment later, damn, Yonga is Chu Feng out of his mind. He actually thinks Yin Yun would like him. What a joke. You said it. He should take a good look at himself in the mirror. What a loser. The four of them took turns mocking Chu Feng, their gazes dripping with contempt, as if they were staring at a fool. A classic case of background characters deriding the protagonist. Before the apocalypse, money was one of the most devastating weapons a man could wield against a woman's heart. In the minds of all their classmates, Yin Yun was pure and beautiful, but her being with Lu Yu wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all, as Lu Yu himself claimed, he was handsome and came from a wealthy family. A guy like him was practically a lady killer. While Yan Yun's association with Lu Yu might make her seem more worldly, it was still far better than her liking a broke loser like Chu Feng. Even Yan Yun herself was utterly baffled, let alone Wu Chang and Tao Yong. Yan Yun likes you? Huh? Lu Yu chuckled, turning his gaze to Yan Yun. Yan Yun, he says you like him. Who likes him? I don't even know him. Yan Yun quickly distanced herself from Chu Feng, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Yes, you read that right, disdain. In the past, Chu Feng was a nobody, a commoner. Yan Yun, on the other hand, was a goddess-like campus belle, the center of everyone's attention. How could she ever notice an insignificant nobody like him? Especially when Chu Feng was currently acting like a lunatic. See, I told you. Forget it, let's just ignore him. Lu Yu smiled, deciding not to bother with Chu Feng for now, and shifted his gaze to Wu Chang. Hey Wu Chang, you guys made it here, so you must have awakened some abilities, right? Well, heh. Wu Chang smirked, not denying it. Lu Yu cut straight to the chase, signaling Ding Feng with a glance. Ding Feng, go check out that cave, and see if it's as they said. Keep your distance, and stay safe. Got it, Master Lu. Ding Feng obeyed, without hesitation, slipping cautiously into the woods beside the clearing and heading toward the cave. Moments later he crept back. Lu Yu tilted his head. What's it like? Struggling to contain his shock, Ding Feng replied. It's true. There's a strange light inside and a huge agitated monkey. An agitated monkey. Good, I see. Lu Yu nodded, a plan forming in his mind. He turned his gaze to Tao Yong and stated his intentions. Tao Yong, you guys look pretty worn out. How about we make a deal? A deal? What kind of deal? Help me get the treasure inside, and I'll provide you with protection afterward. Tao Yong was taken aback for a moment, and when he saw that Lu Yu had nothing more to say, he couldn't help but blurt out, That's it. That's it. Lu Yu confirmed his suspicion. Tao Yong couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yu, are you freaking kidding me? You want us to lure the monster away so you can grab the treasure? Why don't you lure the monster away and help us get it? I can offer you protection afterward too. The two had been on decent terms at school, but it was only a superficial friendship. With all those monsters outside, they had fought tooth and nail to get here, paying the price of 2 seriously injured and 2 lightly injured members just to survive the apocalypse. And now this bastard Lu Yu dares to say something like that? He's basically asking them to hand over the treasure on a silver platter. Are you kidding me? Even Yan Yun and Ding Feng thought his demand was utterly unrealistic. After all, no matter how stupid Tao Yong was, he couldn't possibly be that stupid. However, they had severely underestimated Lu Yu's ruthlessness. Lu Yu spoke in a calm tone. You don't have a choice right now. Tao Yong narrowed his eyes, sensing the ominous undertone in Lu Yu's voice. What do you mean? Including myself, my team currently has 2 combatants. Lu Yu casually removed his arm from Yan Yun's shoulder. I could have Ding Feng lure the monster away while I go in and grab the treasure myself. But I'm a cautious man. Before I go for the treasure, I need to minimize the risks. Do you understand what I'm saying? You? Yan Yun and Ding Feng were stunned speechless by his words. Tao Yong and Wu Chang were also frozen. What the hell is this guy planning? Lu Yu ignored them, locking his eyes on Wu Chang. Wu Chang, you used to be my brother, but I'm not sure if you still are. So I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Oh, and one more thing. Given your current state, whatever abilities you've awakened, you're no match for me. So don't even think about resisting. At these words, Tong Xiaohua and Wan Hai remained calm, knowing they were already powerless and at his mercy. But Tao Yong and Wu Chang were completely dumbfounded. The bastard's implication was clear. If they didn't help lure the monster away, he'd attack them. Are you threatening me? Tao Yong gritted his teeth, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. He had thought his own performance since the apocalypse began was exceptional. Brave, decisive, strong, resourceful, and level-headed. But now seeing Lu Yu's methods, he understood. Who was he kidding with that exceptional nonsense? Compared to this guy's sheer ruthlessness, his own qualities were like a minor sorcerer before a grand master, a tiny shrimp facing a dragon. That's right. I am threatening you. Lu Yu remained ice-cold. And am giving you 30 seconds to decide. Whoosh. As his words fell, Lu Yu drew his Qinggang sword once more and began to advance slowly toward Tao Yong and Wu Chang. Boss, are you really going to do this to me? Wu Chang snapped back to reality, his face a mask of disbelief as he watched Lu Yu approach with the gleaming blade. Just yesterday, he had been Lu Yu's loyal lackey. Now with the apocalypse upon them, Lu Yu was tossing aside their past bond without a second thought. Help me get the treasure inside, and we'll still be brothers. Otherwise, for my own safety, I'll have to apologize to you. But rest assured, for old-time sake, I'll only incapacitate you. I won't take your life. Lu Yu's tone was eerily calm, sending chills down both their spines. They could tell from his voice that he was absolutely not joking. Anyone who could make it this far at this time of day usually had some real skill. Coupled with the fact that they were in terrible shape, they were left with only 2 choices: either fight Lu Yu to the death, or help him lure the monsters. Fighting. Not an option. Seeing Lu Yu's unwavering confidence, they dared not gamble on whether he truly had the ability to incapacitate them both. Out here with the outside world so dangerous and all medical equipment down, losing combat capability was equivalent to losing your life. So Tao Yong tried to shift the target. Why? Why don't you have Chu Feng lure the monsters for you? Tao Yong gritted his teeth, asking with unwillingness. No one would feel comfortable handing over their hard-earned spoils to someone else. He's just one man. Lu Yu glanced at Chu Feng from the corner of his eye, saying with feigned indifference, "How could one man pose as much threat to me as the two of you? You two will lure the monsters for me, and Ding Feng will keep an eye on him. Decide quickly, you have 15 seconds. Hearing Lu Yu's unreasonable demand, Tao Yong clenched his jaw tightly. Wu Chang meanwhile looked from Lu Yu to Tao Yong, unable to make up his mind. To be honest, he was different from Shirley. Shirley was willing to remain Lu Yu's underling because he didn't know if he had awakened an ability. It was only after witnessing Lu Yu's formidable power that he willingly continued as his follower. But Wu Chang had awakened a powerful ability. With such amazing power, why would he play second fiddle to anyone? He wasn't crazy. But now, if he didn't submit to Lu Yu, was he supposed to fight him alongside Tao Yong? His thoughts raced for only a moment before Lu Yu's countdown reached their ears. 10, 9, 8, 7. Fine boss, I'll go. In a panic, Wu Chang quickly spoke up, directly declaring his stance. A wise decision. Tao Yong, what about you? Upon hearing this, Tao Yong cursed in frustration. After a moment, damn it, I'll accept this loss for now. Hearing both their answers, a slight smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. There was treasure in the cave along with a colossal monster. To get the treasure, someone needed to lure the beast away. Lu Yu knew full well that Chu Feng was a reborn protagonist who wished nothing but death upon him. So naturally he wouldn't ask Chu Feng to lure the monsters for him. As for Wu Chang and Tao Yong, they agreed to Lu Yu's demands only because the pressure he exerted was overwhelming. His confidence in having them cornered made them dare not act rashly, not even having the courage to flee. Why didn't they run? For one, their remaining stamina might not have been enough to outrun Lu Yu. Even if they could, what about the two severely injured people? Were they supposed to abandon them and escape? Doing so would not only tarnish their reputation with betrayal, but also cost them two teammates, all without getting the treasure. What would be the point of running then? The monster was strong, but they didn't have to fight it heat-in, they just needed to lure it out. So between fighting and helping, they had to choose the latter. As for teaming up with Chu Feng to take down Lu Yu first, that thought had crossed their minds, of course. But the idea was dismissed almost as quickly as it came. Wu Chang, for one, had often bullied Chu Feng even before the apocalypse. Would he really ask Chu Feng to join forces against Lu Yu? Would Chu Feng even care about him? It'd be a miracle if Chu Feng didn't try to kill him. So that possibility was practically nil. Tao Yong was in the same boat. He had always looked down on Chu Feng. Just moments ago they had been at each other's throats, nearly killing each other. How could they possibly cooperate now? But then again, if they had actually chosen to ally with Chu Feng against Lu Yu, it might have caused Lu Yu some real trouble. Of course it would only be a bit of trouble, because in their current state they were truly no match for him. Lu Yu might not have been able to kill Chu Feng, whose luck was heaven-defying, but he was quite confident he could take out the other two first. Being underestimated, huh? Hearing the conversation between Lu Yu and Tao Yong, Chu Feng snapped back to his senses. Although Yan Yun's situation had hit him hard, he had, after all, survived 10 years of the apocalypse. He wasn't going to be completely broken by this. So regardless of what was going on between Yan Yun and Lu Yu, he was determined to take Lu Yu down first. Once he eliminated Lu Yu, everything would come to light. He hadn't had the chance before. But now, in this apocalyptic world, the arrogant and overconfident rarely came to a good end. Since Lu Yu had underestimated him, the opportunity had finally arrived. As for why he hadn't used threats to make Tao Yong and Wu Chang fetch the treasure for him earlier, it was because their abilities were quite evenly matched, and the other two clearly didn't respect him. If it came to a fight, it would be a 2-0. He was confident he could beat them both. But he wasn't confident he could cripple one while keeping the other strong enough to lure the monster, all the while preserving his own stamina. That's why he had been stalling with Tao Yong and the others until now. He just hadn't expected anyone else to show up in this secret realm. And of all people, it had to be Lu Yu, the very person had been wanting to eliminate. Since you've decided, let's get ready. Lu Yu glanced at Chu Feng from the corner of his eye and spoke slowly. Actually, according to the normal flow of events, this secret realm was practically tailor-made for the reborn Chu Feng. The reason it had come to this current situation, all the variables stemmed from Lu Yu. If Lu Yu hadn't stockpiled supplies at the hotel beforehand, those survivors wouldn't have had weapons. Without their help clearing out the monsters in the hotel, Lu Yu wouldn't have been able to reach this secret realm so quickly. And if Lu Yu hadn't been at the hotel, Wu Chang wouldn't have ended up in Tao Yong's dorm when the apocalypse struck. In other words, originally only Tao Yong, his companions, and Chu Feng himself were supposed to be in this secret realm. Everyone else shouldn't have existed. Chu Feng would only have needed to use ruthless force to cripple Tao Yong's companions and threaten Tao Yong alone. But now, because of the variable that was Lu Yu, many more people were here. Wu Chang, Ding Feng, Yan Yun, and Lu Yu himself. Wu Chang's presence prevented Chu Feng from achieving absolute combat dominance. So the time to seize the treasure had been forcibly delayed until now. They'll take them somewhere safe first, Tao Yong said to Lu Yu, gesturing to his two severely injured roommates. Luring the monster would be dangerous, and leaving them here incapacitated as they could spell trouble. Hearing this, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. He wasn't worried about Tao Yong trying to escape. After all, only one person was needed to lure the monsters. If he left, wasn't Wu Chang still there? Just as Tao Yong was about to lead the two away, Yin Yun's voice rang out once more. Their wounds are too severe. Let me treat them first. Oh. This took everyone by surprise, including Lu Yu, because Yin Yun didn't seem to be carrying any medical kits or supplies. What could she possibly use to treat their wounds? Only Chu Feng understood. His heart ached again as if a knife had been twisted in it. Yes, Yin Yun's ability wasn't perception or purification. It was healing. In his past life, it was this very ability that had made him fall for her. The image of her tending to his wounds and bandaging him was still vivid in his memory, even to this day. After the apocalypse, descended humanity awakened to various supernatural abilities. Healing was one of them. This power transformed those with no medical knowledge into prodigious healers. They could perceive the physical structure and ailments of any living being and use their abilities to mend them. It was without a doubt an absolute medical miracle. Yin Yun awakened this very ability. As for why her hands carried a purifying function, that was because later stage awakened ones possessed incredibly potent life force. Even ruptured internal organs had a chance of complete recovery. This meant these healing class awakened ones sometimes had to use their hands to help repair others' internal organs. Such procedures required sterile hands. In the apocalypse where bacteria and viruses were rampant aside from the nation and the larger survivor bases, only healing class awakened ones naturally possessed this ability. After speaking, Yin Yun's gaze turned to Lu Yu, seemingly seeking his approval. All right, go ahead. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Those two had already lost too much blood. Even with their wounds treated now, they'd be combat ineffective. Still, to be safe, Lu Yu, accompanied by Ding Feng, walked over with Yin Yun. Since Tao Yong and his group had been through life-and-death situations together, they harbored no ill feelings towards Yin Yun treating their wounds now. Yin Yun quickly examined the injuries of the two men, hesitated briefly, then began her treatment. She placed her hands over the bloody gaping wound on Wan Hai's arm. A faint white light flashed. The gruesome blood-soaked wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Large wounds shrank, small ones scabbed over. My God, this is incredible. Absolutely astonishing. This is a miracle. Everyone present was astounded. Even though they had awakened special powers themselves, they looked upon Yin Yun's healing method with awe. This was healing at a visibly perceptible speed. As time passed, the treatment was soon complete. Yin Yun wiped the fine sweat from her brow and let out a long breath. I'm sorry, my abilities are limited for now. This is the best I can do. The treatment of the two hadn't taken long. Influenced by Lu Yu, Yin Yun knew to conserve her strength, so she only addressed the most severe wounds. It's fine, this is already great. Wan Hai looked at his much improved wounds and couldn't help but smile. Tong Xiaohua also said, thanks Campus Beauty Yin. You're welcome. Seeing things were settled, Lu Yu went over and helped Yin Yun up, casually handing her a chocolate bar. I didn't expect your awakened ability to be healing. I didn't either. Seeing their injuries just now, I had a sudden urge to try it. Didn't think it would actually work. Yin Yun looked tired but was beaming with delight. After all, this newly awakened ability seemed far more useful than before. With it, she would no longer be a liability to the team. All right, you two can leave now. Lu Yu smiled, dropping the topic, and waved dismissively at Tong Xiaohua and Wan Hai. Their bleeding had stopped, they had rested extensively, and now, with Yin Yun's treatment, they could manage to walk. Hearing Lu Yu's words, they glanced at Tao Yong, who gave them a helpless nod. With that, the two could only turn and leave. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Yu wasn't in a hurry. He first helped Yin Yun to a spot not far from Chu Feng. 3 meters was a safe distance. Lu Yu knew Chu Feng was highly vigilant, so he stopped there, not venturing closer. Hey Chu Feng, look at this. Hearing Lu Yu's voice, Chu Feng instinctively looked up. Then he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Lu Yu cupped Yin Yun's face and kissed her directly. Caught completely off guard, Yin Yun was easily taken by Lu Yu. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected Lu Yu to make a move on her so openly in front of everyone. She tried to resist, but as a woman, how could she overpower Lu Yu? And this feeling? Gradually, the strength in Yin Yun's hands trying to push him away weakened. As for Chu Feng, witnessing this, a wave of rage surged within him. That gentle white moonlight girl who bandaged his wounds in his past life was now with someone else. Bastard, I'll kill you. Chu Feng roared furiously in his mind. At that moment, a wind blade suddenly flew towards him. Let's rewind a few minutes. In the early days of the Apocalypse, ability users were generally weaker than body enhancers when hunting monsters. After all, an enhancer's strength was continuous, while an ability user could only use their powers a few times a day. Although Lu Yu was a hybrid of both, to Chu Feng, who had 10 years of Apocalypse experience, this was completely unacceptable. How could Lu Yu, who had never experienced the Apocalypse, adapt to it so quickly? How did he manage to get to the secret realm? And why was his relationship with Yin Yun so good? This is impossible, this is impossible. Seeing Yin Yun with Lu Yu and seeing that even her healing the two men required Lu Yu's damn approval, Chu Feng sitting on the ground clawed at his head in distress. He couldn't accept this reality. Is this world not the one I knew? Was I reborn into a parallel universe? Wei Jianjun was absent, and the sword had been bought by someone else. Realizing that besides the apocalypse and these familiar faces, everything else didn't match his memories, Chu Feng began to question his existence. He didn't want to believe it was true. Just then Lu Yu brought Yin Yun to within 3 meters of him. Hearing Lu Yu call him, he instinctively looked up. Seeing Lu Yu and Yin Yun kiss right in front of him, his already unstable mentality shattered. In his past life, Yin Yun was his deepest regret. After his rebirth, he had already claimed her as his woman in his heart. And now this bastard Lu Yu dared to do such a thing with Yin Yun right before his eyes. Letting it happen in front of him was one thing. But Yin Yun barely struggled before giving in. How could she not resist? How could she not fight back? All his pent-up rage exploded in that instant. At that moment Chu Feng only wanted to kill Lu Yu to vent his fury. But who would have thought Lu Yu would act faster? The moment he sensed Chu Feng's volatile emotions, he released Yin Yun and hurled a wind blade at him. Whoosh! The wind howled, concealing the blade within it. Lu Yu's kiss had been a hidden assassination attempt. Lu Yu's wind blade was formidable. With the distance between them a mere 3 meters, a precise strike would not only incapacitate Chu Feng like Ye Fei, but would also strip him of any chance to contend with Lu Yu. However, Chu Feng was after all the protagonist. He possessed not only 10 years of memories, but also a decade of combat experience from the apocalypse, including advanced fighting techniques from its later stages. Even though his mind was unsettled due to the strange relationship between Yin Yun and Lu Yu, he keenly sensed the danger the moment Lu Yu raised his hand. Damn it! Instinctively, Chu Feng rolled to the right to evade the lethal strike. A sharp, excruciating pain shot through his left shoulder. The sleeve of his white t-shirt was torn open by Lu Yu's wind blade. The flat, muddy ground behind him was carved with a deep, sword-like trench. Crimson blood dripped slowly down Chu Feng's arm. My god, is this an ability? A spatial ability? No, it's wind, right? Look at Chu Feng's hair and clothes. Seeing Chu Feng's clothes and hair whipped by the fierce wind, Wu Chang and Tao Yong were stunned. No wonder he's so confident he awakened a wind-type ability. Although ability users didn't necessarily have an advantage over enhanced humans when hunting monsters in the early apocalypse in an unknown fight, if the ability user had a highly offensive power, like fire, wind, or lightning, then, without special training, an enhanced human would be no match. And Lu Yu's case was even more special. He was a hybrid, a magic warrior dual cultivator. Damn it. Chu Feng, gripping his fire axe and clutching his wounded left arm, gritted his teeth and demanded, Lu Yu, you bastard, why did you attack me? Why? You don't have a clue. Lu Yu, holding his sword and shielding Yin Yun behind him, retorted coldly, isn't it, because you're unhappy with me? Well, the feeling is mutual. Whether it was for the reward of eliminating the protagonist to secure the treasure safely or to retaliate for Chu Feng's earlier provocations, Lu Yu harbored a deep resentment for him. Attacking in this manner was a plan Lu Yu had devised long ago. How could this be? Looking at the coldness in Lu Yu's eyes, Chu Feng found it hard to believe. In his mind, Lu Yu was nothing but a useless, rich, second-generation heir relying solely on his awakened ability to gather followers. He always wore a hypocritical mask with everyone, just like when he first entered the secret realm. But now, how did this guy know to use Yin Yun to distract him and then attack? This doesn't make sense. His scheming shouldn't be this deep at this stage, and he shouldn't be this wary of me. Could I have really been reborn into a parallel world? Or is he after the treasure inside? Or did my words earlier cause a butterfly effect, making him drop his pretenses? Chu Feng quickly shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. Fine, if you want to fight, let's fight. Are you coming one by one, or both of you together? I can handle you alone. Ding Feng was also enraged and stepped forward. Damn it, do I need help to deal with a little punk like you? Is that so? Chu Feng squinted, focusing his attention on the sword in Lu Yu's hand. Another familiar item. Of course, it was only familiar in appearance. In his past life, when he saw this sword, it was glowing with a golden light. It was completely different from the bronze sword it was now. Yin Yun. Lu Yu, his eyes fixed on Chu Feng, suddenly spoke. Although he still had many cards to play, he refused to believe that with his current strength plus Ding Feng, plus a black iron core, he couldn't defeat a half-crippled Chu Feng. Moi. Go wait for me at the entrance of the secret realm. You? Are you going to kill him? She didn't understand why Chu Feng had become so furious just because she had kissed Lu Yu, nor why Lu Yu had suddenly attacked Chu Feng. But she also didn't know why she felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of Lu Yu killing Chu Feng. You don't want to see me kill him? Lu Yu asked without turning his head. I just don't want you to become a murderer. Yin Yun bit her lip and mustered the courage to find a random excuse, even knowing it might anger Lu Yu. Oh. Lu Yu didn't get angry, but instead curled his lips into a smile. Are you afraid you'll be scared when you lie next to me tonight? Yin Yun was dumbfounded, not expecting Lu Yu to say that. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by him. Don't worry, I promise you we'll try not to kill him. R. Really? Yin Yun was stunned. Lu Yu said indifferently, of course. Now go. Okay. Yin Yun nodded this time, and ran back the way she came without hesitation. Overhearing their conversation, Chu Feng's heart clenched again. Lying next to him at night. Damn it. Having just calmed down, Chu Feng became enraged once more. Lu Yu, however, ignored him and spoke directly. Ding Feng, be careful. Don't worry, leave it to me. Facing the arrogant Chu Feng, Ding Feng was more than eager. He tightened his grip on the fire axe and took 2 steps forward. Lu Yu also tightened his hold on his long sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Feng from the side. Had he promised Yin Yun not to kill him? How could he not kill him? Promising her was one thing, but fulfilling that promise was another matter entirely. Lu Yu could try to spare others, but Chu Feng had to die. Ding Feng was Lu Ye's bodyguard and possessed combat skills. Although he might be somewhat inferior to Chu Feng, with Lu Ye's assistance, he wouldn't lose too quickly. Seeing the two prepare to attack, Chu Feng gritted his teeth. He didn't have much stamina left. He had just been ambushed by Lu Yu. So his earlier suggestion for them to fight together was just a bluff. Although he could still escape from Lu Yu, now going head-to-head with both of them, he didn't think he stood a chance. Was he really going to hand over the treasure that was within reach? No, never. With this thought, Chu Feng prepared to use his past life combat skills to take Ding Feng down with him. But Lu Yu wasn't about to give him that chance. While the two clashed axes, Lu Yu not only watched for an opportunity, but also, Chu Feng, I didn't expect you to like Yin Yun too. This sudden remark caught Chu Feng off guard. Whoosh. Ding Feng's axe swung with fierce momentum. It grazed past his face, nearly splitting his head open. Startled, Chu Feng quickly snapped back to attention. Lu Yu continued. So it's because of Yin Yun that you're unhappy with me. I can understand that. We're men after all. Chu Feng. Lu Yu, by the way, did you know Yin Yun's lips are sweet? Chu Feng. Lu Yu. And she has a great figure, a slender waist. When she's on her knees in front of me at night. Chu Feng roared. Lu Yu will fucking kill you. It must be said that the 10 years of apocalyptic experience had forged Chu Feng into a formidable force. Coupled with his relentless battles since the apocalypse began, his current attributes were in no way inferior to Lu Yu's. In other words, if they were to engage in close combat at full strength, even if Lu Yu and Ding Feng joined forces, they would be no match for him. After all, a person's combat prowess depended not only on their weapon and enhancement level, but also on their killing techniques. It wasn't simply a matter of who was stronger. But now Chu Feng had expended nearly all his stamina, helping Tao Yong clear out the minor monsters. Even after resting, his condition was far inferior to Lu Yu's and Ding Feng's. Adding to that, Lu Yu's sneak attack had left a deep gash on his arm with blood dripping down relentlessly. Under these circumstances, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Chu Feng was fully aware of this. He needed to end this quickly. Yet Lu Yu seemed to have a knack for spotting his weaknesses, constantly taunting him while he was locked in combat with Ding Feng. If it were mere taunts, Chu Feng was confident he could rely on his indomitable will to calm himself and repel the two. But everything Lu Yu said was about Yin Yun. Sweet lips, a slender waist, prostrating before him. How could he possibly endure such provocation? He dodged Ding Feng's axe, let out a furious roar, and charged at Lu Yu. Getting anxious already, Lu Yu smirked. His 25 points of mental strength granted him exceptional focus, far surpassing ordinary people. He was the first to seize the crack in Chu Feng's emotional armor, raising his hand to send another wind blade his way. This moment was precisely when Chu Feng's emotions were most volatile. Whoosh. Thud. The wind blade whipped up a fierce gale, surging towards Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng had used his special ability to predict the direction of Lu Yu's wind blade, his rage greatly diminished this power. Moreover, his body wasn't as formidable as in his past life. Faced with Lu Yu's wind blade, he had no time to dodge. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, letting out a cry of agony as a long gash was carved into his right flank. Blood quickly stained his robes. Because Lu Yu's wind blade was compressed. The closer to its core, the stronger the wind force. Too far away, one couldn't even feel the breeze. So Chu Feng, not struck heat, was only spun around by the gale and forced back a step. At that moment, Ding Feng seized the opportunity and lunged forward with a kick. In a fight, an ordinary person hit by Lu Yu's wind blade would easily lose their balance. Once off balance, they would face Ding Feng's relentless storm of attacks. But Chu Feng was no ordinary man. His combat experience was vast, and his reactions were lightning fast. He forcibly twisted his body to evade Ding Feng's kick, then used his fire axe to drive him back, while quickly sidestepping to the left. Bastard! Bastard! Seeing the wound on his abdomen, Chu Feng couldn't help but curse. Lu Yu had no intention of engaging Chu Feng in close combat. He simply stood his ground, watching him. Chu Feng, kneel and apologize, and I might forgive you. Apologize? He'll apologize to your mother. You're asking for death. Lu Yu sneered. Ding Feng understood the signal and charged forward again. The grudge this man held was against Chu Feng's past self, not the Chu Feng of now. But from the very beginning this man had shown a clear intent to kill him, not even bothering with pretense or waiting for the perfect moment to strike. What? Did he think Chu Feng was weak and easy prey? Lu Yu, you bastard, just you wait. We'll meet again. Seeing Ding Feng charging again, Chu Feng had no time to overthink. He bolted towards the entrance on the other side of the secret realm. Yes, he was fleeing. Although he could beat Ding Feng if they continued, his stamina was depleted, and he had been wounded twice by Lu Ye's powers. The second time, it was a severe injury. In this state, he dared not prolong the fight, and immediately used his life-saving skill to escape into the distance. Trying to run. Lu Yu had anticipated this, so he was waiting on the path Chu Feng would have to take. Killing him would not only eliminate a major threat, but also allow Lu Yu to acquire his abilities. However, Chu Feng's running speed was astonishing, and his erratic movements made it impossible for Lu Ye's wind blades to lock on. Most importantly, he refused to engage Lu Yu, darting past after dodging a sword thrust without any pause. Damn it, how is this guy so fast? Watching Chu Feng instantly create several meters of distance after evading his sword, Lu Yu felt like cursing. He wanted to chase, but he simply couldn't catch up. Taking a closer look, there seemed to be a faint energy fluctuation around Chu Feng's feet, and his running speed was at least 30 faster than Lu Ye's. Given the distance and Chu Feng's speed, the wind blade couldn't possibly hit him. Damn it. Is this for real? Not only Lu Yu and Ding Feng, but even Tao Yong and Wu Chang were dumbfounded. Chu Feng's running speed was unbelievably fast. Even faster than Wu Chang, an expert at escaping at his best. How could an injured man achieve such speed? Watching Chu Feng's disappearing figure at the exit, Lu Yu frowned deeply. Damn it. Was it because his luck hadn't run out that he couldn't kill him? Or was it simply a matter of strength? Lu Yu quickly pondered, and concluded it was the latter. After all, since the apocalypse began, only his weapon had improved, his physical strength and abilities had grown naturally, without any active enhancement. It seemed he had been too hasty. Thinking this, Lu Yu felt a pang of regret, but he had no time to dwell on it. Ding Feng, go after him, and see where he goes. Be careful. Understood, Master Lu. Ding Feng nodded, and followed Chu Feng. Once Ding Feng was out of sight, Lu Yu discreetly slipped the black iron crystal core from his pocket into his mouth. The core was the size of an adult's thumbnail. It was like taking a pill. The crystal core was cool to the touch, and had no taste. Holding it in his mouth, Lu Yu unscrewed his water bottle, and took 2 big gulps. The crystal core was washed down into his stomach. Once inside, the cold core quickly transformed into a warm current. Starting from his stomach, the warmth rapidly spread through his limbs and body. Within less than a minute, it had washed away all traces of fatigue. The feeling was exhilarating, even more refreshing than a hot bath. Before he could fully savor it, a system notification popped up. Ding, you have recovered a significant amount of stamina. Ding, you have enhanced your body. Enhancement results: Vitality 1, Strength 2, Agility 2. Lu Yu glanced at his attribute panel. Vitality 22, Mental Strength 26, Strength 24, Agility 22. This was his enhanced attribute panel. Attributeless crystal cores do not enhance mental strength. The other 3 attributes are also enhanced differently, depending on the type of monster. Different monsters possess attributeless crystal cores with different energies. Some are stronger in strength, some in agility, and others in vitality. In general, for a normal enhancer, a typical black iron grade attributeless crystal core would not increase total attributes by more than 5 points. Only a rare few could grant 6 points. As for why Lu Yu chose to consume the core at this moment, it was because he had used 1 wind blade to kill the sickle mantis, and 2 more to deal with Chu Feng. He only had 2 left. With his depleted stamina, and only 2 wind blades, he was afraid he couldn't control these 2. Plus, he needed to retrieve the treasure inside. So he didn't hesitate to consume it. Looking at the 2 bewildered men in the distance, Lu Yu took a deep breath. Tao Yong, Wu Chang, it's your turn now. After Lu Yu and his 2 companions eliminated the 2 high-tier mantises on the ground floor of the hotel, his stamina was left at just over half. After killing several more monsters along the way and arriving at the secret realm, he had almost nothing left. To ensure his deterrence and absolute safety, he did not hesitate to consume the crystal core. And so, Tao Yong and Wu Chang were dumbfounded. When Yin Yun was healing his 2 roommates, they hadn't thought much of it. After all, she was saving them, and they couldn't repay kindness with enmity at that moment. But after Lu Yu suddenly attacked Chu Feng, they began to wonder whether they should gamble on their own future, seize the chance to eliminate both Chu Feng and Lu Yu and claim the treasures within for themselves. Unexpectedly, the battle between the 2 ended far too quickly. Lu Yu had actually injured Chu Feng a second time with just his words, so they decisively abandoned that idea. Later, when they saw Lu Yu panting and exhausted, and he still sent Ding Feng away, that thought crept back into their minds. But now, Lu Yu looked to have fully recovered. What was going on here? Don't worry, we are men of our word. Sensing Lu Yu's recovered stamina, Tao Yong had no time to ponder the mystery and could only utter these words with reluctance. He dared not flee or resist, because his awakened ability was merely brute strength. His profession was simple too, called a strongman. Its traits were great power and strong vitality. However, due to his lack of speed and high stamina consumption, he couldn't possibly use his mortal body to withstand Lu Ye's wind blades. Moreover, unlike Chu Feng, he didn't possess a special life-saving skill. He couldn't win, and he couldn't outrun. What could he do? As for Wu Chang, there was no need to even mention him. He had always harbored an innate fear of Lu Yu. If not for his awakened special ability, he wouldn't even have the courage to harbor second thoughts. Now seeing Lu Ye's supernatural power, he too gave up resisting. His awakened ability only made him run faster, have higher defense, and stronger attacks. With his stamina so depleted, he couldn't outrun Lu Yu anyway. So just like Tao Yong, he had no choice but to follow Lu Ye's orders. First, tell me about this monkey inside. Lu Yu led the two cautiously towards the cave. You said earlier you couldn't beat this monkey. You actually fought it. Indeed we did. It happened like this. As Tao Yong explained again, Lu Yu came to understand the gist of it. The big monkey inside was very peculiar. As long as you didn't provoke it, it wouldn't even come out of the cave. Even if its underlings were all killed, it wouldn't emerge. After they had killed the last dozen or so monkeys, they went in and lured out this big one. They found it to be enormous with a violent and ferocious demeanor. Unable to defeat it, they had no choice but to flee. However, after running some distance, they noticed the monster wasn't chasing them. So enticed by the treasure, they returned. Based on their analysis, they concluded the monster wouldn't stray far from the cave. That's when they hatched the plan to lure the monster away and snatch the treasure. Lu Yu wasn't sure how much of their story was true, but he had his own way of verifying it. Wu Chang, you go attract the monster. Tao Yong, you lead the way. Wu Chang's awakened ability was different from typical superpowers, because the ability he awakened was of the animal type. Yes, humans could awaken not only various superpowers, but also animal genes. Awakeners who awakened animal genes not only retained their human form and intellect, but also gained the traits of that animal. The two powers were mutually reinforcing. Take Wu Chang for example. The animal gene he awakened wasn't a lizard. It was a dragon. Of course, not an Eastern divine dragon or a Western flying dragon. It was a dinosaur. A Deinonychus. In his normal state, his strength and speed were barely better than an average person's. Once he entered a combat state, his body and limbs would automatically transform into those of a Deinonychus. His power, agility, attack, and defense would all see a certain degree of enhancement. This was also the reason he only suffered minor injuries when surrounded by so many mutated monkeys in the secret realm. It was just that his ability had only recently awakened and wasn't fully developed, so he looked a bit like a lizard. As for whether he would betray him in the future, Lu Yu didn't care in the slightest. After all, he had the villains, i.e. he had plenty of ways to subdue them. Hiding with Tao Yong at the cave entrance, Lu Yu beckoned to Wu Chang. Wu Chang had no choice but to stand in the center of the cave entrance. It was then that Lu Yu noticed the guy wasn't wearing shoes. Unaware of Lu Ye's thoughts, Wu Chang took a deep breath. The skin on his exposed hands and feet began to mutate, darkening and wrinkling, looking from a distance as if covered in scales. Soon his fingers and toes also transformed into claws. He just didn't have a tail. This guy's ability looks pretty strong, huh? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, a few thoughts forming in his mind. Although he regretted not killing Chu Feng, judging from his recent performance, unless he had other trump cards, he shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. So Lu Yu decided to focus on securing the treasure inside first. Here it comes, damn it. As he was thinking, Wu Chang, who was luring the monster, suddenly cursed and ran out of the cave in a panic. Immediately after, squeak, 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 a hunched-over monkey of full 1.8 meters tall chased after Wu Chang. It moved swiftly and was incredibly agitated, completely ignoring Lu Yu and Tao Yong hidden at the cave entrance. Lu Yu snapped back to reality and quickly signaled Tao Yong to head inside. At the same time, he glanced at the monkey that had run out. A line of text appeared in his vision. Name: Mutant Golden Monkey Leader. Level: Black Iron, height here. Description: Abyssal power has eroded their brains and altered their genes, robbing them of their original intelligence, while causing varying degrees of mutation. Note: mutated primates, despite losing their original intellect, will be more adept at close combat than other animals. Proceed with caution. A monkey king adept at close combat. Lu Yu squinted, noticing a black line on the skin beneath the golden fur on the monkey's back. And that black line was already showing signs of yellowing, meaning it was about to advance to bronze. Damn, why am I worried about that now? Lu Yu chided himself, shook his head to clear his thoughts, and quickly followed Tao Yong into the cave. The cave was not very deep. Within less than 2 meters, they could see a 3-meter-high chamber about the size of a classroom. The chamber was completely enclosed, but the lighting was decent. This was because the surrounding walls were embedded with numerous night pearls. In the center of the chamber was a square platform upon which stood 3 stone pillars emitting a faint blue light. The pillar in the middle glowed brightly, while the ones on either side were much dimmer. Floating above each pillar was a treasure. Above the central pillar floated an ancient-looking parchment scroll. It was rolled up about 25 centimeters long and tied with a red string. On the left was an antique ring of a thick and broad style, topped with a blue gemstone the size of a black iron crystal core. On the right was a water-drop-shaped jade pendant. The material of the pendant was very similar to Hetian jade, and it was only the size of an adult's thumb. 3 faintly glowing blue pillars, 3 treasures floating in the air. At a glance it was exceptionally mystical. This is... Seeing the cave filled with mystical aura and the 3 treasures floating in the air, Tao Yong's breathing became rapid. It was clear that Tao Yong was regretting his decision. The moment he laid eyes on such a trove of treasures, he even considered killing Lu Yu on the spot. After all, these things were supposed to be his. In his past life, he had also gathered a group of survivors to fight their way in and claim these treasures. But now, these items belonged to neither him nor Chu Feng, but to Lu Yu. 3 treasures, huh? Ha ha. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Lu Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He didn't give Tao Yong a chance to get his hands on the treasures. After a moment's hesitation, he walked straight up to the 3 stone pillars. He wasn't worried about traps either, because the information gathered when they first found the secret realm's entrance had been clear. The secret realm was humanity's hope. Having that many mutated monkeys outside was already ridiculous enough. If there was also a trap inside, then what kind of hope was that? So without hesitation, Lu Yu went directly to the pillars and first took the scroll from the brightest pillar in the center. The blue light on this central pillar was so bright, it was obviously more impressive than the other 2 treasures. This scroll. Not bad. The ring is good too. And the jade pendant is fine. Tisk, what a jackpot. He took the scroll first, then the ring, and finally the jade pendant. As soon as these items were taken, the faint blue glow of the 3 stone pillars gradually dimmed. Without a second thought, Lu Yu slipped the ring onto his left index finger. The jade pendant had a red string attached, and he hung it around his neck. Damn it! Tao Yong cursed inwardly as he watched Lu Yu pocket the treasures one by one. But there was nothing he could do. From beginning to end, Lu Yu had maintained a safe distance. If he made any sudden move, he would face Lu Ye's wind blades. Lu Ye's wind blades were incredibly fast. Unless one was a speed-type awakener or a veteran like Chu Feng, even with highly focused mental strength, dodging them would be a struggle. Let's go. You lead the way, Lu Yu said, cheerfully holding the scroll in his hand. Damn, Tao Yong was far from pleased. Outside the secret realm cave. At the other entrance, Ding Feng encountered Wan Hai and Tong Xiaohua. Upon learning that Chu Feng had left the secret realm, he abandoned the pursuit and quickly turned back. He then saw a bizarre sight on the open ground outside the cave. A 1.8-meter-tall monkey was chasing a humanoid dinosaur. He was stunned. What the hell is going on here? Wu Chang, already low on stamina, was panicking as the mutated monkey chased him. Fortunately, his awakened ability was based on Deinonychus genes. His running speed was decent. It was also lucky that the monkey stopped at the edge of the clearing and didn't continue the chase. Otherwise, Wu Chang would have been run down. As for why the monkey wouldn't easily leave the cave, and why it stopped at the edge of the clearing, it wasn't some aggro mechanic from a game. The reason was the treasure inside the cave. Placing those treasures on the stone pillars activated a formation. This formation allowed the cave to automatically condense energy that the monkey needed for its body. So in its subconscious, it had to guard those treasures. This was also why it hadn't chased Tao Yong and Chu Feng all the way when they tried to attract its attention earlier. However, now that Lu Yu had taken the treasures, it immediately sensed something was wrong. Lu Yu could have left the secret realm directly, but after he exited the cave and read the information from the scroll, he immediately decided to stay a little longer. Because Dark Scroll. Fragment 13 special item can use monster's essence blood to forcibly form a dark contract with them. Once the contract is established, you will enslave the target's soul. The enslaved being, in addition to its original abilities, will gain the ghoul ability and will be eternally loyal to its master. The contract cannot be dissolved unless the master or the enslaved creature dies. Note 1. This is a special item. It requires a blood bond to be used. Once bound, no one else can use it unless the master dies. Note 2. The contracted monster's mental strength should ideally not exceed 70 of the master's, otherwise the contract will be difficult to complete. Too high mental strength could even cause a backlash. Friendly tip: a monster's mental strength is at its lowest when it's near death. Note 3. This item is a fragment and can hold a maximum of 2 monster souls. 02. Note 4. Each monster requires a certain amount of dark energy during the contract process. This dark energy will heal any injuries the monster sustained before the contract. However, it takes 72 hours to accumulate this dark energy. This means you can only contract 1 monster per soul slot every 72 hours. This thing can help me enslave monsters, and it heals them in the process. There's just a 3-day cooldown. The scroll had a lot of text, but Lu Yu, having played plenty of games, just skimmed it and understood how it worked. Drip monster blood on it, and you can use the scroll to enslave their soul. Isn't this just like a specific class pet summoning item in games? Let's try it on this Monkey King. First, Ding Feng. Looking at the snarling, muscular monkey, Lu Yu quickly formed a plan. This was the mutated monkey leader on the verge of evolving to bronze rank. Even Chu Feng with his axe wouldn't dare to confront it head-on. While to be fair, Chu Feng and Tao Yong's reluctance to fight, it wasn't solely due to its strength. They were also running low on stamina. Actually, once they knew the treasure was in the cave, they didn't dare to move around carelessly. Their stamina was limited, and they didn't know if there were more monsters further down the other path. Moreover, if you left, who knew if the other would just go and take the treasure? If you ended up exhausting yourself fighting monsters while the other stole the treasure, that would be the real tragedy. So they didn't even discover that the other side was also an entrance to the secret realm. They never imagined that their mutual scheming would ultimately benefit Lu Yu. It was enough to make one cry. Now the black iron crystal core had restored Lu Yu's stamina to 90%. With the Qin Gang's sword, 2 wind blades, and the returning Ding Feng, Lu Yu felt that bringing the Monkey King to a near-death state to forcibly contract it wouldn't be too difficult. So after making this decision, he quickly followed the scroll's instructions while the monkey hadn't noticed him yet. He first unrolled the scroll, then lightly cut his finger with the Qin Gang's sword, and dripped his blood onto the center of the dark scroll. As the drop of crimson blood sank into the scroll and vanished, a special connection instantly linked Lu Yu to the scroll. Countless ancient runes on the scroll began to shift and change, quickly forming 2 circles. In the center of the rune circles were 2 fist-sized empty spaces. These 2 blank spots were for dripping monster blood, representing the 2 war beasts Lu Yu could enslave with this scroll. But just as Lu Yu was putting the scroll away, preparing to team up with Ding Feng to capture the Monkey King, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations on successfully altering the fate of the female protagonist Yin Yun. Basic reward, all attributes 10. Additional reward, villains, I evolution. Ding! Congratulations. Your enhancement level has increased to black iron high rank. All attributes 10. What the hell? The sudden system notification caught Lu Yu off guard. He had no idea what was happening. He had long known that altering a female lead's fate would grant attribute points and bonus rewards. But why was the system notification for altering Yin Yun's fate appearing now? This defied logic. Could it be that Yin Yun had some kind of realization alone at the entrance to the secret realm? He quickly glanced at his current attribute panel. Vitality 32, Spirit 36, Strength 34, Agility 32, Enhancement rank black iron heir. All attributes over 30 points. And villains, I evolution. Your eyes will gain the ability to view the attribute panels of humans whose betrayal rate towards you is below 30. The extra reward from the system wasn't particularly special. It simply evolved his villain's eye. Before his villains, I could only see basic information about monsters, items, and humans along with their betrayal rate. But now the villains, I could not only see a person's betrayal rate, but also view their attribute panel when that rate was below 30. Simply put, he could now see the attribute panels of his own teammates. On the surface, this ability seemed useless, since if the betrayal rate was below 30, wouldn't he already know if they could fight? But in reality, it was quite useful, because there were always those who didn't know if they had awakened their superpowers. And if they had awakened, what exactly was their power? How should they go about strengthening it? Before, one had to experiment slowly like Yin Yun. But now Lu Yu could see it all at a glance. Of course, he didn't have time to dwell on this now, because the monkey that had given up chasing Wu Chang had now spotted him and Tao Yong. Hey, this is a sure thing now. Lu Yu snapped back to reality. He had felt uncertain before, but a warm surge, even more powerful than consuming a crystal core, now flowed from his head throughout his body. His confidence immediately soared. All attributes 10. What did that even mean? It was a direct boost of an entire minor rank. This feeling of overwhelming power. Awesome. Seeing Ding Feng intercept the monkey, Lu Yu quickly moved forward to help. Wondering where this system reward came from, it actually had a bit to do with Yin Yun. After all, he had just forcefully kissed her. It was only natural that this unfamiliar experience would lower her betrayal rate. But the real reason was Chu Feng. After using Yin Yun to severely injure Chu Feng, Lu Yu had Ding Feng follow him, just in case. This was done with 2 goals: first, to see if he could find another chance to kill him, and second, to prevent him from coming back. However, Chu Feng had no intention of returning to fight Lu Yu for the treasure. He knew that in his current state, he was no match for Lu Yu. Going back could mean death. Although the news Lu Yu had revealed to him this time made him feel as good as dead anyway. But for someone who had lived through the apocalypse, as long as there was life, there was hope. Under the big tree outside the dormitory, the silver vortex of light was still as bright as ever. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng appeared, clutching his injured abdomen, and sprinted towards the small shop. He had already cleared the monsters on this path earlier. Even though some had wandered back, they couldn't keep up with his speed. Open up, open up. Chu Feng pounded heavily on the shop's door, all his usual caution gone. The girl with the dark ponytail named Dai Lian heard the knocking and quickly opened the rolling shutter door, pulling Chu Feng inside. Seeing his wounds and his near-collapsed state, she was extremely shocked. Chu Feng, what happened to you? Quick, give me lots of water and food. Dai Lian was still an ordinary person. She didn't overthink it, and quickly handed him food and water. Where's your bag? Was it stolen? Something like that. Chu Feng ate while gasping for breath. Please also find me a needle and thread. Hearing this, Dai Lian noticed a huge gash on his abdomen. My God, who did this to you? Never mind, that just get me the needle and thread. Oh, okay. Dai Lian quickly got to work. Chu Feng clenched his jaw, his entire body racked with pain. To escape, he had used a special battle technique developed in his past life. This technique wasn't based on an awakening, but on learning and cultivation. It required condensing all remaining energy in the body into the legs to unleash extraordinary running speed. Of course, this ability had side effects. After using it, his entire body would be sore for about 3 days. Even for him, it would take no less than 48 hours to recover. The importance of those 48 hours in the early apocalypse went without saying. Every time he thought of this, Chu Feng felt a surge of hatred. The tall, handsome figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. At this moment, his memories began to blur. He didn't understand why Wei Jianjun had moved before the apocalypse. Nor did he know why Su Hao's sword had been bought by someone else. He was even more baffled as to why Yin Yun was with Lu Yu. All he knew was that this world wasn't right, although he had escaped from Lu Yu using a method from his past life. The after-effects of that escape technique, coupled with the injuries Lu Yu had inflicted, had sent him right back to square one. Being injured meant needing time to heal, and healing meant he couldn't continue to grow stronger. In other words, even after being reborn, would he still be trailing behind other evolvers? Remember, the world's population was huge, and some people were already exceptionally capable in many aspects before the apocalypse. After it began, they could become even stronger. These people, even without the advantage of rebirth, could stay ahead of all other evolvers. Chu Feng had the advantage of rebirth. If he just played it safe and steady using his past memories, he could at least become a regional power, if not the strongest in the world. But most of his early advantages had been stripped away by Lu Yu. His comrades, his weapons, his woman, and the treasures of the secret realm. In the apocalypse, development was a race where every step counted. Fall one step behind, and you'd fall further behind with each passing step. Perhaps by lagging just a few days, you could become just another ordinary awakener in the vast crowd. This was exactly Chu Feng's situation. Most ordinary people wouldn't care about this problem. After all, who wasn't an ordinary person before the apocalypse? But Chu Feng was different. He was a rebirth protagonist. He couldn't accept it. It would be one thing if other things had been stolen. But his cherished dream girl right in front of his eyes had been with that bastard Lu Yu. Yes, at this moment Yin Yun had lost her status as the female lead in Chu Feng's heart. As a rebirth protagonist, Chu Feng absolutely would not allow Yin Yun to have a boyfriend, absolutely not. Let alone if that boyfriend was Lu Yu. Bastard. The image of Yin Yun's hesitant, yet yielding expression as she was held in Lu Ye's arms flashed through his mind. Chu Feng let out a pained roar. Suddenly, overcome by rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Chu Feng had fallen into a death-like slumber. Little did Lu Yu know that the reward he was about to receive from Yin Yun was largely thanks to Chu Feng. Perhaps even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. To him, the only way to change a female lead's fate was to make her his own. If he couldn't win her over, he wouldn't hesitate to kill her. Make the male lead willingly give up on the female lead. Lu Yu didn't always have the patience for that. Besides, he had no time for such thoughts now. In the clearing of the secret realm, Lu Yu leaned against a large tree, feigning exhaustion. Damn, I didn't expect that monkey to be so strong. I didn't either. I underestimated it. Ding Feng lay flat on the ground, his ribs sunk in blood at the corner of his mouth, gasping for air. Yes, he had 2 broken ribs. This mutated monkey was the secret realm's boss, on the verge of advancing to bronze rank. Its speed, its agility, its strength. Even Lu Yu, with his recent advancement, could only win thanks to his Qingang sword and his ability. Ding Feng, unaware of its power, engaged it before Lu Yu could charge in. After a few exchanges, the monkey kicked him and broke his ribs. If Lu Yu hadn't advanced to height here, black iron on the spot, especially with Wu Chang and Tao Yong being unpredictable factors, he might have had to give up on capturing this Monkey King. But fortunately, this outcome was barely acceptable to Lu Yu. Trading Ding Feng's ribs for a powerful monkey. Worth it. Turning his gaze to the burly Monkey King beside him, Lu Yu spoke. Come on, Xiao Jin, roll over. Xiao Jin was the name Lu Yu had just given the monkey. Since it was a mutated golden snub-nosed monkey, he named it Xiao Jin. Well, a bit casual, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that upon hearing Lu Ye's words, the ferocious Monkey King, which had just caused them so much trouble, obediently rolled on the ground. Squeak, squeak. After rolling, Xiao Jin ran over to Lu Yu, crouched down, and looked up at him with a pitiful expression, making begging gestures. A huge golden-furred beast acting cute in front of Lu Yu. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He then looked at his other 2 treasures. Storage ring, initial special item. Description: a special ring that can store items containing a 10 cubic meter storage space. Note, this item is a special artifact that requires a blood bond to activate. Once bound, even if the owner dies, it's difficult for others to use. Sensing jade pendant, auxiliary item. Description: a magical pendant that can sense all living beings. The range depends on the user's spiritual strength. Maximum range 100 meter radius. Note, this is an auxiliary item. While it doesn't require a blood bond, it consumes a certain amount of spiritual power. To use it, one must place a hand on the pendant to establish a spiritual connection. A ring and a pendant. The ring was the typical storage ring from many fantasy novels and movies, perfect for carrying essentials. Truly an essential treasure for travel and combat. The pendant was for sensing life forms, whether human or monster. Without special concealment skills, nothing could escape its perception. Although its sensing range wasn't vast, it would be incredibly useful in complex terrains. Remember, what do humans fear most in the apocalypse? It's not the zombie-like humans. Nor is it the hideous, terrifying, and disgusting monsters. It's a monster suddenly attacking you from an unseen spot. If it's just an ordinary monster, fine, but if it's a zombie, even a scratch could be fatal. So with the sensing jade pendant to help him and the dark scrolls enslaved beast to scout ahead, Lu Ye's safety level had significantly increased. With all these gains, even without killing Chu Feng, this was a tremendous haul. Hey Tao Yong, seeing me in this state, don't you have any thoughts? Having obtained so many treasures and a Monkey King, Lu Yu was in a great mood. He started joking with Tao Yong and Wu Chang. He was faking exhaustion for two reasons: first, to avoid suspicion about his system-enhanced strength, and second, to test Tao Yong. No, how could I dare? Tao Yong gave an awkward smile, glancing at the large monkey hopping around Lu Yu. At this moment he realized what he had missed. So his smile was uglier than a cry. Treasures. Absolute treasures. Tao Yong felt like vomiting blood. Although he didn't know the purpose of the ring and pendant, he knew that scroll was definitely something special. When Lu Yu and Ding Feng had exhausted themselves to defeat the monkey, he thought his chance had come. Steal the treasures and leave this secret realm. That was his plan. But before he could act, Lu Yu dripped a drop of the monkey's blood onto the scroll. Then a wisp of black energy flew out, enveloping the dying Monkey King. In less than 5 seconds, the monkey's injuries visibly healed under the influence of the black energy. Within a minute, it was full of life again. Most importantly, the monkey's temperament changed completely. It became docile and obeyed Lu Ye's every command. Damn. Anyone could guess what the scroll was. I think if you were at full strength. Lu Yu said, leaning against the tree, smiling at Tao Yong. Xiao Jin probably wouldn't be a match for you. Forget it. Tao Yong sneered. Don't act so smug. I'm keeping a tally of this. Oh, threatening me, are we? Lu Yu stretched his arms. Aren't you afraid I'll have Xiao Jin keep you here? Hiss. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Xiao Jin bared its teeth at Tao Yong in a show of support. A 1.8-meter-tall golden, snub-nosed Monkey King. Who wouldn't be intimidated? Tao Yong shuddered. Fine, you're ruthless. But is there anything else? If not, I'll be going. Going? Aren't you coming with us? I told you before, I'd provide you with protection. The secret realm had 2 entrances, and thus 2 exits. Since they were all gathered here, they could simply choose one to leave from. No need, I can protect myself. Besides, I don't like being under someone else's thumb. Tao Yong directly refused Lu Ye's offer. He had awakened as a Hercules, possessing immense strength and vitality. With a suitable weapon, he could definitely stand on his own. So, why not be his own boss instead of someone else's lackey? Besides, Lu Yu had taken the treasures that should have been his, and he couldn't kill him anyway. Seeing him every day would just be a constant irritation. Really not coming. What? You're not actually thinking of keeping me here, are you? That's not necessary. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Alright, since you're set on leaving, I won't force you. Wu Chang, what about you? Hearing Tao Yong's words, Lu Yu didn't try to persuade him further. After all, Tao Yong's betrayal rate was as high as 70. If he did come along, Lu Yu would have to assign someone to keep an eye on him, which wasn't worth the trouble. As for killing him, that was completely unnecessary. Lu Yu wasn't a murderer, and without any conflict of interest, there was no point in taking his life. It would be a thankless task. Wu Chang glanced at Tao Yong, then at Lu Yu. Boss, actually, I'm not sure either. I know you're still hung up on what happened earlier, but that was then and this is now. Seeing Wu Chang's hesitation, Lu Yu said casually, if you're still willing to follow me, forget about what happened before. I can assure you, as long as you work for me like you used to, you'll be well rewarded in the future. And what happened today will never occur again. This. Alright, Shirley is with me now. If you come over, you can catch up with him. Shirley. Alright boss, I'm coming with you. After a moment of thought, Wu Chang nodded solemnly, then turned to Tao Yong. Yong, sorry about this. With the outside world in such chaos, having someone familiar around indeed made things more convenient. Moreover, Lu Yu was so powerful, safety was better guaranteed. It's fine. Tao Yong waved his hand dismissively. Since that's the case, he'll be going now. After all, Wu Chang was originally Lu Yu's subordinate. He and Wu Chang had only teamed up temporarily. So now that Wu Chang wanted to leave with Lu Yu, he had no reason to feel upset. Tao Yong will meet again if fate allows. Lu Yu smirked. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Tao Yong cursed under his breath and turned to head towards another exit of the secret realm alone. Lu Yu ignored him, stretched, and sat up. Following the usual practice, he dripped a drop of his blood onto the ring. The moment his blood touched the ring, it was absorbed instantly like ink dropped into a basin of water. Immediately after, the ring tightened slightly, fitting his finger perfectly. A surge of spiritual energy also flowed from the ring's position into his mind. Lu Yu could instantly see what was inside. A 10 cubic meter space. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yu placed the scroll onto the ring. With just a thought, the sapphire on the ring flashed with a blue light. The scroll vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Yu smiled. Ding Feng, lying on the ground, also smiled. And a glimmer of envy and jealousy flickered in Wu Chang's eyes. In the secret realm, Lu Yu had seized 3 treasures and severely wounded Chu Feng. He had also captured Xiao Jin as his battle pet. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was still unconscious in the store. The contrast between the two was stark. At 6 p.m., the outside world hadn't stopped turning because of the conflict between Lu Yu and Chu Feng. In room 8046 of the Rhine Hotel, 8 or 9 survivors were gathered. Li Wanning looked at the situation outside and a sense of despair washed over her. Is this what you meant by saying someone would come to rescue us in 3 hours? Shin Bin had said that just before 1 p.m. It was now past 6 p.m. Over 5 hours, a full 5 hours. The people Liao Dong had organized couldn't even get past the 2nd floor of the hotel, and there was no sign of any rescue team anywhere else. This made her quite irritated. She had only eaten 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk this morning. She hadn't had a drop of water since. Wanting this was just an accident. Shin Bin forced a smile, looking a bit awkward. Because the promise of rescue was indeed made by him. But now, an accident? I don't think this is an accident at all. Li Wanning, frustrated by the scene outside, then thought of something. I wonder how those classmates are doing now. Them. Shin Bin found a topic. I saw them rush to the other side earlier. Rush to the other side. Li Wanning frowned slightly. Were they chased there by monsters, or did they not find any food in the hotel? I wouldn't know about that. Oh my god, what is that? A sudden exclamation cut Shin Bin off. Everyone instinctively looked in that direction. What is it? Over there, why is there a monkey? A monkey? Where did a monkey come from? Who knows? Damn, are you sure that's a monkey? A monkey that's strong. It's a gorilla, right? Bullshit, that's clearly a monkey. Have you ever seen a hunched-over monkey that's 8 meters tall? You've seen a tumterlong mantis, so what's this? True. Hey, why is it killing those monsters? Holy shit, that's freaking awesome. It can knock one over with a single kick. That's not scientific. Is this a real-life King Kong? The survivors buzzed with discussion, utterly amazed. After all, on a street full of monsters, seeing such a monkey appear, and a monkey with such formidable combat prowess, it was truly eye-catching. The monkey the survivors saw was without a doubt Xiao Jin, the one Lu Yu had enslaved in the secret realm. Since Lu Yu's base was near the hotel, he naturally wouldn't chase after Chu Feng and exit through another entrance of the secret realm, ending up in a place devoid of supplies. That would be too dangerous. Because Ding Feng had broken his ribs while capturing Xiao Jin earlier and lost his combat capability, Lu Yu had to call Yan Yun over to heal his injuries. Fortunately, Yan Yun's ability didn't disappoint him. Even with fractures, she could use her power to repair them without surgery. However, since her ability had just awakened, healing Wan Hai and Tong Xiaohua earlier had already consumed half of her strength. Now she had to treat Ding Feng as well. As a result, Ding Feng's injuries healed, and he regained much of his combat strength, but she ended up fainting. So after Lu Yu explored the secret realm and saw that the rest of it was just for show, he tossed the Qin Gang's sword, Yan Yun's crossbow, and the quiver into the storage ring. Then, carrying Yan Yun, who had regained consciousness but was still a bit dizzy, he walked out of the secret realm. The secret realm wasn't like a game where the pet could only follow after the master exited. So Lu Yu had the monkey lead the way with Wu Chang following behind. Ding Feng protected him and Yan Yun from the rear. It had to be said, Xiao Jin truly lived up to being the Monkey King. Whether it was zombies or lizardmen, few could match it. It could ram, bite, kick, slap, and even grab monsters to throw. Before Lu Yu carried Yan Yun out, it had already taken down 3 lizardmen and 2 zombies. Damn, that's freaking impressive. Wu Chang exclaimed in admiration, looking at Xiao Jin, who was like a war god. Monkeys were already exceptionally agile primates. Now with the apocalypse, it had mutated. All its physical functions had been enhanced. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to break Ding Feng's ribs, even when outnumbered 2 to 1. With it leading the way and drawing the fire, the humans following behind were much safer. Name: Xiao Jin, mutated golden monkey leader, vitality 39, spiritual power 18, strength 32, agility 40, level high-grade black iron. These were Xiao Jin's 4 attributes. Lu Yu hadn't discerned them with his villains' eye, rather they were inscribed upon the dark scroll. Though the scroll was a fragment, it bore 2 empty slots formed by runes. After Lu Yu dripped Xiao Jin's blood onto it, the creature's information manifested within those slots. 32 strength and 40 agility. Thank goodness it's just a beast with no martial arts skills or weapons to wield. If a human warrior possessed such attributes, Lu Yu, despite being a high-rank black iron, would find it incredibly difficult to match them in combat. Aren't those the 2 students who ran out earlier? Indeed they are. They're covered in blood. And it seems there's an extra person with them. Who knows? Most survivors couldn't see inside the clothing store, but they could see the street. Recognizing the survivors following the monkey, they immediately identified them. Quick, back to the hotel. Lu Yu, carrying Yan Yun on his back, shouted urgently, without a moment's hesitation. Although they had rested in the secret realm and regained some strength, they had previously lured monsters there. Even though many had scattered, Lu Yu dared not linger for a fight. Xiao Jin was a mutated monkey tamed by the Dark Contract. It had no concept of a hotel. But because of the Dark Contract, its intellect had been restored, and it fully comprehended Lu Yu's intentions. Help Master go to that building across the way. This was the voice within its mind. Led by Xiao Jin, the group sprinted towards the hotel. As the monsters outside were more dispersed, and no high-rank black iron ones were spotted crossing the street, was entirely manageable. Ding Feng and Wu Chang, weapons in hand, followed Xiao Jin, carving a path through the obstacles. They quickly reached the hotel's ground floor. Lu Yu, without overthinking, darted into a random room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Phew! Lu Yu let out a long breath, then set the limp Yin Yun down on a stool. Damn, I'm exhausted. Had he been in peak condition, carrying a woman weighing less than 100 pounds would have been a breeze for Lu Yu with his current attributes. But his battle with Xiao Jin in the secret realm had sapped his energy, and carrying Yin Yun all the way back here made him gasp for extra air. Lu Yu. Did I hold you back again? Yin Yun leaned against the chair back, speaking weakly as she looked at him. She was utterly frail, lacking even the strength to stand. Yet her mind was filled with images of Lu Yu carrying her as he ran. A man who was not only handsome and wealthy, but who also refused to abandon her, and was willing to protect her in such an environment. How could she not call this love? Indeed, in just a single day, she seemed to have accepted the boy she once despised. This feeling was strange, as if it were impossible to resist. Perhaps it was due to losing the female lead's fate. In the past, this might have been considered holding me back, but now, whether it's your person or your abilities, you're both very useful to me, so it doesn't count. Lu Yu stretched his arms and turned his gaze to Yin Yun. He had already seen her betrayal rate before. 31. It had dropped significantly. Is that all? Yin Yun felt inexplicably disheartened. But she was thin-skinned and wouldn't show it at this moment. Come on, eat up the last of this food. We should strive to fight our way back upstairs before dark. Lu Yu, unconcerned with Yin Yun's mood, issued the orders directly. It was past 6 in the evening, and even in summer it would get dark by 8 in the south. Remember, the world was without electricity now, so the pitch-black night would become terrifyingly dangerous. Spend the night downstairs. That wasn't really feasible. Okay. Ding Feng nodded. The trio had brought some chocolate and water. They'd eaten some after capturing Xiao Jin, but plenty remained, and now it was time to use it all. Lu Yu quickly distributed the supplies. Geez, the world sure is changing fast. Ding Feng, munching on his food, couldn't help but marvel at the monkey that stood over 5 feet tall, even while crouching. The apocalypse had brought forth monsters and treasures. Now even these mutated beasts could become allies to humans through a mere contract. He felt he couldn't quite adapt. You said it. Wu Chang, biting into a piece of chocolate, echoed the sentiment. His ability was the most peculiar of all, and had sensed it shortly after the cosmic storm hit. He remembered a lizard monster appearing before him. He was so scared he froze. Then it chased him, and he ran for his life. As he ran, he transformed. That sudden surge of power was a feeling he still vividly remembered. Hey boss, if this monkey of yours gets bitten by a zombie, will it turn into one of those zombie monkeys? Despite Xiao Jin's strength, it was still flesh and blood. Having taken down many monsters, it was bound to have wounds. Seeing the scars on its arms, waist, and back, Wu Chang asked instinctively. During the rest in the secret realm, had learned about Lu Ye's precognitive ability. Their trip to the secret realm was possible because Lu Ye's ability had foreseen its purpose. So asking Lu Yu about such uncertainties was always the best course. No. Lu Yu peeled a piece of chocolate and handed it to Yin Yun, explaining casually. After beasts mutate, their viral antibodies are much stronger than humans. Even if they get bitten, they won't turn into zombies. In this world, there were only mutant beasts, not zombie beasts. It was information Lu Yu had gleaned from Chu Feng's early storyline. So he was certain of his claim. Phew, that's a relief. Wu Chang sighed, looking at Xiao Jin. Otherwise, a zombie monkey this big and without pain would be a catastrophic disaster for us. Yin Yun paid no attention to the conversation. Although she was also surprised to learn Xiao Jin was Lu Ye's pet, the gesture of him handing her chocolate blocked out all other information. She ate the chocolate, watching Lu Yu. Her mouth was sweet, and her heart was sweeter. Unfortunately, Lu Yu had no time for her. After wolfing down his food, he pulled out the crossbow. Let's go, Xiao Jin. We're going out to find you a companion to lighten your load. Ding Feng, Wu Chang, you're with me. All right, coming. With a powerful pet and his own cultivation raised to the high-rank black iron, now that his hands were free, it was time for Lu Ye's hunt. The dark scroll Lu Yu obtained in the secret realm could contract 2 monsters in total. However, the contracted monster's spiritual power could not exceed 70 of Lu Ye's own. Otherwise, not only would the contract likely fail, but it could also cause backlash. Therefore, for safety, Lu Yu decided it was best to beat the monster into a near-death state before contracting it. This not only increased the success rate of the contract, but also ensured that the dark energy capable of healing all wounds would not be wasted during the signing. Of course, the dark power used for contracting could only heal injuries, not regenerate lost limbs. So Lu Yu had to be careful not to kill the monsters when dealing with them. Squeak. Squeak. Upon receiving Lu Ye's command, Xiao Jin let out a few unique calls that monkeys make when happy. Why is it so happy? Because it's injured and needs to eat to recover. This was what Lu Yu sensed through his spiritual connection with it. What does it eat? Lu Yu stated matter-of-factly, meat of course. Alright. Hearing that the monkey ate meat, Wu Chang was speechless. Before the apocalypse, monkeys were omnivores, and you could feed them just about anything. But after the apocalypse, they had become carnivores. First floor of the hotel. Lu Yu decided to capture his second battle pet to make his return trip easier. At this moment, 3 kilometers north of Lu Ye's hotel, something happened that even he wouldn't have expected. It was a shabby residential area. In a simple rented room in one of the buildings lived a young man. His room was sparse, containing only the bare necessities of life. Aside from a wide bed, the only thing of value was the old worn-out computer by the window. This young man was named Xiao Fan, 25 years old. He used to be a delivery courier. Being a delivery courier wasn't particularly special in itself. What was most notable was that in June of this year he had been tasked with delivering a birthday cake to a college student named Lu Yu. On the way, he was almost hit by a car. Although he escaped unharmed, the birthday cake he was delivering was smashed to pieces. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. He figured he'd just call to apologize and buy another cake to replace it. The customer did forgive him, but it was only superficial. In reality, when Xiao Fan delivered the smashed cake, the guy beat him up. The cake was meant for a girl named Yin Yun, who was the guy's goddess. Now that it was ruined, even killing Xiao Fan wouldn't compensate for it. Xiao Fan remembered that there were 3 attackers: Lu Yu, Wu Chang, and Shirlei. Why did he remember their names so clearly? Because those 3 beat him until he suffered internal bleeding, leaving him hospitalized for 3 months. Although he reported the incident to the police later, it was useless. They had used their money to resolve the issue, paying him a large sum, and even offering a hypocritical apology. Under pressure, he had to forgive them. Because of his forgiveness, they didn't even spend a day in detention. Xiao Fan was unsatisfied and yearned for revenge, but the world was just too realistic. They were wealthy and influential. He couldn't afford to provoke them. As an ordinary civilian, he had no chance for revenge. He had no chance before, and now he had even less. Because this morning the apocalypse had arrived. While trying to save a girl named Qin Xiaoro, he was bitten by a middle-aged woman who had turned into a zombie on his way home. Now his body was burning up. His consciousness was fading fast. Looking at the wound on his arm, bleeding black blood, Xiao Fan's eyes glimmered with despair. Am I turning into a zombie? Inside the shabby rented room, Xiao Fan was bitten by a zombie. He was about to lose consciousness. But deep down he felt a burning sense of unwillingness. He was only 25 and had so much left to do. How could he die like this? Unfortunately, there were many things in this world that human power couldn't contend with. So he could only resign to fate. Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor of the Rhine Hotel, Liao Dong, who had been chased there by monsters, felt quite annoyed. Because after arriving, just like manager Zhao, he could only watch as Lu Yu dashed across the street to the clothing store. Seeing Lu Yu emerge with a highly formidable monkey, his annoyance only grew. It seems there really is treasure in there. That monkey was it brought out from inside. This kid, we agreed to go over together, but he went on his own. Recalling the scene after Lu Yu came out, Liao Dong took a deep breath. Even if he initially had no ill intentions at this moment, he was filled with displeasure towards Lu Yu's actions. However, Lu Yu didn't have time to bother with him now, because Lu Yu was now fully in his element. On the 2nd floor of the hotel, Xiao Jin took the lead, clearing the path. Wu Chang, armed with a steel bar brought from the dormitory, and Ding Feng walked in the middle. Lu Yu, holding a crossbow, brought up the rear. This combination was practically invincible. Many monsters were killed instantly upon appearing. Would Xiao Jin's combat ability decrease due to injuries and continuous fighting? No problem. As the most powerful treasure in the secret realm, the Dark Scroll was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Not only could it help Lu Yu contract 2 monsters, but it also granted the contracted creatures the ability of a ghoul. What was the ghoul's ability? Simply put, ordinary monsters would evolve when they ate the corpses of other monsters. But after getting tired or injured, they still had to rely on their own recovery, which could take a long time. However, monsters contracted by Lu Yu via the Dark Scroll were different. Take Xiao Jin, for example. Although it only ate corpses it liked, and wouldn't touch monsters that tasted bad, at most just consuming their brains. But it could not only digest these brains quickly, but also convert them into energy to recover stamina and heal wounds. Simply put, as long as Lu Yu managed it properly, as long as Xiao Jin wasn't surrounded and beaten to death by a horde, it was essentially a tireless perpetual motion machine with incredible recovery. So led by Xiao Jin, Lu Yu captured his second pet in just over 10 minutes. Named Xiao, she enhanced lizardman vitality, 32 spirit, 12 strength, 21 agility, 20 level high-grade black iron. A high-grade black iron enhanced lizardman. The golden monkey was named Xiao Jin, and the lizardman was named Xiao Shi. It made sense. Haha, great. Seeing the attribute panel of this lizardman, Lu Yu was in a very good mood. Among the monsters that had appeared so far, high-grade black iron ones were already considered quite formidable. With over 20 points in strength and agility, it was far inferior to Xiao Jin, but still more than double that of an average adult male. And now he had two high-grade black iron monsters. Lu Yu could have them take turns eating and recovering their strength. With Wu Chang and Ding Feng guarding the flanks, and Lu Yu providing suppressive fire with his crossbow, the scattered monsters in the hotel stood no chance. Even if 3 to 5 came at once, Lu Yu could use them to draw aggro, and then switch to his Qinggang sword to annihilate them all without taking a scratch. Monsters below mid-tier. Die. One hit from them, and they couldn't take it. High-grade lizard men. Goodbye. They were simply ganged up on, and killed, their corpses tossed aside. Overstuffed high-grade mantises. First shoot them with an arrow. Go get them, my minions. The trio and 2 monsters carved their way through with the Qinggang sword continuously absorbing energy. Weapon grade bronze, energy value 71100. Weapon grade bronze, energy value 79100. Weapon grade bronze, energy value 99100. Weapon grade bronze, energy value 100100. Congratulations, your weapon grade has increased. Weapon tier silver, energy value 01000. As the familiar golden rune flashed across the blade of the Qinggang sword, its original bronze hue gradually transformed into a silver sheen. This silver was not as vivid as a true bright silver. Coupled with the special patterns and grooves on the hilt and blade, it wasn't as dazzling as one might imagine. However, after the sword ascended to the silver tier, Lu Yu seemed to sense a peculiar energy contained within the blade. Boss, you really do have quite a collection of treasures. Wu Chang's voice interrupted Lu Yu's thoughts. He didn't know what Lu Yu had obtained in the secret realm, but from what he could see with his own eyes, there was a storage ring, a scroll capable of controlling monsters, and this exceptionally sharp Qinggang sword. Especially this sword, it was simply a monster-killing tool. You have to understand. Although the dark scroll obtained in the secret realm was powerful and could help Lu Yu enslave monsters, the damage dealt by enslaved monsters wasn't so direct. It could be said that its role in luring and tanking monsters was greater than killing them. This sword, however, was the most powerful weapon in Lu Yu's hands. Cutting down monsters was truly like slicing through vegetables. It required almost no effort. Hey, you'll have one someday too. Lu Yu looked at Wu Chang and smiled meaningfully. Wu Chang's abilities were indeed not weak, but his betrayal rate was a bit high. 60. So if he wanted to make this guy his own, Lu Yu needed to use some methods. Is that so? Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Wu Chang let out an awkward smile. Just then a mid-tier lizard man emerged from the side corridor ahead. Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi were busy pounding on a zombie. Lu Yu, wanting to test the sword's power, charged straight at it. Whoosh. A single upward slash. Holy shit. SSO strong. Seeing Lu Yu strike, both Wu Chang and Ding Feng were dumbfounded, because the mid-tier lizard's body from the middle upwards had been cleaved directly in two by Lu Yu. Remember, that was a mid-tier lizard. Even if Lu Yu attacked from the weak point of its belly, this was splitting it in half, not just tearing open its stomach. That is to say, the thick scales on its back also served as a defense. Yet it was still sliced open by Lu Yu with a single strike. And it was a vertical cut, not a horizontal one. Young Master Lu, just how much strength did you use? Ding Feng couldn't help but blurt out. At this point, everyone was running low on stamina. Shouldn't they be using the most energy-efficient method to kill monsters? Anyway, with 2 monsters holding the front, they weren't in any immediate danger. Hearing Ding Feng's words, Lu Yu said with a strange expression, "What if I said I didn't use any strength?" This sword was truly too powerful. At the black iron tier, chopping at the back of a low-tier lizard would meet some resistance. Sometimes it took 2 strikes to break through the defense. At the bronze tier, although there was no resistance, Lu Yu still needed to exert a certain amount of force to achieve such effortless strikes. The strength needed to cut through a scythe mantis blade went without saying. But now, not only did it cut monsters with absolutely no effort, but the blade also seemed to no longer be stained by blood. Even the shredded flesh and brains of monsters or zombies couldn't dirty the blade. Lu Yu looked at the spotless, gleaming Qinggang sword and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Is this the legendary one strike, no blood? With the Qinggang sword ascended to silver, Lu Yu's journey ahead became smooth sailing. Not only that, but a few minutes later, squeak! Xiao Jin's excited cries reached everyone's ears again. The 3 instinctively looked towards the sound. The monkey was hopping around excitedly on the ground. They could clearly sense an energy fluctuation emanating from its body. What the hell is going on? It must be evolving. What? Evolving? It can do that? With Wu Chang's exclamation, Xiao Jin began to change at a speed visible to Lu Yu and the others. First, its size shrunk somewhat, but its body became more robust than before. Secondly, its teeth grew sharper and its fingers thicker. Finally, the black patterns beneath the golden fur on its back transformed directly into a bronze color. A mid-tier zombie lunged at them. Bang! Xiao Jin smashed its head with a single punch. Black filth and gore arced beautifully across the air, splattering onto the nearby wall. Yes, Xiao Jin, who was already on the verge of evolution, successfully advanced to a bronze-tier, low-rank monkey king after consuming the brains of over a dozen monsters. Lu Yu at Black Iron Heir, a bronze low-rank Monkey King, coupled with a silver-tier Qinggang sword. With Lu Yu continuously enhancing his personal strength, in less than an hour they had cleared out all the monsters on the first and second floors. As time passed, the monsters in the Rhine Hotel dwindled one by one. Lu Yu decisively turned back to retrieve Yin Yun. After healing Ding Feng in the secret realm, Yin Yun had been in a state of exhaustion. However, upon returning to the hotel and eating the remaining food and water, her stamina gradually recovered. Although she still couldn't heal anyone, she was able to walk normally and sense whether a corpse contained a crystal core. So, Ding, you have recovered a large amount of stamina. Ding, you have strengthened your body. Enhancement results: Vitality 2, Strength 1, Agility 1. As the apocalypse hadn't been around for long, counting the monsters that had chased them into the first floor earlier plus those on the second floor. Apart from the high-tier lizard enslaved by Lu Yu, there were only 5 other Black Iron high-tier monsters in total. From the 5 monster corpses, they found only 1 crystal core. The drop rate was a bit low, but Lu Yu was already satisfied, because according to the system, a 1 in 10 chance for Black Iron high-tier monsters was already quite good. From start to finish, he had only killed 8 such monsters. 8 high-tier monsters, 2 crystal cores. That rate was indeed acceptable. By the time Lu Yu had cleared the monsters up to the 4th floor, it was already 7:43 p.m. Night was beginning to fall. The survivors in the rooms, hearing the commotion in the corridor, seemed to sense something and quickly opened their doors. When they saw the 3 of them covered in blood and wielding weapons appearing in the 4th floor corridor with 2 monsters in tow, everyone was shocked. These 2 monsters, they both obey his commands. Amazing, truly amazing. They fought their way up using those 2 monsters. Hey, they're up here. Does that mean it's safe downstairs? Damn. So that means we can go downstairs and get food. Shit, let's go get something to eat. Wait for me. Lu Yu and his group, safely reaching the top, proved that the entire hotel was secure. Realizing this, the famished people rushed downstairs like maniacs. They didn't even care about the 2 monsters Lu Yu had contracted. Soon, various scattered ingredients in the 2nd floor and 1st floor dining areas came into view. The food looked like it had already been scavenged once. But having been hungry for an entire day, they didn't care about such details. This is mine. That's mine. Hey, stop pushing, stop pushing. Wow, there's even rice. Water. Water. I need water. The water from the dispensers and kettles, the leftovers on the stove. Everything edible or drinkable in the kitchen and dining area was ransacked by these survivors in less than half an hour. Most survivors didn't bother with chopsticks and just grabbed food with their bare hands. Even those who were already half full kept stuffing things into their mouths. At this moment, having been hungry all day, they were no longer the civilized people they were before the apocalypse. They were a group of savages who only knew how to fight for food and water. Witnessing the frenzy of these survivors, Shinbin, who had only managed to grab a cherry tomato, stood by in shock. Li Wanning, who had gotten nothing, bit her lip, unsure of what to do. She was starving, her head starting to spin. Her mouth was parched and her attractive lips were already dry and peeling. But before the apocalypse, they were both highly educated individuals. How could they stoop to fighting over food like savages? The first day of the apocalypse, Shinbin couldn't swallow his pride, and neither could Li Wanning. Just then a young handsome figure suddenly flashed through Li Wanning's mind. They probably have food. But the thought of having to ask her own student for food caused Li Wanning to blush furiously. On his way to the secret realm at noon, Lu Yu had promised Li Wanning he would bring her some food on his return. But slaying monsters demanded intense mental focus and drained his stamina. After a grueling afternoon, the promise slipped his mind entirely. Lu Yu was utterly exhausted now. Even after consuming a crystal core back at the hotel to restore his strength, fatigue clung to him. The core replenished his physical energy, but did nothing for his mental state, and only sleep could mend that. All he craved was sleep. He sheathed the Qinggang sword and tucked it into his storage ring. Back on the 8th floor, he ignored everyone, delegating Shirley and Wu Chang to Shueli before heading straight to his room with Yin Yun. His intentions with Yin Yun were innocent. He genuinely only wanted rest. Night fell, plunging the hotel into profound darkness so thick it swallowed all sight. Under Lu Yes' orders, the 2 creatures, Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi, stood guard outside the storage rooms. Bound by the dark contract, their temperaments had grown docile. They wouldn't attack without provocation or command. Yet the mere sight of them sent tremors through Shueli, Shirley, and He Li. Inside room 8008, Yin Yun couldn't help but admire Lu Yes' preparedness as he sealed the curtains and lit candles throughout the space. The cosmic storm had rendered all electronics useless. Nighttime illumination relied solely on oil lamps, candles, or glow sticks. Oil lamps were cumbersome, and too few glow sticks left the room dim. Lu Yu had chosen candles. See, now go wash up. I left your clothes by the bed. He casually tossed his tactical vest aside. Their desperate fight back had left both clothing and weapons splattered with grime and blood, so a thorough cleanup was necessary. Wash up. Yin Yun froze, puzzled. Is there hot water? Where would hot water come from at a time like this? Lu Yu peeled off his blood-soaked t-shirt, crumpled it, and tossed it into the trash. Use the bottled water. It's cold but it'll do the job. It was September in the south, and the weather was still sweltering, so cold water was hardly a hardship. Bottled water for a shower. Isn't that wasteful? Yin Yun was astonished. Though she didn't have to scavenge for water like other survivors, she knew water was cut off everywhere. Shouldn't they be conserving water? Just go already. Why so much talk? Lu Ye's patience was wearing thin. Fine. Yin Yun felt a pang of hurt at his tone, but dared not argue. She grabbed her clothes and huffed into the bathroom. The bathroom was equally well stocked. A candle flickered on the vanity, a basin brimming with water sat on the floor, and beside it were half a jug of water, a bottle of shampoo, body wash, and a towel. Her hands possessed a cleansing ability, theoretically making baths unnecessary. But that power wasn't strong enough to sustain her daily needs, so she had to make do with this for now. She closed the door and shrugged off her tactical vest. Staring at the bloodstains on her clothes, a troubling thought crept in. Wait. He wouldn't try anything, would he? And if he does, should I even resist? Oh, what am I even thinking? The thought made her face flush crimson. Last night had been a blur, but tonight. A sudden knock shattered her spiraling thoughts. Lu Yu called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Lu Yu." The voice from outside was crisp and pleasant, but carried a hint of aloofness. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Ye's face, followed by a subtle smile. The hotel corridor was pitch black, but a few glowing orbs provided faint illumination. Li Wanning stood at the door, biting her lip, as if summoning immense courage. In this apocalypse, those with pride were the first to starve. Unable to lower themselves to fight over scraps, they could only suffer in silence. Even asking her own student for help felt like a humiliating blow to her dignity. But hunger and thirst had become unbearable. With no other choice, she steeled herself and approached Lu Ye's door. Fortunately, Shed exchanged a few words with Shirley after Lu Yu left, learning his name. Without that, Shed be drowning in awkwardness. Shin Bin was in the same predicament. Originally, he could have relied on his abilities to stand as an equal to Liao Dong and Zhao Dequan, at least staving off hunger for a while. But Lu Ye's appearance had upended everything, throwing food distribution into chaos. Why? Did he truly believe the hotel stockpile was enough for all those survivors to fight over for just half an hour? Lu Yu had carved a path from the top floor to the bottom and back again. After all that effort, why would he leave the food behind? All the fresh, uncontaminated ingredients and prepared meals were whisked away into his newly acquired storage ring. Its 10 cubic meters could hold a surprising amount. So both Shin Bin and Li Wanning were left with nothing. Driven by hunger and his feelings for his goddess, Shin Bin trailed behind Li Wanning. When she knocked on Lu Ye's door, he glanced around, his mind elsewhere. Then in an instant, "What the?" Shin Bin shrieked, stumbling backward and landing hard on the floor. There, right next to Lu Ye's room, loomed a colossal lizard. In the eerie glow, the grotesque creature was a horrifying sight. The shock was overwhelming. His usual composure vanished, replaced by sheer terror. "That's..." Li Wanning spotted the lizard too. She was frightened, but managed to keep her composure, though her legs trembled as she gripped the doorframe. Just then a shirtless Lu Yu opened the door. "Teacher Li." He noticed their distress and glanced at Xiaoxi. "Don't be scared. It's my pet now. It won't hurt you." As he spoke, Xiaoxi, which had stirred at the commotion, settled back down. "Pet?" Li Wanning was stunned, looking from Lu Yu to the lizard. She had seen him leave the clothing store with a giant golden monkey, but had no idea he also had a lizard creature. "I caught it downstairs." "Oh, I see. You scared me." Shin Bin let out a sigh of relief, scrambling to his feet with an awkward laugh. "Impressive. You can tame these monsters as pets." "A mere parlor trick," Lu Yu said dismissively. "Did you need something?" Well. It's..." Lu Yu opened the door bare-chested. The candlelight cast his handsome features and well-proportioned physique clearly into the eyes of Li Wanning and the others. This sight made Li Wanning, who was already finding it hard to speak, even more embarrassed. She was not just a teacher, but a professor. She was used to presenting a stern, unsmiling face to the world. And this was only the first day of the apocalypse. How could she, under these circumstances, ask her own student for food? How could she possibly bring herself to say it? In the end, it was Shun Bin, being a man, who spoke up first. "Well, it's like this, classmate Lu Yu. Earlier, didn't you say you were going downstairs to look for food?" Wanting was worried about your safety. When she saw you all rushing back covered in blood, she wanted to come and check if you were injured or anything. Shin Bin might be a minor villain, and he had been scared witless by Xiaoxi earlier. But before the apocalypse, he was an excellent social elite. So he not only spoke for Li Wanning, but he also phrased it very skillfully. He first reminded Lu Yu about searching for food to see if Lu Yu would remember his own words from before. Then, under the guise of concern, he moved to build a closer relationship. He didn't mention at all that they had gone downstairs to look for food first. It was killing two birds with one stone. Hearing Shin Bin's words, Li Wanning also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this Shin Bin wasn't very likable, his words were indeed well spoken. But Lu Yu wasn't a fool. With the candlelight illuminating the room, he could see their expressions and knew exactly why they had come. "Oh, thank you for your concern, Teacher Li," Lu Yu said nonchalantly. "None of us are injured, we just consumed a lot of energy. The blood on us is all from those monsters." Is that so? That's good. Teacher Li, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Lu Yu didn't let the beautiful teacher feel awkward and directly extended the invitation. Come in and sit. Li Wanning was startled for a moment, then said with slight embarrassment this. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Would we be disturbing you? She was already starving and didn't know how to bring it up. Lu Yu inviting her in was exactly what she wanted. But still she had to say this. It was the first day of the apocalypse. She couldn't just drop her pride. She needed to make a token refusal. It's no trouble, but... Lu Yu smiled. Only Teacher Li can come in alone. Li Wanning and Shun Bin were both stunned. Shun Bin reacted first puzzled. Why? Only Li Wanning could go in, but not him. Was he slapping his own face? I don't misunderstand. Lu Yu gave Shun Bin a meaningful look. It's just that my girlfriend is taking a shower inside, so it wouldn't be convenient for you to come in. This Shun Bin had some use. So as long as he stayed in line, Lu Yu wouldn't mind sparing his life until the protagonist met Li Wanning. I see. That explains it. Wait a minute. At this, Li Wanning understood, and Shun Bin also saved face and got a way out. But then he suddenly thought of something. You said your girlfriend is taking a shower? Shun Bin was dumbfounded. Don't you have water here? It's cut off, but the water I'm using is the bottled water I stored in the room before the monsters appeared. Bottled water. My God, you're using bottled water to give your girlfriend a bath. We're all dying of thirst here, you know that. Hearing this, Lu Yu looked at him, as if he were an idiot. His gaze seemed to say, what does your thirst have to do with me? Since he was facing the candlelight, Shun Bin didn't notice Lu Yu's expression and directly said, do you have any extra water here? Could you spare me some? I haven't had a drop to drink in nearly a day, my throat is parched. Although he maintained his pride and disdain to fight with other savages for food and water, but after all he was a man, asking someone for something to eat was still relatively easy for him. Oh, look at me, I almost forgot. Teacher Li, come with me inside to get it. Lu Yu, feigning a sudden realization, turned and went into the room. Li Wanning snapped back to reality and quickly followed him in. Watching Li Wanning's retreating figure disappear through the door, Shun Bin was anxious inside, but he had waited this long, so he could wait a little longer. Besides, the guy said his girlfriend was showering inside. If he barged in, not giving him water would be the least of his worries. What if he got angry and beat him up? He was just a minor villain, not an idiot. He had seen Lu Yu rush back from outside, even bringing 2 monsters back as pets. How could he possibly provoke Lu Yu at a time like this? Li Wanning followed Lu Yu into the room. Lu Yu directly took 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water from the desk drawer and handed them to her. I'm really sorry, Teacher Li. You know the situation outside, so for now this is all I can spare. Li Wanning was already struggling to keep her pride. Hearing Lu Yu say that she didn't care about anything else. It's fine, classmate. I understand. In this situation, the fact that you can give us 2 bottles is something we're already very grateful for. As she spoke, Li Wanning didn't wait for Lu Yu's reply. She quickly walked to the door and handed a bottle of water to Shun Bin. Seeing the bottle of water, Shun Bin's eyes lit up, and without a word he twisted off the cap and gulped it down noisily. Li Wanning was also eager, but she was more mindful of her image than Shun Bin. Even though she was parched, she didn't chug the water. She just tilted her head back and took small, gentle sips. Her fair neck and generous curves came into Lu Yu's view. Lu Yu instinctively glanced over. The dim candlelight allowed him to discern Li Wanning's size. It seemed to be even bigger than Yin Yun's, huh? Not bad, not bad. A smirk played on Lu Yu's lips as he turned and walked back into the room. When they had almost finished their water, Lu Yu handed them 2 ham sausages. Seeing the sausages, Shun Bin immediately grinned. There's food too. Thanks a lot, classmate. Don't mention it. Lu Yu casually shrugged. They were the kind of ham sausages that cost 5 yuan each. Given their current level of hunger, it wasn't enough to fill them up, but it was more than enough to significantly alleviate the negative effects of starvation. Wanting, why don't you chat with your student for a while? He'll head over first. Shun Bin said, trying to act suave while munching on his sausage. All right. After getting her response, Shun Bin didn't linger and directly turned and left Lu Yu's doorway. He had gotten his food and drink. There was no reason for him to stay. As for whether Li Wanning would be in danger, he wasn't worried about that. Because Lu Yu wasn't just Li Wanning's student, he was also kind enough to give them food and drink. With such a model student, what was there to worry about? Besides, he had his own little scheme. Lu Yu had led a group of people charging from upstairs to downstairs, then from downstairs to across the street. And finally they charged back from across the street. He went back and forth several times like Zhao Zilong's legendary 7 charges at Chongbin Slope, and yet he didn't sustain a single scratch. Shun Bin had seen all of this. If not now, then when should he let Li Wanning use her teacher-student relationship to draw them closer? As long as they built a good relationship, they would never have to worry about food or drink again. It had to be said this Shun Bin guy had some brains. But perhaps due to his sheltered upbringing, he had never been exposed to the darker side of society's underbelly. So he didn't know how sinister the human heart could be. He was a bit too naive about everything. Lu Yu indeed couldn't do anything to Li Wanning today, but since she had come to his door, he naturally wasn't about to send her back. Besides, Lu Yu's food wasn't free. Once Shun Bin left, Lu Yu closed the door. After they both sat down on the sofa by the candlelight, Lu Yu spoke softly. Teacher Li, you must be quite clear about our current situation now, right? Li Wanning finished her sausage and took another big sip of water before nodding slightly. The monsters were increasing, and there was still no rescue team. Only a fool wouldn't see the problem. What are your plans for the future? Plans? Li Wanning was taken aback. It wasn't a question she had ever considered. But Lu Yu didn't need an answer and simply changed the question. Teacher Li, do you know that you are very beautiful? Li Wanning asked, puzzled. You. What are you trying to say? Yinxing has no military district, it will fall eventually. Lu Yu explained. Do you know what kind of fate awaits a beautiful woman like you in a city overrun with monsters and without military protection? Lu Yu's barrage of questions left Li Wanning utterly bewildered. Did she have any plans of her own? It was a question she had once posed to him, but only because she was uncertain herself and sought his perspective. Now caught off guard by his sudden inquiry, she found herself at a loss for words. As for whether she was beautiful, though not vain, Li Wanning harbored quiet confidence in that regard, having always been popular among men during her student days and even as a teacher. Whether they were students or colleagues, it didn't matter. It wasn't until he asked that final question that she grasped the gravity of their situation. Indeed, regardless of one's acknowledgement, the nation's power was always the most formidable force. Facing this monster invasion, if anyone could initiate rescue operations promptly, it would unquestionably be the nation. Yet the crux of the problem was that all precision instruments and communication devices had failed, let alone atomic bombs or missiles. Even planes, ships, tanks, cars, and armored vehicles refused to start. Any national military rescue would likely have to resort to the most primitive method, manpower. Under such circumstances, could Yinxing possibly lack a military district? Wouldn't that effectively isolate Yinxing from the outside world? Even if the nation were to send aid, how long would it take? A month? 2? Half a year? A year? Li Wanning didn't know. All she knew was that among the survivors from today, several men had begun eyeing her with unsettling intent. If she didn't devise a plan quickly, trouble was inevitable. Lu Yu. Classmate DDO, you have any good ideas? Fear crept into her voice as she asked. In that moment, Lu Yu's courage and clear thinking made her forget his student status, and the question slipped out instinctively. Of course I have a plan, but never mind. Eat something first. We'll discuss the details later. Lu Yu trailed off, leaving his sentence unfinished. His primary goal was simply to plant a seed of awareness in Li Wanning's mind. There was plenty of time ahead, no need to rush. With that, Lu Yu's right hand brushed his storage ring. A faint, barely perceptible blue light flashed and vanished. With a series of soft clinks, he set out a pair of chopsticks, a bowl, and several plates before Li Wanning. Then came rice, braised beef, white-cut chicken, and a cold tossed vegetable salad. These dishes came in basins, aluminum pots, and buckets, all covered with lids. Unquestionably, these were fresh, clean provisions Lu Yu had procured from the kitchen downstairs. As for the fresh and frozen ingredients stored in refrigerators and freezers, Lu Yu naturally wouldn't bring those out at this time. My God, this is... Watching Lu Yu produce these items like a magician and place them on the coffee table before her, Li Wanning was stunned, speechless. Keep enough for 2 people. Lu Yu didn't bother to explain. Tonight you and Yin Yun will stay in this room. You're too beautiful to be crowded in with those men. Off. Surprised by his words, Li Wanning stammered. But, what about you? They'll take the room next door. Lu Yu said no more. After Li Wanning set aside portions for 2, he stored the rest back into his ring and left the room. For him tonight truly held no energy for anything else. So it didn't matter where he slept. Hearing this, Li Wanning felt a surge of surprise and gratitude. In such an environment, Lu Yu, a mere student, had not only provided her with food and water, but also considered her discomfort as a woman among the other men. Such exemplary virtue was indeed a model for modern youth. Meanwhile, Yin Yun, who had just finished showering in the bathroom, overheard their conversation and found herself quite surprised, given what Lu Yu had done to her before. Shouldn't he have tried something with her tonight, no matter how tired he was? Why was he acting like this now? Could it be that he genuinely only wanted to awaken his ability earlier? Alright, Yin Yun was definitely overthinking things. Lu Yu was simply exhausted, too tired to entertain any other thoughts. Leaving the room, he found an empty one. Minnie had gone downstairs, freeing up space. Ate a quick meal and took a shower. After summoning Xiao Jin to his new room, he shut the door and fell asleep immediately. Huff, huff. This was the first night of the apocalypse. Outside, the wind howled through the darkness. The pitch-black city seemed colder and more desolate than ever before. Occasional roars from zombies sent shivers down people's spines. That night, most found sleep elusive, terrified of becoming a monster's meal the moment they closed their eyes. That night, all creatures on Earth underwent a silent evolution. Not only that, but strange new creatures began appearing inexplicably. Beetles as large as manhole covers, vampire bats that stood as tall as humans. Like the lizard men before them, they appeared without warning. That night, Chu Feng lay in a deep coma. Li Wanning sought to understand the group's situation from Yin Yun. That night, Lu Yu slept soundly. He didn't exercise, didn't pay heed to the apocalypse outside, nor concern himself with the so-called protagonist. Under Xiao Jin's watchful guard, his mind was at complete peace. At 8 o'clock the next morning, sunlight streamed through the atmosphere, bathing the earth. A new day, a new terror. Damn it. How did those monsters get so much bigger overnight? This is unbelievable. It's over, it's over. The apocalypse is really here. These monsters didn't decrease, they. What do we do? What do we do? Are we really going to die here? Bastards. Although a night had passed, bringing changes to both humans and monsters alike. Seeing the evolved monsters outside the window, people still couldn't accept it. Yesterday's monsters were mostly at the Black Iron initial stage, with only a few at the mid-stage, and even fewer at the high stage. But today, the number of initial stage monsters hadn't dwindled, yet mysteriously many mid and high stage ones had appeared. What were they supposed to do? Indeed, on the first day the apocalypse descended, those low-level monsters were merely an appetizer for humanity. The true end of days was only now beginning. At the school's small convenience store, Chu Feng, unconscious all night, slowly stirred awake. The store had a small restroom in the back. He found himself lying on a small cot covered with a blanket. Sitting up, Chu Feng immediately checked his wounds. The gashes on his arm and abdomen had been stitched up. Though the stitches were crooked and uneven, at least they held the wounds closed. "You're awake." Dai Lian, who had been resting with her eyes closed in a nearby chair, noticed Chu Feng stirring. "Did you stitch these wounds?" Chu Feng asked, somewhat astonished. "Yeah, I was too scared to go out, so I had to do it myself. But I've never had any nursing training, so I could only. It's fine, as long as it's stitched up. I couldn't find any disinfectant, so your wounds won't they get infected?" "No, my body is quite special." Chu Feng paused mid-sentence, then added, "I owe you my life." If she hadn't stitched his wounds, he would have bled out and died in last night's situation. So indeed he owed her his life. "Owe me your life. It's not that serious," Dai Lian said, a little embarrassed. "Didn't you save me before too?" Chu Feng replied. "Then we're even. By the way, you know my name is Chu Feng, but I don't believe I ever caught yours." Earlier Chu Feng had thought Dai Lian's appearance rather plain. Focused solely on his own development, he hadn't bothered to ask her name. Then he returned, fainted, and never got the chance. Now that she had saved his life, not asking her name would be incredibly rude. "Me? My name is Dai Lian." Dai Lian. The name made Chu Feng pause, stunned. The poison widow Dai Lian. It has been mentioned before. The protagonist is the child of destiny. With an extraordinarily high fortune, they encounter opportunities wherever they go. Although Lu Yu killed the protagonist without any limitations to his fortune, it does not mean that the protagonist lacks fortune. Just like now, by casually saving someone, they become a significant figure in the future. Although Dai Lian has darker skin and an average appearance, she indeed gains a certain level of fame in the future. Even Chu Feng remembers her name, Dai Lian. As for the reason, it is because they attended the same school, even if their survival trajectories in their past lives were entirely different, with not even a hint of intersection. However, the distance between them is not too far. It is quite normal for Chu Feng to have heard of Dai Lian's name. Another reason is related to Dai Lian's title. The Poison Lady, as the name implies, is one who uses poison. The ability she awakened is a poison-related supernatural power. This ability continuously evolves various toxins as her strength increases. These toxins are effective not only against humans, but also against monsters. Although it is not unusual to awaken poison-related abilities in the apocalypse, this Poison Lady does not know why, but aside from using poison to hunt monsters for fun, her only other hobby is capturing men with this ability. In the apocalypse, it is not surprising for a powerful man to have a group of beautiful women behind him. Similarly, a powerful woman also has a group of handsome men behind her. Therefore, the title Poison Lady Dai Lian remains fresh in Chu Feng's memory. Poison Lady. Dai Lian looked confused upon hearing this title. "What is that?" "It's nothing." Chu Feng smiled, saying, "Dai Lian, we can be considered comrades who have experienced life and death together now, right?" "Of course. Then once I recover, we will fight our way out of here together." Seeing Chu Feng's determined gaze, Dai Lian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Discovering that the girl beside him was a powerful ally filled Chu Feng's heart with a glimmer of hope. At that moment, on the 7th floor of the Rhine Hotel, Zhao Dequan proactively approached the security captain Liao Dong, while looking at the still swirling silver light points outside the clothing store. "Captain Liao, should we go take a look?" Previously, Liao Dong was unhappy because he had not died while searching for food downstairs. Lu Yu not only survived, but also became the center of attention, which made him even more displeased. However, he felt powerless. In this apocalyptic environment, if he was outmatched, he could only endure. It was still just past 8 in the morning, and the entrance to the secret realm had not yet closed. Seeing Lu Yu bring out a super strong monkey from inside, they could not help but feel tempted. "Do you think there are still treasures there?" Liao Dong sneered. "If there were any other treasures, they would have been taken long ago." "There are definitely no treasures, but we should at least see what's going on, right?" Zhao Dequan continued to persuade. "What if we encounter something like this next time? We'll know how to handle it, won't we?" What you said makes a lot of sense. Liao Dong was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You're right, we should indeed go down and take a look. You call a few strong ones to come with me. All right. In the secret realm, although there were no treasures, the secret realm still existed. Moreover, the monsters on the road had mostly been cleared by Lu Yu. Hence they gathered a group of people and smoothly arrived at the secret realm across the street. My goodness, this is incredible. Is this another world? Simply unbelievable. When they appeared in another space in the blink of an eye at the entrance of the secret realm, one or two of them dropped their jaws in astonishment. The morning of the second day of the apocalypse. After a night of contemplation, the survivors seemed to have found their future direction. Liao Dong, due to Lu Yu's selfishness, ended up teaming up with Zhao Dequan. But Lu Yu did not care at all. Not to mention how unreliable their alliance was. The three treasures in the secret realm were far more appealing than Liao Dong as an ally. However, what Lu Yu did not know was, aside from Chu Feng waking up and finding his teammates in a shabby rental house 3 kilometers north of the hotel, Xiao Fan, who had been asleep for a night, gradually awoke. His head was a bit foggy, and he looked around in confusion. In the corridor, there were the roars of zombies. It must be that zombie lady who bit his arm yesterday. Wait, why is my consciousness still intact? Xiao Fan came back to his senses, feeling bewildered. He had seen with his own eyes those who were bitten rise again and continue walking. And he had indeed been bitten, hadn't he? What on earth is going on? Xiao Fan looked at his arm, where there were indeed bite marks with a row of teeth impressions. However, it had already scabbed over. But why hadn't he turned into a zombie? Could it be that I awakened some superpower? As a homebody, Xiao Fan had been following dramas and reading novels every day, and after the apocalypse, he had seen someone who could breathe fire. He naturally understood the existence of superpowers. But unfortunately, a few minutes later, Xiao Fan confirmed that he had no abilities at all. Not only that, but he also confirmed that he was still an ordinary person. Gurgle. He felt very hungry. Being hungry proved that he was still human. However, he did not dig through the refrigerator in the house. Because he lived alone, this place had long run out of food. Now he faced two choices. Either leave the room and fight against those monsters, and if he won, he might survive. Or stay in the room until he starves to death. He had nothing to hesitate about. Before going to save the girl named Qin Xiaoro, he had thought about it countless times. So he gritted his teeth, picked up a kitchen knife, opened the door, and stepped out of the room. Creak. The sound of the door opening echoed in the corridor. The zombie lady in the corridor seemed to have heard the sound, and turned her head to look at Xiao Fan. As their eyes met at that moment of confirming each other's gaze, it felt as if the breath had stopped. However, this time was different. This zombie lady merely glanced at Xiao Fan, and then turned away as if he did not exist at all. What is going on? Why is this zombie ignoring me? So realizing that the zombie lady was ignoring him, Xiao Fan furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Soon he thought of a possible answer. Could it be? Damn, if this possibility is true, then I absolutely have hope for revenge. Xiao Fan was initially taken aback, but soon became excited. Why did he want revenge so desperately? Because he clearly remembered that it was Lu Yu and his companions who had beaten him into the hospital. If it weren't for spending these 3 months in the hospital, how would his body be so weak? If his body weren't so weak, how could he have been bitten by that zombie? So he blamed the entire incident on Lu Yu and his companions. If he really had such abilities, then he would definitely have a chance for revenge. With that in mind, Xiao Fan looked at the zombie lady in front of him and took a deep breath. He remembered that when he saved someone and escaped back here before, the zombie lady had pounced on him like a mad dog biting his arm. But now, this situation was really unusual, wasn't it? Xiao Fan did not move, keeping his gaze on the zombie. The zombie lady continued to wander around, completely ignoring Xiao Fan. Is she really not going to bite me? Seeing that the zombie didn't attack him, Xiao Fan felt a surge of confidence and slowly made his way toward the stairwell. As he drew near the zombie auntie, his heart began to race, pounding faster and faster with each step. Yet the zombie auntie still paid him no mind, merely glancing at him before continuing her aimless wandering. He quickly skirted around the zombie and bolted down the stairs. The corridor was filled with guttural groans and raspy wheezes. To his shock, there were 5 or 6 zombies feasting on corpses, and 2 lizard men crouched with their eyes shut, seemingly resting. They heard Xiao Fan's footsteps. The zombies turned their heads in unison, and the 2 lizard men raised their terrifying skulls. But then, they all ignored him. The zombies went back to their gruesome feast, and the lizard men resumed their rest. It was as if they considered him one of their own. Realizing this, Xiao Fan grew even more excited. Holy crap, I'm unstoppable now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yu had no idea what was happening with Xiao Fan, because he had just woken up. It was 9 in the morning. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating his room. Lu Yu, still lying in bed with his eyes closed, couldn't help but stretch languidly. From 9 last night to 9 this morning, a full 12 hours. Such deep, restful sleep had restored Lu Yu's stamina and energy to their peak. The feeling was utterly exhilarating. He didn't rush to get up. Instead, he opened his eyes and scanned the room. The massive golden monkey was crouched by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Little Jean. I'll do it myself. he had intended to ask little Jean to fetch his clothes. After all, thanks to the dark contract, little Jean had regained his monkey intelligence, even surpassing its original cleverness. The monkey could easily understand Lu Yu's words, but seeing the dried gore and blood caked on its fur, Lu Yu immediately dismissed the idea. How on earth had he managed to sleep last night with that stench coming off it? Lu Yu muttered under his breath. As he dressed, he began recalling the events of the previous day. He had been surprised to encounter Chu Feng in the secret realm, but it was a pity he hadn't managed to kill him. So Lu Yu's next goal was clear. He would enhance his own strength while clearing out the monsters around the hotel. Then he would head to the neighboring building to recruit Wei Jianjun into his group, and finally go to the school to eliminate Chu Feng. Leaving Chu Feng unchecked after alerting him would be a dangerous liability. Back in the secret realm, his strength hadn't been enough to stop Chu Feng. But now not only had he advanced to high tier black iron, he also had 2 battle pets. If he ran into Chu Feng again, escaping wouldn't be so easy for that bastard. Shirley Wuchang, Healy Ding Feng, and Shui Li had all gathered in room 8006 that morning. When Lu Yu arrived with his 2 monsters, they greeted him respectfully. Boss. Boss. Master Lu. After a night's time, the entire hotel had learned that Lu Yu had 2 monsters as battle pets. Aside from marveling at his good fortune, no one was particularly shocked. After all, the world had changed completely. Having a couple of monsters as pets was hardly surprising anymore. Lu Yu nodded slightly, turning his gaze toward Wuchang. Still 60 betrayal risk. Even higher than a stranger's. Well, that was what it had been when he recruited him. But Lu Yu valued his abilities and decided to observe him for a few more days. If it didn't work out, he could always banish him. Healy, go fetch Yin Yun. Yes, Master Lu. Healy didn't dare defy Lu Yu and hurried off. Moments later, Yin Yun arrived, now in jeans and a face mask. Behind her followed Li Wanning, dressed in a sleek, form-fitting dress with a stern expression. Lu Yu. Yin Yun seemed unexpectedly delighted to see him again, a smile finally gracing her face. Have you 2 eaten breakfast yet? We've eaten. We wanted to call you, but you were so tired yesterday, so. No worries as long as you've eaten. Take a seat. Let me arrange today's tasks. Okay. Boss, go ahead. Lu Yu nodded, not in too much of a hurry. He pulled out a couple of slices of bread and munched on them, meanwhile casting a glance at Yin Yun. After his villain's eye had evolved, he could now see the attribute details of companions whose betrayal rate was below 30. Yin Yun's profile. He had checked it yesterday when they came out of the secret realm. At that time it was 31. Decent enough, but he couldn't see her personal attributes then. Now, however, her betrayal rate had dropped to 18. The lowest among everyone present. Lu Yu wondered what she had pondered overnight. But now her personal attributes were laid bare before him. Vitality 16, Spirit 19, Strength 7, Agility 8, Enhancement level Black Iron Loadier ability, level Healing Art Black Iron Loadier. Her vitality and spirit surpassed ordinary humans, but her strength and agility were clearly on par with an average woman's. From this, she was clearly a medic with 0 close combat capability. He wondered if she could even use attributeless cores to enhance herself. Lu Yu frowned, pondered for a few seconds, then pushed the thought aside. Because regardless, he'd need enough cores first before worrying about such matters. It was too soon to think about it now. Shueli Wuchang, Shirley Yin Yun. You're all coming with me today. Healy, you work with Teacher Li to optimize the living conditions. All the rooms on the left side of the 8th floor now belonged to Lu Yu. However, some still had bloodstains and even corpses that needed cleaning. Watching Lu Yu assign tasks with such composure and efficiency, Li Wanning felt dazed. This student named Lu Yu. He possessed not only formidable combat ability, but also impressive organizational skills. Decisive, clear-headed, and methodical. Was such an outstanding talent really her student? Lu Yu had no time to deal with her right now. After assigning the tasks and briefing Ding Feng on a few matters, he left a portion of the cooked food head gathered last night for the group. Then, storing 2 crossbows in his ring, he set out to begin his cleanup mission. There were far more high-tier monsters today than yesterday. But for Lu Yu, that was actually good news. After all, high-tier monsters had cores. And him. He was a man with bronze-tier battle pets. Can you imagine the thrill of having 2 tanks up front, while others rained down damage from afar? Little Jean and Little She scouted ahead. Lu Yu and Wu Chang wielded melee weapons to guard against monsters charging in. Shui Li and Shi Lei provided ranged support with crossbows. Yin Yun was in charge of finding cores. The bolts could be retrieved and reused. Tank warrior ranged DPS support. They had it all. And so, Lu Yu, there's a core in this head, quick, cut it open. There's one here too. Wow, Lu Yu, look. This core has a different color. Yin Yu exclaimed as she held up a gray core for Lu Yu to see. He looked closely. Spirit type core, black iron, a core imbued with spiritual power. Lu Yu, having used an attributeless core, found his physical strength ample, but his mental energy depleted. However, a single night's sleep would be enough to restore him fully. The others, though, were not so fortunate. Exhausted in both body and mind, one night was clearly insufficient for them to recover. Thus, Lu Yu left Ding Feng at the hotel to guard their supplies, and took the others out. After the previous day's battles, Ding Feng was now a mid-stage black iron warrior. Most foes were no match for him. With him on guard, Lu Yu felt at ease. Li Wanning and He Li were handling logistics without issue. Yin Yun had to come along because her ability was needed to find cores. As for why Wu Chang was brought, that needed no explanation. With his strong recovery and questionable loyalty, who else would they bring? Outside the hotel, Lu Yu was clearing out monsters. The stench of decay and rot filled the air. Occasionally they spotted starving lizard men gnawing on skeletal remains. Wreckage of cars and signage littered the streets. The rooms lining the streets could be hiding many monsters, so the group proceeded with utmost caution. After a morning of hunting, Yin Yun discovered a mental-type core in the brain of a high-tier lizard man. This particular lizard man had seemed cunning, even attempting to flee. A mental-type core, as the name implied, served to restore mental energy or increase its maximum capacity. The boost was typically 35 points, similar to attributeless cores with rare instances of 6 points. However, most black iron attributeless cores were transparent, with black veins. This core, while having black veins, was itself a dull gray. And not bad, not bad. Lu Yu smiled, holding the gray core in his hand, and looked at the others. You all know what these cores do. Yeah, Ding Feng told me yesterday. Shueli nodded. Yin Yun, having been with Lu Yu yesterday, already knew. Even though Wu Chang had joined later, Lu Yu had not withheld this secret. From today on, you must keep this a secret. Understood? Don't worry, I swear, I won't tell a soul. Wu Chang patted his chest. Lu Yu nodded. Good. Also, unless absolutely necessary, our team will adopt a focused training method. Focused training? What does that mean? It means concentrating the cores on one person to boost their combat power, and then that stronger person collects more cores to nurture the others. Young Master Lu Yu decide. Yes, well, follow your lead. Apart from Wu Chang, the rest of Lu Ye's team had low betrayal tendencies, so they would never oppose his words. Even Wu Chang wouldn't dare openly defy Lu Yu. Moreover, Lu Ye's distribution method was the most rational. First, concentrate resources to build one strong individual, then use that strength to aid the others. Unless physical exhaustion necessitated immediate core consumption, these cores should be used by a single individual. This approach was indeed more conducive to survival in the apocalypse than splitting them evenly. Of course, the chosen individual must be someone recognized by all, otherwise problems would arise. Lu Ye's team had no such issues. Therefore, the cores were to be allocated by Lu Yu. He glanced around, seeing that everyone was in a passable state, and decided not to use the cores immediately. He is so formidable. In room 8008, watching through the window as Lu Yu and his team efficiently dispatched the monsters on the street, Li Wanning couldn't help but admire. Last night, she had stayed with Yin Yun. Sharing a room in such a dangerous environment, the two women naturally shed their teacher-student formality and talked extensively. Honestly, she greatly admired Yin Yun, a 20-year-old girl who dared to face those monsters alongside her boyfriend on the very first day of the apocalypse. That kind of courage was not something an ordinary person possessed. Even if Yin Yun said she had been forced by Lu Yu that first day, it was still impressive. Li Wanning felt she certainly lacked that nerve. Like today, when Lu Yu led the group out to hunt monsters. She could only stay at the hotel cleaning with He Li. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door. Who is it? It's me, Shin Bin. Click. Li Wanning opened the door. Standing before her was Shin Bin with his hands behind his back. Looking at the handsome man before her, a thought flashed through Li Wanning's mind. Shin Bin and Lu Yu were of similar height. Both were tall and handsome, but why did they feel so different? Shin Bin, why are you here? I came to see you. Did they go out? As he spoke, Shin Bin's gaze drifted past Li Wanning into the room. He had also come by last night, when Li Wanning hadn't returned to room 8046. After learning she was staying with Yin Yun, he hadn't thought much of it. Can't you see from over there? Alright, I just saw them leave, so I came over. Wanting, guess what this is? Shin Bin smiled mysteriously, then brought out a bowl and a pair of chopsticks from behind his back. The bowl contained half a portion of yellowed rice, 2 leafy greens, and a small pinch of pickled vegetables. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I specially got this from Manager Zhao for you. Eat up quickly. No need. Seeing Shin Bin treat the food he would normally disdain as a treasure, Li Wanning felt an indescribable sadness. Before Lu Yu left, he stored a lot of food in Mr. Ding's room. Huh. He left a lot of food. Shin Bin was stunned. No way. Why would I lie to you? Li Wanning remained expressionless. And he also said that if you came by at noon, you could join us. It's lunchtime now, so we'll take you there. Hearing this, Shin Bin's eyes lit up and a wide grin spread across his face. Heck, that kid really knows how to handle things. The two called He Li, then found Ding Feng. And then Shin Bin was dumbfounded. My God. Braised beef brisket, white-cut chicken, and braised intestines and mixed cold noodles. Lu Yu hadn't planned for Shin Bin's breakfast this morning. So to be safe, Shin Bin had spent the entire morning currying favor with Manager Zhao and the others. He had grabbed a little something from Manager Zhao downstairs for breakfast. Given Zhao's cunning nature, he wouldn't give out much food. And compared to the meals Lu Yu had, what Manager Zhao had was practically slop, right? Seeing all this delicious food, Shin Bin couldn't contain his eagerness. He quickly called everyone to gather around and began eating without ceremony. However, he didn't discard that bowl of plain rice. Having known hunger, he understood the true value of food. Unlike Xinbin's wolfish devouring, Li Wanning was different. Having eaten breakfast and having food and water provided by Lu Yu, she wasn't very hungry. At that moment, her mind was preoccupied with Lu Ye's question from the previous day. I need to find someone to protect me. Li Wanning wasn't foolish as she quickly understood her current predicament. To survive properly, she needed a capable man to protect her. Otherwise, things could easily go wrong. But looking at the current situation, there were only two people who could protect her. Lu Yu and Xinbin. Xinbin. No. As this thought crossed her mind, Li Wanning looked up at Xinbin, who was wolfing down his food, and felt a surge of despair. This guy is unreliable no matter how you look at it. As for Lu Yu, he's powerful enough, no doubt, but he's just her student. Why would he protect her? Also, those things he told me last night. Wait, why did he tell me all that? A sudden flash of insight struck Li Wanning, and her eyes widened in shock. Could it be that he also has feelings for me? Oh my god. No way. Li Wanning was a woman of deep thought. It was hardly a surprise that she had become a professor at such a young age. With Lu Ye's hint, she quickly deduced his intentions. Lu Yu, however, was unconcerned. After all, such matters were bound to come to light eventually. With a piercing shriek, a scythe mantis descended from the sky, its massive blades swinging toward the group. Lu Yu raised his hand and flicked it dismissively. Whoosh. A blade of wind sent the mantis flying, gravely wounding it once more. Xiao Jin. Lu Yu called out sharply. Squeak. Xiao Jin, sharing a bond of understanding with Lu Yu, scurried towards the mantis with all its limbs the moment it received the command. It moved with incredible speed, catching up to the stricken mantis in mere seconds. The mantis, reeling from Lu Yu's blow, was about to rise in a frenzy when a massive shadow loomed over it. Though the mantis was 2 meters long, its only real strength lay in its 2 scythe-like forelegs. The rest of its body was fragile, no match for the raw power of Xiao Jin, a bronze-tier creature. Before the mantis could react, Xiao Jin pounced, seizing its head and snapping its neck with ease. Ding. Congratulations. Your wind attribute ability has been upgraded to Black Iron Intermediate. The sudden system notification brought a smile to Lu Ye's lips. His ability had finally leveled up. Both his physical constitution and his ability had room to grow in the early stages without relying on cores. And as long as he kept using them, the rate of improvement was surprisingly quick. Just like Lu Yu himself. In less than 2 days since the apocalypse began, he had not only grown physically stronger, but had also seen his ability rank up. He checked his current attributes. Name Lu Yu. Age 21. Height 180 centimeters. Weight 136 kilograms. Vitality 38 normal adult male 10. Spirit 40 normal adult male 10. Strength 40 normal adult male 10. Agility 36 normal adult male 10. Reinforcement level Black Iron High. Ability level Wind attribute Black Iron Intermediate. Villain exclusive skills Villain's Eye, Villain's Heart, Villain's Aura. Not bad at all. Seeing this attribute panel, Lu Ye's smile widened. His spirit and strength had reached 40 points, and his other attributes were close behind. He hadn't even used a single core today. All of this was the result of Yan Yun's earlier reward and the potential unleashed through his battles over the past 2 days. With his current stats, he was more than satisfied. As for the difference between an intermediate and a basic ability, there wasn't much of one really. It just meant his reserves had doubled. Yeah, that's about 10 extra wind blades. What about the compression, release, speed, and accuracy of the blades? Those weren't tied to the ability's rank. To improve those aspects, he needed to enhance his spirit. The higher his spirit, the finer his control over the ability. This would lead to faster release, greater precision, and more devastating power. With both high spirit and a high ability rank, he could manifest his ability in more versatile ways, like wind walls or tornadoes. Of course, Lu Yu wasn't at that level yet. Damn, how are they so badass? That's insane, right? Are those 2 monsters his pets? He can have pets. Awesome. Hey, even though those monsters are scary, it'd be awesome to awaken a superpower like that guy. Don't you have a superpower? Why are you jealous? What do you call that a superpower? Many survivors were holed up in the hotel and the buildings lining the street. Watching Lu Yu and his group hunt monsters below, they were all stunned. Even though they were starting to fight back, they hadn't even cleared the monsters from their own buildings, let alone dared to step outside, like Lu Ye's group. Witnessing the scene on the street, survivors everywhere began to harbor new, ambitious thoughts. Hey, you think we should try joining their team? Join? You think they'd even take you? How do you know unless we try? Boss and beat. Can we take a break? Shirley, holding his crossbow, said wearily. Lu Yu glanced at him. This guy's betrayal rate was 27, below the 30 threshold. Because of that, Lu Yu not only knew his attributes, but also the ability he had awakened. Yes, as one of Lu Yu's subordinates, Shirley was also an awakened. It's just that his ability was somewhat lackluster. It was called Eagle Eye. As the name suggests, it gave him the vision of an eagle. The only function was the ability to see over extremely long distances. Apart from having slightly higher spirit, Shirley's other attributes remained unchanged. If he had a sniper rifle, this ability would probably be incredibly useful. But for now it was a bit useless. Fine. Lu Yu nodded. Let's head into that cake shop over there. We can grab some lunch. Stay sharp, everyone. It was time to eat after all. Wei Jianjun's residential complex wasn't in a straight line from the hotel and school. But it was actually closer to Lu Ye's position. They just needed to turn one street corner to see the complex's main gate. However, even getting to that corner was proving difficult for Lu Yu. The buildings lining the streets were infested with monsters. To avoid being caught in a pincer attack, they had to advance slowly and methodically. The cake shop on the roadside was a small establishment. Inside glass display cases lay toppled shards scattered across the floor. Cakes were smashed into crumbs. Lu Yu sent Xiao Jin in to scout. There was no sign of life inside. At the back of the shop was a break room. It was in complete disarray, blood pooling on the floor. A medium-sized and a large lizard monster were inside, feasting on two corpses. Both victims were young women, their faces now unrecognizable. One had half her face chewed away. The gruesome sight churned everyone's stomachs. Even Lu Yu instinctively pinched his nose against the pungent stench of blood and filth. With two swift strikes, he and Xiao Jin quickly dispatched the creatures. There were no cores. Lu Yu didn't care. He quickly shut the break room door, sealing off the foul odor. With the stench gone, he let out a long sigh of relief. Outside, Shirlei and Wu Chang had already closed the cracked glass door. Lu Yu stationed Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi at the entrance, then pulled over a table and laid out the leftover cooked food from the previous night. The space inside his storage ring was a vacuum isolated from the outside air, and it was bound to his mental consciousness. This meant that food stored within not only kept better, but also wouldn't shift around. Given the sweltering heat, the food had already been sitting out for a day. Even in the ring, it wouldn't last much longer. So they had to finish it quickly. As for whether the food was cold, no one cared about that at this point. You all rest for a bit. Yin Yun, come with me. After the meal, Lu Yu led Yin Yun to the counter area of the shop. He righted two fallen stools. Yin Yun sat down, looking at him with confusion. Lu Yu, what's wrong? I want to ask you something. What did you and Teacher Li talk about last night? Huh? Why the sudden question? Just answer the question. We did chat, but it was all trivial stuff. Do you know who Shinbin is to her? Shinbin. Yin Yun thought for a moment. Teacher Li said they met through a blind date setup. A blind date? Yeah, it was yesterday morning. Yin Yun recounted her conversation with Li Wanning to Lu Yu in detail. After listening to Yin Yun's story, Lu Yu could only say one thing. This Li Wanning's backstory is so cliché. If she weren't the female lead, I'd eat my Qinggang sword. Lu Yu knew that Chu Feng and Yin Yun were the male and female leads because the system's 4 novice hint cards clearly marked their relationship. As for whether there were other female leads in Chu Feng's main storyline, he could only rely on his own judgment. Lu Yu had long suspected Li Wanning. However, it was merely a suspicion before, and even with Shinbin's presence, he couldn't be entirely certain she was the female lead. After all, it was normal for a beauty like Li Wanning to attract a wealthy suitor like Shinbin. But now, based on Yin Yun's description, Lu Yu could basically confirm her status as the female lead. Because despite being 27 years old, Li Wanning had never had a boyfriend. Could you believe it? A woman this beautiful, this mature, and she had never had a boyfriend. That defied all logic. As everyone knew, whether in movies or novels, authors needed to portray female leads as pure and untouched to satisfy readers' expectations. It didn't matter if the woman was 18, 28, or 38. It didn't matter if she was married or unmarried. As long as she was the female lead, even if she had a child, she was absolutely still a virgin. If she was married, it was because her husband was impotent. If she had a child, and the child wasn't the male lead's, then the child was definitely adopted. If she was older, either she hadn't met the right person, or she was saving herself for marriage. All sorts of absurd justifications were invented to preserve the female lead's purity for the male lead, even if the reasoning was utterly unreasonable. Take Li Wanning, for instance. Her looks and figure were beyond reproach, but her personality was somewhat rigid and deeply traditional. Devoted to her studies, she simply had no time for romance. When her parents asked, she'd say she wasn't in a hurry and was still young, and so she remained single her entire life. Eventually, her family, eager for grandchildren, introduced her to this man named Shinbin. He was a social elite who had just returned from studying abroad. Coincidentally, they were not only from the same hometown, but had also attended the same elementary school. So Li Wanning, who initially had no intention of meeting Shinbin, decided to see him upon learning this. Li Wanning was truly eccentric. Others went on blind dates in the afternoon or evening because in Xia country dining was a social ritual that brought people closer. After a meal, there was more time to get acquainted. But she chose to meet in the morning. Her reason was that she needed to rush back to teach her students afterward. So they agreed to meet at a breakfast shop downstairs from the hotel. And then the apocalypse struck. The shop owner turned into a zombie. With no other choice, they fled into the hotel. According to Lu Ye's speculation, she was meant to be one of Chu Feng's harem members, but his own appearance had thrown the original plot into. Once Chu Feng finished dealing with matters at the school, the flaws of that group would have surfaced. When Xin Bin lost patience with Li Wanning and was about to make a move on her, Chu Feng would appear like a divine soldier descending from heaven. He'd humiliate Xin Bin and sweep Li Wanning into his fold. But now with Lu Yu in the picture, everything had changed. Lu Yu, why are you asking so many questions? Don't tell me you're also into Teacher Li. After finishing her account, Yin Yin noticed Lu Yu's expression and suddenly realized Li Wanning was not only prettier, but also taller and more well-endowed than her. Especially from behind, her peach-shaped figure was a sight that made every man yearn. She couldn't help but suspect Lu Yu's true intentions. That's none of your business. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. He had many ways to increase his strength. But judging from the rewards gained from Yin dealing with the protagonist seemed to boost his power faster than using crystals. Just one female lead had already granted him 10 points to all attributes. Besides, the protagonist's abilities were usually formidable. Lu Yu believed that Chu Feng as the male lead possessed more than just his reincarnation combat experience and luck. There had to be something else. He just hadn't discovered it yet. So obtaining crystals was secondary. He should focus more on taking down the protagonist. That made some sense. Now that Li Wanning was confirmed as the female lead, the question was how to use her. Should he just sleep with her? That wouldn't really affect the male lead at all. Because right now Chu Feng had no emotional entanglement with Li Wanning. Sleeping with her wouldn't impact Chu Feng in the slightest. Seeing Lu Yu lost in thought, Yin Yun was on the verge of tears. You really do like Teacher Li. So what if I do? Lu Yu snapped back to reality and countered, Teacher Li is beautiful. Isn't it normal to like her? No, it's not. Yin Yun panicked and retorted, others can like her, but you can't. Why, you? What do you take me for? Tears welled up in Yin Yun's eyes, and she felt utterly wronged. She had spent a whole day trying to forget the crime Lu Yu had committed against her. She had even developed feelings for him. And now this guy had moved on to someone else in just one day. How could she possibly accept that? Looking at Yin Yun's aggrieved face, Lu Yu smiled playfully and asked back, and what do you take me for? Oh. Yin Yun's tears were still welling up, but his question left her dumbfounded. Indeed, what did she take him for? Although they had known each other before, their real acquaintance began only yesterday morning when the apocalypse started. She didn't really have the right to question him, did she? But, alright, enough of that. First take this. Notification: this awakened one can only use life-type and spirit-type crystals. Using other crystals will cause conflicting energy and cancel out with a 90 chance of no recovery or enhancement effects, a 9 chance of side effects, and a 1 chance of death. Note: to ensure absolute bodily health, when awakened ones use crystals to strengthen themselves, the difference between their vitality and spirit power values should not exceed 30, otherwise undesirable symptoms may occur. If vitality is too strong, the spirit power cannot support the formidable body, potentially leading to reduced intelligence. If spirit power is too strong, the body cannot bear the immense spiritual energy, causing the brain to lose control, potentially resulting in psychosis or schizophrenia. Lu Yu. After a whole morning, Lu Yu had gathered 4 attribute-neutral crystals and 1 spirit-attributed crystal. He didn't want to continue the conversation about love and affection with Yin Yun, so he decided to shift her attention by offering her a crystal to see its effect. But as soon as he took out the crystal, before he could even finish his sentence, the villain's eye displayed a series of notifications. Seeing these notifications, Lu Yu was speechless. Yin Yun could only use life-attributed and spirit-attributed crystals. There was nothing to argue about that. After discovering one of the crystals was spirit-attributed, Lu Yu had already guessed as much. Since spirit-attributed crystals existed, life-attributed ones naturally did too. After her awakening, only these 2 attributes had been amplified, so it wasn't surprising that she could only use those 2 types of crystals. However, during enhancement, the difference between vitality and spirit values couldn't exceed 30. Otherwise, there was a risk of turning into an idiot or a lunatic. So some patients in mental hospitals were actually people whose spirit was too strong for their bodies to bear, which is why they went insane. Is that so? Truly, genius and madness are only a step apart. Are you alright? Seeing Lu Yu silent, Yin Yun's attention was indeed diverted. She asked with a hint of concern. It's nothing. I was going to give you a crystal to restore your stamina, Lu Yu said casually, but it seems you can't use this one. According to the notification from the villain's eye, Yin Yun had 16 points of vitality and 19 points of spirit. Consuming an attribute-neutral crystal would likely have no effect. A spirit-attributed crystal contained 3 to 5 points of spirit energy. If Yin Yun consumed a spirit-attributed crystal, even a mere 3-point increase would push her spirit beyond 30 of her vitality. In other words, she would need to use a life-attributed crystal first before she could safely use a spirit-attributed one. Lost in thought, Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. So there was so much to learn about using crystals to strengthen the body. Not only was there a high risk of death, but also the danger of becoming an idiot or developing mental illness. In this era where information couldn't be easily shared, he wondered, how many lives or how much health would other survivors have to sacrifice to figure out a scientific method of enhancement? Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Feng was from 10 years into the apocalypse, so he knew how to use crystals properly. But now his villain's eye was just as accurate, and by quantifying the attributes it made things even more intuitive. Are there many different types of these crystals? Seeing the two distinct colors, Yin Yun couldn't help but ask. Something like that. He'll give you some when we find ones you can use, Liu said. Oh, okay. Yin Yun didn't understand these things, and simply followed his arrangements. Liu stopped overthinking, and popped an attribute-neutral crystal into his mouth. After a tiring morning, food alone wasn't enough to restore his stamina. To save time on recovery, eating a crystal was a reasonable choice. Swallowing it with water, the familiar warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body. Ding, you have restored a moderate amount of stamina. Ding, you have enhanced your body. Enhancement results: vitality 2, strength 0, agility 1. Ding, notice your vitality has reached the current limit of your body. Black iron crystals can only replenish your stamina and can no longer enhance your body. Please use high-intensity combat to break through your limits. Note: using black iron essence can directly break through. Black iron essence has a high chance of dropping from high-tier black iron monsters on the verge of advancing to bronze. After consuming a black iron crystal, apart from his agility, which was 37 points, all other attributes had reached 40. But then another notification popped up. What was going on now? 40 points of vitality was the limit for high-tier black iron. To break through to bronze, one either had to engage in high-intensity combat or use black iron essence. Black iron essence could only be found on high-tier black iron monsters that were about to evolve to bronze. That meant the unevolved Xiao Jin had black iron essence on him before. Were there monsters of this level outside? Even if there were, Liu doubted he could find them in a short time. But that was fine. It seemed high-intensity combat could also allow him to break through to bronze. So it only restores a moderate amount of stamina now. Taking a deep breath, Liu thought about it. Systems: so black iron crystals can only replenish my stamina and can no longer enhance my body. After advancing to bronze, I still can't use black iron crystals for enhancement. Enhancing a bronze-tier body requires bronze-tier crystals. So black iron crystals are useless to me now except for restoring a moderate amount of stamina. Yes, host. Damn. Liu felt like vomiting blood upon hearing the system's response. He had spent a day and a half gathering these crystals, and after only consuming 3 it told him they were useless. Well, to be fair, it wasn't anyone's fault. In the early apocalypse, everyone's natural evolution limit was more or less the same. A few were between the low and mid tiers. Most were at the mid-tier of black iron. Someone like Liu, whose awakening talent rivaled that of a protagonist, was naturally close to the high tier of black iron. Beyond the high tier, one needed black iron crystals to strengthen further. Because Liu had received a 10 boost to all attributes from Yin Yun, it only took a few black iron crystals for him to hit his bottleneck. Forget it, if I can't use them, so be it. Shueli Wuchang. Having reached this conclusion, Liu didn't bother dwelling on it. Even if he couldn't use them, his subordinates could. Young Master Liu. Boss, what's up? Liu tossed 2 crystals from the cashier's counter. Here, one for each of you to restore your stamina. Both of them had been enhanced and could use attribute-neutral crystals. Reacting quickly to Liu's words, they caught the crystals midair. Wuchang was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Apart from Liu, no one else had used these things yet. But judging by the effect it had on Liu and how highly he valued them, these were definitely good stuff. Holding the black iron crystal in his hand, Li was a bit confused. Young Master Liu, didn't you say we should focus our resources on you? Why are you? I don't have much use for these crystals anymore. From now on, all crystals of this level are for you all. Liu said directly without hiding anything. Wuchang's betrayal rate was indeed a bit high. But that 60 betrayal rate only indicated he was susceptible to outside influence or tempted by personal gain. It wasn't until the rate hit 90 that he would consider attacking Liu himself. At most, had engaged in some petty scheming behind the scenes. So Liu wasn't particularly worried about him. Besides, during their previous battles, he had seen Wuchang's capabilities. Even after transforming, his strength and speed were no match for Liu's current state. At best, his defense was superior. With the Qinggang sword that could cut through iron like mud, Liu wasn't afraid of his defense. Is that so? Thank you, young Master Liu. Yeah, thanks, boss. Hearing this, Li didn't refuse any further. Wuchang, beaming with joy, eagerly popped the crystal into his mouth. As the crystal entered his stomach, the warm sensation of stamina recovery and body enhancement left both men looking blissful. Damn, eating this feels this good, such a comfortable feeling. Boss, what about me? Don't I get one? Seeing both Li and Wuchang get crystals and look so satisfied after consuming them, Li was envious. He was clearly the one who had worked the hardest here. Why did they get one but not him? The boss still had one in his hand. If you're not afraid of exploding, you can have this one. Saying this, Liu handed the crystal over. After awakening his eagle eye ability, Li's only advantage was a slightly stronger mental fortitude. His other 3 attributes remained unchanged. According to the information gleaned from the villains, an awakener with only a single attribute is generally classified as a non-combat type. Aside from that single ability, such awakeners have physical capabilities similar to an ordinary person. They can only improve their bodies through physical training. They are unable to use crystal cores for enhancement. In other words, Shirley was just an ordinary person with sharper vision. The mortality rate from consuming this crystal core was as high as 50. As for whether Yin Yun was a non-combat type, clearly she was not. She could use crystal cores for enhancement, and this was only the beginning of the apocalypse. Could anyone guarantee that her profession wouldn't awaken some kind of holy light technique later on? Explode to death. Shirley, who was just about to reach for the crystal core, froze upon hearing Lu Ye's words. His hand stopped midair, and the smile stiffened on his face. No way. Wanna try? Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to waste words. He pushed his hand forward again, signaling the other to come and take it. But would Shirley dare? Obviously not. Unless it was a life-or-death situation, he wouldn't gamble with his life, even if the mortality rate were only 10. So Shirley withdrew his hand, his mood turning gloomy. All right, boss, I'm useless. You're not entirely useless, Lu Yu said casually. Go to the door and look into the distance. Perhaps you'll find a pleasant surprise. Look into the distance. Shirley was taken aback for a moment, then quickly walked to the cake shop's entrance, peering through the glass door. At first he noticed nothing, but after a moment, as the scene at the end of the street became clearer, Shirley's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, how can I see so clearly? This defies science. At the end of the street Shirley could see was a noodle shop. Below its sign was a line of text, and it had a glass door too. At this distance before he never could have made out the characters on those signs. Now not only could he read the text, but he could even see the bloody handprints and droplets of blood on the glass door with perfect clarity. This is your ability, Lu Yu stated directly. From now on you'll be in charge of reconnaissance for our team. Haha, no problem, boss. Leave it to me. Shirley patted his chest in assurance, then thought of something else. But boss, how did you know my ability was this, say? Is that strange? Lu Yu replied with a question instead of an answer. Shirley snapped back to reality, a sheepish look on his face. Not strange at all. With Lu Ye's precognitive ability, it wasn't surprising he knew anything. Besides, there were already too many inexplicable things in this world. Like Wu Chang yesterday. He was at school, yet he appeared at the hotel with the boss. How could that be explained? Realizing this, Shirley's doubts vanished. From now on you guys provide cover fire. Leave the monsters to me. Lu Yu ignored him, pulling the Qin Gang's sword from his storage ring. People and weapons were different. The Qin Gang's sword could be upgraded by simply absorbing energy. But a person needed to break through their physical limits through combat, or by using black iron essence to advance. Lu Yu wanted to break through to bronze rank without wasting time searching for black iron essence. So he had to do it through intense combat. At the hotel, Lu Yu was busy pushing his physical limits. At the school's convenience store, Chu Feng was recovering under the attentive care of Poison Lady Dai Lian. Meanwhile, in a rented room 3 kilometers to the north, Xiao Fan, laden with a backpack full of supplies, was also growing stronger. He had found a sturdy piece of rebar at a construction site near his rental. With a squelch, he drove the rebar into the head of a high-tier zombie. The zombie, its brain pierced, crumpled to the ground. This zombie was at the black iron high-tier level. A high-tier black iron zombie could run nearly as fast as an ordinary human. Moreover, they were beginning to show rudimentary forms of various evolutionary paths, like crawlers or lickers. Although Xiao Fan had only killed a regular high-tier zombie, it was still something a normal person couldn't handle. His success was entirely due to the strange transformation his body underwent after being bitten. His own aura no longer attracted the attention of monsters. Whether it was scythe mantises, lizardmen, or zombies, they all seemed uninterested in him. Even when he actively stabbed at them with his weapon, they only offered a token resistance. And this resistance would cease entirely once he moved a certain distance away. Discovering this, Xiao Fan was overjoyed. He even felt that the outside world wasn't an apocalypse, but paradise. In the past I was honest, principled, moral, and law-abiding. But what did you all do? You not only looked down on me, bullied me, but even beat me until I was hospitalized. Fine, since you all want to bully me, then from now on I, Xiao Fan, will be a thorough villain. I will make everyone who has ever wronged me pay the price. Xiao Fan clenched his fists and spoke through gritted teeth. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards the building opposite the rental. Wang Xin, your wife used to set her dog on me, didn't she? And said the dog's life was worth more than mine. Since you're the closest, I'll start with you. I remember your wife is quite pretty. Wang Shun was a resident of Xiao Fan's old neighborhood, known for being arrogant and domineering. Most people dared not provoke him. Once his wife Zhou Yin was walking her dog without a leash, and it bit Xiao Fan, who was returning from work. Xiao Fan instinctively kicked the dog. Not only did the woman refuse to apologize, but she falsely accused him of kicking her dog. If you hadn't kicked my dog, why would it bite you? Was Zhou Yan's exact words at the time. It must be said, despite having some looks, Zhou Yan was a real shrew. She was truly skilled at framing people. Adding to the fact that the shabby neighborhood had no surveillance cameras, Xiao Fan found it impossible to defend himself. Later, Zhou Yan's husband Wang Shen arrived. Xiao Fan initially thought a man might be more reasonable, but this guy only sided with his wife. He even uttered that classic line, "My dog is a purebred worth far more than your life, you lousy delivery boy." Those words deeply wounded Xiao Fan's pride. Although they didn't demand compensation, Xiao Fan had to pay for the rabies vaccinations himself. And they never even apologized. Every time he thought about it, Xiao Fan wished he could kill them both. He never had the chance before, but now he did. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and pulled the rebar out of the zombie's head. He was about to figure out how to deal with the couple when surprisingly the rebar brought out a small fingernail-sized transparent crystal with black patterns. It was covered in blood and brain matter, but Xiao Fan spotted it anyway. Huh, what's this? Somewhat surprised, Xiao Fan instinctively picked up the crystal. He held it up to the sunlight. The black patterns were strangely mysterious, and the crystal itself was glittering and translucent. Without thinking too much, he quickly took out a bottle of water from his backpack and rinsed it clean. The crystal became even more beautiful. This stone is really pretty, Xiao Fan murmured to himself. It was at that moment a powerful urge surged within him, a strong impulse to swallow the crystal. It was like the craving a vampire feels when hungry for blood. Could this thing be edible? Crystal cores grow inside the heads of monsters. Most people are terrified of monsters. Who would risk cracking open a monster's skull? And under normal circumstances, a monster's corpse would be devoured by other beasts. So discovering a crystal core is an incredibly difficult feat for humanity. Even fewer would ever think of eating one. However, Xiao Fan was different from the rest. That's why he could spot the crystal core at first glance. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was unaware that the delivery boy he had beaten 3 months ago was undergoing a tremendous transformation. At this very moment, he was relentlessly hunting down monsters. The zombies, aside from their teeth, didn't have particularly lethal claws. As long as he didn't face a horde at once or get bogged down in a prolonged fight, his current strength and agility meant they couldn't even touch him. Watching Lu Yu weave through the monster horde, cutting them down with his sword. Everyone, whether from the hotel or the survivors on the streets along with his teammates, was stunned. So strong. So amazing. They knew he was powerful, but they had never imagined he was this powerful. Before either the monsters were Fu or Ding Feng, and Shueli were assisting, or Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi were tanking at the front. They never got to see Lu Ye's true individual combat prowess. But now, his sheer personal strength was beyond their comprehension. His movements weren't graceful, nor did he have any fancy techniques. But his reactions and speed were absurdly exaggerated. Even a black iron heir scythe mantis couldn't land a hit on him. Lu Yu, at the peak of black iron paired with his sharp Qinggang sword, was like a tiger among sheep. Almost there. Just a little more. As time passed, Lu Yu grew more accustomed to the slaughter. With the Qinggang sword's sharpness, his killing speed increased rapidly. A single precise strike was often enough to hit their vital points and take them down. The only downside was that killing black iron monsters with the silver-tier Qinggang sword didn't increase energy by 1 point, but only by 0.1. Perhaps the energy from black iron monsters wasn't sufficient for the Qinggang sword to absorb. It didn't matter much though, as the silver-tier sword was more than enough for now. Ding, congratulations. Your enhancement level has been raised to bronze initial stage. Boom. With the system notification, every cell in Lu Ye's body, which had been weak and sore, felt as if ignited. They began to heat up. Yet instead of feeling uncomfortable, it was surprisingly pleasant. It felt like a withered tree meeting spring or parched land receiving rain. His depleted strength was starting to recover. Seeing the few remaining scaly, hideous lizardmen, Lu Yu, who was drained, shouted urgently. Xiao Jin blocked them. As soon as he spoke, the tall, dark figure charged out from behind him on all fours, meeting the monster's heat in. With a thud, Xiao Jin performed a meat bullet charge, instantly sending the lead lizardman flying. The lizardman crashed into its kin behind it like a bowling ball, knocking them all down. At that moment, Shueli, Yin Yun, and the other teammates arrived. Phew. We finally made it. Lu Yu knelt on one knee, panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. Looking at Lu Ye's state, they didn't need an explanation. Since the apocalypse began, everyone's body was changing. Lu Ye's current condition was clearly a breakthrough. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yu finally recovered. He sheathed the Qinggang sword into its rusted scabbard, stood up, and stretched his arms. He glanced at his stats. Vitality 50, Spirit 50, Strength 50, Agility 47. Promoting from black iron heir to bronze adds 10 points to all attributes. Seeing this, Lu Yu was both surprised and not. He knew his stats would increase upon promotion, but he hadn't expected it to be a full 10 points. Wait. If breaking through to bronze gives 10 all stat points, does that mean the black iron essence also adds 10 to all stats? Lu Yu squinted. If that were true, why not just hunt for black iron essence directly? Why bother being the protagonist? However, the system's response dashed his hopes. Black iron essence can only be used when vitality is exactly 40. Using it at any other time has no effect. Well, he guessed he was just dreaming. The black iron essence was purely for advancement and didn't provide any stats itself. The 10-point increase was due to the breakthrough, completely unrelated to the essence. Meaning one breakthrough was equivalent to conquering a heroine. Fine. He clenched his fist, feeling the power 5 times that of a normal person, filling him with confidence. And that wasn't just 5 times the strength of one person added together. It's like an adult male being 3 times stronger than an elementary schooler. Does that mean he could only fight 3 kids at once even with a weapon? That's obviously ridiculous. Let's go, Yin Yun. Find the crystal cores. We're done for today. Lu Yu snapped back to reality. Meeting up with Wei Jianjun, and then going to the school to deal with Chu Feng wasn't a neonatal task. He knew this well, so he wasn't anxious. Keeping the crystal cores was definitely more beneficial than consuming them immediately. Oh, okay. Hearing Lu Ye's command, Yin Yun quickly got to work. Meanwhile, Wu Chang couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the carnage. He roughly counted 37 zombies, 56 lizardmen, and 13 scythe mantises. Out of all those monsters, 15 were high tier, and one person killed all of them. While the sharp Qinggang sword played a major role, Lu Ye's own strength was clearly nothing to scoff at. After all, he hadn't used Xiao Jin Xiao Shi or his own special ability. He fought purely on his physical attributes. This was insane. Lu Yu, I found 2 crystal cores in total. Give them to me for now. We'll distribute them back at the hotel. Why go back so early? It's only 3 p.m. Gotta save some time and energy for some private time. Private time. With who? With you, obviously. Me. Yin Yun was taken aback, then her face flushed bright red. When did I ever agree to spend private time with you? That's not up for negotiation. After 2 days of life and death trials, Yin Yun had developed feelings for this handsome, well-built, yet slightly roguish guy. So hearing that he likely wanting had stung. But now hearing he wanted private time with her, she felt a secret thrill. He wants to spend private time with me. Does that mean his confession about liking Teacher Li wanting was just a joke? Yeah, after all, Lu Yu was a sly one, really good at toying with girls' feelings. It was entirely possible he said it just to rile her up. Of course, she didn't take his private time comment seriously, either dismissing it as a joke. After all, it was the middle of the day. If he wanted to tease her, wouldn't he wait until night? Unfortunately, she was wrong. Dead wrong. The moment they got back to the hotel, he dragged her straight into the storage room, next to room 8008. He tore off his bloodstained shirt and ordered Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi to guard the door. Lu Yu, you can't be serious about. Cornered against the shelves by the man with a wicked grin, Yin Yun was terrified. She couldn't believe her own suspicion. Lu Yu slowly reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Yin Yun didn't dodge as if she didn't dare to. It's bound to happen sooner or later, right? She had to admit Lu Yu was handsome and fit. Combined with that roguish smile, he was devastatingly charming to most women, especially those not protected by the heroine's halo. Who said that? Yin Yun turned her head away. I think you're lying to me. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you're in my hands now. You? This is against my will. He'll report you. Report me with what? This, Lu Yu's grin widened. He took out a small white square packet from his ring about the size of a sachet of shampoo, with a faint circle imprint in the middle. What's that? Yin Yun asked, curious. Lu Yu explained, getting pregnant in the apocalypse would be a hassle. So this is to avoid that hassle. In an instant, Yin Yun's face flushed crimson all the way down to her neck. In the apocalypse, being a villain isn't just about growing stronger and dealing with the protagonist. Sometimes you have to learn to enjoy yourself. Like, perhaps sleeping with the female lead. Last night, Lu Yu was simply too exhausted to muster any energy. But today was different. Yin Yun was stunningly beautiful. With his strength temporarily sufficient, why not deepen their connection? Yin Yun was a girl who had never been in a relationship. And the night before last, she had been completely unconscious. So it was only natural she didn't know what Lu Yu held in his hand. But now that he had spelled it out so clearly, if she still didn't understand, she'd be a fool. And so, on the afternoon of the second day after the apocalypse began, Lu Yu, inhaling the girl's unique scent, taught her much about the knowledge between men and women. Although Lu Yu had expended most of his stamina earlier to boost his strength, he had recovered considerably upon advancing to the bronze rank. So his current state was far better than last night. As for where he got the item in his hand, that needed no explanation. He had stockpiled so many supplies in the storage room. How could he not have prepared such a thing? It was perfectly normal for him to carry one around in his storage ring. And as for Yin Yun's earlier threat to report him, the first time she said it, she genuinely meant it. But this time it was just her last shred of feminine modesty speaking. Lu Yu simply pretended not to hear it. Damn, seeing the boss like that makes me want to find a girlfriend too. In room 8007, previously occupied by Qiao Monli, Wu Chang watched with envy as Lu Yu pulled Yin Yun into the storage room upon their return. Any normal man would be attracted to women. He was no exception. Yin Yun's looks and figure were undoubtedly top tier at the school. Watching her go to the storage room with Lu Yu, how could Wu Chang not be stirred? At that moment, Shirley sat beside him chatting with his girlfriend Healy. Hearing Wu Chang's words, he chuckled. You're stronger than me now. Isn't finding a girlfriend easy? Stronger, sure, but I'm not as handsome as you. Wu Chang was shorter but stockier than Shirley. His facial features weren't particularly pleasing, and he had acne. So purely on looks, let alone compared to the incredibly handsome Lu Yu, even Shirley was a cut above him. In this day and age, what use is being handsome? Strength is what matters. Strength. Of course. Shirley smirked, clenching his fist. You should have seen the reactions of those guys when the boss had me kill that Ye Fei. What happened? Wait. Hold on, you said. Killed Ye Fei. Shirley asked curiously. Yeah, what's the problem? Who is Ye Fei? Shirley looked up at the ceiling. A thug leader who awakened Earth-based powers. He thought he was tough. You mean? You've killed someone? Wu Chang's gaze toward Shirley was filled with disbelief. It was normal to kill monsters with the danger outside. But killing a person was entirely different, wasn't it? Wu Chang knew he wouldn't dare to kill. It required crossing a moral line and being mentally prepared. He also knew Shirley's capabilities well. This guy he actually dared to kill. Hearing Wu Chang's question, Shirley was even more puzzled. Didn't I tell you last night? You didn't tell me, Jack? What the hell happened? Spill it. Alright, I'll tell you. The boss killed people. Not just one. Shirley, with his arm around Healy, proudly recounted Lu Ye's glorious deeds to Wu Chang. Like when he killed Ye Fei, no one dared to move. And how he took out that middle-aged woman with one strike. With Healy adding her agreement, Wu Chang was dumbfounded. Back in the secret realm, he had thought Lu Yu was just threatening him, or at worst would injure him, to seize the treasure. Killing he was sure Lu Yu wouldn't dare. But he never imagined Lu Yu actually dared to kill. How was that possible? After seeing Lu Yu single-handedly kill so many monsters, his tendency to betray had already dropped. Now hearing that Lu Yu dared to kill people, it dropped further. 42 was his current number. If you want a girlfriend, you can talk to the boss. Maybe he can snatch a few for you to choose from. Shirley's last teasing remark brought Wu Chang back to reality. Wu Chang suddenly felt that made sense. Lu Yu entered the storage room with Yen Yun at 3:30 p.m. When he emerged with a smile on his lips, it was already 6:00 p.m. Yen Yun, back in her t-shirt and jeans, followed him with a resentful look, limping slightly. Luckily, Lu Yu had been gentle the first time. And luckily today was the second time. Otherwise, given his intensity today, she probably wouldn't have been able to walk at all. Want me to help you? Lu Ye's smile widened as he watched her walk. Yen Yun glared at him angrily, finally spitting out 3 words, no need. Walking like that, won't it be awkward when the others see you? It's your fault. Yen Yun said angrily. She truly wanted to beat Lu Yu to death, but she simply didn't have the strength. If she forced it, it would seem like playful flirting, so she had to give up. Lu Yu just shrugged, not bothering to argue. He simply walked over and helped her back to room 8008. Yen Yun didn't refuse. A classic case of the mouth says no but the body says yes. The room was empty, perfect for Yen Yun to recover before heading next door to Shui Li's room for dinner. Dinner was the leftover food they had scavenged yesterday. But after this meal, those cooked dishes would basically go bad and be inedible. Of course, Shin Bin and Li Wanning were also present during the meal. At the table, Yen Yun, though still a bit tired, walked normally now. She chatted casually with Li Wanning. Everyone knew they had gone to the storage room in the afternoon, but no one showed any sign of awkwardness. After all, they were a couple. What was wrong with seeking some release in the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse? However, upon seeing Lu Yu again, Li Wanning's expression was somewhat unnatural. Since she had guessed Lu Yu might have feelings for her, she had been feeling somewhat resistant inside. But since Lu Yu hadn't made a move, she couldn't very well ask directly. She decided to observe him for now. Wu Chang, meanwhile, was hesitating whether to ask Lu Yu to help him find a girlfriend. But as he was still thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Shui Li, being closest, got up and opened it. Soon a commotion came from the doorway. You want to join our group? Shui Li frowned at the dozen or so survivors at the door. Yeah. With so many monsters out there now, shouldn't we be helping each other? If we stick together, we have a chance of surviving, right? Brother, please let us join your group. We're willing to follow your orders. Yeah, we all are. Lu Yu now held 3 attributeless crystal cores and 1 spiritual type crystal core. Although he couldn't use them to enhance his strength, they could restore his stamina. So he kept them for himself, giving only 1 to Ding Feng and saving the rest for emergencies. Hearing the conversation outside the door, Lu Yu didn't need to ask to know why they had come. After 2 days and 1 night of trials, most humans had finally accepted reality and began seeking the protection of the strong. At the Rhine Hotel, due to Lu Ye's selfishness, manager Zhao and Liao Dong had formed their own team. They had rallied most of the hotel survivors and started their own path to survival. The survivors outside the door were likely those either rejected by manager Zhao or unwilling to team up with him. Or perhaps they had seen his strength and wanted to join his group. In any case, they spoke in a jumbled chorus, all hoping to become part of Lu Ye's team. Shui Li, unable to make the decision, looked to Lu Yu for guidance. Young Master Lu, what about them? Lu Yu got up, walked to the door, and swept his gaze over the crowd. There were 15 or 16 people. Aside from 2 or 3 youngsters and a boy of 11 or 12, most were elderly men and women. You want to join my team? Lu Ye's voice was calm, exuding the air of a leader interviewing prospective employees. Seeing his composure, the survivors dared not act presumptuously. Yes. That's exactly what we were hoping for. The 2 leading men, both in their 50s, quickly voiced their intentions. Lu Yu continued, do you dare to kill monsters? Huh, kill monsters. Well, the sudden question left one of the 50-year-old men utterly bewildered. Another elder surnamed Zhou spoke up. Young man, look at us. We're well advanced in years. You can't expect us to fight monsters. That's just asking too much. Indeed, young man. We're no good at killing monsters, but you could assign us other tasks. So what can you do? I can drive. I can fix televisions. I can. Enough. The survivors started listing their skills one after another. Before they could finish, Lu Yu raised a hand to stop them. There's no electricity out there now. What use is driving or fixing TVs? They'll be blunt. If you dare to kill monsters, you can stay. If not, then see if you've awakened any special abilities. Those with special abilities can speak up, and he'll consider it. If you have none, then please leave. Lu Yu's words were direct, leaving no room for negotiation. He did intend to build a force, but he wasn't about to accept just anyone. A team doesn't harbor the useless. This rule applied to everyone, protagonist or villain. At his words, the crowd exchanged uneasy glances, seemingly at a loss. Yet a flicker of hope appeared in the eyes of the young boy among them. Soon one person hesitantly raised a hand. I dare to kill monsters. Can I join? The three youngsters were a pair, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the young men had gathered his courage to raise his hand. Lu Yu looked closely. He recognized these 3. They were the ones who, under manager Zhao's lead, had seized his room before. That young couple, and the one he had bloodied with a punch, Little Wang. The one who raised his hand was Little Wang. Seeing him, there a playful smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Hey, aren't you that Little Wang from before? What brings you to me? I think you're really strong. Little Wang rubbed his still red nose, and said honestly, following you gives me a better chance of surviving. Previously, when they had taken over Lu Yu's room, he and the couple had remained silent. But when manager Zhao ordered him to open the door, he had no choice, and ended up getting beaten by Lu Yu. At first he was resentful. However, over the past 2 days he had witnessed the combat prowess of Lu Yu's team. Even their effortless trips up and down the floors were enough to dwarf Liao Dong's group. So to survive he had come. Aren't you afraid it'll make things hard for you? I think you're still better than that bastard manager Zhao, Little Wang blurted out indignantly. Realizing his slip, he quickly shut his mouth. Is that so? Hearing this, Lu Yu's smile widened. Alright, if you dare to come, I dare to accept you. Get over here. He beckoned to Little Wang, who hurried over to his side. Brother, we're sorry for what happened before. What about me and my girlfriend? The other young man also raised his hand. What's your name? I'm Li Yong, and my girlfriend is Fong Wan. Do you dare to kill monsters? I do, but... Li Yong scratched his head awkwardly. My girlfriend might not have the ability to kill monsters. I still need 2 people for cooking and cleaning. Hearing this, Li Yong's face lit up with joy. Really? That's great. Thanks, brother. He then pulled his girlfriend over and quickly stood by Lu Yu's side. You too, Lu Yu pointed at 2 others. If you're willing, you can stay. The rest of you can leave. The 2 he pointed out were a man and a woman, both middle-aged. He didn't choose them because they were less likely to betray him, but because they seemed more capable than the others. They weren't too noisy and weren't entirely useless. Lu Yu asked their names. The man was Lu Quan and the woman was Li Hong. They didn't know each other, but were overjoyed to be selected. After all, the image of Lu Yu single-handedly taking down nearly 100 monsters that afternoon was still seared into their minds. Following Lu Yu meant a higher chance of survival. Young man, what about us? Aren't you going to let us join? You've already accepted them. What's a few more? Lu Yu glanced at the rest and simply waved his hand. He didn't even bother to speak. Hey, how can you be like this? What's the meaning of only taking the young? Alas, we're old and useless. Forget it, let's go, Elder Zhou. Fine, if we're not wanted, so be it. Exactly. Teacher Li, your student is truly disappointing. Seeing Lu Yu's firm stance, the survivors' faces changed. The leading elder, surnamed Zhou, cast his gaze toward Li Wanning, who was inside the room. He was a survivor from room 8046 and knew of Li Wanning's profession. Before coming, he had already known she was with Lu Yu. Li Wanning had been listening to the exchange between Lu Yu and Elder Zhou. His words pierced her heart like a needle. Even if she suspected Lu Yu's feelings for her, she couldn't sit still any longer. Elder Zhou, wait. Li Wanning called out, stopping the elder, and walked up to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, can you really not take them in? Take them in, eh? Lu Yu countered, how? Who's going to be responsible for all their food, drink, and daily needs? How long do you plan to keep them? A month? 2 months? Lu Yu's barrage of questions left Li Wanning stunned. Indeed, no one knew how long the danger outside would last. At a time like this, everyone could barely fend for themselves. How could they afford to take care of others? After the previous day's experience, she understood all this perfectly well. She just couldn't cross the moral threshold in her heart. After all, she was a teacher. Fine, just you wait. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Elder Zhou couldn't save face any longer. Without even a parting jab at Li Wanning, he snorted coldly and led the group away. Lu Yu ignored him. But as the crowd dispersed, he noticed the young boy was still standing there. The boy was about 11 or 12, around 5 meters tall, and simply dressed. Lu Yu felt he had seen the boy somewhere before. In the room where Chun Fei had been killed. Hey kid, aren't you leaving? Lu Yu asked curiously. The boy was scared of Lu Yu, but he gathered his courage and said, I want to join your team too. Do you dare to kill monsters? I don't dare. The boy kept his head down, not daring to meet Lu Ye's eyes, and said in his young, slightly childish voice, "But I think I've awakened a special ability." "Oh, a special ability." Hearing this, Lu Ye's eyes narrowed. A little boy had awakened a special ability. That seemed a bit unlikely. Although after the apocalypse began, anyone regardless of age could awaken an ability, but a young boy having awakened one daring to come alone to team up with him, that was highly unusual. Now within the hotel, Li Wanning was undoubtedly the female lead. Could this boy be another opportunity for the protagonist? At the thought, Liu smiled. Come, little one, tell me, what ability have you awakened?" The little boy's name was Tong Ninghao. He was 12 years old. Hearing Lu Ye's question, he lowered his head in fear. "I did awaken an ability, but I don't know if it's useful." The boy's expression dimmed as he spoke, but he clenched his fists tightly. "You dared to run to me without even knowing if your ability is useful." Lu Yu looked at the boy's clenched fists, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, you've got some nerve, huh? What's your name?" Tong Ninghao. "Alright, how about this? First tell me what your ability is. If it's useful, then you can state your purpose." This little boy had been hiding in the crowd back in the room where Lu Yu had killed Ye Fei. That meant he knew Lu Yu had killed someone. Under those circumstances, he still dared to come forward, which proved he had his own agenda. Lu Yu wanted to hear his ability first, then his purpose. After all, what good was a purpose if the ability was useless? "Okay, but big brother, I don't know how to explain this ability. How about you come and see for yourself?" "Fine. Lead the way." Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Wu Chang Shirlei. Boss. Take them to get some food first." "Got it, boss." Wu Chang and Shirlei acknowledged, and quickly got to work. There were 5 new people joining Lu Ye's team this time. Xiao Wang, Li Yong, Fong Wan, and the middle-aged couple Lu Quan and Li Hong. Upon hearing that Lu Yu had food for them, they all beamed with joy. After all, a whole day had passed since the last time they fought for food. Their supplies were depleted and hunger had driven them to try their luck with Lu Yu. They hadn't expected. "They'll explain the rules of joining my team later. Go eat first." "Okay. Thanks, brother." Thank you. The group expressed their gratitude and quickly followed Wu Chang and Shirlei away from Lu Ye's door. The little boy who remained had a young voice and seemed rather innocent. Besides, since the apocalypse had just begun, it was unlikely he meant any harm. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Yu brought Shueli along. The two didn't follow the boy far, only to the 4th floor where they found a lizard man's corpse. The September weather was muggy. The corpse had already begun to stink. Pinching his nose against the foul odor, the boy said to Lu Yu, "I can peel its skin off without using a knife." Without waiting for Lu Ye's reply, the boy immediately got to work. He placed his hand on the lizard man's corpse. Then a faint red glow flew from his palm and instantly enveloped the creature's body. The red glow was so faint that it was nearly invisible unless you looked closely, and it vanished in a flash. Moments later, the lizard man's hide began to split and peel away from its wounds. It was soon stripped off completely. The hide was all pristine. Any parts showing signs of decay were left behind on the corpse. Seeing this ability, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, a suspicion forming in his mind. Big brother, is my ability useful?" Tong Ninghao asked uncertainly. He had merely been curious and touched a lizard man's corpse. That was how he discovered this ability, but he had no idea if it held any real value. So his heart was filled with anxiety. "It should be useful." Lu Yu smirked. "Your name is Tong Ninghao, right?" "Yes. From now on, call me Brother Lu." Tong Ninghao's face lit up with joy. "Okay, Brother Lu. Go eat first. We'll talk after." "Okay." The boy wanted to say something more, but after a moment's thought, he swallowed his words. Why did Lu Yu want to build his own team? Besides dealing with the protagonist, his primary goal was survival. Because after the apocalypse struck, many things became troublesome. For one, having no water to flush the toilet was a headache. He couldn't exactly use bottled water every time, could he? Even with his thorough preparations, Lu Yu wasn't extravagant enough for that. So he needed some subordinates to work for him. He had no other grand ambitions right now. First stabilize the team, then take down Chu Feng. Finally lead the team out of Yinqing. He had already told Li Wanning the reason for leaving. Yinqing had no military district. No matter how reluctant one was to admit it when facing those monsters, it was still their soldiers who were the most formidable. Though the world had lost, power guns and rockets were still around. In the early days of the apocalypse, bullets were far more lethal than any cold weapon. So leaving Yinqing to find a place with a military presence and establishing a shelter was absolutely necessary. Of course, before that, Lu Yu had to survive the threats of both monsters and the protagonist. Since you've chosen to join my team, you must obey my orders. After everyone had eaten, Lu Yu began to speak. Starting tomorrow, we'll divide the work. Wu Chang, you'll take Shirlei, Li Yong, Lu Quan, and Xiao Wang tomorrow to find a water source for cleaning. It doesn't need to be too clean, just enough for bathing, laundry, and flushing toilets. Got it, boss. Sisterly. Yes. Li Hong, the only middle-aged woman on the team, quickly responded. Once they bring back the water, you take Fong Wan, and He Li to clean up our area thoroughly. Throw away anything with blood on it if possible, and wash whatever can't be thrown away. Okay, no problem. We have 24 rooms here now. I have plans for rooms 112. As for rooms 1324, you newcomers can each pick one, but at least 2 people per room, and no changing rooms casually. Understood. Got it. That's all for now. Lu Yu scanned the group. I'll inform you if I think of anything else. Dismissed. He waved his hand casually, and the group departed one by one. Managing a team wasn't an easy task, but with just over a dozen or 20 people, Lu Yu had no trouble at all. After assigning the work, only 5 people remained in the room: Lu Yu, Yin Yun, Li Wanning, Shin Bin, and the little boy Tong Ninghao. Lu Yu then called the boy over. Come here, Xiao Hao. Now tell me, why did you come looking for me? Brother Lu, it's like this. Tong Ninghao nodded and recounted the whole story in detail. Moments later, Lu Yu understood the full situation. So the little girl he had seen in Shun Fei's room earlier was this kid's sister. And that attractive young woman with a child was actually his mother. The woman's name was Dong Ying. Their family of 4 had taken 2 days off to attend the grandfather's funeral and were passing through Yinxing, staying at this hotel. The man had gone out that morning to buy breakfast for them and never returned. Then last night, Manager Zhao, noticing Dong Ying's looks and that she had children with her, used food to threaten her, attempting to force her to submit. But Dong Ying would rather go hungry than give in. Manager Zhao knew that with children, she couldn't hold out for long. So he wasn't in a hurry and didn't resort to force. However, Tong Ninghao overheard Manager Zhao's threats. As the only man in the family, now he felt he should do something. So he came to Lu Yu. Originally, according to the original storyline, he would have waited a few days and gone to Chu Feng when he arrived. But Lu Yu's presence had changed his target for help. After listening to Tong Ninghao's story, everyone except Lu Yu was lamenting the wickedness of human nature. It was only the first day of the apocalypse yesterday, and that Manager Zhao was already doing such things. Absolutely unforgivable. That Manager Zhao again. Lu Yu found it somewhat amusing. How do you want to deal with him? I just don't want him to bully my mom anymore. Is that so? Alright, go bring your mom and sister over. Don't worry about Manager Zhao. Okay, thank you, Brother Lu. Tong Ninghao acknowledged joyfully and dashed out of the room. Watching the little boy's retreating figure, a smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. A 12-year-old forger. Humph, interesting. Yes, this young boy named Tong Ninghao had awakened the ability of a forger. It was for this reason that Lu Yu was willing to let him bring 2 extra burdens into his team. Although the forger profession wasn't of much use to Lu Yu in the early stages, it held no combat power either. But their profession was extremely rare. Sometimes, even a survivor base with tens of thousands of people might not have a single forger. In the late apocalypse, forgers weren't the rarest profession, but they were definitely the wealthiest. While others were still fighting monsters to level up, they had already amassed great fortunes. As for the reason, it was because the weapons and armor they forged were highly sought after by awakened ones. Especially in the mid to late apocalypse, when guns could no longer deal significant damage to monsters. Black iron grade monsters were fragile, and guns were very effective. A few shots to their vitals would suffice. For bronze grade monsters, guns were still barely useful. But starting from silver grade monsters, the lethality of guns would be greatly diminished. It got even more absurd with gold grade monsters. Even armor-piercing rounds might not be able to break their defenses. Moreover, bullets were consumables. In today's world, without electricity to aid production, every bullet used was one less bullet available. When bullets truly ran out, special weapons crafted by forgers would be needed. Of course, Lu Yu had never seen what a forger looked like. The young boy's betrayal rate wasn't below 30, so he couldn't see his profession. He had only deduced that he was a forger based on the boy's actions. In the early plot of Chu Feng, there were all the professions of the awakened in the apocalypse. Although these professions only had a name without detailed introductions or specific manifestations. But Lu Yu had studied these professions carefully. He found that apart from forger and alchemist, almost no other profession could have the ability to decompose monster corpses. And Yin Yun was a healing type awakened. If this kid were an alchemist, his ability would conflict with Yin Yun's. Having 2 conflicting professions appear by his side would be highly unreasonable for the protagonist team. So Lu Yu concluded that Tong Ninghao was a forger. 10 minutes later, the young boy brought the mother and daughter to room 8008, where Lu Yu was. They had come secretly without Manager Zhao's knowledge. At that moment, only Lu Yu and Yin Yun were in the room. Lu Yu, leaning against the sofa with Yin Yun, sized them up. Dong Ying looked to be around 37 or 38 years old. Her appearance and figure were decent, but at best she'd score a 70 or 80. Perhaps because of her age, she was more favored by someone like Manager Zhao. Seeing Lu Yu, Dong Ying shielded her daughter protectively. It was evident she was scared. Lu Yu showed no reaction. You're Dong Ying. Yaist. I'm Lu Yu. You can call me Young Master Lu like the others. Okay, Young Master Lu. Dong Ying didn't know how her son had managed to convince Lu Yu. She only knew that Lu Yu killed people with casual indifference. He showed no mercy when killing monsters either. Faced with such a powerhouse, how could she dare defy his wishes? Lu Yu nodded. Your son has told me about your situation. His awakened ability happens to be useful to me, so I want him to join my team. I promise you here, as long as you follow my orders, I can provide you with food and ensure your personal safety. Then, will Xiao Hao be in danger? Generally no. Even if danger arises, I will send people to protect him first. I see. Well, okay. Dong Ying hesitated for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Lu Ye's abilities were plain for all to see, and besides that, Manager Zhao was truly despicable. Rather than being bullied over there, it was better to come to Lu Ye's side. Xiaohao, take your mother and sister to get something to eat first. Okay, Brother Lu. The young boy nodded and trotted off with Dong Ying and his sister, closing the door behind them as they left. Lu Yu, what did you call me? Husband. That's right. When we're alone, call me that from now on. Can you not bully me like this? Yin Yun pouted, her face full of grievance. Seeing the boy leave with Dong Ying, she had originally wanted to ask Lu Yu something. But Lu Ye's attitude towards her wasn't like how a boy treats his girlfriend. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. You call this bullying? Lu Yu was speechless. Forget it. Just say what you want to say. I just wanted to ask you, is this kid's ability really that useful, eh? Yin Yun stopped dwelling on the issue. Although in her mind bringing more survivors was naturally a good thing. But this didn't fit Lu Ye's style of conduct. So she was a bit curious. Wouldn't a test clear it up? Test? How do we test? Follow me. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. He dragged Yin Yun back to find the young boy. Then he called for Shui Li, and the four of them went downstairs together. The test results were obvious. Not only could this boy decompose lizard skin, but he could also decompose lizard tendons, mantis-sized zombie teeth, and bones. And you still dare say he's not a forger? Mantis-sized zombie teeth and bones can't be used as medicine. They are all materials for making weapons. Not bad. This is indeed the ability I wanted. Xiaohao, go get some rest. We'll talk about things tomorrow. Okay, Brother Lu. After arranging everything, Lu Yu stretched. After confirming that this kid Tong Nunghao was a forger, Lu Yu had some other ideas. He definitely didn't need weapons for now. He had the Qinggang sword, and there were plenty of cold weapons in the armory. It wasn't realistic to expect Tong Nunghao, who had just awakened his ability to forge weapons, better than these modern cold weapons. However, having him make a pair of handguards to prevent zombie bites and scratches was definitely feasible. Handguards. Damn, Lu Yu cursed inwardly. Why hadn't he thought of this before? He remembered that some dog trainers used special bite-resistant gloves when training dogs. Wouldn't it be great to prepare some for protection against zombies? It seemed his experience was still too shallow, and his preparations insufficient. But thinking about it now was useless. All Lu Yu could do now was utilize his current resources to survive the apocalypse. Dwelling on past oversights was pointless. Under Lu Ye's absolute power, the monsters in the hotel were completely cleansed. The area to the left of the elevator on the 8th floor had also become an absolute forbidden zone for other survivors. It was the second night of the apocalypse. That night, Lu Yu naturally slept with Yin Yun. Young people, after all, have abundant energy. A bit more exercise wouldn't affect their work the next day. Seeing that Lu Yu was going to sleep with Yin Yun, Li Wanning had no choice but to sleep alone. Rooms 10, 11, 0, and 12 were Lu Ye's storage and armory. Shui Li and Ding Feng lived in room 6. Shirley and Healy lived in room 7. Lu Yu and Yin Yun lived in room 8. As for Li Wanning, for her own safety, she had to live in room 9 diagonally opposite Lu Yu. Shinbin certainly couldn't stay with Li Wanning, so he had to go to room 5 with Wu Chang. Faint candlelight flickered gently within room 8008. Yin Yun's ability consumption today was low, so she used her power to cleanse her body. At this moment, she had changed back into her t-shirt and pleated skirt. Kneeling beside Lu Yu, she reported what had happened outside. Lu Yu, teacher Li just had Xiao Wang and the others take the leftover food downstairs. Let her be. Lu Yu lay on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling unconcerned. Anyway, those things are starting to go bad by nightfall. As long as they're not given to Manager Zhao and his group, it's fine. Last night, they had taken way too much cooked food from the kitchen. The whole team couldn't finish it even after a whole day. As bad as Lu Yu was, he wouldn't force Li Wanting to throw it all away. I told her not to give any to Manager Zhao. Good. Lu Yu closed his eyes and pulled Yin Yun into his arms. Since they had already had a battle in the afternoon, Yin Yun offered no resistance this time. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Lu Yu didn't give Manager Zhao any thought. Because as a villain boss, as long as he wasn't too arrogant, he basically couldn't capsize anywhere except by the protagonist's hands. Guys like Manager Zhao were small fry, or no matter what schemes they used, Lu Yu could easily crush them. Haven't you heard that all schemes are but fleeting clouds before absolute power? Husband, can we survive? With how strong I am, what do you think? You'll protect me, right? Just be my woman, and I guarantee you'll live longer than anyone else. After saying this, Lu Yu blew out the candle on the bedside table. It was a pleasant night. Beauty in his arms, the soft touch sent Lu Yu's imagination running wild. This pleated skirt is really convenient. It must be said Lu Yu was shameless. In just 2 short days he had completely made Yin Yun his woman. With her pure and delicate features, fair legs, and flawless figure, she was the epitome of every man's desire. Yet she belonged exclusively to Lu Yu. Lu Yu knew that in the apocalypse a beautiful woman was a curse. To protect such a woman from being taken by others, he had no choice but to grow stronger. This wasn't love, it was a man's primal instinct to possess. Hey, did you all see the food they had in their room? Yeah, we saw it. I saw it too. Old Zhou, whose full name was Zhou Changming, was a tourist traveling with a group from another city. Yinqing was just a temporary stopover on their journey. They had planned to rest in this hotel for one night and take a chartered bus out of Yinqing at 10 a.m. the next day, but when they woke up the entire world had changed overnight. This tour group consisted entirely of elderly people. After some were bitten to death, only about a dozen of them remained. Since they were unfamiliar with the area and lacked combat strength, they needed someone to rely on. Seeing how powerful Lu Yu was, they wanted to seek his protection. But they were turned away at the door. After leaving, they were all indignant about Lu Yu's behavior. I knew the restaurant downstairs had little food left, so they took it all. This is outrageous. That food belonged to the hotel. What right do they have to hoard it? Exactly. These young people are getting more and more out of line. We haven't even had dinner yet, but they seem to have more than they can eat. With all those containers of food in their room, I bet they can't finish it all. Come on, let's go ask Captain Liao and Manager Zhao. Everyone was furious, especially old Zhou, who had previously made harsh threats. But what was the use? When they heard from Captain Liao that Lu Yu had thrown 2 people off the building, they all fell silent. After all, Lu Yu was the strongest in this hotel. When the strongest person dares to kill, what can you do about it? Either speak to him kindly, or simply stay out of his way. Of the 2 options, they could only choose the latter. And Lu Yu's guess was spot on. Manager Zhao was indeed displeased with him, but circumstances were stronger than will. Even though he knew Dong Ying had joined Lu Yu's team, and that Lu Yu's upstairs room was likely stocked with supplies, he no longer dared to scheme against Lu Yu. Because no one is unafraid of death. This was the second night of the apocalypse. Most of humanity could only spend it in fear once again. And this night something new appeared in the outside world. Bang, bang, bang. On a high-rise in a residential complex, countless giant bats were taking turns slamming into the window glass of an apartment. One after another, terrifying the survivors hiding inside. These bats had arrived on the very first night, but few humans knew of their existence. However, tonight, these giant nocturnal bats began their hunt. What the hell is going on? Bats. My god, bats this big. Why are these monsters crashing into the glass? Damn it, if they keep hitting it, the glass is going to shatter. Quick, grab a weapon. One of the men shouted loudly. But his realization came far too late. With a boom and a crash, the giant bats shattered the living room window as soon as he finished speaking. The man grabbed a mop and tried to drive the bat out, but a second bat followed right through the broken glass. Then came a third and a fourth. They bit anyone in sight without a shred of mercy. The room quickly filled with heart-wrenching screams. Moments later, the screams ceased, leaving only the sounds of squelching and chewing, and the corpses along with pools of blood. These survivors, even in death, couldn't understand. Didn't bats use echolocation to fly and hunt? Why were these giant bats crashing through windows into the room? It defied all logic. That night, many human dwellings were breached by these giant bats, and countless survivors met their gruesome end at the claws and fangs of these bloodthirsty creatures. As the carnage unfolded, the sun slowly rose on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. On this day, Lu Yu's team began to find their footing. He first separated Shirley from Wu Chang's group, then tasked him with having Xiao Hao and a few women craft protective gear against zombie bites. Meanwhile, Wu Chang led a squad to search for a water source. The river at the city center, residential swimming pools, reservoirs, and park lakes became their targets. Lu Yu, accompanied by Yan Yun, one of the 2 bodyguards, and his 2 battle pets, went to find Wei Jianjun. As time passed, 3 days later, on the 7th day of the apocalypse, Wu Chang and Shirley returned to Lu Yu's team. That morning, on the playground behind the back gate of Yinqing University, countless black beetles the size of well openings were tearing apart the rotting lizardman corpses with their pincer-like mandibles. These black beetles were called corpse beetles. Their shells were pitch black, resembling the legendary corpse beetles, but they were larger and more powerful. Although most of these monsters were only at the initial or intermediate black iron rank, they boasted incredibly high defense and lived in swarms. Their numbers were even more staggering than the lizardmen. The only good news was that they only fed on corpses and would only attack living humans when starving to the point of desperation. On the 6th floor of the female dormitory deep within the school, a voice cried out, "Is anyone there? Can anyone come save me? I'm starving to death. I really am about to starve to death." Xiao Monli lay collapsed on her dorm bed, disheveled. A blanket was draped carelessly over her back against the wall as she gazed out the window at the apocalyptic scene with utter despair. Her voice was weak and feeble, clearly indicating she hadn't eaten for a long time. At this moment, she couldn't help but regret her decision. Why on earth did she come back to school? Wouldn't it have been better to stay at the hotel with Lu Yu protected by bodyguards? Instead, she was trapped in the dorm with these crazy women with no one to turn to for help. If it weren't for the fact that they were girls who kept snacks and drinks in the room, she would probably be dead by now. Monli stopped calling out. A girl named Ye Fei by the window said weakly, "Look, you've been calling for days. Has anyone come to save us?" "Exactly." Another girl said feebly, "Those monsters outside are terrifying. Everyone is struggling to survive." Who's going to come save us? Hearing this, Xiao Monli felt even more despair. Her mind flashed back to that tall, handsome figure. Why did he happen to force himself on Yin Yun the day before the apocalypse? Could it be that he knew something in advance? Or was it just a coincidence? She had pondered this question countless times over the past few days, but she still couldn't figure it out. Don't you think the guys at our school are useless? They can't even organize a rescue. Su Fei's voice brought her back to reality. Rescue? Didn't you see what happened to those guys who tried to save people? Xiao, you don't. Please stop talking. Another girl was about to say something, but Xiao Monli quickly stopped her. Because these past days they had witnessed too much. Watching monsters hunt everywhere, seeing classmates being torn apart, hearing their classmates' screams. It was a nightmare. Fine, I won't say anything then. Su Fei said with cracked lips, glancing at Xiao Monli across from her. Hey Monli, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you, but I was too embarrassed to bring it up. Just ask if you want it. What's there to be embarrassed about at a time like this? Did you not come back on the night of the 19th because you went to the hotel with young Master Lu? Yinxing University was a university rebuilt from a mountain when the city was still developing. Although the university now lies within the city limits, its internal roads remain intricate and winding. The dormitory building, where Xiao Monli and the others resided, was located near the top left of the mountain. A broad avenue ran in front of the dormitory with roads branching off to the left and right, both leading down to the foot of the mountain. Although these roads were lined with various trees, their mutated forms now significantly obstructed the view. However, from their vantage point, they could just catch a glimpse of parts of the mountain's base on both sides. The dorm room Xiao Monli was in housed for girls. Besides Xiao Monli herself, the other three were the very girls Lu Yu had treated to a meal before the apocalypse. Because Lu Yu had gotten them drunk, none of them had woken up for their morning self-study session. Later, when Xiao Monli returned in the morning, she chatted with them in the dorm for a while. As they were talking, the apocalypse struck. Now, hearing Su Fei ask this question, all of them pricked up their ears. It was as if even facing death couldn't quell their gossipy curiosity. Hey, you guys are really something. At a time like this, you're still asking such questions. Xiao Monli was speechless. Come on, tell us. Let us hear this piece of gossip before we die, alright? Heh. Alright. Xiao Monli let out a wry smile and closed her eyes to conserve energy. Actually, telling you isn't a big deal. Young Master Lu wanted to sleep with Yin Yun. How would I ever have a chance? Oh, Yin Yun. No wonder. True, you're not worse than Yin Yun, but you do have a boyfriend after all. Boyfriend? You mean Xu Feng? Who else could it be? Come on, that Xu Feng is just a loser. How could he possibly be worthy of our Monli? Exactly, Monli has always treated him as a backup plan, can't you see that? I see it, but honestly, even though Xu Feng has no money, he really does like Monli a lot. What's the use of talking about this now? Xiao Monli said helplessly. We should focus on finding something to eat. If we don't get food soon, we'll really starve to death. Starving is better than the alternative unless you have the courage to fight those monsters. I definitely don't have the courage. Me neither. I'd rather starve than be bitten to death by a monster. Same here. Since none of us want to go out, we can only wait for someone to rescue us. But at this time, who's going to come and save us? The women were exhausted, yet they still chattered on endlessly as if it would help them forget their fear of death. Hey, it looks like there's someone over there. Su Fei, who slept by the window, had originally wanted to see if any rescue teams were outside. Even though she had faced countless disappointments during this time, it was still their only hope now. Unexpectedly this time, she actually spotted something. Where? Upon hearing this, the other girls found some unknown reserve of strength. They scrambled to Su Fei's position and peered out the window. To the left was the road leading to the main gate of the university. There, a young man wielding a fire axe was leading a team of 4, 3 men and 1 woman, in a fierce battle against the monsters. And this young man with the fire axe, they recognized him. Wasn't that Xiao Manli's boyfriend Xu Feng? Oh my god, isn't that Manli's boyfriend Xu Feng? No way. It really is Xu Feng. Hey, it looks like there are people on this side too. But they're too far away to see clearly. Never mind who it is, let's call for help first. Oh right. Call for help. The road to the right of Xiao Manli's dormitory led to the back gate of the school. From this side they could see a total of 8 people. 6 men and 2 women. Among them, 2 men and 2 women seemed to lack combat ability. The other 4 men, however, possessed explosive fighting power. They not only had heavy weapons like axes and hammers, but also lighter ones like long swords and crossbows. They even had protective gear like shields and arm guards. Seeing this scene, the survivors in Xiao Manli's dorm were stunned. Previously, when other men appeared in their sight, screams would soon follow. They either fled or were killed. But these 2 teams that appeared this time seemed rather strong. Realizing this, they prepared to call for help. After enduring so many days of the apocalypse, they certainly knew that the monsters outside were attracted to sound. So instead of shouting, they used a marker to write the letters SOS on a white piece of clothing. Then they used a drying pole to extend the shirt out the window. However, just as Su Fei was tying the hanger to the pole and hoisting the shirt out to signal for help, she ran into a dilemma. The 2 groups had appeared at different times, but the one further away seemed significantly stronger. Hey, which side should we signal to? Give me a suggestion quick. Ye Fei asked. There were 2 windows, one on the left and one on the right, both leading to the balcony. If they showed the shirt to the left, those on the right definitely wouldn't see it. Of course it should be Chu Feng's side. A girl named Xiao Ye suggested Chu Feng's group is much closer to us, and besides, isn't he Manly's boyfriend? Ye Fei glanced at Xiao Manly, and seeing that she didn't object, quickly nodded. That's right. Let's go with Chu Feng's side then. With that, Ye Fei extended the drying pole out the window. The other girls gathered around the window watching Chu Feng with tense expressions. For them, at the end of their rope, any rescue team passing by could potentially save their lives. So they didn't want to miss any chance to be rescued. Manly, I didn't expect your boyfriend to be so impressive. Seeing Chu Feng dispatch the monsters so cleanly, Ye Fei couldn't help but speak up. Yeah, he's totally different from how I remember him. I remember he used to be such a quiet guy, wasn't he? So awesome, he's really awesome. At this rate, we're saved. The other girls chimed in agreement. When they saw Chu Feng execute a beautiful dodge to avoid a scythe mantis attack, while simultaneously chopping off its hind legs with a few swift axe blows, they were overjoyed. At this moment, they no longer cared about Chu Feng's loser or backup boyfriend status. They didn't care about his looks or family background either. As long as he could save them, none of that mattered. Seeing Chu Feng's explosive combat power, Xiao Manli also felt a sense of relief. Even if she truly only saw Chu Feng as a backup plan at this moment, she hoped he would arrive safely. Yet for some reason, watching his imposing and mighty figure, she felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity. With him being this powerful, is he really that loser boyfriend of mine? At the main gate on the left side of the school, the 5 members of the Chu Feng squad didn't notice the distress signal from Xiao Manli's dormitory right away. At that moment, after hunting down a few monsters, they were hidden behind a wall, catching their breath and regrouping. Each of the 5 carried a weapon and a hiking backpack. Apart from the previously mentioned Poison Lady Dai Lian, there were also 3 male students. They were all brave and capable individuals whom Chu Feng had rescued while he was hunting monsters. Although Chu Feng, as a reborn protagonist, was well aware of the sinister nature of humanity in the apocalypse, he also knew that it was still the early days of the apocalypse and human nature hadn't yet become as fragile as one might imagine. With Dai Lian's appearance, he had already planned to form his own team to fight against the apocalypse and the scumbag Lu Yu. Chu Feng, your wounds are healing quite fast, huh? One of the boys holding a spatula looked at Chu Feng's injuries with surprise. The boy named Wang Chao was a classmate of both Lu Yu and Chu Feng. Chu Feng had been injured on his shoulder and lower abdomen by Lu Yu earlier in the secret realm. The wound on his shoulder was minor, as it was just a small area. As long as it didn't hit a joint or bone, it would heal quickly after being stitched. But a wound on the lower abdomen, without proper medical conditions, would take at least 10 days to half a month to heal. Yet Chu Feng's wounds had recovered miraculously. This was quite strange. It was the morning of the 7th day of the apocalypse, and the wound on Chu Feng's shoulder had already scabbed over and fallen off. The wound on his lower abdomen no longer affected his movements at all. After these monsters appeared, the recovery abilities of awakened ones have strengthened to some extent. Chu Feng tightened his grip on the fire axe and set him just a bit stronger than the average awakened one. Really? But you're already so powerful. Who could have hurt you like this? Yet Chu Feng, tell us about it. Who hurt me like this? Huh? A flicker of hatred passed through Chu Feng's eyes upon hearing the question. Who else could it be but that bastard Lu Yu? Lu Yu? No way. You mean our classmate Lu Yu? My God, why would he hurt you? To steal a treasure, of course. Dai Lian answered on Chu Feng's behalf. Having spent so many days with him, she naturally sided with him now. Steal a treasure. The boy turned, looking at Dai Lian in surprise. That's right. Dai Lian nodded and recounted Lu Yu's misdeeds in the secret realm to everyone. The outside world is so dangerous now, and that guy awakens such powerful abilities. Not only does he refuse to help others, but he even attacks his own classmates. It's absolutely unforgivable. What the hell? No way. Is Lu Yu really like that? I wouldn't have guessed it. Why not? Chu Feng sneered disdainfully. If you ever get the chance to meet him, you'll see for yourselves. That guy is extremely hypocritical. Is that so? Alright, enough dawdling. Let's eat something and regain our strength. I just saw someone sending a distress signal from the girls' dormitory. Girls' dormitory? Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, it seems to be coming from your girlfriend's dormitory. Xiao Manli was a prominent figure at the school, so it was only natural that most boys paid attention to her. Knowing the location of her dormitory was hardly unusual. My girlfriend. Chu Feng was taken aback by the mention of that term, then his eyes narrowed slightly. A surge of killing intent quickly welled up within him. Having adapted to his post-rebirth memories, he naturally knew who the girlfriend in question was. Xiao Manli. If his hatred for Lu Yu was deep enough to draw blood, then his hatred for Xiao Manli was etched into his very bones. In his past life, he had treated her so well, providing her with protection and venturing out to find food for her. Not only did it waste precious time for his own development, but in the end she betrayed him at a critical moment. Xiao Manli, you like to toy with people's feelings, don't you? In this life, he'll let you have your fill of it. Meanwhile, at the back entrance of the school, Lu Yu cleaved a corpse beetle in two with a single swing of his sword. The hard carapace was no match for the sharpness of the Qinggang's sword. The beetle's disgusting white mucus mixed with blood oozed out. The pungent stench was so strong that everyone instinctively pinched their noses, and it also attracted the corpse beetles from other areas. Quick this way, Lu Yu shouted softly, leading the group around the beetle's corpse and dashing deeper into the school. Corpse beetles weren't a major threat to humans, they were slow and not very aggressive. But when they gathered in large numbers, some would become desperate with hunger. At that point, these corpse beetles would become more terrifying than lions and tigers from before the apocalypse. Lu Yu, it seems like the monsters in the school have been cleared out by someone. As they moved forward and noticed fewer monsters than expected, Yin couldn't help but speak up. When around outsiders, she called him Lu Yu. When they were alone, she called him husband. This was perfectly normal. Through the trials of these past few days of the apocalypse, and with Lu Ye's help, the bond between Yin and Lu Yu had deepened considerably. Her physical conditioning and her ability had both reached the mid-black iron tier, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the high tier. Vitality 26, Spirit 28, Strength 8, Agility 9, Enhancement level mid-black iron, Ability level Healing mid-black iron. These were Yin-Yun's current stats. Apart from the two main attributes, her strength and agility had also increased slightly. As for her ability, well, abilities were different from physical conditioning. Abilities could be improved without limit through daily use or certain special training methods. However, the rate of improvement slowed down significantly in the later stages. Moreover, ordinary ability users often encountered bottlenecks during their progression. So for an ability user to become stronger, cores of the same attribute were essential. They're probably gathered inside, right? There's no food in the back playground, so they have no reason to wander around outside. That makes sense. Master Lu, what are we here at the school for today? Wei Jianjun's fist shimmered with a unique metallic luster. He shattered a zombie's head, blocking their path with a single punch, then turned to ask Lu Yu. Wei Jianjun. Yes. Lu Yu had arranged accommodation for him before the apocalypse. So many days had passed, it was only natural that Lu Yu found him. Besides, in his past life, Wei Jianjun was Chu Feng's formidable ally, and in this life, he was also Chu Feng's capable right-hand man. His wife and child were starving at home. How could he just sit there and wait for death? Lu Yu had found him yesterday afternoon. The guy was heading towards Lu Ye's hotel with a fish spear. They met at the entrance of the residential complex. According to Wei Jianjun, he had taken Lu Ye's money but hadn't done anything for him, and his conscience was bothering him. Although the money was useless after the apocalypse, he had enjoyed the days before it, and he kept that debt of gratitude in his heart. After learning of Lu Ye's location and ensuring the safety of his wife and daughter, he tried every means to reach the hotel and rescue Lu Yu. A betrayal rate of 29 was what Lu Yu saw when he first met him. Lu Yu hadn't expected that just 100,000 would make this guy so loyal to him. But it was a good thing for Lu Yu, so he didn't mind. We're here to rescue someone. Rescue someone? Yeah. Lu Yu didn't elaborate. Instead, he fixed his gaze on a dormitory building partially obscured by trees in the distance, murmuring to himself. Chu Feng should have left his previous position by now, right? Where would he be now? Obviously. The well-equipped rescue team on the right that Xiao Monli and the other girls had seen earlier was led by Lu Yu. Because Wu Chang had seen Chu Feng before entering the secret realm, Lu Yu knew Chu Feng's approximate location. But so many days had passed, a Chu Feng wouldn't have stayed in one place. So Lu Yu couldn't possibly know Chu Feng's current location. However, that didn't matter, as there were other survivors in the school. Student groups with combat power should be few. He just needed to find some survivors and asked to get a general idea. This time Lu Ye's team had 8 people in total: Lu Yu, Shui Li, Wei Jianjun, Wu Changshi Lei, Yin Li Wanning, and Xin Bin. The first 4 were undoubtedly the core combat power of the team. Among these 4, Lu Yu was at the early bronze rank, plus 2 battle pets, making him the team's combat ceiling. Shui Li, Wei Jianjun, and Wu Chang were all at the high black iron rank, forming the second tier of combat strength. Apart from Lu Yu, the strongest among the other 3 was naturally the capable right-hand man of the former protagonist Wei Jianjun. Shui Li knew martial arts, but he was just an ordinary enhancer. Wu Chang didn't know martial arts, but his dinosaur form could compensate for many deficiencies in combat skills. Wei Jianjun, however, was formidable. Not only was his martial arts 2 levels above Shui Li's, but he was also a dual awakener like Lu Yu. Without the support of treasures and special abilities, Lu Yu relying solely on attribute suppression couldn't defeat him at all. However, the ability he awakened wasn't a natural elemental type. Instead, it was a melee enhancement ability, skin metallization. The higher his rank, the harder the metal, and the larger the body area he could cover. Currently his body was at high black iron, but his ability was only at mid black iron. The only part he could metallize was his own hands. So when killing monsters, he would occasionally use his fists to smash. Among the 4 core combat members, he was the only one who didn't use special gauntlets. Let's go. Lu Yu glanced at his teammates and said, everyone be careful. Besides the 4 strongest, the other 4 were Yin, Shi Lei, Li Wanning, and Xin Bin. Why did Yin and Shi Lei follow? Because of their abilities. Yin was now completely Lu Ye's woman. She could not only help heal teammates at any time, but also help find spirit cores. So Lu Yu naturally brought her along. Shirley didn't need to kill monsters now, but Lu Yu needed his keen eyesight for insight. As for Li Wanning and Shun Bin, they were a bit speechless. Lu Yu had come to the school solely to kill Chu Feng. But when Li Wanning asked him what he was here for, he casually said, to rescue people at the school. Hearing this, Li Wanning was immediately moved by Lu Yu's selfless spirit. She completely forgot that Lu Yu had feelings for her and insisted on coming along. Moreover, she said, if you encounter a monster horde and can't escape, you can leave me behind and run. What could Lu Yu say to such a noble woman? He wasn't a good person, but he definitely didn't reject good people. So Shin Bin, who couldn't persuade Li Wanning, also came along. The two of them and Shirley each carried a hiking backpack filled with food and water. These supplies weren't from Lu Yu's warehouse, but were packed from a small shop along the way. Are those our schoolmates? My god, amazing. Those two monsters listened to him. Unbelievable. Hey, isn't that teacherly? Wow, it really is teacherly. Great, we're saved. The first dormitory building Lu Yu arrived at was the female dormitory of the management department. Many survivors were hiding inside, both male and female, about 50 or 60 in total. The girls were originally in the dormitory while the boys had fled there while passing by. Due to the angle, they couldn't see Lu Yu and his group entering. It wasn't until Lu Yu's group was almost in front of them that they noticed his presence. According to the normal plot, Lu Yu should have settled Li Wanning here, and during the break asked these students about Chu Feng's whereabouts. But sometimes fate is so miraculous. Lu Yu is the villain and Chu Feng is the protagonist. When a novel's villain with two female leads and a minor villain approaches the protagonist, what happens? Throughout history, nothing good ever comes of it. Just like Lu Yu now. Rumble. Just as Lu Yu was about to clear this dormitory building, a faint vibration reached their ears. What's going on? What happened? Is it an earthquake? Doesn't seem like it. They stopped, looking bewildered. Even the monsters sleeping in the school woke up and scurried in the same direction. Rumble. Rumble. The vibration didn't stop, it grew stronger and the sound closer. Damn, what's going on? The sound seems to be from the back gate. I hear it too. The crowd was terrified and instinctively looked toward the back gate. Boom. Outside the sturdy iron gate of the back gate, a pitch-black vehicle the size and shape of a minibus roared past. Is that a car? How is that possible? Damn, where did a car come from at this time? You've got to be kidding, right? Seeing this, everyone was stunned, and even Lu Yu was astonished. Because after the cosmic storm, the Earth's electrical energy had been greatly weakened. Even phone batteries couldn't provide power properly, let alone other electrical devices. A car. Not to mention electric cars, even fuel-powered vehicles couldn't start normally. Where did this black minibus come from? But they had no time to think about that now. Because the real source of the loud rumbling wasn't the minibus, but what was behind it. Damn it, everyone run. Sensing something wrong, Lu Yu shouted. The apocalyptic streets were littered with abandoned vehicles. But that black minibus seemed to be made of extremely tough material, charging through at full throttle, crashing through everything in its path. It easily knocked aside many cars, then with a sleek drift disappeared around the street corner. And at that moment, the thing that made the earth tremble soon came into view. It was a massive horde of monsters, a huge one. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, various kinds densely packed. Seeing so many monsters at once, everyone's scalps tingled. Oh my god! So many monsters! What are you waiting for? Run! Lu Yu, where are you going? Li Wanning, who was about to dash into the dormitory, saw Lu Yu heading deeper into the school and quickly asked, shouldn't they run into a building for safety? Don't go to this dormitory, follow me. Lu Yu shouted, Xiao Jin Xiao. She cleared the path ahead quickly. The iron gate at the back of the school was shut tight. For safety, Lu Yu and the others had to climb over it to get in. But it was a railing gate with wide gaps, enough to keep humans out, yet utterly useless against the lizard men. And these monsters weren't just limited to the ground. There were flying mantises in the sky, crawlers and lickers scaling the walls, and new species that had only emerged in the last couple of days. The massive noise they'd just made was sure to draw monsters from everywhere else. A flicker of panic seized Lu Yu. Even with his villain's heart, he couldn't suppress the dread rising within him. It was a fear he hadn't felt in the 7 days since the apocalypse began. He had no time to answer Li Wanning's question. He quickly ordered Xiao Jin to lead the way. The others, snapping out of their shock, hurried to follow Lu Yu's pace. Outside the school gate, on a street littered with wrecked cars, the black minibus was nowhere to be seen. Of the horde of monsters, only a few stragglers managed to chase after the black vehicle. The rest gave up after running a short distance and gradually came to a halt. A massive swarm was left stranded outside the school. Some of them began to devour the corpses of the monsters Lu Yu had slain earlier. The majority, however, started wandering aimlessly. If one were to look down from the sky, the sheer number of monsters gathered at the school gate would be staggering. Thousands upon thousands, a truly horrifying sight. As Lu Yu and his group retreated, some lizard men had already slipped through the gaps in the gate. Crawlers and lickers had leaped onto the walls flanking the gate, and mantises had flown in as well. Then with a thunderous crash, a colossal beast smashed a gaping hole in the school's sturdy concrete wall. In an instant a flood of monsters surged through the breach. The hole grew larger as more and more of them poured in. Lickers, crawlers, lizardmen, mantises. And among them were poison burst zombies, brute force zombies, and even 2 land dragons. Wu Chang, who was running alongside Lu Yu and glancing back at the gate, couldn't help but curse under his breath. What the hell? Who the fuck drove that car and let all those monsters here? The crawlers and lickers were still in their infant stages, only at the black iron rank, not yet evolved into their true forms. Still, they were more than enough to give humans a hard time. Poison burst zombies were those with bloated stomachs filled with corrosive mucus. They weren't high-ranked, fast, or tough. But if you killed one, once it lost its life force, the poison burst zombie would show you the true meaning of a corpse explosion. Its corrosive innards would splatter everywhere, not just disgusting, but highly acidic. Anything touched by that gunk would be lucky to escape with just a layer of skin burned off. As for brute force zombies, they were another variant usually evolved from tall, muscular humans. They were high-ranked, at least bronze rank, and stood a minimum of 5 meters tall, not particularly fast, but possessing immense strength. And the land dragons. They weren't the same species as the ones from the Jurassic era. They were more like the triceratops Lu Yu had seen in movies. Like the lizardmen and mantises, they were monsters from another dimension said to carry a trace of dragon blood. Even that faint trace of dragon blood granted them formidable power. The colossal beast that had just smashed through the concrete wall was one such land dragon, having broken through to the bronze high rank. Damn it. We worked so hard to clear the streets over there, and this bastard just... Shueli tried to say more as they ran, but Lu Yu cut him off with a wave. Jianjun, you take the left side of Shaoji. Got it. Sure, Lei Shinbin. Teacher, Li, give me your backpacks. Oh, okay. Quick, keep up. Boss, where are we heading? To Guiwan Tower, a female dormitory at the top of the hill. Huh. Why? Why do you think? Lu Yu snapped. With all those monsters pouring in, the closer we are to the gate, the sooner we die. The group was stunned, then a chill ran down their spines. Li Wanning in particular felt a pang of complex emotions. She instinctively looked back at the female dormitory nearest the gate. There were still 50 or 60 survivors trapped there. She wanted to save them, but she was powerless. The feeling was unbearable. Even though most of the monsters were still outside the walls, the number that had already flooded through the hole was terrifyingly high. Such an overwhelming horde was not something a handful of awakened could handle. This was a completely different beast from clearing out a few scattered monsters. Lu Yu had no time to hide his secrets anymore. He used his storage ring to suck in the 3 backpacks from Li Waning's group. The ring had its own separate space. No matter how much he stored inside, it never added a single gram of weight. It had been filled with food from the cafeteria, cold cuts, frozen goods, and fresh produce. Now that the cooked food was gone, a large chunk of space had opened up. Since the 2 women in the group, Dong Ying and Li Hong, could cook, Lu Yu had gotten 2 gas tanks and had them prepare meals daily in the cafeteria's small kitchen. The frozen and fresh items were nearly used up. Aside from their weapons and the packaged food and water, they'd brought fitting 3 backpacks and was no problem at all. Of course, only those who had been with him in the secret realm, Yin Yun, Ding Feng, and Wu Chang, knew about the ring's ability. Among the core members, only Shui Li and Shi Lei were privy to it. Li Wanning, Xin Bin, and the newly joined Wei Jianjun were completely in the dark. Seeing Lu Yu store the backpacks with a flick of his finger, they finally understood what the ring could do. But there was no time to dwell on it now, because the commotion at the back gate had drawn the attention of monsters from all over the school. They began to converge on the school gate, some fast, some slow. Monsters along the way, spotting Lu Yu and his group, started to intercept them. Stay left, hug the wall. Keep up. Keep up. Wait for me. Move it. Bang. Xiao Jin smashed through a zombie that had once been a male teacher, charging with Xiao Shi in the direction Lu Yu had indicated. The others followed close behind. The 2 beasts took the lead, Wei Jianjun on the left, Lu Yu on the right. Wu Chang and Shui Li brought up the rear, while the rest stayed in the middle. The formation was like a sharp arrow piercing straight into the heart of the school. As for the black iron cores that might drop from the high-ranked monsters, who had time to pick those up now? The monsters swarming past the school gate were dense and countless. The other survivors from the dormitory building were utterly terrified and stunned. Hey, are those monsters going to charge up here? Who knows? We're doomed. They're definitely coming up. We're dead. Why don't want to die? Run, hurry, follow Teacher Li and the others. There are too many monsters. We can't stay here, or we'll be finished. The crowd finally snapped out of it and stumbled towards the door. Even though there were still many monsters outside the door, they couldn't care less. Panic and chaos reigned. Some people were tackled by zombies, their cries for help unanswered as no one looked back. Help me, please help. A female student tripped and fell down the stairs. Clutching her knee, she looked around in pain for help. But most people were too busy saving themselves to pay her any mind. One girl in the crowd couldn't bear to watch and rushed over to help her up. At that moment, a high-tier zombie spotted them. With a guttural roar, it charged at them, dragging its rotting flesh and dripping with blood. Its running speed was already comparable to that of an average human. The injured girl was frozen in terror at the sight. She knew she couldn't outrun the zombie in her condition. So, She made a very significant decision in an instant. Her expression hardened, and she shoved the girl who had helped her up right into the zombie's path. With a roar, the zombie showed no mercy. It grabbed the girl and sank its teeth into her neck. Ah! The girl let out a scream, but her eyes held more disbelief than pain. She couldn't understand why the person she had just saved would repay her kindness with such betrayal, offering her up to the zombie. I'm sorry, Qiuying. The bitten girl's heart sank into despair. What? The injured girl felt a pang of guilt seeing her rescuer being devoured. But after saying that, she gritted her teeth, turned, and limped away towards the depths of the school, dragging her injured knee without looking back. I don't want to die. Faced with the overwhelming horde, everyone was fighting for their lives. When there's no conflict of interest, people might uphold morality and maintain the unity and camaraderie of the pre-apocalypse. But when their lives are threatened, anyone can become a stepping stone for another. Just like that female student did. Xiao Manli's dorm mates also noticed the situation at the back gate. It's over, this is really it. How did so many monsters get in? Don't panic, we're far from the gate, there's still hope. Two girls were in despair, but Ye Fei quickly tried to boost their morale. However, Xiao Manli immediately poured cold water on them. Even if most of the monsters can't get up here, the ones up here will definitely increase. Who's going to save us then? Hearing this, the last shred of hope in their eyes shattered. It was then that they spotted Lu Yu and his group. Lu Yu's group of 8 maintained a perfect formation. Their combat prowess was formidable. Xiao Jin took the lead, breaking through with unstoppable force. Ordinary monsters couldn't keep up with them. Even if the few ordinary people in the group slowed them down slightly, allowing a monster or two to catch up. Those monsters would be effortlessly dealt with by Lu Yu and Wei Jianjun, either sent flying with a punch or instantly slain with a sword. Oh my god, so that's young Master Lu over there. So cool. Young Master Lu. He's so handsome. Are you crazy? Worrying about his looks at a time like this. But he really is handsome. Hey, are that monkey and lizard monster his pets? Seems like it. Wow, that's amazing. Hey look, Chu Feng is heading to that building. Really? Where? Over there. A black car had triggered a small-scale monster surge, inadvertently intertwining the fates of Lu Yu and Chu Feng. Originally, both of them would have had a tough time reaching the female dormitory on the hilltop. But the commotion at the gate had attracted the attention of a large number of monsters. So both groups faced much less resistance getting up than they normally would have. Especially Chu Feng. Most of the monsters had run towards Lu Yu's direction. Lu Yu still had to find less dense areas to break through. His team just needed to hide, wait for the monsters to pass, and then dispatch a few stragglers. What was that? It doesn't feel like an earthquake, but it's strangely oppressive. Hearing the noise outside, a boy following Chu Feng looked terrified. The others didn't look much better. The commotion from the back gate was just too loud. From downstairs, they couldn't see far, only witnessing the endless stream of monsters running towards the back of the school. They had no idea what was happening. Stop talking, let's hide first. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, Chu Feng instantly recognized the sound of a monster horde's footsteps. He had experienced this once in his past life, so he regained his composure quickly. He immediately led his team in a frantic dash towards one of the adjacent dormitory buildings. Follow me. Hearing this, the group didn't hesitate and charged into the building with Chu Feng. Shortly after they entered, Lu Yu and his group appeared on the other side. Unlike Chu Feng, he entered a dormitory building on the opposite side. Chu Feng was diagonally to the left of Xiao Manli's dorm, separated by several walkways and large green belts. Lu Yu's group's building was situated to the right of Xiao Manli. They didn't see each other, but the 3 buildings allowed for mutual observation of the other 2. Damn it. Shit. Because Lu Yu's group was moving against the flow. Even though they chose the weakest point to break through, they consumed far more energy than Chu Feng's group. But Lu Yu had no time to worry about that now, as hundreds of monsters were hot on their heels. Shall she go bite them to death? Seeing the horde chasing them, Lu Yu quickly gave the order. After evolving over these past few days, bronze-colored patterns had appeared on Xiao Zai's body. It was on the verge of advancing to the bronze level. But with so many monsters in pursuit, they couldn't just go upstairs and find a safe spot. So Lu Yu had to make a sacrifice play. Hiss. Xiaoxi flicked its tongue. Though not highly intelligent, the dark contract linked their minds. It understood that them referred to the monsters behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, the lizard, which was sprinting ahead, turned around upon hearing Lu Yu's command. It fearlessly charged back into the horde. Its body was larger than an average lizardman, capable of holding off 3 mid-to-high-tier monsters at once. But there were far more than 3 monsters behind them now. Over 130 at least. As the saying goes, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Facing such a horde, even Xiao Jin would be overwhelmed, let alone Xiaoxi. However, Lu Yu didn't waste the time Xiaoxi bought him. Seeing it tangle with the monsters, he flung 2 wind blades. With a thud, 2 lizardmen that had bypassed Xiaoxi and caught up to Lu Yu were instantly blasted away. Blood sprayed from their wounds, quickly attracting other monsters. Lu Yu's movements didn't pause. With a thought, the guard on his left arm vanished. He then touched the sapphire ring on his left hand with his right. A Molotov cocktail and a lighter appeared in his grasp. Sorry, Xiaoxi. Safe travels. Lighters still worked in the apocalypse as long as they weren't electronic ones. As for Molotov cocktails, Lu Yu had instructed Shui Li and the others to make them 2 days ago. These firebombs were a staple in many apocalyptic movies and games. The crafting method was simple. Fill a glass bottle with gasoline, plug the mouth tightly with a gasoline-soaked rag. When used, light the rag, and throw it, shattering the bottle. Cars, rags, glass, liquor bottles, all readily available. These items were commonplace in hotels and on the streets, so it wasn't strange for Lu Yu to have them. For Lu Yu now, if he had to choose someone to sacrifice to draw the monster's attention, she was undoubtedly more suitable than the others, or even Xiao Jin. Because each of these people, even Xin Bin, who lacked combat power, had a purpose for Lu Yu. But Xiaoxi was neither a key person nor as strong as Xiao Jin. Besides, the 3-day contract period with she had long since passed. Sacrificing it would allow Lu Yu to immediately contract a more powerful beast. So he didn't hesitate. Seeing Xiaoxi already engulfed by a swarm of monsters, Lu Yu lit a Molotov and hurled it into the horde without a second thought. Die, you scum. The burning bottle traced a beautiful arc through the air. Crack. Boom. The bottle shattered. A massive blaze instantly consumed Xiaoxi and a wave of monsters. Roar. Sizzle. Monsters scorched by the flames howled in agony. Smack. Lu Yu felt it wasn't enough and threw another one. With the fire already raging outside, the second one didn't need lighting, so he threw it quickly. Then a third, a fourth. Smash. Smash. Lu Yu threw 5 Molotovs in total. Flames shot into the sky, quickly forming a massive wall of fire that separated him from the monsters. Whoosh. Whoosh. He flung 2 wind blades, repelling 2 zombies that charged through the blaze. He then turned and quickly followed the others up the dormitory building. Sizzle. As the breeze blew, Lu Yu could even smell the acrid stench of burning zombies and lizards as he left. At the same time, Xiao Zai's name and details gradually faded from the dark contract. Bang! The door to an empty room on the 6th floor slammed shut. With Xiao Jin and Wei Jianjun leading the way, the scattered monsters in the hallway posed little threat. They sprinted down the corridor until they found a suitable room. Huff huff. Xin Bin and Shirley sat on the floor gasping for air. Li Wanning was not much better, her exaggerated chest heaving with each breath. It was a good thing Lu Yu had made her change into sportswear before they left. Otherwise, her previous dress would have slowed her down, and the monsters would have caught up. The other 4 core fighters were fine, given their physical conditioning and the low intensity of the fight. Running this short distance was nothing for them. Damn, finally safe. Bastard. Wu Chang clutched his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. If I ever find out who that stupid driver was, I'll kill him. Given the strength of Lu Ye's team, clearing the school of monsters was only a matter of time, as long as they were steady and didn't attract too many at once. But now, a small monster horde had injured his arm. It wasn't a zombie bite, but a deep gash from a scythe mantis serrated blade. Blood dripped profusely, the wound deep enough to see bone. That's a pretty bad wound, Lu Yu said, glancing at Wu Chang. Yan Yun, help him stop the bleeding first. Although Yan Yun couldn't enhance her strength or agility, her vitality was strong, granting her more stamina and endurance than Shirley and the others. She was only slightly out of breath. Nodding at Lu Ye's command, she moved to help. Oh, right, coming. Lu Yu scanned the others. How are you all holding up? I'm fine. Me too, Wei Jianjun said. Thank goodness for your Monkey King boss Lu. Otherwise, even if we'd made it up here, would have taken heavy losses. Yeah, we're lucky it wasn't worse. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Xiao Jin, having been too busy clearing a path to stop and eat the monster cores, was now covered in wounds and utterly exhausted. If even Xiao Jin's formidable body was in this state, the consequences of a human leading the charge were unimaginable. Seeing that only Wu Chang was injured, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He took out 3 unaffiliated cores and gave one to each of the other 3 combat members. Hold on to these, just in case. Over the past few days, Lu Yu had only killed 1 bronze-level monster, a bronze-rank low-tier giant-strength zombie. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side, it hadn't dropped a core. But over the days, he had accumulated quite a few black iron cores. He now had 24 unaffiliated cores plus 2 mental type and 1 life type. The life type core was at least twice as effective as an unaffiliated one for restoring stamina. But Lu Yu had never used them. Since Yin Yun couldn't use unaffiliated cores to strengthen herself, these special cores were reserved for her. This world is truly messed up. Wei Jianjun took the core Lu Yu tossed him with a bitter smile. Despite his combat prowess and awakened ability, he would never have known about the cores inside monster heads if Lu Yu hadn't told him. You said it. Lu Yu stretched his arm and looked over. Shirley, what's the situation over there? A bit tired, but it's manageable. Could go check the outside. Okay, boss. Shirley nodded, took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself, and went to the balcony to scan the distance. Boss, some monsters have come up, but not many. Most are attracted to the pile of corpses you burned. Just as expected. My God, so many people died down there. There are some survivors over there too. Wait, boss, I think I see Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Yeah, in the dorm building across from us. Shirley's hawk eye ability required no energy. He just needed to focus his attention and his eyes could achieve the effect. Although only one dormitory building separated Lu Ye's building from Chu Feng's. The buildings were large and not connected. Factoring in the green belts and walkways, even with his current eyesight, Lu Yu could only tell if someone was in the opposite building, not who they were. Before coming to school, Lu Yu had instructed Shirley to keep an eye on Chu Feng's movements. Shirley didn't know why, but he didn't ask. Seeing Chu Feng, now he naturally reported it immediately. Following Shirley's pointed direction, Lu Yu looked into the distance. He could only see a figure in the window opposite, but couldn't confirm who it was. Are you sure that's Chu Feng? Absolutely, boss. Shirley guaranteed. Hearing this, Lu Yu didn't go to the balcony. Instead, he stood by the window and touched his left ring, producing a high-powered military telescope. Where did he get it? He had prepared it in advance, since most of his weapons required both hands. Except for forgetting to buy a left-hand defensive item, he had all the other survival gear. Through the telescope, Lu Yu soon clearly saw the survivors in the opposite building. It really is Chu Feng. Lu Yu had come to the school specifically to find Chu Feng. Saving people was merely a pretext. He had assumed the search would prove arduous, yet thanks to the monster tied outside, he had stumbled upon his quarry with unexpected ease. What a stroke of luck. He had escaped last time, but there would be no second escape. Should he simply charge over and eliminate him, the other would surely be prepared. Pondering this, Lu Yu fell into thought, then raised his binoculars to survey the surrounding area. The breach in the school's back gate torn open by the ground dragon was vast. Yet the flood of monsters pouring through was less than anticipated. Most, having failed to catch the black vehicle, began to wander aimlessly. Given the school's sprawling grounds, the monsters dispersed upon entry, and only 100 or 200 ventured deep into the campus. Moreover, they were all black iron tier creatures. Combined with the pre-existing monsters, their number totaled nearly 300 to 400. Given their scattered distribution, cleansing them was simply a matter of time. And the survivors above? There seemed to be a fair number of them. Most had plastered signs on their windows bearing phrases like help, SOS, oh and help. Hey, isn't that Xiao Monli? Before the apocalypse, Lu Yu had once arranged a meeting with Yin Yun through her. Xiao Monli and her friends were the type to be enamored with wealth. It was commonplace for them to invite Lu Yu to their dormitory. Hence he knew its location. At this moment, Xiao Monli, recognizing Lu Yu, directed her desperate signal towards him. A smirk tugged at Lu Yu's lips upon seeing her. He had assumed this woman would have either starved in the apocalypse or fallen victim to Chu Feng's revenge. Yet here she was. After all these days, Xiao Monli is still alive. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. Had he not injured Chu Feng earlier, the two would have surely met up by now, and this standoff across the campus would never have occurred. How intriguing. Lowering his binoculars, Lu Yu surveyed his current room. He and Shun Bin were the antagonists, while Li Wanning and Yin Yun were the female leads. Across the way, two buildings stood, one housing the protagonist Chu Feng, and the other his ex-girlfriend Xiao Monli. With such a formidable gathering in one place, anything could happen. Besides, the pawn Shin Bin has been nurtured for so long, it's time he proved useful. With that, Lu Yu retrieved gauze and bandages from his ring and tossed them to Wei Jianjun. Old Wei bandaged Wu Chang's wounds. On it, Wei Jianjun acknowledged taking the supplies and getting to work. To conserve Yin Yun's strength, Lu Yu had her hold back unless a wound was truly life-threatening. A fainting spell or exhaustion on her part would be a significant inconvenience, and Yin Yun, capable only of using her healing ability, was hardly skilled at dressing wounds. Hence Lu Yu delegated the task to Wei Jianjun. While Lu Yu, having spotted Chu Feng, began to adjust his state on the other side, Chu Feng was observing the situation below Lu Yu's building. Aside from the zombies, the other monsters offered little in the way of fuel. Thus Lu Yu's 5 Molotov cocktails had only incinerated a dozen or so monsters. The rest were merely scorched and scared off by the flames. Now, with the fire extinguished, smoke billowed across the ground. The charred remains of the fallen were being devoured by their kin, a scene of stark brutality. Molotov cocktails. Other survivors have come up. Chu Feng frowned. He had just entered the dormitory corridor when the commotion from Lu Yu's side started. They had just missed each other. He had only heard some noise, unaware of the specifics. Seeing the broken glass and gasoline scorch marks on the distant building, he could surmise what had happened. Chu Feng, what do we do now? Wang Chao was frightened, noticing the monsters below had multiplied. Chu Feng, however, remained exceptionally calm. Don't rush. We'll wait until these creatures settle down. His composed demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in the group. From Lu Yu's vantage point, he could see 4 dormitory buildings in total. The survivors in these buildings had either turned into zombies, been devoured by monsters, or starved to death. The living were few. So Chu Feng waited for the monsters to scatter, and so did Lu Yu. As time passed, both Chu Feng's and Lu Yu's teams regained their strength. The monsters below, sated and content, had lost their earlier frenzy. By 2 in the afternoon, they began to wander aimlessly. Lu Yu, the monsters seemed to be dispersing. What's our next move? The group breathed a sigh of relief as the horde thinned. Yin Yun quickly asked. A smile played on Lu Yu's lips. See that dormitory on the left? Yes, isn't that Xiao Manley's building? I plan to go check it out. What? There? Isn't that dangerous? Having been tempered by these days, Yin Yun had adapted to the apocalypse. In her mind, now the safety of her own people far outweighed that of strangers. Especially when the survivor in question was Xiao Manley. For some reason the mere mention of her name stirred an uneasy feeling within Yin Yun. It was a peculiar sensation as if they were destined to clash. With my current strength, a steady advance is well within my means. Having said this, Lu Yu ordered, Jianjun and Wu Chang, you two stay and protect them. Yan Yun Shueli, you're with me. Boss, let me come with you. Wu Chang spoke up just as Lu Yu was about to leave. Oh, Brother Wei here is more than enough to handle things. Wu Chang stood scratching his head awkwardly. Lu Yu, seeing his expression, instantly understood. The day before yesterday, Wu Chang had carefully broached the topic of wanting a girlfriend with Lu Yu. Lu Yu hadn't refused. It was only natural for a man to desire a woman, and a survival team couldn't be composed solely of men. There just hadn't been an opportunity before. Now with them at the women's dormitory, he naturally harbored some hopes. Despite his injury, he wished to tag along for that very purpose. Fine, let's go. Lu Yu didn't say more, tossing a backpack of food and water to Li Wanning. Teacher Li'll bring the others over. Please keep an eye on them. Okay, no problem. Li Wanning agreed without a second thought. Yet a barely perceptible smile curled Lu Ye's lips as he silently produced a white jade pendant from his ring. Chu Feng, oh Chu Feng, with this gathering of forces this time, I doubt you'll survive. The white jade pendant was the sensory pendant Lu Yu had obtained from the secret realm. Since acquiring it, he had never used it in battle. With Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi, two monsters capable of scouting ahead, he generally had no need for it. He found it cumbersome around his neck, so he had tossed it into his ring. But now Xiao Jin was utterly exhausted, covered in countless wounds. If it didn't eat, soon Lu Yu feared it would bleed to death. To fight his way downstairs, he needed to first sense the situation outside and eliminate a monster for Xiao Jin to devour and recover. His spiritual energy quickly connected to the pendant. Through its power, the monsters in the corridor were clearly captured by Lu Ye's perception. The sensation was akin to viewing a thermal image, distinct yet hazy. He had tested it once at night. Each use consumed approximately 1 point of spiritual energy and lasted for about 15 seconds. Its current coverage radius was 50 meters. Through the sensory pendant, Lu Yu perceived this with clarity. There were 3 monsters in the corridor, now a lizard man and 2 zombies. They had likely followed the group upstairs earlier. In the adjacent dormitories there were 4 or 5 more zombies. They were also present on the 5th, 4th, and 3rd floors. With this intelligence, Lu Yu formed a plan. He returned the pendant to his ring, then retrieved a climbing backpack and had Shueli wear it. From the ring, he took out a specially crafted gauntlet for his left hand. The moment he opened the door, he swung his Qinggang sword, unleashing a wind blade. Die. It was a female zombie still clad in a slip nightgown. Lu Ye's wind blade struck her head with precision. Her skull was cleaved open and she crumpled to the ground, never to rise again. Indeed, Lu Ye's wind blade could now slice through a zombie's skull. Although his apparent strength hadn't increased much in recent days due to the crystal cores, his mastery over his physical functions and abilities was steadily improving. The power of the wind blade was tied to his spiritual energy. Previously, he couldn't penetrate a zombie's skull because his spiritual energy was only 20 points, and he was new to the ability, lacking proficiency. Now his spiritual energy had reached 50 points, 5 times the original amount. Coupled with his growing skill in using the ability, cleaving through the skull of a black iron tier zombie was utterly trivial. While Lu Yu deemed it safe and resumed clearing the monsters in the corridor on the other side, Chu Feng tightened his grip on his fire axe, preparing to deal with the creatures that had followed the group upstairs. His injury from Lu Yu had cost him 3 precious days, and he couldn't afford to waste more time. Just as they were about to head out, they witnessed a commotion at a distant dormitory building. Whoosh, thud. A zombie head stained with blood and gore plummeted from above, hitting the ground with a sharp crack. Blood splattered everywhere. Several nearby lizard men rushed over, fighting over the head. Hey look, someone over there is killing zombies. Wang Chao exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. The people they had encountered before were either too weak to do anything but cling to life or barely hanging on. It was rare to see someone with such formidable combat prowess. As his words faded, another zombie fell dead on the balcony, its head pierced through. Witnessing this, the group marveled again. That team over there. Damn, their moves are so clean and efficient. Impressive. It must be the group that just went up. Chu Feng immediately concluded. Why was Chu Feng taking this route? Because he knew Yinxing had no military district, so his goal was also to leave the city. The nearest route out was the road connected to the school's back gate, while any path could normally lead there. In the apocalypse, one must choose the shortest path. Thus he decided to cut across the campus. He should have left school long ago, but his injury had delayed him significantly, which was why he was still here. Chu Feng, should we fight our way out too? They look pretty capable. Maybe we could team up with them. Team up, eh? Chu Feng's eyes turned cold. Is that what you think? I was just saying. Wang Chao gave an awkward smile. In the apocalypse, the higher a person's combat power, the more cautious you must be. Chu Feng warned coldly. Because you can't be sure they won't take your stuff. You've got a point. Wang Chao didn't dare argue, knowing Chu Feng was far stronger in dealing with these monsters. Seeing Wang Chaos silence, Chu Feng's tone softened. Let's observe for now. If there are classmates, we can try to communicate. So, should we charge out? No need. We wait. Chu Feng said calmly. When we're unsure if they're friend or foe, we should conserve our strength. In truth, he believed one should always reserve some energy in the apocalypse. You never know when monsters will strike or whether those approaching are human or beasts. Just like now. Chu Feng waited upstairs for nearly 3 hours. Yet the person he least wanted to see arrived. Oh my god. Isn't that Lu Yu? And Yin Yun? Why are Lu Yu and Yin Yun together? Wang Chao and Dai Lian were both stunned. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Is the treasure he got from the secret realm connected to that monkey? He watched as Lu Yu leading Yin Yun, Shui Li Wu Chang, and a monkey steadily advanced toward the dormitory building where Xiao Manli was. To be honest, Chu Feng was both puzzled and a bit anxious. He was puzzled because he recognized the monkey from the secret realm. Moreover, when Head encountered Lu Yu, their Head constantly wondered where Lu Yu was located in the real world. The path he was on now didn't pass by Lu Yu's dorm or classroom building. So, how did Lu Yu end up here? The reason for his anxiety was his certainty that he was no match for Lu Yu in his current state. Before entering the secret realm, Chu Feng was confident he could take Lu Yu down if he was in decent condition, even with Lu Yu's ability. But after the secret realm, Lu Yu had not only gained its treasure, but also acquired a monkey. With such a shift in circumstances, he had no confidence facing Lu Yu now. More importantly, that sword in Lu Yu's hand. Its color is different from before. Seeing the sword, Chu Feng was taken aback. A familiar sword light flashed through his mind. Oh my god, I knew it looked familiar. That's the one I've been looking for. Watching Lu Yu stroll through the monsters with ease, Chu Feng's emotions churned violently, nearly causing him to spit out blood again. Back in the secret realm, Head found the sword familiar. But at that time it was only bronzed here. Though the color was similar to his memory, the blade's luster and texture were vastly different. So Head dismissed it as a coincidence. Now it seemed the sword could upgrade. Damn it. The sword Su Hao had wielded in his past life had transformed into a golden one from an ordinary blade. And the rich kid who bought the family heirloom sword from Su Hao was actually Lu Yu. My mind is blown. Wait a second. Chu Feng suddenly realized this bastard Lu Yu not only took Yin Yun, but also bought Su Hao's sword ahead of time. It can't just be a coincidence. Could it be that this guy has also been reborn? Watching Lu Yu below, effortlessly dispatching the monster with his Qinggang sword while accompanied by a golden-furred monkey, Chu Feng was dumbfounded, unable to believe his own judgment. Previously, when Wei Jianjun was absent and the treasured sword had been bought by someone else, he had sensed something was amiss. Because he had indeed been reborn and the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Every sign indicated that his memories were correct. But at that time he hadn't thought much of it, merely attributing it to the butterfly effect caused by his own rebirth. Later, when Yin Yun appeared with Lu Yu in the secret realm, his heart turned to ash even as he felt something was wrong. Now seeing the Qinggang sword in Lu Yu's hands, a flash of insight struck him, and everything suddenly became clear. So, Lu Yu had also been reborn. And it seemed he had been reborn even earlier than himself. That was why he could have slept with Yin Yun and bought the treasured sword in advance. That was why he adapted to the apocalypse so quickly and harbored murderous intent towards him. So that's it. Having figured this out, Chu Feng took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. But this matter was simply too baffling. Even though Chu Feng had endured 10 years of the apocalypse, his mind was reeling at this moment. He had originally thought that his rebirth was a chance given by heaven. Rebirth. For someone who had survived 10 years of the apocalypse, what a wonderful word it was. But now it seemed that heaven clearly favored that scumbag Lu Yu. What to do? What to do? Chu Feng's heart was anxious, but his mind raced. Fight. He definitely couldn't win. If the other party had truly been reborn like himself, with his formidable combat ability coupled with the treasures from the secret realm and that treasured sword, and having had so many more days to develop, how could he possibly compete? How could he possibly fight? Flee. Lu Yu was already clearing monsters downstairs. Should he take the opportunity to escape? While the other party was still a distance away, he could use this time to clear the monsters in the corridor and make his getaway. Hey, that Lu Yu, what is he doing? Dai Lian's surprised voice snapped Chu Feng back to reality. Chu Feng looked intently. Lu Yu downstairs, after spending another hour or so, had led Wu Chang, the bodyguards, and the monkey to the base of Xiao Manli's dormitory building. After dealing with some monsters, they rescued several female students from the second floor. They gave them some food and water, and then Wu Chang led them back to the previous building. They're rescuing people. No. No way. Wu Chang has already brought 3 girls back. Chu Feng, didn't you say? That Lu Yu guy was very hypocritical. Seeing Lu Yu rescuing people and providing food and water, Chu Feng's companions were dumbfounded. Because what they were witnessing now was completely different from what Chu Feng had described. When Chu Feng rescued people, he only saved those with survival skills and the ability to protect themselves like the three of them. As for those without combat ability, he would at most give them some food. He would prolong their lives, and then leave them to fend for themselves. But Lu Yu was rescuing people now. It seemed like he was saving anyone who wasn't dead yet. What was going on here? Even Chu Feng was bewildered, let alone the others. If Lu Yu was truly a reborn individual, why would he rescue these girls who weren't particularly attractive and were utterly helpless? This didn't make sense. And why hadn't he come to kill him first? Was it that he hadn't discovered he was in this building? Or was it that he wasn't a reborn individual? Even if he had noticed him, perhaps there was no conflict of interest, so he didn't bother to come and kill him. That guy has always been very hypocritical. Don't you trust me? Chu Feng couldn't figure it out, but no matter what he couldn't lose face. No, but. Chu Feng, do we really not need to go out? Go out for what? Chu Feng deflected the question. Although he had previously considered going over to show off in front of his ex-girlfriend and settle the score, Lu Yu's appearance had completely disrupted his plans. Stepping out now would be futile and might even hand Lu Yu an easy victory. But your girlfriend is still over there. If you don't go, she'll be saved by Lu Yu. Chu Feng sneered. Then let him save her. A woman like that isn't worthy of being my girlfriend. In his mind, Xiao Manli was nothing but a scheming bitch. In his past life, if it weren't for her, even with slower development, he could have risen to the ranks of the world's top powerhouses. How could he have languished in obscurity for 10 years during the apocalypse? But Wang Chao and the others were stunned by Chu Feng's words. Even Dai Lian's gaze towards Chu Feng changed. Before the apocalypse, Chu Feng was nothing but a poor loser. Xiao Manli, on the other hand, was a renowned beauty at the school. You only managed to become her boyfriend through your studies, your looks, and relentless pursuit. And it seemed you were just a backup plan. Now you're saying she's not worthy. How shameless can you be? They had never seen anyone as arrogant as Chu Feng. Ding, congratulations. Your wind-type ability has been upgraded to Black Iron High Rank. Few finally upgraded again. On the other side, Lu Yu along with Yin Yun, Shui Li, and Xiao Jin were resting on the second floor of Xiao Manli's dormitory, regaining their strength. Seeing the system notification, he let out a long sigh of relief. Because he had obtained 10 attribute points from Yin Yun, and attributeless cores were relatively easy to find, his physical condition had advanced from Black Iron Initial Rank to Bronze Initial Rank in less than 2 days. But this ability, he hadn't seen a single wind-type core during this period. On the second day of the apocalypse, after the ability upgraded to mid-rank, it had remained stagnant. Even though he practiced daily with his remaining energy, it was the same. But now, well, Lu Yu sensed his own condition. At full capacity, he could unleash around 20 wind blades. That meant his storage capacity had doubled again. He had about 12 left now. The energy gained instantly upon ability upgrade. Lu Yu, it's almost 7 p.m. now. Are we still going upstairs? Up? Why not? But those monsters seem to have wandered back in large numbers right on our path back. Yan Yan looked through the window at the monsters on the road with concern. If we go up, we won't have time to get back. At night, the danger outside at least triples. So even Lu Yu couldn't afford to wander around outside during the night. Can't we just stay here for the night? That seems fine too. Alright, stop the chatter, and let's get going. Lu Yu looked at Shui Li. Shui Li, give me the bag. Oh, okay. Shui Li nodded. Lu Yu continued, find a place to rest tonight. Just make sure you keep an eye on the building across. I'm taking her upstairs. Alright, young master Lu, be careful. Shui Li took off the backpack and handed it to Lu Yu without further ado. Got it. Lu Yu took the backpack, replied, and handed Shui Li some food, candles, and other nighttime supplies before turning to head upstairs with Xiao Jin and Yin Yun. There weren't many monsters in the corridor. After all, so many days into the apocalypse, the monsters had already eaten everything edible. After consuming everything, they naturally had to search elsewhere for food. Plus, the noise from the back door earlier had lured a batch away. So Lu Yu neither encountered any contractable monsters nor faced significant resistance. As time passed, Lu Yu rescued some surviving classmates along the way, finally arriving at Xiao Manli's door just before nightfall. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yu knocked on her door. Is that young Master Lu? Xiao Manli's voice was already a bit hoarse and sounded tense. It's me. Click. The door suddenly swung open. Seeing the familiar figure at the door, Xiao Manli threw herself into Lu Yu's arms without a second thought. Why, young Master Lu, it's really you? If you hadn't come, I would have starved to death. Xiao Manli sobbed as she spoke. This action left Yin Yun standing behind Lu Yu utterly astounded. The person you're hugging is my husband. Lu Yu insisted on going upstairs alone, and Shui Li naturally had no reason to stop him. Before the apocalypse, with his physical conditioning and combat skills, he could easily take on 5 men like Lu Yu. But now, aside from his vitality, none of his attributes exceeded 30. Facing Lu Yu, whose attributes were nearly all at 50, Shui Li was utterly outclassed despite his fighting prowess. Add Xiao Jin the Qinggang sword, and his supernatural abilities, and 5 men like him couldn't even get close to Lu Yu. So if Lu Yu wanted to go alone, what could he possibly say? As for Xiao Manli and the others, although their rescuer wasn't Chu Feng, Lu Yu's arrival filled them with even greater excitement. After all, they had been devoted fans of Lu Yu long before the apocalypse. Seeing him so formidable now only made them happier. Especially when they saw Chu Feng cowering in the dormitory too afraid to come out, while Lu Yu risked his life to slay the monsters and save them. How could they not be thrilled? How could they not be overjoyed? Alright, let go of me now. Lu Yu pushed Xiao Monli away with visible impatience. This wasn't because Lu Yu was a paragon of virtue, nor because he was mindful of Yan Yun standing nearby. Rather, this woman in such sweltering heat hadn't brushed her teeth, washed her hair, or bathed in 7 days. The stench emanating from her, especially from her hair, was hardly better than the reek of a zombie. Sorry, young Master Lu, I didn't mean to. Noticing the undisguised disgust on Lu Ye's face, Xiao Monli quickly released him her expression, one of awkward embarrassment. Upon seeing Xiao Monli again, Yan Yun's face was filled with resentment. Especially the moment she saw her embrace Lu Yu, jealousy surged within her. Yet being naturally mild-tempered, she didn't immediately lash out. I know you didn't mean it. Let's head inside first. Young Master Lu, did you bring any food? This was the first thing Xiao Monli said after Lu Yu entered with Yan Yun and Xiao Jin and closed the door behind him. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Lu Ye's backpack. If it weren't for the fact that the person before them was Lu Yu, they might have already rushed forward to snatch it. I did. Without saying much, Lu Yu simply took off the backpack and tossed it in front of them. Go ahead, help yourselves. Seeing Lu Ye's casual gesture, the 4 girls went wild. Haha, thank you, young Master Lu. Thanks, young Master Lu. Woo, young Master Lu, you're the best. Wow, braised chicken legs, mineral water, potato chips, chocolate, ham sausages. Oh my god. This is amazing, truly amazing. Young Master Lu, I love you. The girls were ecstatic. Xiao Monli immediately opened the backpack and began handing out the food items one by one to the others. Crunch, crunch. Gulp, gulp. The entire dormitory was filled with the sounds of tearing open wrappers and gulping down water. Wow, this is delicious. So satisfying, truly satisfying, this is heavenly. I never knew ham sausages could taste this good. The 4 women ate, chatting animatedly, radiating the joy of having survived against all odds. Watching them wolf down the food, Lu Yu made no move to stop them. This was precisely the effect he had intended. Why did he carry a hiking backpack instead of simply producing food from his ring? There were 2 reasons. One was that he now wore a gauntlet on his left hand. This gauntlet, grayish-black in color, was crafted by Tong Nunghao from the hide of a high-tier lizard man. The forger's ability allowed him to process these materials directly into usable, semi-finished products. Then through a series of processes, the women sewed them together using lizard sinew. Its durability was moderate, but even a somewhat dull blade would struggle to cut through it. As long as a zombie didn't gnaw on it for an extended period, it provided ample protection. The crafting process wasn't complex, but the only hassle was that it consumed Tong Ninghao's supernatural energy. At his current level, he could only produce 1 per day. The gauntlet looked similar to the gloves used by dog trainers during training sessions. With his hand inside, it was rather inconvenient to retrieve items from the ring. The other reason, of course, was the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. This ring of his was, after all, a treasure obtained from the secret realm. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. As for why Lu Yu was being so generous with the food, that went without saying. Besides the fact that he had an abundance of food, the most important reason was to deal with Chu Feng. Chu Feng was currently trapped in the dormitory across the way, unable to come out. At this moment, to ensure absolute success, Lu Yu naturally had to utilize every pawn at his disposal. Young Master Lu, is this monkey your pet? After eating and drinking something, Xiao Monli regained some strength. Even her voice sounded much more pleasant than before. She had wanted to ask about Xiao Jin when she saw it helping Lu Yu fight, but they had been at their wits' end. Such trivial questions clearly weren't as important as food. Yes. Wow, incredible. Young Master Lu is truly something else, even monsters obey your commands. Looking at Xiao Jin's golden fur now completely caked with the foul blood of monsters, the women showered Lu Yu with flattery. Young Master Lu, you're just too kind. Ye Fei said after taking a drink of water, shoving potato chips into her mouth as she spoke to Lu Yu. Not only did you risk your life to save us, you even brought us all this delicious food. Yeah. Young Master Lu, I love you. I love you too. Young Master Lu, can I marry you? Hey, what are you all doing? Hearing her classmates' increasingly outlandish remarks, Yan Yun, who had remained silent, finally couldn't hold back. She quickly shot a hostile glare at the women and extended her fair, delicate hand to stand behind Lu Yu, staking her claim. She usually didn't mind, but seeing Lu Yu surrounded by these women now made her feel uneasy all over. Lu Yu is my boyfriend. Are you all just going to pretend I don't exist? Earlier, when Xiao Monli had thrown herself into Lu Ye's arms, she could chalk it up to the immense psychological pressure of the apocalypse and the excitement of seeing him getting the better of her. But now, with you all declaring your love for Lu Yu and wanting to marry him, what's that supposed to mean? However, upon hearing Yan Yun's words, the women simply ignored her. Yan Yun, what are you saying? When did young Master Lu ever become your boyfriend? Exactly, Yan Yun. Xiao Monli chimed in. Although we're grateful that you helped young Master Lu save us, when exactly did you two get together? You have the nerve to ask. What about what happened that night? I haven't settled that score with you yet. Yan Yun stared at Xiao Monli fuming. The very mention of it reignited her anger. On that night before the apocalypse, Xiao Monli had pestered and coaxed her into going to a hotel for dinner. In hindsight, it was obvious. Xiao Monli had clearly been in cahoots with Lu Yu all along. That's why she harbored such a strong aversion to her. That night, Xiao Monli was taken aback for a moment, then scrutinized Yan Yun and let out a chuckle. Heh, Yan Yun, look at your outfit now. A white t-shirt, denim shorts, and sneakers. They all look pretty clean, don't they, eh? What are you trying to say? Yan Yun seemed to sense where this was going, but remained defiant. Don't you think you should be thanking me? Thank you. Of course. If I hadn't sent you to young Master Lu's room, would you be standing here in such clean clothes today, showing off those flawless, unblemished legs of yours in front of me? Anyway, starting today, young Master Lu is no longer yours alone. Xiao Manli's voice suddenly turned serious and resolute. What do you mean? Yan Yun was bewildered, feeling like she couldn't keep up with the sudden shift. Exactly what I said. With that, Xiao Manli strode directly over to Lu Yu, sat down in front of him, and tugged at his sleeve. With a pitiful, coaxing tone, she pleaded, Young Master Lu, you wouldn't mind having one more girlfriend, would you? As long as you're willing to take me with you, I'll do anything you ask. Xiao Manli was inherently a materialistic woman, bold in personality and audacious in speech. When she uttered those words, she paid no heed to the gazes of those around her. Even Yan Yun's presence did not give her pause. For at this moment, she could no longer afford to care. Had this been before the apocalypse, she might have relied solely on her beauty to ensnare a wealthy heir. Whoever was handsome and rich, she might have followed. But now, having endured 7 days of the apocalypse, she had witnessed countless classmates perish brutally before her very eyes. The scenes of bodies torn asunder by lizard-like creatures. The scenes of hearts pierced by mantis claws, blood gushing forth. The scenes of the bitten dead rising again from the ground. All of it haunted her mind, impossible to shake. It left her unable to sleep soundly. So now she harbored no other thoughts but to simply stay alive. She had always harbored a sliver of jealousy towards Yan Yun, believing her own looks and figure were no less inferior. In fact, she even stood taller than Yan Yun, a full 170 centimeters. Yet why did the wealthy heirs flock to Yan Yun and not to her? Why was Yan Yun always surrounded by rich second-generation scions and tall, handsome, and wealthy men, while she was left with paupers and sycophants? Why on earth? So when she saw Yan Yun following closely behind Lu Yu, her jealousy burned even fiercer. Hearing Xiao Manli's words, the other 3 roommates were taken aback, but said nothing. They had endured hunger, cruelty, and bloodshed and knew the true meaning of the apocalypse. Lu Yu was so handsome, so wealthy, and now with such formidable strength. If not for knowing their own looks were lacking, wouldn't they also have longed to throw themselves into Lu Yu's arms? But Yan Yun, upon hearing this, was clearly displeased. Before Lu Yu could speak, she quickly interjected. Xiao Manli, do you even realize what you're saying? Yan Yun was furious, even addressing Xiao Manli by her full name. Want Lu Yu to have another girlfriend? Doesn't that just mean trying to snatch him away from me? What a joke. Of course I know. If you know, then. Let me reiterate, Lu Yu is my boyfriend right now. I know he's your boyfriend right now. Xiao Manli retorted calmly. But I never asked him to abandon you, so why are you in such a panic? Upon hearing this, Yan Yun was rendered speechless. Before she could ponder it further, Xiao Manli's puzzled voice chimed in again. Yan Yun, do you even understand the situation we're in now? What do you mean? Yan Yun was bewildered by Xiao Manli's sudden question. Look at you, all clueless. It's because young Master Lu has been protecting you too well lately. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Xiao Manli had the energy to lament the world's injustices again, but suddenly realized this wasn't the right time for such talk. She swallowed the words she wanted to say. Ignoring Yan Yun's naivety, she pointed her slender, fair right hand at the gray, overcast sky outside and declared, Look outside. The world out there is so dangerous now. As a woman without significant power, the only way I can survive is to attach myself to someone strong. Do you understand? But you don't have to fight me over Lu Yu. Yan Yun felt Xiao Manli's words held some truth, and her tone unconsciously softened. Yet she was unwilling to give Lu Yu up, so she continued to argue. Besides, don't you already have a boyfriend? Boyfriend? Xiao Manli was momentarily stunned, then let out a disdainful laugh. You mean Chu Feng? Do you think I can still count on him? The mere mention of him ignited her anger. Chu Feng and Lu Yu had come up one after the other. Chu Feng in front, Lu Yu behind. Based on the distance from both sides to her location, Chu Feng was clearly closer. But what was the result? It was one thing that Chu Feng dared not come to her rescue. But that guy, upon seeing her distress signal, actually ignored her. What use was a boyfriend like that? Besides, the type of man she had always liked was a tall, handsome, and wealthy man like Lu Yu. Now, not only did Lu Yu surpass Chu Feng in background, but his strength also exceeded Chu Feng's. If not now, then when would be the time to throw herself into his arms? With this thought, Xiao Manli once again grabbed Lu Yu's arm, pouting pitifully as she coquettishly pleaded, Young Master Lu, please. Just take me with you. I promise I'll listen to you from now on. Her sweet coaxing voice was something most men couldn't resist. According to the events of his past life, both she and Chu Feng should have been trapped in the teaching building. With them not far apart, Lu Yu had led Chu Feng and other male classmates to rescue her quite early on. In the early days of the apocalypse in his past life, people still held strong moral standards. So out of respect for Chu Feng, Lu Yu had never touched her. This in turn made her admire Lu Yu even more. Chu Feng meanwhile was relegated to the role of her devoted admirer. Until after they had survived for some time, humanity's darker nature began to surface. The leader of the base where Chu Feng, Lu Yu, and the others were staying led a team out to scavenge for supplies, but never returned due to unforeseen circumstances. Lu Yu, relying on his strength, became the new leader of that base. To climb the ranks, Xiao Manli proposed a plan to help Lu Yu win over Yin Yun. Back then Lu Yu was head over heels for Yin Yun, and upon hearing this plan, he couldn't think of anything else. However, Chu Feng somehow learned of Xiao Manli's scheme and went to reprimand her. His criticism of course proved futile. Instead, it only fueled Xiao Manli's disgust. Finding him a hindrance, she plotted to eliminate him. As fate would have it, Chu Feng's protagonist aura flared up. Though severely injured, he survived, and he discovered that he had been set up by both Lu Yu and Xiao Manli. His heart turned to ashes, yet he pretended to know nothing and returned to the base. He had intended to go back and take Xiao Manli down with him, but unexpectedly, while recuperating from his injuries, he and Yin Yun fell for each other. In the end, he gave up on Xiao Manli, fell in love with Yin Yun, and for her sake was even willing to stay at Lu Ye's base. What happened later needs no further elaboration. In short, in this life, the trajectories of many people's fates had diverged from the past. Some were disrupted by Chu Feng, others by Lu Yu. Take Xiao Manli for instance. She should have had her pride thoroughly crushed by Chu Feng 4 or 5 days ago. Yet because of Lu Yu, she had inexplicably survived until now. Having witnessed the brutal reality of the 7-day apocalypse, she even went so far as to confess her feelings to Lu Yu. Hearing Xiao Manli's words, the other 3 women in the dorm remained silent, while Xiao Manli looked at Lu Yu with eager anticipation. Yin Yun, however, wore a complex expression. She knew that what Xiao Manli meant by taking her along wasn't simply about giving her some food or water. It meant allowing her to join Lu Ye's team. But given Lu Ye's criteria for taking people in the team had no use for the useless. If Xiao Manli truly had no skills to offer and wanted to join Lu Ye's group unless another awakened individual was willing to vouch for her, she seemed to have no other option but to offer her body. The thought of her becoming Lu Ye's girlfriend made Yin Yun deeply uncomfortable. But if she didn't let her join, was she supposed to just watch her die? Just as Yin Yun was lost in these tangled thoughts, Lu Yu pulled his arm free from Xiao Manli's grasp, his voice cool and detached. Xiao Manli, you're quite perceptive. His words made everyone's heart tighten. Ignoring the tension, Lu Yu continued, however. Yin Yun does have a point. You already have Chu Feng. Xiao Manli looked at him with a hurt expression. Young Master Lu, please don't bring him up, alright. Who in the school doesn't know that all we ever did was hold hands? But you're still technically his girlfriend. Oh, young Master Lu, I see what's bothering you now. Xiao Manli suddenly understood, and ignoring Yin Yun's presence entirely, she directly linked her arm through Lu Ye's other arm. Don't worry, young Master Lu, I've still got my first time intact. After Xiao Manli's declaration, everyone stared at her with strange expressions. Even Lu Yu was taken aback. His original intention was to have Xiao Manli go and break up with Chu Feng. While it wouldn't devastate the current Chu Feng, having her do it under his watch might at least serve to irritate him. He hadn't expected the woman to completely misinterpret his meaning. But then again, what was all this about keeping her first time? It was one thing for a good girl like Yin Yun to have kept her chastity. But you, Xiao Manli, with your wild personality, you're telling me you're still a virgin. You've got to be kidding me. You can't fool people with a lie that blatant. What's the matter, young Master Lu? You don't believe me. If you don't believe me, we can go to the next dorm room to verify. There was no denying that Xiao Manli was audacious, her words utterly unrestrained. Yet it was precisely this boldness that made Lu Yu question the veracity of her claims. Could a woman with such an open personality truly have preserved her chastity all the way to her junior year of university? It seemed almost laughable. In fiction, it was understandable for the female lead to be pure, as readers wouldn't accept otherwise. But how could his ex-girlfriend still be a virgin? It defied all logic. Lu Yu wasn't a particularly conservative man. He could accept a woman as long as she was virtuous, had never lived with a man, or had been with more than 2 boyfriends. Of course, that was his previous lives' perspective. In this one, armed with immense power, he naturally held the privilege of choice. Perhaps he could accept a woman if she were beautiful enough, but she would never earn his complete trust or be given significant responsibility. Take Yin Yun and Xiao Manli for instance. One was youthful and charming, gentle and adorable. The other was seductive and alluring, passionate as fire. In terms of figure and looks, they were evenly matched. If Yin Yun scored 96 points in Lu Ye's eyes, Xiao Manli was at least a 94. It was just that Yin Yun's pure sweet appearance and gentle demeanor appealed more to the average man. But now, Xiao Manli was claiming she was also a virgin. Xiao Manli, you're just being mean. Yin Yun was on the verge of tears, her hands unconsciously tightening around Lu Ye's arm. When it came to dealing with men, she was clearly no match for Qiao Manli. Hearing Qiao Manli's blunt words, fear and anxiety gripped her heart. She was terrified Lu Yu would abandon her and take Qiao Manli to the adjacent room for a shower. Mean. How? I was just. Enough, Qiao Manli, that's enough. Lu Yu interjected, but his voice was cold. Faced with such a beautiful woman and her unreasonable request despite her questionable character, he wouldn't mind conducting an examination. But now was certainly not the time. Besides, Yin Yun was now his woman. Bullying her right in front of him. That was intolerable. Fine. Okay. Seeing Lu Ye's grim expression, Qiao Manli quickly fell silent, afraid of provoking his ire. Without another word, Lu Yu retrieved the remaining half bag of food, left a small portion for the others, and slung it back over his shoulder. You all rest here. Yin Yun and I are going to check out the area nearby. Young Master Lu. Don't leave. Young Master Lu, what are we supposed to do if you leave? Yeah. Young Master Lu, don't abandon us. If you must go, take us with you. The girls were genuinely terrified. The fear of facing hunger and death was something they never wished to endure again. Seeing their anxious expressions, Lu Yu stated directly, Yin Yun and I are staying right next door. If you need anything, just knock, but keep it quiet. We don't want to attract any monsters. That's all. They felt a bit embarrassed by his words. Lu Yu ignored them and left with Yin Yun and Xiao Jin. After positioning Xiao Jin at the stairwell entrance, he found a relatively cleaner room and settled in with Yin Yun. Seeing Lu Yu leave, the girls followed him out, as if fearing he'd take Yin Yun and disappear. Only when they saw him indeed enter a nearby room with her did they breathe a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, the sound of Yin Yun's rapid breathing drifted from the room. Phew, it seems young Master Lu isn't going to leave. Good. Manli, that was incredibly bold of you earlier. Would never have thought of that. Yeah. Coaxing young Master Lu right in front of Yin Yun. Unbelievable. What else could I do? The world outside is too terrifying. Qiao Manli regained her composure. To survive, you have to use everything at your disposal. Isn't a woman's most powerful weapon her own body? Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. True, but even if I thought of it, young Master Lu wouldn't be interested in me. Su Fei chuckled. At least you're self-aware. But seriously, that young Master Lu has incredible stamina. Yin Yun looks so delicate. Can she handle it? That's why Manli was trying to lighten her load. Get out, you crazy women. You're a bunch of perverts. Haha. The women now well-fed and content. And with Lu Yu as their support, their spirits soared. Their jokes knew no bounds. But the sudden flutter of wings outside the window made them jump and quickly shut their mouths. That night the world outside remained bleak. Yin Yun was feeling uneasy, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Qiao Manli. She wanted to ask Lu Yu about it, but didn't know how to broach the subject. She could only cling to him tighter than usual, as if afraid he'd be snatched away. Lu Yu, however, was unconcerned. After their encounter, he entered a state of tranquility. Holding Yin Yun's soft jade-like body, he gazed out the window. The apocalyptic night devoid of light was terrifying. Poor visibility meant greater danger. Even he wouldn't dare venture out at night, let alone ordinary awakened ones. So Chu Feng surely wouldn't attempt an escape under the cover of darkness. But he couldn't afford to give him any chance to turn the tables. He needed to proceed steadily according to plan. The next morning, the path Lu Yu had cleared was once again teeming with monsters drawn by the scent of blood. After devouring their fallen kin, they began to roam the area. Among these monsters were the familiar lizardmen and scythe mantises, but also a poison-burst zombie, 2 giant strength zombies, and a ground dragon resting in the distance. The giant strength zombie possessed immense power. If an average person at the early bronze rank had 50 points of strength, this zombie's strength attribute was at least 100. Lu Yu had once seen one of these things punch a car and deform it. The destructive force was simply absurd. Of course, this extreme power came at the cost of incredibly slow movement. Its agility was likely only 7 or 8 points, as it couldn't even outrun a normal human. So for an awakened one with a powerful weapon, dealing with it was relatively easy. A giant strength zombie isn't suitable for a contract either, huh? Lu Yu frowned, looking down at the zombie from his window after waking up. Whether it was to deal with Chu Feng or clear out the monsters, he needed to maximize both efficiency and safety. He could contract 2 monsters as battle pets. Since Xiao Shi had died yesterday, he hadn't found a suitable one. But now, it seemed there weren't any good options either. Xiao Jin, the Monkey King from the Secret Realm, possessed well-rounded abilities. Its strength, speed, explosive power, and resilience were all quite impressive. And after all this time, Xiao Jin was already close to advancing to the mid-bronze rank. His next battle pet had to be at least bronze rank. But currently there were only 2 types of monsters that were bronze rank: the giant strength zombie and the ground dragon. The giant strength zombie was a no-go, so that left the ground dragon. Killing monsters consumes physical strength. This is especially true when one lacks a powerful weapon, as the drain on stamina becomes even more severe. Upon a monster's demise, there is a certain probability of a crystal core appearing. Therefore, in theory, as long as you possess the ability to slay monsters, you stand a chance of obtaining a crystal core to enhance yourself. With the enhancement provided by the crystal core, you can replenish your strength and continue slaying monsters. Through this cycle, you will grow increasingly powerful. This is precisely why the concept of seizing the initiative exists in the apocalypse. Although Liu Ye's current strength is formidable, he remains extremely cautious when clearing out monsters. Even with Xiao Jin clearing the path ahead, he advances slowly and steadily. When encountering uncertain factors, he would even activate his sensing jade pendant. If a large number of monsters approached at once, he would first release a few wind blades to knock some back, before eliminating the rest one by one. The giant strength zombie, like ordinary zombies, feels no pain, making it quite difficult to bring it to a near-death state. Coupled with its slow movement speed, it would inevitably fall behind when sprinting with it. Reality is not like a game where a battle pet that falls behind can simply be summoned back to one side. Therefore, Liu Yu deemed it unsuitable to contract a giant strength zombie. As for the ground dragon, this creature is colossal in size. The one Liu Yu spotted was even larger than an average SUV. However, this beast only appeared formidable. In reality, it possessed little combat capability. It was essentially a road tank. Its movement speed was somewhat superior to that of the giant strength zombie, but it lacked significant offensive power. It could not use its teeth or claws, and would only occasionally ram with its head. Most importantly, the sound of its running was thunderously loud. This would easily attract the attention of other monsters. Once targeted by a horde, the ground dragon could easily be surrounded and beaten to death. Name: Ground Dragon. Level: Bronze, High Tier. Description: a low-tier dragon-type creature with immense strength and high physical defense. However, due to its massive size, it is exceedingly clumsy. If you possess sufficient agility and a powerful weapon, you may attempt to challenge it in single combat. Remember, it must be single combat. Note: the ground dragon, being less severely eroded by the abyssal force, is relatively easy to tame. If your team has a beast tamer, you may try to capture one as a mount. This was the information Liu Yu obtained through the eye of the villain. The text was clearly written. The ground dragon could be tamed by humans and even used as a mount. If it could be tamed through normal means, why should he waste a slot for a dark contract? What he needed was not a mount, but a battle pet. Therefore, the ground dragon was also ruled out. But now the problem arose. If not these two creatures, were there any other bronze-tier monsters that could serve as his enforcer? Liu Yu furrowed his brow and began a meticulous search. As he methodically eliminated the monsters downstairs one by one, soon he discovered an unusual creature in a corner. About a dozen meters to the right of the dormitory building stood a giant mutated camphor tree. Beneath this mutated tree, a massive wolfhound was lying down, feasting on the entrails of a lizard man. Name: Mutated Wolfhound. Level: Bronze, Low Tier. Hey, you're the one. A smile curled at the corner of Liu Ye's mouth as he quickly began to delegate tasks. He first brought Yin Yun to the neighboring dormitory and gave Ye Fei and the other two girls some food and water. You three wait here. I'm taking Xiao Monli downstairs first. We'll discuss everything else later. Young Master Liu, you're not going to abandon us, are you? Yeah, Young Master Liu, don't leave us behind. Young Master Liu, I can even warm your bed. If you don't fancy me, let me be your servant. I can fetch tea and water for you. The three women were sparing no effort to survive. Liu Yu seemed accustomed to this kind of reaction, his expression unchanging. Don't worry, there will be opportunities later. With that, Liu Yu paid them no more heed and directly led Yin Yun and Xiao Monli downstairs. Ye Fei and the others dared not say another word. They could only obediently stay in the dormitory waiting for Liu Ye's return. The wolfhound was essentially a wolf dog. This breed of dog is larger than average with an appearance resembling that of a wolf. Hence, people commonly refer to them as wolf dogs. Before the apocalypse, this type of dog was already a ferocious presence. After the apocalypse descended, they became even more vicious. Not only did their length, height, and weight double compared to before, they also became exceptionally bloodthirsty and highly aggressive. In reality, most carnivorous animals on Earth after the apocalypse possessed combat capabilities no less formidable than monsters from other dimensions. Take this wolf dog for instance. It completed its mutation in just a single day, and immediately after it was already at Black Iron High Tier. It lost its sanity, bit its owner to death, and then escaped through the window. It wandered aimlessly, eating whenever it was hungry. Then it followed a group of monsters running until it arrived here. What's worth mentioning is that this wolf dog's method of feeding differed from other monsters. It directly attacked zombies or lizardmen to feed. Why don't other monsters attack each other while alive? There isn't really a special reason. It's just that their auras are interconnected and they retain a faint sense of the strength of their own kind. When their power levels are similar, attacking each other would only be a thankless task, unless they are absolutely starving. This feeling is akin to humans of similar stature. Even without the constraints of law, they wouldn't normally attack each other to rob money, unless they are truly driven mad by poverty. Of course, that excludes those idle drug-addicted bastards who like to sneak attack with knives. In any case, when this wolf dog was starving, it would rely on its own strength to attack lower-tier zombies and lizardmen for food. After 7 days of the apocalypse's baptism, it was now at bronze low tier. Ordinary monsters were no match for it. At that moment, it was leisurely feasting on the lizard man's entrails. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to sense something, and suddenly leaped to the side. Whoosh! An arrow grazed its neck and firmly embedded itself into the camphor tree beside it. Seeing the arrow, it was momentarily stunned, then a searing pain shot through its neck. The pain made it bare its teeth in a grimace. Clearly its skin had been grazed. It was absolutely furious, quickly using its fierce gaze to search for the culprit who dared to harm it. Soon it found its target. It was a human on the second floor holding a crossbow. A human? Haha. It bared its evolved fangs and let out a beastly roar unique to wild animals. Without a second thought, it charged towards its target. It moved with incredible speed, darting and weaving until it quickly reached the building. At that speed, it would be nearly impossible for an average person to aim and shoot it with a gun. It seemed quite confident in its abilities. With a single leap, it jumped directly onto the second-floor balcony. At that very instant, a powerful gust of wind came slashing towards it. For ordinary monsters, Liu Ye's wind blades were easy to land, and once hit they would either die or be severely injured. But this one was different. It was a canine. Its agility and reflexes were naturally superior to a human's. Relying on the unique keenness of its kind, it reacted swiftly, twisting its body to dodge Liu Ye's gust of wind. And in that very instant, a dark figure nearly matching its own size appeared in its line of sight. The opponent's movements were equally swift, and its strength was formidable. A fist slammed directly into its head. Bang! It took the punch solidly. The mutated canine was struck, dizzy, seeing stars. What the hell was going on? Was this a two-known fight? Could they show some decency? If this wolfdog had consciousness, it would surely think so. But Liu wouldn't give it a chance to think. He directly produced a baseball bat, and together with Xiao Jin engaged in a human-beast hybrid double team. All three were at bronze low tier, and in a two-known scenario, they even had the audacity to launch a sneak attack first. Did the outcome even need to be considered? 2 minutes later, the mutated wolfdog bronze low tier capture complete. Why is he going after that mutant hound? What is he trying to do? Chu Feng's position was on the 6th floor of the dormitory. From there, he had a clear view of Liu Ye's every move. He hadn't paid much attention when he saw Liu Yu go to save Xiao Monli yesterday. Xiao Monli held no significance in his heart. When he saw Liu Yu using a crossbow to lure the mutant hound this morning, his teammates were puzzled. Chu Feng had seen it too, and hearing their questions, he slowly spoke. Of all the monsters down there, only that mutant hound poses a real threat to him. Its only natural head want to take it out first. No way. Is he really that strong? Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise. Are you saying the poison burst zombies and the giant strength zombies are no threat to him either? And what about that ground dragon? It looks pretty formidable too. He has wind-based abilities, and his range is beyond the blast radius of the poison burst zombies. And that sword he's carrying. Any enhanced person with a bit of combat experience could easily take down a giant strength zombie with it. As for the ground dragon, Chu Feng scoffed disdainfully. Look at what it's doing right now. Following Chu Feng's gaze, Wang Chao saw the ground dragon as massive as a car, dozing off at the base of a large tree. The monsters milling around it paid it no mind, and it paid them no mind in return. Sleep. Sleeping. This creature likes to sleep after it's eaten. Once it's asleep, nothing can wake it except its master. Oh, so that's how it is. Wang Chao was puzzled, then a thought struck him. Hey Chu Feng, how do you know so much about this? If I remember correctly, this is the first time we've all seen one of these, right? This? Chu Feng almost blurted out an answer, but caught himself just in time. I'm a reborn soul, how could I possibly tell you that? Never mind that. The point is now that Liu Yu has taken out that hound, he'll definitely be looking for a way to come after us. We need to think of something. Chu Feng fell into deep thought. Could he throw a thermos filled with hot water to make noise and attract monsters to Liu Yu, getting him killed? No. Based on the structure and weight of the thermos at this distance, he'd need 5 times his current strength to even get it close. But a thermos won't work. Maybe a cup or a bottle could make the distance. With that thought, Chu Feng started looking around. Just as he found a glass and was about to head to the balcony to throw it towards Liu Yu, his teammates' shouts rang out. Chu Feng, come look. He's tamed the dog. What? My God, that's incredible. The dog is taking his orders now. How is this possible? Seeing the once ferocious mutant hound now fawning and wagging its tail at Liu Ye's side, Chu Feng frowned deeply, his fists clenching involuntarily. Could the treasure he found in the secret realm be a contract-type artifact? One that allows him to contract more than one monster. As a reborn soul, Chu Feng knew of many strange and wondrous treasures. But this treasure was supposed to be his. Watching the hound transform into an obedient puppy in less than 3 minutes of meeting Liu Yu, Chu Feng gritted his teeth, the glass in his hand suddenly feeling pointless. He's got 2 monster pets now, both incredibly fast and strong. There's no way I can outrun him even if I tried. Ever since he saw Liu Yu arrive at the dormitory yesterday evening, had been thinking. If Liu Yu was also reborn, he would definitely come to kill him. So, should he try to escape today? But after careful consideration, he realized it was impossible. The monsters that had broken in through the back entrance had blocked all escape routes. With monsters everywhere else, he couldn't possibly fight his way back alone. Even with his speed, breaking through the encirclement of so many monsters would be nearly impossible. So to survive he had no choice but to advance steadily. But the problem remained. With Lu Yu so close, how could he advance steadily? What if Lu Yu took advantage of his exhaustion and rushed over to kill him? He had to find another way. But before he could, Lu Yu had already added a mutant wolfhound to his roster of pets. This was infuriating. Chu Feng was furious, feeling like he was about to vomit blood. He knew all about the secret realms. In his past life, some entrances lasted a long time, others a short while. Some were traps, some were filled with danger, and others were boons for humanity. But regardless of the type, once discovered, they were inevitably seized by major powers. In his previous life, Chu Feng was a nobody. He never had the chance to get involved. But this life was different. He had thought that with his strength, taking the treasure from Tao Yong would be a walk in the park. He never expected that bastard Lu Yu to get the benefit. Now Lu Yu had the treasure and had contracted the monkey from the secret realm. Had a taste of that monkey's skills before. It was a formidable opponent. One monkey was already a handful, and now he had a mutant hound too. What was he supposed to do now? If Lu Yu is truly reborn, am I just waiting to die? Chu Feng clenched his fists, brow furrowed, his mind racing. Soon his gaze settled on his 4 teammates. Maybe not. His power is greater than mine right now, but I'm not helpless either. If he tried to kill me, without any justification, he'd face fierce resistance from me and my 4 teammates. And he would lose the support of the other survivors. To build a survivor team in the apocalypse, you need the people's support. Unless he's willing to give up everything and start from scratch, he can't just attack me directly. So there's still a chance for me. Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. The people's support. Indeed, it was crucial. Especially for a villain who never had it in the first place. Throughout history, how many villains had been undone by the will of the people? The most memorable example in Lu Ye's mind was the conqueror of Western Chu. He wasn't exactly a villain, but his martial prowess was unmatched. And even such a powerful figure was defeated by the loss of popular support. So how could Chu Feng fare any better? Chu Feng was the chosen one. Even in this situation, killing him outright would bring many troubles. But Lu Yu had prepared for so long. How could he let Chu Feng slip away now? Whoosh. A wind blade flew, making a sound of slicing flesh. The poison-burst zombie lost its life force and collapsed. Its enormous belly began to swell. Bang! A dull thud. Its grotesque stomach burst open, splattering corrosive mucus everywhere. The mucus sizzled on the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke, but no one was caught in the blast radius. It was a wasted explosion. Lu Yu didn't bother looking at the disgusting remains, he quickly sidestepped. Boom! A massive foot slammed into the spot where he had just been standing. Using his superior mental agility, Lu Yu dodged the stomp and swung his Qinggang sword. A flash of cold light. The leg of the nearby giant strength zombie was cleanly severed at the knee. Losing its balance, the zombie toppled towards Lu Yu. As it fell, Lu Yu quickly circled to its other side. Thud! The Qinggang sword pierced its massive head. The move was swift and decisive with no hesitation. Roar! The giant strength zombie let out a low, guttural growl. Its huge, clumsy body crashed to the ground. Weapon grade, silver, energy value 56. 81,000. This is too slow. Lu Yu grumbled, looking at the weapon's energy value. Since the weapon had advanced to silver grade, killing black iron monsters only added 0. 10. 3 energy. Killing bronze monsters would add 13 points. But Lu Yu didn't mind. Silver grade was sufficient for now. He figured even the thick-skinned ground dragon wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few strikes from his sword. Yin Yun, come look for the crystal core. Oh, coming. Yin Yun, wearing a gray t-shirt, denim shorts, and showing off a pair of long fair legs, ran over to Lu Yu, the big black dog following her. She crouched down, under Lu Yu's arrangement. This mutant hound had become her personal bodyguard. Having it around only fueled Xiao Manli's jealousy. But it also meant Yin Yun's safety was more assured. Name He Shui, mutant wolfhound, vitality 51, mental strength 46, strength 37, agility 46, grade bronze loader. These were the 4 attributes of Lu Yu's mutated wolf dog. Back in the countryside, Lu Yu had once owned a black Chinese pastoral dog named He Shui. So for the sake of convenience, he decided to name this one He Shui as well. As for the question of who was stronger between it and Xiao Jin, being a mutated monkey king, held the edge. After advancing to the initial bronze rank, Xiao Jin's strength and agility were superior to the dog's. However, the dog held the advantage in mental power. So if the two pets were to fight without any reservations, Xiao Jin with his greater strength and agility might hold a slight edge, but it wouldn't be overwhelming. Of course, when it came to monster killing efficiency, Xiao Jin was still superior. After all, as a primate, Xiao Jin had a more diverse range of attack methods. He could scratch, bite, smash, kick, and throw. All he needed to do was hold the monsters back for a moment, which was enough for Lu Yu to finish them off. Hee Lu Yu, I found it. Yin Yun smiled as she handed a transparent crystal core with bronze patterns to Lu Yu. A bronze-grade attributeless core. That works. Seeing Yin Yun so happy, a smile also spread across Lu Ye's face. Next time he needed to recover his strength, he wouldn't have to waste a black iron grade core. Tossing the core into his ring, Lu Yu began leading Shui Li and Xiao Jin to clear out the wandering monsters in the vicinity. After clearing them, he went to the dormitory building they were in before and signaled to Wei Jianjun on the balcony. He gestured for him and Wu Chang to clean up the monsters that had crawled into the hallway during the night. After finishing that, no bronze grade cores, but they had 3 black iron grade cores. Around 2 in the afternoon, Lu Yu finally led the group into the building where Chu Feng was. Because Chu Feng wanted to survive through the strength of the masses, he hadn't tried to cause trouble for Lu Yu with things like water cups. Lu Yu casually scanned the area as he entered. The previous dormitory buildings had other survivors, and this one was no exception. After settling Xiao Monli at the base of the dormitory building, Lu Yu began his mission of rescue. He not only saved people, but also generously gave them some food and water. Rescue, eat, and continue advancing up the building. It was 3 in the afternoon. Li Wanning's area was already overcrowded. The top 2 floors were filled with survivors from Building 3. There were at least 60 people by the look of it. Since this was the girls' dormitory, there were more women than men. Boss Teacher Li asked me to see if you have any more food. With their phones useless and unable to shout loudly, the injured Wu Chang had become the messenger between the 2 sides. Oh, finally run out of food, huh? No more. Lu Yu killed a lizard man without turning his head. Didn't I tell you to take the last backpack of food back with you, eh? No way, boss. Wu Chang was stunned upon hearing this. Do we not even have food for ourselves, because we're saving people? We have some food for ourselves. Lu Yu corrected. But there's not much left, you understand. Phew, you scared me. I thought you gave all the food away, boss. Wu Chang sighed in relief, patting his chest. But boss, what are we going to do about Teacher Li's side? If they have no food, they can come find it themselves, can't they, eh? Lu Yu said casually. Do I have to feed them myself? All right. They'll go tell Teacher Li now. Wu Chang didn't dare say more and scurried off. In less than 10 minutes, Wu Chang and Shun Bin brought a large group of survivors to Chu Feng's dormitory building. As Lu Yu cleared each floor, they would search it. Though they found some things, it was clearly a drop in the bucket. It was past 5 in the afternoon. The survivors were still desperately short on food. Lu Yu had reached the floor where Chu Feng was. After clearing out the monsters, he had Xiao Monli knock on Chu Feng's door. Chu Feng opened the door quickly. Hearing this voice, Chu Feng, hidden behind the door with a fire axe in hand, frowned deeply. Xiao Monli. In Chu Feng's eyes, Lu Yu was undoubtedly a reincarnator. Not only had he stolen his woman, but he had also stolen his precious sword. He even knew to have Yin Yun use her ability to find crystal cores for him. They had been enemies in their past lives, and in this one, it was a fight to the death. So when he saw Lu Yu coming up, he was already on high alert. But he never expected that the first to knock on his door wouldn't be Lu Yu, but Xiao Monli. What the hell? Chu Feng, what are you doing? Open the door. Seeing no response, Xiao Monli grew impatient. She had thought that Chu Feng had finally turned his life around and had the guts to kill monsters to save her. But it turned out he was still the same useless loser she remembered. At this moment, Xiao Monli had already tidied herself up. She had tied her hair back and changed into a summer tracksuit, a white short-sleeved t-shirt, black athletic pants, and sneakers. Standing at 170 centimeters, she was taller than both Yin Yun and Li Wanning. With her perfect curves and long legs, she had the figure of a standard model. The only drawback was that Lu Yu still hadn't given her water to bathe. Yin Yun wouldn't use her ability to clean her at a time like this either. So the smell on her still made Lu Yu keep his distance. Of course, she didn't care about that anymore. As long as Lu Yu was willing to take her away from this place, nothing else mattered. You should leave. You're not welcome here. Chu Feng refused to open the door. Compared to Xiao Monli, Chu Feng's feelings were also complicated. He had originally planned to go save Xiao Monli only to cruelly humiliate that green tea bitch. He wanted to use food as bait to shame her to get revenge for all the grudges from their past life. But Lu Ye's appearance had ruined all his plans. Now he wanted him to open the door. Not a chance. Chu Feng. What do you mean? Xiao Monli was stunned. She hadn't expected Chu Feng to speak to her like that. Where was the simp who used to send her countless messages a day telling her to drink more hot water? I mean exactly what I said. Chu Feng's expression was cold, completely indifferent to the change in Xiao Monli's tone. You? Fine, very well. Xiao Monli laughed in anger. Fine, don't open the door. I didn't want to come in anyway. I thought you had become strong and came here to save me. But now I see you're just a useless piece of trash that can't be helped. I'm formally telling you now we're through. From today on, I'm young Master Lu's girlfriend. At these words, Chu Feng's heart tightened. Although he had long harbored no feelings for the scheming Xiao Monli. Hearing this woman say she liked Lu Yu again, he still felt an overwhelming urge to snap. This woman. She wasn't even trying to hide it anymore. Goodbye, no need to see you out. Chu Feng suppressed his murderous intent. You? Fine, I'm leaving. Xiao Monli stomped her foot in frustration. But thinking that Chu Feng had come all the way up and still hadn't come to save her, she turned without a second thought and walked behind Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Dai Lian and Wang Chao, who were beside Chu Feng and had heard the whole exchange, were puzzled. As Qiao Manley's boyfriend, not only did he not save her when she was right there, but he also looked down on her. Isn't it normal for her to break up with him after being saved by someone else? Why does it seem like she's the one who did something wrong? Hey, wait a minute. Did Qiao Manley just say she's young Master Lu's girlfriend? Isn't young Master Lu's current girlfriend, Yin Yun, the one who's with him? When did it change to Qiao Manley? Just as everyone was stunned, Lu Ye's voice rang out calmly. Chu Feng, how many of you are in there? Lu Yu, sensing the jade pendant, asked how many people were inside, a question to which he already knew the answer. Chu Feng had no desire to engage with him. What's it to you? Lu Yu, unfazed, pressed on. It's dangerous out here. Aren't you all coming out to join us? Join you? Chu Feng found it ludicrous. Are you joking? Chu Feng, Lu Yu said with a smile. I understand you're still hung up on what happened in the secret realm. I get it. But as a man, I think you should prioritize the bigger picture. Don't you agree? Don't give me that. Seeing Lu Yu so composed only fueled Chu Feng's anger. Lu Yu, don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Either break down this door and come in, or stop with the phony act. The sight of you makes me sick. Break down the door? Why would I do that? Chu Feng, are you misunderstanding something? Fine, if you don't want to join us, I won't force you. Lu Yu made as if to leave, then paused as a thought struck him. By the way, what about the classmates with you? Aren't they coming out? No? What? Chu Feng's words were deliberate and resolute. He knew Lu Yu had already visited Qiao Manley's dormitory across the hall, so it was no surprise he knew about his companions. Well then, Lu Yu said. Lu Yu shrugged, said no more, and neither forced his way in nor revealed any murderous intent. He simply turned and led Qiao Manley downstairs. Sensing Lu Yu's departure, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. So I was right. As long as I don't clash with him, he won't attack me in front of all these survivors. Ha, what utter hypocrisy. His teammates, overhearing his muttered remarks, felt their mood sour. While Chu Feng was their captain, they couldn't help but feel he was making decisions without consulting them. Was that really appropriate? And frankly, Lu Yu didn't seem all that malicious. Why was Chu Feng so hostile towards him? The truth was, Chu Feng didn't ask their opinion because he knew Lu Yu was dangerous. He could tell his teammates were already swaying towards Lu Yu. If he asked, Lu Yu would easily persuade them. Then he'd truly be alone. Chu Feng, he's leaving with your girlfriend. Aren't you angry? Wang Chaos words snapped him from his thoughts. Why would I be? Chu Feng retorted. Compared to Qiao Manley, Yan Yun's situation angered him far more. Had worn a greener hat before, this one was nothing. Wang Chao, seeing Chu Feng's indifference, was incredulous. She's the goddess you chased for so long. How can you just let this slide? Can't be bothered with you. Chu Feng glanced at him, dismissing Wang Chao entirely. He found a bed in the corner, lay down, and closed his eyes to rest. His attitude left his teammates feeling deeply unsettled. Thoughts of dissent began to brew in their minds. Meanwhile, downstairs, a smile curled on Lu Ye's lips. It seems he has no more tricks up his sleeve. But to be safe, he'll let those pawns test the waters first. Master Lu, what are you smiling about? Qiao Manley couldn't help but ask. Lu Yu snapped back to reality. Nothing, let's go. Chu Feng, the protagonist reborn in the apocalypse. He was the child of destiny. So Lu Yu approached him with extreme caution. Even though he believed his own combat power now surpassed Chu Feng's, he dared not be careless, fearing his foes still held hidden cards. But seeing Chu Feng barricaded in his dorm, Lu Yu felt reassured. As Lu Yu led Qiao Manley downstairs in the dormitory building, where Chu Feng was a male and female student lay on beds, the girl, speaking tearfully, to Li Wanning. What do we do, Teacher Li? Shan. She's fading fast. Lu Yu had rescued many people these past 2 days, but those saved this afternoon were in poor physical shape. Without sufficient food, not even Yin Yun could save them. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Li Wanning looked anxiously at the two dying on the beds. She had come to the school with Lu Yu to help, believing his formidable power would make their mission simple. But upon arriving, she realized how feeble one person's strength truly was. Especially when the monstrous tide surged in, overwhelming the students in the first dormitory building. She had nearly broken down in tears. Watching those students die, horribly powerless to help. The feeling was indescribable. And now, although they had managed to save these people with Lu Yu's help, the shortage of food had plunged them into a new crisis. She didn't know how much food Lu Yu had brought, but she knew they had rescued too many people. The 3 backpacks of supplies from before were definitely insufficient. Teacher Li. Wu Chang's figure appeared at the dormitory door. Seeing him, Li Wanning quickly asked, what did Lu Yu say? The boss is coming down now. Within half a minute, Lu Yu's figure appeared at the door of Li Wanning's room. Teacher Li. Lu Yu, is there truly not a single bite to eat left? I'm terribly sorry, Teacher Li. You know how many people we've saved, so I am at my wit's end as well. Then what are we to do? Li Wanning asked hastily. She couldn't fathom the capacity of Lu Yu's ring, but she knew the monster horde brought by that black vehicle had sealed their escape route, cutting off any hope of resupply in the near future. The situation was undeniably dire. Overhearing their conversation, the other students looked at Lu Yu with tense expressions, especially the 7 or 8 male students in the group. When the apocalypse struck, they had been passing by the girls' dormitory, and in their panic rushed upstairs. They had only been rescued by Lu Yu not long ago. Food was already scarce then. They could barely fill their stomachs, let alone eat their fill. Lu Yu pretended to ponder for a moment. Don't worry. I recall someone mentioning that when Chu Feng's group came to this building, each of them carried a backpack. They should have enough supplies. Well, that's right. I saw it too. Me too. They all had backpacks. I just went upstairs to ask Chu Feng, and he seems unwilling to share with us. Lu Yu nodded with feigned understanding. So now, they'll take some people to find food. Teacher Li, could you take a few upstairs to see Chu Feng and ask if he can help us out? Chu Feng. Alright, no problem. Li Wanning agreed without hesitation. It did seem like a sound plan. But the other students latched onto a more critical detail in Lu Ye's words. Chu Feng had food, but refused to share. Was he that selfish? After a brief discussion, the survivors were all ablaze with righteous indignation. Chu Feng is way too selfish. He's gone too far. He's despicable. These thoughts raced through their minds. Indeed, Lu Yu wasn't giving away food for free. He was sending these people to probe Chu Feng's hidden trump card. These people saved by Lu Yu all believed his supplies were truly depleted. After all, he had generously given them so much food and water. Not only had he saved them, but he was also volunteering to venture out to find more. How could they not be moved? So they marched upstairs in a formidable group. Little did they know Chu Feng was the protagonist reborn from the apocalypse. Would the protagonist's food be so easily taken? Thus these people were destined to be Lu Ye's pawns. Even Li Wanning was nothing more than a chess piece in Lu Ye's game. The survivors discussed heading upstairs, but Lu Yu paid them no mind. Instead, he quickly gathered his own teammates. Boss, that new war beast you captured looks pretty formidable, huh? Cut the crap, Wu Chang. Sure, you two come with me to find food. Since Head mentioned finding food, he had to make a show of it. Wu Chang nodded. Got it, boss. Shirley was taken aback. Boss, do I have to go too? Yes, you must. Yin Yun, you're coming with me as well. After rallying the two, Lu Yu brought Yin Yun along and sent Xiao Manli back to her dorm. He then returned to the previous dormitory building, found Wei Jianjun, and pulled him aside. Old Wei, come with me for a moment. Young Master Lu, what's the matter? Old Wei, though we haven't known each other long, I trust you. Now I have a question for you. Please ask away, young Master Lu. If our own food supply runs low, what do you think we should do? Hearing this, Wei Jianjun stood frozen on the spot. After what felt like an eternity, his low voice finally sounded. How much food do we have left? 3 days. Lu Yu held up 3 fingers. If we few ration it carefully, it might stretch to 5 days, but if everyone eats at most, it'll last 2 meals. Given the number of monsters outside, we might not break through in 3 days. 5 days gives us a slim chance. Young Master Lu, what do you suggest we do? Lu Yu smiled and handed Wei Jianjun some items. Do me a favor. After parting with Wei Jianjun, Lu Yu led his team to the base of Xiao Manli's building. Wait here for 2 minutes. I need to go upstairs. All right, boss. No one else reacted to Lu Yu's words. Only Yin Yun felt a pang of unease in her heart. Yet she said nothing, merely staring blankly at his retreating back. In truth, Lu Yu didn't do much in Xiao Manli's dorm. He simply gave them some more food and water. It wasn't a lot, just enough for about 2 days. But it would at least ensure they wouldn't starve for a week. Seeing Lu Yu's gesture, the girls were puzzled. Xiao Manli quickly grabbed his hand. Young Master Lu Yu, don't go. Her eyes held a hint of panic and a trace of pleading. The other 3 women weren't foolish. Seeing this, how could they not understand? They quickly approached. Young Master Lu. Young Master Lu. Lu Yu said nothing, merely scanning them all before fixing his gaze on Xiao Manli's face. Looking at her meticulously adorned, delicate visage, he curled his lips into a smile. He slowly extended his right hand and lifted her chin. Xiao Manli didn't flinch, but instead she wore a pitiful, vulnerable expression. Do you really want to come with me? She was momentarily stunned, then nodded earnestly. At this moment, nothing else mattered. Survival was paramount. If you want to come with me, stay here obediently for a few days. If you can wait for my return, I'll take you with me. Can't you? Take me now. No. There are too many of you. I can't carry so much baggage. That's it then. With that, Lu Yu left the dormitory without waiting for a response. By the time they reacted, he was already far away. Downstairs. Seeing Lu Yu descend so quickly, Yin Yun felt a secret joy, even happily reaching out to pat Haishuai's head. Was Lu Yu's food really only enough for 3 to 5 days? How could that be? Lu Yu was a villain, not a self-sacrificing protagonist. Why would he leave himself without a fallback? The storage ring had a space of 10 cubic meters. No one knew the size of this ring space except Lu Yu himself. So Li Wanning and Shunbin had no choice but to believe Lu Yu's claim of scarce food. Currently, aside from some weapons, equipment, and frozen goods, the ring was almost entirely packed with food. Even after accounting for the space taken by the 3 backpacks and the food given to Xiao Manli's group, there was still plenty of room for much more. The remaining food, to say the least, could sustain him and his teammates lavishly for over half a month. He said what he said merely to execute his plan. Although Chu Feng seemed to be at the end of his rope now, Lu Yu knew his own path ahead was long. Even without other protagonists opposing him, he might encounter other powerhouses. Thus he was unwilling to bear the negative consequences of killing Chu Feng directly. Since Chu Feng was destined for doom, what harm was there in waiting a couple more days? This was a chess game. A game of human nature. In this game, aside from the few head brought along and the now useless Xiao Manli's group, everyone else could be considered pawns. Li Wanningshin, Bin Wei Jianjun, and all the survivors in these dormitory buildings. His only opponents were Chu Feng and his 4 teammates. Under Lu Ye's arrangement, Wei Jianjun changed clothes, donned a cap and mask, and blended in with the survivors. Shrouded by the night, his clothes mask cap, and the crowd. Chu Feng was also busy dealing with other survivors, so he didn't notice Wei Jianjun's arrival. When the survivors reached Chu Feng's door, Shan Bin, being one of the few adult males in the group, decided to show off in front of Li Wanning. He resolutely stepped forward to negotiate with Chu Feng. Chu Feng, we're all classmates here. Can't you lend a hand? Lend a hand. Hearing Shin Bin's words from outside, Chu Feng frowned deeply. A decade of experience in the apocalypse immediately made him realize Lu Ye's intention. He had previously planned to use these survivors to protect himself. And now, Chu Feng wanted to curse. So that bastard Lu Yu had saved them for this purpose. He had intended from the start for these people to come to him for food. Damn it. That bastard plays his open schemes well. Strategies are of 2 types: covert schemes and open schemes. A covert scheme you can't see, but it's a trick. An open scheme you can see yet cannot counter. Lu Ye's move was an uncrackable open scheme. Why couldn't Chu Feng crack it? Because these classmates were saved by Lu Yu, they were genuinely grateful to him. If Chu Feng gave them food, they'd only think it was his duty. Their gratitude would still belong to Lu Yu, not to him. Moreover, if he gave them food, what would Chu Feng and his team eat? Without food, how could Chu Feng fight Lu Yu? How could he fight his way out? And if he refused to give food, they'd see him as selfish. Then Chu Feng would inevitably clash with these survivors. What? Tell these survivors that Lu Yu definitely had spare supplies, and tell them to go ask him. Do you think these survivors would believe that? So unless his current strength allowed him to find other food quickly, he simply couldn't break this deadlock. Damn it, you forced my hand. As a protagonist reborn in the apocalypse, how could Chu Feng possibly give his food to others and gamble on an uncertain future? So he resolutely gritted his teeth and made his choice. If I give my food to you, what are the rest of us supposed to eat? A male student spoke up. But can you really bear to watch us die right before your eyes? Sorry, but we need this food to get out of school. We can't give it to you, so please leave. Hey kid, aren't you being a little too selfish? Shinbin played his role as the antagonist, because Lu Yu had already led his group away. If Lu Yu couldn't find food, and they couldn't get any from Chu Feng, everyone might starve to death. So what if I'm selfish? Chu Feng sneered. What do your lives have to do with me? Even birds in the same forest fly apart when danger comes. Can't you spare just a little? No, Chu Feng said without hesitation. Teacher Liam, not trying to lecture you, but you can't even take care of yourselves, yet you want to save others. Don't you find that a bit ridiculous? Just a little. Human greed knows no bounds. Give a little, and they'll ask for more and more. Chu Feng knew this better than anyone. Chu Feng, what the hell are you saying? Do you have any humanity left? Young Master Lu and Teacher Li saved so many people, and you not only refused to help, but even mocked Teacher Li. Yet Chu Feng, you've gone too far. And those supplies in your backpack must be from the school store. What right do you have to hog them all? Exactly. I say we all have a claim to that food. That's right, we all have a claim. Chu Feng, hand over the food now, or don't blame us for getting rough. Hearing the commotion outside his door, Chu Feng sneered in disdain. Oh, getting rough with me? Huh. Fine, I'd like to see just how rough you can get. Come on, Wang Hao. Chao Wei kicked the door down. Bang, bang. Chu Feng's dorm room door was kicked several times before finally being broken open by one of the male students. The very moment the door burst open, Chu Feng swung his axe, slashing it into the shoulder of the student in front. The shoulder bone shattered, blood sprayed violently. Before the student could even let out a scream, Chu Feng kicked him flying out of the room. Come on. Chu Feng pointed the fire axe at the students who had kicked in the door. I dare any of you to take another step forward. A conflict had erupted between Chu Feng and the survivors, and it was no small one. This was inevitable. Lu Yu had rescued quite a few people this time. 60 or 70 in total. The 3 backpacks of food Li Wanning and the others had brought were naturally not enough to feed everyone. Aside from the few girls in Xiao Manli's dorm, the others could barely regain their strength. Even though Lu Yu had given up some of his own food to avoid suspicion, it still wasn't enough. These survivors had been trapped in different dorm rooms before. With so few of them, mostly girls, and no weapons, they didn't dare leave. Now that there were more of them, they naturally united to find a way to survive. With Lu Ye's food gone, and them too afraid to kill monsters, what could they do? They could only turn to Chu Feng for supplies. If Chu Feng didn't have much food either, they might have to try hunting monsters for food. Or if they couldn't bear it anymore, they'd have to eat the monster corpses raw. But now everyone knew Chu Feng had 5 backpacks full of food. One side was fighting for survival, and the other was hoarding a mountain of supplies. How could conflict not arise between them? So under Lu Ye's deliberate arrangement, Chu Feng cut down one of them. Li Wanning wanted to stop it, but it was useless. That single-axe swing had already severed any chance of reconciliation. Meanwhile, on the other side, things were much more peaceful. A group of 5 plus a dog and a monkey moved along the path Chu Feng had taken earlier. "Boss, it's getting late. Are we really going out to find food for them now?" Wu Chang asked in confusion, glancing at the darkening sky. If it were any other time, maybe. But going out in the dark is dangerous enough, and to find food for others. Honestly, he wasn't too keen on it. Find food? Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Are you kidding me? Huh? Wu Chang and Shi Lei were both stunned. Lu Yu, aren't we out here to find food? Yin Yun was also puzzled by his words. With that many survivors, how much food would we need? Do you really think you're a savior? Then boss, what do you mean? We'll clear out that dorm building ahead, rest there tonight, and starting tomorrow, we clear a path to the school gate. We're not going to help the others. How? Lu Yu countered. Let me make it clear, the school store has already been cleaned out by other survivors, and the cafeteria is occupied by another survivor squad. The remaining food is only enough for the 5 of us to last 3 to 5 days. If any of you want to go back, I'll give you your share. The words stunned everyone. They all stared at Lu Yu in disbelief. Only enough for 3 to 5 days. That meant they could starve too. Anyone want to go back? Seeing no one speak, Lu Yu asked again. I'm with you, young Master Lu, Xueli said with a smirk, being the first to speak up. Shi Lei quickly shook his head. I'm not going back either. Can't even save myself, so how can I save others? Wu Chang gave an awkward smile. Well, do I even need to say it? Only Yin Yun bit her lip. Of course I'll go with you, Lu Yu. But I think we should at least bring Teacher Li and the others along, right? They came here with us, didn't they? Yeah, and Brother Jun too. Shi Lei chimed in. They have their own business to handle. You just focus on your own. Lu Yu didn't want to explain further. After saying this, he fell silent and focused on directing Xiao Jin and clearing out the monsters. Meanwhile, on the other side, the conflict escalated because Chu Feng had injured a fellow student. Chu Feng had become the target of everyone's anger. But seeing the axe in his hand, none of the students dared to step forward. They had thought Chu Feng only dared to kill monsters. They never expected him to be just as ruthless when it came to people. Was this really a student from their school? You little brat, how could you do such a heavy-handed thing to your own classmate? Have you no sense of decency? Only Shun Bin, the designated antagonist, dared to step forward. As Li Waning's self-appointed protector, and one of the few adults present, he had no choice but to confront Chu Feng. Unfortunately, Chu Feng was the protagonist, and he didn't deal in reason. Reason? Chu Feng sneered. You want to talk about reason now? Let me tell you, this axe in my hand is the only reason that matters. These cowards, when they can't win, they fall back on reason. Pathetic. You? What? You want a piece of me too? Chu Feng looked at Shun Bin with contempt. Don't say I look down on you, but with that predaboy look of yours, 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against me. You bastard. Shun Bin's face turned pale with rage as he lost face in front of Li Waning. Get lost. If you don't, I'll make all of you like him. Chu Feng's voice was icy as he pointed the blood-stained axe at the wounded student on the ground. After saying this, Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at Li Waning in the crowd. This teacher Li truly was a tantalizing sight. Li Waning was a university professor standing between Yin Yun and Xiao Manli in height, around 168 centimeters. Her appearance was beyond reproach. Delicate features and a cold, elegant visage that perfectly matched the aesthetic standards of the Xia nation. In Lu Ye's eyes, giving her a score of 95 was hardly an overstatement. Ordinarily, Li Waning kept her hair pinned up, and with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and her perpetually stern, unsmiling expression, she was the very image of the legendary aloof female teacher. Yet her figure was uniquely striking, not as evenly proportioned as Yin Yun's, nor as flawless in a conventional sense. She wasn't as tall or long-legged as Xiao Manli either, but she possessed a distinctly feminine curvature. Clad in a form-fitting dress, her silhouette from behind resembled a ripe peach, tempting one beyond reason. In any case, the moment Chu Feng laid eyes on Li Waning, he was captivated by her undeniable presence. In the mid-to-early stages of the apocalypse, a woman of her caliber, even if she'd been passed around countless times, could still fetch enough to feed a 5-person squad for 3 months. With luck, she might even trade for a couple of decent treasures. Don't think top-tier beauties were a common sight in the apocalypse. Before it struck, most such women belonged to the wealthy. After it began, they were reserved exclusively for the strong. Women like Yin Yun and Li Waning, who could score above 90 without a trace of makeup, weren't even accessible to run-off-the-mill powerhouses. If not for that latent threat, Lu Yu, I'd take this woman with me no matter what. Whether for his own desires or for long-term survival, Chu Feng felt Li Waning would be a perfect fit for his team. But Lu Yu, the very thought of him left a bitter taste in Chu Feng's mouth. Something felt off. That bastard Lu Yu wouldn't strike directly, but he wasn't the type to give up easily either. Why would he rally the survivors and then just march off with his own crew? Chu Feng couldn't fathom Lu Ye's game, but he had no time to dwell on it. He had no other path forward but to keep moving step by step. The survivors, led by Shin Bin, were forced back by Chu Feng's single-axe swing. Li Waning had no choice but to retreat downstairs with the others to devise a plan. Meanwhile, the burly man hidden among the crowd quietly returned to his makeshift resting quarters. Early the next morning, Chu Feng cautiously surveyed the area around the dormitory. Relieved to see no sign of Lu Yu, he began attempting to descend and clear out the monsters below. The survivors downstairs grew hungrier by the hour, yet they couldn't overpower Chu Feng. Some men sought to pledge allegiance to him. Some women offered their bodies for food. But Chu Feng's team wasn't taking recruits. He wouldn't even glance at the mediocre ones. In his eyes, those weak, plain-looking women weren't worth a single slice of bread. On the third day, seeing that Lu Yu still hadn't returned, Chu Feng prepared to lead his team away. More and more survivors wanted to join him, but Chu Feng remained unmoved. These people had clashed with him before. They might easily stab him in the back once admitted. So he ignored them entirely. After clearing some monsters along the way, he returned to his quarters, planning to leave for good at dawn. At the fourth day's first light. Hey, didn't Lu Yu say he was going to find food? Why hasn't he come back? If he doesn't return soon, well, starve to death. Yeah, I can't take it anymore. You think? He might not come back at all. No. That can't be. How could that happen? Don't talk nonsense. Exactly. I saw Lu Yu and his people fighting those monsters just earlier. Hey, are you all missing the point? The real issue here isn't Lu Yu, okay? Right, the main problem is that bastard Chu Feng. I can't stand it anymore. We have to do something. Yes, we must act. Lu Yu, who had gone out for food, still hadn't returned. Some survivors had already started doubting he'd ever come back. But most understood his situation. After all, the outside was so dangerous that anything could happen. Besides, the pressing matter wasn't whether Lu Yu would return. It was that selfish bastard Chu Feng hoarding food while everyone starved. So that morning the survivors finally snapped. Over a dozen men and women hiding it from Li Wanning ambushed Chu Feng's building. The moment he stepped out, they launched a desperate attack. In their minds, ambushing Chu Feng was far easier than tackling the monsters. But how could they, starving as they were, stand a chance against him? Chu Feng showed no mercy to these survivors who dared to steal his food. One axe blow, each cutting them all down. In an instant, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Trying to steal my food. He stared at the last one, his eyes ice cold. No. It was them who pushed me, it's not my fault. Chu Feng. Please don't kill me. Too late. Die. Chu Feng didn't even listen to the plea. He swung his axe straight down. Thud. Blood splattered across his face. The student dropped dead on the spot, yet Chu Feng, utterly indifferent, casually wiped the blood from his cheek with his sleeve. This scene was witnessed by Li Wanning and the others who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Li Wanning stood frozen, dumbfounded. So did Chu Feng's teammates and Xin Bin. It was then that Chu Feng noticed her presence. A thought crossed his mind as he strolled up to Li Wanning, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Teacher Li, want to stay alive? If you do, come with me. You little punk, you damn. Scram. Bang. Xin Bin, standing beside Li Wanning, lunged forward with a curse at the man trying to snatch his goddess. Chu Feng let out a cold shout and sent Xin Bin flying with a single kick. A piece of trash like you dares to yap in front of me. Xin Bin, already weak from hunger, felt his right ribs shatter from the kick as blood surged violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, half dead in an instant. Chu Feng sneered, not sparing him a single glance, his gaze fixed solely on Li Wanning. But just as he was about to further break down her defenses, a towering, iron-like man stepped between them. Kid, when Lu Yu said you might be a threat, I didn't believe it. But now it seems. You really are a menace, aren't you? Oh, another one coming to die. Chu Feng squinted at the man before him, clad in long sleeves and trousers, face hidden behind a cap and mask. I noticed you earlier. Your build looks awfully familiar. Where have I seen you before? Wei Jianjun replied coldly. I don't know why Lu Yu told me to wear this outfit and cover up, but it doesn't seem necessary anymore. You're Brother Jun. Chu Feng's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Wei Jianjun. Who the hell is your brother Jun? Enough talk. Prepare to die. With a furious roar, Wei Jianjun clenched his fist and hurled it straight at Chu Feng. To prevent the protagonist from turning the tables and to guard against any unforeseen accidents, Lu Yu deployed every pawn at his disposal in this battle. He was acutely aware that Chu Feng was the protagonist, and he had already revealed his hand to him. If Chu Feng managed to escape this time, he would surely go into hiding, bide his time, and return for revenge once he had grown strong. The speed at which a protagonist could develop in hiding was undeniable. Previously, Chu Feng had used a secret technique to flee from the secret realm. Lu Yu had no effective way to stop him then. The disparity in their speed and the presence of certain treasures forced Lu Yu to let him go. But now, Lu Yu certainly wouldn't give him any hope of a comeback. Some said Chu Feng was more like a villain than Lu Yu, killing at the slightest provocation. Indeed, that assessment wasn't wrong at all. Before transmigrating, Lu Yu was just an ordinary person. He had never experienced the apocalypse or a battlefield, nor had he ever killed anyone. Chu Feng, however, was the protagonist of an apocalypse novel, one who had been reborn after experiencing the end of the world. Throughout the history of apocalypse novels, which reborn protagonist wasn't decisive and ruthless in their actions. Whether facing mere minions or villains, the Protagonist dictionary only contained 4 words: disobey and die. So there was some logic to saying he seemed more like a villain than Lu Yu. But since he was the villain in this apocalypse story, Lu Yu certainly wouldn't just wait for his doom. Wei Jianjun was the only person in Lu Ye's current team who could match Chu Feng in a fight. His loyalty was passable, and he also had some connection to Chu Feng. So Lu Yu sought him out, and before leaving gave him 2 crystal cores and 7 days' worth of rations. He tasked him with keeping an eye on Chu Feng, while also ensuring Li Waning's safety. Lu Yu himself led the team to search for food, aiming to return within 7 days. Although Wei Jianjun hadn't known Lu Yu for long, they had experienced the monster tide together. Moreover, he had already settled his wife and daughter. With his strength, even if Lu Yu never returned, he could find another survivor group and make it back alive to his family. So after much hesitation, he decided to take on the task. But he never imagined that everything Lu Yu said would come true. Not only was this kid selfish, but he was also blatantly threatening Li Waning. And he killed as easily as drinking water. Even more ruthless than himself. So he struck without hesitation. When Chu Feng saw Wei Jianjun discard his mask and cap, he was completely stunned. This didn't fit his deductions at all. "Brother Jun, what is the meaning of this?" Chu Feng shouted while dodging Wei Jianjun's attacks. Even if Lu Yu was also a reborn individual, the Lu Yu from his past life had never met Wei Jianjun. They weren't even in the same base, let alone anything else. How did Lu Yu find Wei Jianjun? And why did Wei Jianjun keep calling him young Master Lu? This made no sense. Nearby Dai Lian Wang Chao and the others watched the two fight, but couldn't intervene. Both Chu Feng and Wei Jianjun possessed formidable physical prowess and combat skills. Awakened ones like them, without such fighting abilities, simply couldn't get involved. "Don't call me Brother Jun, I don't know you, and I don't have a brother like you. This is a misunderstanding. I saw you kill all those people with my own eyes." "How is that a misunderstanding?" Wei Jianjun was furious, unleashing his full martial arts potential with every punch. Since Li Waning had first gone upstairs, he had been entrusted by Lu Yu to rush to the scene of the conflict and protect Li Waning. However, on the first day, Chu Feng's act of injuring someone was merely self-defense, not warranting his intervention. But now, this kid refused to share food, fine, but to resort to murder. Stealing food is wrong, but why not just beat them and leave them to fend for themselves? Why show no mercy? It must be said Wei Jianjun's mindset hadn't adapted yet. He couldn't comprehend Chu Feng's need to eliminate all threats. But he couldn't worry about that now. His priority was to subdue this kid. As time passed, after several exchanges, Wei Jianjun suddenly sensed something was wrong. As a retired Special Forces veteran, his combat skills were superior to most. His killing instincts were even sharper, and with his awakened metal metamorphosis ability, no ordinary awakener should be a match for him. Yet this kid didn't seem to have any special abilities, so how was he holding his own? Were all college students this impressive nowadays? Wei Jianjun, stop now, or he'll get angry. Angry? What do you have to be angry about? Damn it. In his past life, Wei Jianjun was one of Chu Feng's strongest allies. In this life, he was also supposed to be a key asset. But because of Lu Yu, Wei Jianjun had become Chu Feng's adversary. Chu Feng desperately wanted to explain their connection, but the words wouldn't come out. Tell him he was reborn. Even if he believed it, so what? In his current state, would Wei Jianjun even consider him an ally? Nearby Dai Lian and Wang Chao, unable to intervene, were discussing what to do. Li Waning, meanwhile, was paralyzed with fear. She looked from Chu Feng fighting Wei Jianjun to the dozen or so corpses in the distance, utterly dazed. So in this world now, it wasn't just monsters that were dangerous. People were a threat too. Lately, many survivors, weakened by lack of food, had severely compromised immune systems. Some fell ill and never woke up. Driven by hunger, people had become irritable and fights and injuries were common. She herself had nearly fainted from hunger. Now this Chu Feng had killed over a dozen classmates for food and severely injured Shinbin. How could this happen? Her mind was racing as she instinctively crouched beside Shinbin. Shinbin. Are you okay? That kid. He's so strong. Shinbin clutched his chest, panting heavily. I feel my lungs feel like they're on fire. Chu Feng's kick had broken the ribs protecting his lungs, making it difficult to breathe. Seeing Shinbin like this filled Li Waning with despair. In truth, she had realized the grim reality after Lu Yu left. With barely enough food for herself, how could she help others? But having never worried about food in Lu Ye's group, she had learned this lesson too late. The severe food shortage had left her like the other survivors, weak with hunger. Her body was failing day by day. If Wei Jianjun hadn't secretly given her a piece of bread and some water last night, she probably wouldn't even be able to stand now. Li Waning had eaten, but Shinbin wasn't so lucky. Wei Jianjun had given Li Waning food because Lu Yu had arranged it. Wei Jianjun was an adaptable man. His harsh training had taught him the critical importance of food in times like these. Although he possessed selfless spirit, he had to be somewhat selfish for the sake of his wife and daughter. So when Lu Yu said that no one else mattered except Li Waning, he complied without hesitation despite his misgivings. And that's how the current situation came to be. What should we do? What should we do? Yin Yin isn't here either. Seeing Shun Bin weak and bleeding from the mouth, Li Wanning felt a deep chill in her heart. She wanted to ask some classmates to help move Shun Bin somewhere safe. But as she looked up, she saw something shocking. All the students were staring intently at the backpacks of Chu Feng's group. Their eyes were fixed only on the food in those bags. No one cared about Shun Bin's fate. Seeing this, Li Wanning was utterly disillusioned. Just as she hit rock bottom, a sudden bark reached her ears. Following that, a massive mutated canine came charging from the distance. It didn't attack immediately upon arrival, but stopped behind Chu Feng. It crouched, drooling, poised to strike at him. Seeing this large wolf dog blocking his retreat, Chu Feng couldn't help but curse. Lu Yu, you son of a... I knew it. The mutated wolfhound, contracted by Lu Yu, stood about 1.5 meters tall at the back, stretching over 2 meters in length. Counting the height of its head, it even towered over Yin Yun. Such a colossal, fierce hound moved at an almost absurdly incredible speed. Seeing the mutated canine appear, Chu Feng knew at once that Lu Yu had returned. Though he had long realized Lu Yu wouldn't let him off easily, he was left with no way out. Lu Yu had left with his subordinates under the pretext of searching for food. Among these dormitory buildings, only a few of them still possessed any food. If they wanted to escape alive, they had to swiftly clear out the surrounding monsters. Otherwise, they would be besieged by the other survivors. When driven to the brink of starvation, people are capable of anything. Chu Feng understood this all too well from personal experience. As for sharing his food with other survivors to delay the inevitable conflict, was that a joke? Lu Yu had rescued so many survivors. How many days could his meager supplies feed them all? If he truly gave away his food, no one would manage to leave the school alive, and when Lu Yu returned, he would still meet his end. So his only hope was to carve out an escape route from the school before Lu Yu came back. Yet these monsters couldn't be cleared in just a day or two. Thus he still fell victim to the survivors' siege. He had considered showing mercy, but in this apocalypse, such situations were life or death struggles. Once a fight broke out, it was kill or be killed. He had to give it everything he had. Lu Yu. After spotting the colossal mutated hound, Lu Yu and Xiao Jin's figures gradually emerged behind it. Li Wanning was momentarily stunned, never expecting Lu Yu to appear at such a moment. During this time, all the survivors had been staying downstairs at Chu Feng's dormitory. Due to the angle, they couldn't see what was happening on Lu Yu's side. Even Chu Feng only knew the general direction Lu Yu had taken. So seeing Lu Yu suddenly appear caught her off guard. It seems I haven't arrived too late. Teacher Li, what's going on here? Hearing Li Wanning's voice, Lu Yu glanced at her, and Shun Bin asking the question despite already knowing the answer. Having set up this scheme himself, he naturally had to keep a close watch from start to finish. His main goal was to eliminate Chu Feng, not to search for food. So he had never wandered far from the start. From the rooftop of his dorm, he could just make out part of the corridor on this side of the first floor. Shirley hadn't joined the battle. He had found a spot by the window to rest, using his eagle eye ability all day to monitor the area for Lu Yu. The moment he noticed a conflict brewing, he immediately alerted Lu Yu. Lu Yu then brought his 2 battle pets, cutting through the safest path to rush over. Seeing over a dozen corpses on the ground still oozing fresh blood, Lu Yu knew his plan had succeeded. And upon spotting Shun Bin severely injured, he felt the outcome had exceeded his expectations. A few evenings ago, he had led his team toward the main gate. They had cleared a path along the way. But by nightfall, other monsters would drift in and block the route again. The scattered monsters along this path posed little threat to him or Chu Feng, but they were deadly to other survivors. With the path sealed off by monsters, the other survivors had no choice but to seek food from Chu Feng. The clash between them was exactly what Lu Yu had hoped to see. Once casualties occurred, he would have a legitimate reason to step in. However, Shin Bin getting beaten wasn't part of his plan. Shin Bin ending up like that was probably due to his own innate villain tendencies. Well, Chu Feng refused to share the food. And even, Li Wanning recounted the events concisely. Her mind had been in complete chaos, but upon seeing Lu Yu return, she instinctively latched onto him as her pillar of support. As she spoke, she couldn't help but feel like crying. Yet due to prolonged dehydration, tears had become a luxury for her. Those people. He killed them all, didn't he? Li Wanning took off her glasses, rubbed her slightly reddened eyes, and nodded slightly. Chu Feng, you're truly ruthless, huh? You chopped down so many classmates in one go. Lu Yu looked at Chu Feng in the arena, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. The direction Lu Yu had left in was the same way Chu Feng had come from. To avoid Lu Yu, Chu Feng could only take the back gate route. But that area near the black car had attracted a horde of monsters. It would take days if not weeks to clear them out. This was also one of the key reasons Lu Yu's plan succeeded. Now the battlefield between Chu Feng and Wei Jianjun was in the corridor directly opposite Xiao Manli's dormitory. A man and a dog had Chu Feng sandwiched between them. Neither side made a move, they were locked in a tense standoff. Ruthless? I'm nowhere near as ruthless as you. Chu Feng, gripping his axe and crouching in a defensive stance, cursed angrily. With your strength you could have led them out of here, but instead you slipped away without a word. You're at least half responsible for their deaths. How would a righteous excuse? You really are. Forget it, I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Lu Yu sneered, then turned his gaze to Chu Feng's teammates. Wang Chao, what do you all say? Wang Chao was a classmate of Lu Yu's, so of course he knew him. They had been standing there without making a move, so Lu Yu had no reason to attack them out of nowhere. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Chu Feng, while staying vigilant of Wei Jianjun, and the mutated hound glanced at his 4 teammates out of the corner of his eye. The answer he got was hardly surprising. One of the guys quickly spoke up. Brother Lu, this has nothing to do with us. Wang Chao chimed in. Yeah, Brother Lu, we were just defending ourselves, we didn't go for the kill. Chu Feng is the one who killed them all. Hep. Chu Feng let out a bitter laugh as expected. How cold the world is. Wang Chao Maoyan. I saved your lives earlier, and this is how you repay your savior. No, Chu Feng, we just think you were too extreme. Yeah, Chu Feng, you. Enough. Before they could finish, Chu Feng cut them off. You were just afraid that Lu Yu with his strength might come after you too, aren't you? I get it. Don't bother making excuses. Chu Feng, I also think you went too far. Dai Lian, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Those classmates, just now. You didn't have to kill them. Dai Lian, even you're blaming me. They showed no mercy when they tried to steal our food. Dai Lian's words struck a nerve in Chu Feng, especially since they had been through life and death together. They attacked us because we wouldn't give them food. Everyone's just trying to survive, so we can't say who's right or wrong. But we're so strong. Couldn't we have just knocked them out? Dai Lian replied matter-of-factly. Knock them out. Chu Feng was taken aback at first, then scoffed. Those words were foreign to him. With all those survivors desperately trying to snatch his food, he was supposed to just knock them out. Are you kidding? Anyone who's truly lived through the apocalypse knows that stealing someone's food is like killing their parents or defiling their family. Such people deserve to die 10 times over, let alone a mere knockout. But now that things had reached this point, there was no use in saying anything more. That bastard Lu Yu had planned everything out before he left. Unless he was willing to share his food with the survivors and rally them to confront Lu Yu hidden at the main gate, there was no way to break the deadlock. But could he win over these survivors? No. These people were grateful to Lu Yu and only harbored hatred for him. Was there any food near the main gate? No. There was some outside the school, sure, but that area was also swarming with monsters. Without food, leading these survivors along would just be a death sentence. Bastard. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and scanned his teammates. This is all Lu Yu's doing, can't you see that? Hearing this, the others not only failed to see it, but furrowed their brows in confusion. Is Chu Feng losing his mind? He's the one who killed them, yet he's saying Lu Yu planned it. What? What kind of logic is that? Even if Lu Yu planned it, he did actually save so many people. Wang Chao Maoyan. Lu Yu looked at them. If you're not going to fight, then get lost. This guy seems to have gone mad. Oh, okay, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, we're leaving now. Damn you, Lu Yu will kill you first. Kid, you'll have to get through me first. Wei Jianjun, get out of the way. Hey, Shuai, bite him. It was a morning more than 10 days after the apocalypse began. Deep within Yinxing University, the surrounding monsters had mostly been cleared away. Yet today the stench of blood here was exceptionally thick. At the dormitory entrance, over a dozen corpses lay scattered in disarray. Blood pooled across the ground. Soon this scent of gore would surely attract a horde of monsters. However, Chu Feng no longer cared about such matters now. For in his eyes there was but a single target to kill Lu Yu. That scum Lu Yu had robbed him of everything he knew. His powerful comrade from his past life, Wei Jianjun. His soulmate from his past life, Yin Yun. The legendary divine weapon from his past life. And the secret realm treasures of this life. All of it, every last bit should have been his. But now, all of this had become that bastard's. And not only that, after seeing him, this fiend had deliberately set a trap for him. A trap he currently had no way to break. This trap had turned everyone against him. Even his own teammates. That bastard Lu Yu was utterly hypocritical and disgustingly vile. Seeing Dai Lian, Wang Chao and the others retreating into the distance, rage surged within Chu Feng. Though he knew he might no longer be a match for Lu Yu, he had no other choice. Across from Chu Feng, Wei Jianjun, though puzzled as to how Chu Feng knew his name, was certain he had never met this person before. In his mind, the man before him had likely awakened some special ability that allowed him to read people's information. It didn't mean he actually knew him, so he didn't dwell on it. Seeing Chu Feng approach, Wei Jianjun stepped forward without a second thought. The two clashed once more. Wei Jianjun, get out of my way. You're aiding a tyrant. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Damn it. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, nearly blurting out the truth. But his remaining sanity held him back. If he revealed his rebirth at this moment, he'd likely be branded a lunatic. So with no other recourse, he steeled himself for a final desperate struggle. Who was stronger, Chu Feng or Wei Jianjun? In terms of enhancement level, they were evenly matched, both at the high tier of the Black Iron rank. However, Chu Feng was injured. Wei Jianjun, a retired Special Forces soldier, possessed inherently superior strength and agility compared to an average person. Thus, in raw physical attributes, Wei Jianjun held a distinct advantage. But regarding combat skills honed over a decade in the apocalypse, Chu Feng surpassed Wei Jianjun, who was new to this world. Despite losing several days of growth, Chu Feng could still fight him to a standstill. However, Lu Ye's side wasn't just Wei Jianjun. He also had a bronze-tier dog and a bronze-tier monkey. As He Shui joined the fray, Chu Feng quickly began to show signs of defeat. Bang! Dodging the mutant canine's attack, Chu Feng was sent flying by a punch from Wei Jianjun. After landing and steadying himself, Chu Feng didn't pause. He casually rubbed his wounded area and charged back into the fray. In this kind of battle, if it were a unknown duel, Chu Feng as the protagonist would have a high chance of victory against anyone or anything. But now facing both Wei Jianjun and a low-tier bronze mutant dog simultaneously, he was beginning to struggle. Fortunately, a protagonist is after all a protagonist. Even when pushed to the brink by Lu Yu, he still had the strength to fight. As the battle reached its climax, Chu Feng dodged another attack from He Shui and used his axe to force Wei Jianjun back. Then without hesitation, he planted his right foot to the side and crossed his arms. Bastards, if you want to fight, it'll be your huckleberry. Boom. The moment Chu Feng crossed his arms, his entire aura began to surge violently. His clothes and hair rustled without any wind. It was as if a massive amount of energy was swirling around him. At that very moment, two lizardmen attracted by the thick scent of blood emerged from the nearby woods. Lizardmen. Oh no, this is bad. Quick run. Seeing this, the other survivors fled towards the dormitory building without a second thought. The stench of blood here was so strong that if monsters had already appeared, more would only continue to come. So they ran without any hesitation. Seeing the two lizardmen, Lu Yu standing beside Li Wanning narrowed his eyes. Teacher Li, you should head back to the dormitory as well. Oh, alright. Li Wanning stood up, then thought of something. But Lu Yu Shinbin. At a time like this, you're still worried about others. Lu Yu frowned, glancing around with growing impatience. If you want to die, I can grant you that wish right now. Go. Lu Yu suddenly barked. Li Wanning flinched. As if waking from a dream, she looked at Lu Yu, then at Shinbin, and finally bit her lip hard. Fine, I'm leaving. With that, she turned without lingering and rushed towards the dormitory. Wanning, you can't leave. Watching Li Wanning's retreating figure, Shinbin couldn't believe his eyes. Having survived these many days of apocalypse as an elite, he had adapted faster than others. He trusted no one, not even Lu Yu. The reason he had come here with Li Wanning was simply that he didn't want to see the woman he loved have any chance of being touched by other men. The moment he saw Chu Feng step forward, he instinctively moved to intercept. Who knew that in this apocalypse weakness was the original sin? He couldn't withstand a single kick from Chu Feng. Shinbin knew all too well what an injury like his meant in this apocalyptic environment. But seeing Li Wanning turn away, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Lu Yu, what the hell do you mean? Seeing Li Wanning leave, Shinbin clutched his chest and cursed at Lu Yu. Why did you make Wanning leave? Lu Yu just glanced at him, ignoring him, and refocused his gaze on Chu Feng, who had suddenly erupted with power. Xiao Jin, go help out now. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Jin chattered, and upon receiving the command scurried towards Chu Feng with all its limbs. This Chu Feng, truly worthy of being a protagonist. Even on the verge of death, he could still pull off a power-up. Chu Feng had somehow used some method to elevate his combat prowess by more than just a level. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his skin and eyes turned a deep crimson. He looked like a berserk monster. He Shui was wounded, and even Wei Jianjun was being suppressed. Lu Yu dared not be careless. He quickly ordered Xiao Jin to join the fight, while tightening his grip on the Qinggang's sword. Damn it, Lu Yu, you bastard, answer my question. Seeing Lu Yu's cold, dismissive demeanor, Shinbin's anger flared up. During this time, he had been living quite comfortably within Lu Yu's team. Not only did he have food and drink, but everyone treated him with respect. This kind of life had made him forget Lu Yu's strength and the fact that Lu Yu was the core of the team. What did you say? Hearing Shinbin's angry outburst, Lu Yu's eyes turned icy as he slightly turned his head towards him. It was just a normal turn, but his usually clear eyes now held not a trace of emotion. There was only killing intent. I was asking why you made Wanting leave. Sensing the danger in Lu Yu's gaze, Shinbin quickly changed his tune. No. I'm asking what was that second thing you said? I. Seeing Lu Yu ask this with a cold expression, Shinbin broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did he remember that this young man before him not only killed monsters with terrifying efficiency, but had also killed people before. Lu Yu. I was just flustered, I didn't mean it. Swish. Before Shinbin could finish his sentence, a glint of cold light flashed across his neck. Immediately after, Shinbin clutched his throat, staring at Lu Yu in utter disbelief. Blood gushed rapidly from between his fingers. What? Due to prolonged dehydration and his severed throat, his voice was hoarse and broken. He couldn't understand why a single careless insult would cost him his life. A smart guy like you should be able to figure it out, right? Lu Yu's reminder struck Shinbin like a thunderbolt. Wanting. It's Wanting. So you also had feelings for Wanting. Your purpose was to protect her while stirring up conflict between you all and Chu Feng. Why else do you think I'd keep a leech like you around? Lu Yu didn't look at Shinbin. Instead, he sneered and turned his head towards Chu Feng, who was unleashing devastating power on the battlefield. now that you're useless. Rest in peace. Chu Feng's severe injuries that just killed you will avenge you for that. After uttering those words, Lu Yu paid no further heed to Shen Bin. He gripped the Qin Gang sword tightly, ready to seize any opportunity to eliminate Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Shen Bin, hidden beside the thicket, had no strength left to call for help. His vision blurred, and his body grew increasingly weary. Each drop of blood seeping from his neck drained away his strength and warmth. As his body turned colder, Shen Bin's life came to an end. With eyes wide open, he stared in the direction Lu Yu had gone, his face etched with unconcealed resentment. His death was clearly one of utter defiance. Though he had never trusted Lu Yu, he never imagined Lu Yu would kill him, overly wanting. He was unwilling, deeply unwilling. But he was no protagonist. There would be no second chance for him. Oh my God! How could this be? Gazing at the scene below, Qiao Monli and the other 3 women crouched behind the balcony, stifling their gasps. Due to the mutation of flora and fauna, the plants and trees had grown extraordinarily lush. Since Shen Bin had been kicked by Chu Feng into the overgrown greenery, others hadn't seen Lu Yu kill him, but they had. He actually killed the man who was with Teacher Li. First Chu Feng kills so many, and now Lu Yu. What is happening to this world? The women were petrified. Even Xiao Monli couldn't help but tremble. Seeing monsters kill was one thing, but witnessing a human kill another was entirely different. They had been terrified when the survivors ambushed Chu Feng, and he slaughtered them all, but that at least arose from a conflict between the two parties. But now, what was the deal with Lu Yu and Shen Bin? Why did Lu Yu kill Shen Bin? Xiao Monli and the others were utterly baffled. At the heart of the battlefield, Chu Feng was locked in a fierce battle against Wei Jianjun, Xiao Jin, and He Shuai. In his berserk state, he had lost most of his pain sensation, and his attributes had soared. Fighting 1 against 3, he was only at a slight disadvantage. Witnessing this, even Lu Yu had to admit this was truly protagonist-like. A black iron high-rank fighter facing 2 bronze low-rank mutated beasts, and a close combat black iron high-rank esper was still only slightly losing. Whoosh! Thud! Lu Yu didn't have time to overthink. Spotting an opening, he hurled a wind blade at Chu Feng's back. Chu Feng, who seemed like a war god, couldn't withstand a long-range sneak attack from a 4th opponent. He was sent flying by Lu Yu's wind blade. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the ground. The blade carved a long gash across his back, and blood quickly stained the back of his clothes. Seeing this, Xiao Jin pressed the advantage. Bang! 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 Catching up to Chu Feng, he delivered 3 erratic strikes, hitting Chu Feng's chest and abdomen. He Shuai followed closely, its bloodied maw filled with fangs clamping down on Chu Feng's wrist that held the axe. The ferocious dog's relentless biting caused him unbearable agony. Chu Feng let out a pained cry. Clearly, his berserk ability had reached its limit. With no other choice, Chu Feng wildly swung his right arm, trying to shake He Shuai off. But He Shuai was a mutated beast who, once it bit down its grip, was unyielding. So his flailing only worsened the wound on his wrist. It was only because Chu Feng's body was enhanced, and he was in a berserk state, that his wrist wasn't completely torn off. Otherwise his wrist would have been snapped. Time to die. As Chu Feng struggled, Lu Yu's icy voice suddenly rang out. Then Chu Feng saw a gleaming silver sword thrusting towards him from the front. It was so fast. In his current state, there was no way to dodge. Thud! The Qin Gang's sword pierced through his body. As Chu Feng gripped the blade with his left hand, fresh wounds, internal injuries, and the berserk aftereffects all flared up simultaneously. Ugh! He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The crimson fluid sprayed onto Lu Yu's Qin Gang sword, slowly trickling down its silver blade. His flushed skin and eyes gradually returned to normal. Had the berserk state been forcibly interrupted by Lu Yu? Huff huff, I never thought this kid would be this strong. Seeing Chu Feng's condition return to normal, devoid of any will to fight, Wei Jianjun, panting heavily, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought he was quite formidable. He never expected these young people nowadays to be stronger than each other. It was one thing for Lu Yu to be powerful. After joining his team, he knew Lu Yu had awakened an esper ability and had acquired treasures from the so-called secret realm. But this Chu Feng was truly unexpected. Yeah, he really is quite strong. Whoosh! A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, Lu Yu pulled the Qin Gang sword out. Chu Feng's body convulsed, blood gushing from the wound. The ability Chu Feng had just used could be considered an ultimate move. However, it was merely a defensive life-staking skill. Its duration was short, and its side effects were severe. If he had used it at the start of the battle and managed to kill his opponent, fine. But if the enemy avoided fighting while his ultimate was active, and then attacked once it wore off, he'd be in trouble. That's why Chu Feng hadn't used it in the secret realm, as he wasn't confident he could kill Lu Yu. Now unable to flee and fighting for his life, he used it without regard for the consequences. Unfortunately, Lu Yu's side had too many high-level combatants. 4 against 1, coupled with Lu Yu's killing intent. Even with his power surge, it was futile. Finally, is it over? The weakened Chu Feng had no strength left to resist. Even though the mutated dog still had its jaws clamped on his arm, he lacked the energy to struggle. He stared at the sky, his face etched with despair. Chu Feng, do you have any last words? I didn't expect to lose to you again. Chu Feng, enduring the intense pain, looked at Lu Yu. Seeing no expression on Lu Ye's face and no intention to speak, his smile turned bitter. There was despair in that smile, but no regret. For under the circumstances, having no way to escape, he had done everything within his power. He had tried his best. So he had no regrets. You've also been reborn, haven't you? Chu Feng suddenly asked. Reborn? Lu Yu was momentarily stunned, then smiled knowingly. He glanced at Wei Jianjun, then pointed at Wang Chao and the others. Old Wei, please go settle those lads over there. Yes, Master Lu. Wei Jianjun understood that the ensuing conversation wasn't for his ears. Without hesitation, he stretched his arms and walked over to Wang Chao and the group. Lu Ye's 2 battle pets were also injured. Hei Shui had a gash on its flank, bleeding profusely, and Xiao Jin had a wound from an axe. At Lu Ye's signal, they went off to recover by consuming corpses. Chu Feng, oh Chu Feng, it's no surprise you came to that conclusion. Seeing Chu Feng in this state, Lu Yu was in no hurry. So, you're not reborn. Hearing this, Chu Feng was taken aback. Subconsciously, he had assumed Lu Yu was a reborn individual. How else could Lu Yu have gotten so many advantages? However, Wei Jianjun's presence had made him doubt that. Now Lu Ye's words seemed to prove he truly wasn't reborn. That's not for you to know. Since you're about to die, it hardly matters. Chu Feng. Forget it, why am I saying so much? Let's end this. Villains die from talking too much, especially when facing a protagonist. So despite wanting to say more, Lu Yu dared not waste another word, and drove the Qin Gang's sword straight into Chu Feng's heart. Chu Feng had no trump cards left. Cornered and helpless, he couldn't even move to avoid the fatal blow. Thud! The metal pierced his flesh, making Chu Feng's eyes widen in shock. But then a flicker of relief appeared in his gaze. For him, being reborn had been a joyous occasion. But having his opportunities stolen and being hunted relentlessly, what was the point of such a rebirth? The feeling of since he was born, why was Liang also born? Perhaps described it perfectly. But now, he no longer had to worry about growing stronger or surviving. Nothing in this world mattered to him anymore. So this is the feeling of death. As Lu Yu withdrew the Qin Gang sword once more, Chu Feng's life came to its end. Unlike Shin Bin, he did not die with resentment. He simply maintained a bitter smile as he slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Chu Feng and acquiring his talent ability Sacred Body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Chu Feng, obtaining Chu Feng's innate ability Sacred Body, and Chu Feng's personal combat skills Berserker Modified Spirit, Gathering Step, Focused Battle Method, Axe Hammer Mastery Advanced, and Combat Techniques Top Tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill of a protagonist, obtaining the villain's I Special Evolution and a Combat Skill Selection Privilege X1. A cascade of system notification sounds left Lu Yu dazzled. Killing the protagonist would allow Lu Yu to acquire his abilities. This was something Lu Yu already knew. But a first kill reward, that was something he hadn't been aware of. Moreover, upon seeing Chu Feng's innate ability, Lu Yu couldn't help but be taken aback. Sacred Body. What was that? Why did the name sound so formidable? Chu Feng, to be honest, didn't give Lu Yu the impression of being particularly powerful. Aside from some combat experience and knowledge from a later era, only that berserk ability seemed somewhat impressive. The rest weren't really worth mentioning. But now seeing that Chu Feng possessed an innate ability called Sacred Body, Lu Yu was genuinely puzzled. Boom. As he was pondering, a massive surge of memories and energy suddenly erupted from within his consciousness. It quickly merged into his mind. Lu Yu didn't have time to think about anything else. He hurriedly crouched down, clutching his head. These memories were about Chu Feng's combat skills and some martial techniques from a later era. This energy, however, was the power of Chu Feng's Sacred Body. The memories weren't extensive, and given his current mental strength, Lu Yu could absorb them quickly. But the energy of the Sacred Body felt exceptionally unique to him. After an unknown amount of time, when Lu Yu came to his senses and looked back at the Sacred Body in his system, he was utterly dumbfounded. Damn! Just how ridiculously overpowered was Chu Feng's cheat. Sacred Body, upon evolving to its ultimate form, one can achieve immortality and cannot be killed by any weapon below the level of a divine artifact. Lu Ye's system had a skill bar. After killing Chu Feng, all the acquired skills appeared on this bar. To be honest, Chu Feng hadn't seemed all that strong to Lu Yu. Although he could fight 3 opponents at once when berserk and had 2 mutated beasts both at the early bronze rank, even higher level than him, defeating enemies above one's own rank was a normal occurrence for a protagonist, wasn't it? So when Lu Yu saw Chu Feng take on 3, though slightly surprised, he wasn't at all shocked. Instead, after killing him, he felt Chu Feng was somewhat weak. But when Lu Yu saw that Chu Feng's innate skill was Sacred Body, he was genuinely stunned. Even with his villain's heart, his heart couldn't help but pound violently. Because this skill couldn't be described merely as strong. It was absurdly overpowered. Not only could it grant immortality, but it also made one immune to weapons below the level of a divine artifact. Lu Yu suspected that even Chu Feng himself had no idea how incredibly powerful he was. Phew. Lu Yu let out a long breath, forcing himself to calm down. Because he noticed the most crucial words in this innate skills description. It needed to be strengthened to its ultimate form. After calming down, Lu Yu didn't dwell on it, and hurriedly continued reading. After some research, Lu Yu basically confirmed that this was indeed a BU-level skill. Although it possessed no offensive power, its regenerative capabilities were astonishingly immense. The sacred body would gradually manifest different recovery effects as its enhancement level increased. At the very beginning, the Black Iron tier already granted a considerable boost to recovery. This recovery would accelerate wound healing, slowly restore the epidermis, and automatically eliminate soft tissue hyperplasia. In other words, no matter how severe your wound was, a simple stitch would restore the wound to its original state, leaving no scar behind. Bronze tier recovery continues to strengthen, granting immunity to corpse poison of the same rank. Silver tier recovery keeps strengthening and can continuously restore stamina. Gold tier regeneration of severed limbs. Dark gold tier automatic repair of internal organs. At this point, Lu Yu was at a loss for words. If Chu Feng had been allowed to keep developing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. All he could say was the protagonist is overpowered, no explanation needed. The fluttering sound of a scythe mantis wings snapped Lu Yu back to reality. He quickly glanced around, noticing that more and more monsters attracted by the scent of blood were gathering. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted towards Wei Jianjun. Old Wei, retreat. Got it. Just head to the dormitory building next door. Understood. Lu Yu was about to evacuate when he suddenly noticed the bag Chu Feng had dropped on the ground before the fight. He quickly grabbed it, then called his 2 battle pets and sprinted towards the dormitory building where Qiao Manli was. Dai Lian and the others had originally wanted to save Chu Feng. After all, no matter how extreme his actions had been, he had once saved them. But they hadn't developed their powers yet. Compared to top-tier awakened ones like Lu Yu and Chu Feng, there was a significant gap in their strength. So they couldn't intervene in the battle. Seeing that Chu Feng was dead, they felt a pang of sorrow and thought that no matter what, they should at least retrieve his body and give him a proper burial. However, the increasing number of monsters quickly dissuaded them from that idea. They hurriedly followed Wei Jianjun and hid inside the dormitory building Chu Feng had previously occupied. Having eliminated Chu Feng, the heavy weight on Lu Ye's heart was finally lifted. He felt completely at ease. Even his running speed was 2 points faster than usual. He casually found a room to hide in. Lu Yu let out a long breath, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He promptly began inspecting the other abilities he had just acquired. Villain's Eye Special Evolution. Congratulations on eliminating the first protagonist of your life. The Villain's Eye Special Evolution is a first kill reward. With it, you can more clearly identify your hunting targets and better discover awakened individuals with potential. Your Villain's Eye can now designate male protagonists and read all their character relationships and plot lines. Your Villain's Eye has increased the betrayal rate limit it can see in humans from 30 to 50 and can now see their ability types and characteristics. In other words, you can now read the information of strangers. Note, if the betrayal rate limit your Villain's Eye can read is already 50, this ability will be strengthened to 80. If it's already 80, it will be strengthened to 100. Chu Feng was the first protagonist Lu Yu had eliminated. After killing him, besides Chu Feng's abilities, the system granted 2 first kill rewards. One of them was this Villain's Eye. The skill description was a bit lengthy. To summarize, there were 2 main points. First, Lu Yu could now use these eyes to determine if someone was a protagonist and read their storylines. Second, he could see the 50 betrayal rate, meaning he could see the personal attributes of strangers. Does the first point mean there are going to be other protagonists? Well, Lu Yu had somewhat anticipated this. Although the setting of having multiple protagonists in one world was a bit odd. If there were only one Chu Feng, it would be too boring. However, this ability to identify male protagonists and read their storylines was indeed crucial. As for the second point, that was even more impressive. He could now see the personal attributes and ability characteristics of strangers. In other words, as long as the other person didn't harbor hostility towards him, he could know what ability they had awakened and how to use that ability. With this power, he could better discover other overlooked awakened individuals. TSK. Not bad, not bad. Combat Skill Selection Privilege. This is also a first kill reward. Let's try using it. The Villain's Eye from the first kill reward was incredibly useful, making Lu Yu eager to use the other first kill reward immediately. Didn't you have successfully used the Combat Skill Selection Privilege? Please choose one of the following abilities. 1 Combat Skill Max Level. 2 Swordsmanship Mastery Max Level. Lu Yu. Looking at these 2 skills, Lu Yu could only say one thing. Damn. I'm about to soar again, huh? Why did I say again? Having eliminated Chu Feng, Lu Yu not only acquired his abilities, but also received 2 first kill rewards from the system. Combined, these rewards elevated Lu Ye's strength to a qualitatively new level. From this perspective, Chu Feng, the so-called protagonist, seemed more like a trial arranged by the system for Lu Yu, or perhaps a probationary period. Passing it would grant Lu Yu full status as a truly powerful villain. Previously, Lu Yu could only rely on the initial plot and character cards provided by the system to understand Chu Feng and devise a series of strategies. But now, not only could he directly access the protagonist's profile and related storylines, but he could also locate awakened powerhouses amidst the masses and build his own faction. Was this the difference between an intern and a full-time employee? At this thought, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, then unhesitatingly chose the max-level sword mastery. According to the system, combat skills were divided into 5 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and max level. He now had 2 max-level options: combat and swordsmanship. Killing Chu Feng had already granted him a top-tier combat skill. Choosing max-level combat again would only result in redundancy. So picking max-level sword mastery was a no-brainer. Swordsmanship, not something like sword chi, but the techniques of wielding a blade. Feeling the flood of muscle memory and sword forms surging into his mind, Lu Yu even believed that if he had a semi-flexible sword in hand right now, he could execute exquisite swordplay as brilliant as the 9 swords of solitude. Much. Crunch, crunch. Outside, after Lu Yu and Wei Jianjun had retreated, the monsters drawn by the scent of blood had gathered in droves. Mantis-like creatures and lizards feasted on the corpses with grating, chilling sounds. Xin Bin was dead, killed by Lu Yu. Lu Yu hadn't originally planned to kill him, with no personal grudge between them. Leaving the severely injured man to die on his own would have sufficed. But Xin Bin's insult, calling him a bastard, had ignited an uncontrollable murderous intent within Lu Yu. So he killed him outright, no explanation needed. Chu Feng was also dead, likewise slain by Lu Yu. Chu Feng, selfish and self-serving, had killed so many people. His actions had long bred resentment and fear among the other survivors. By killing him, Lu Yu not only faced no blame, but instead appeared as the righteous party upholding justice. Moreover, the two were destined rivals by heaven's design. So Lu Yu's killing of him was beyond reproach. Meanwhile, Li Wanning was on the 2nd floor of Chao Manli's dormitory. When Lu Yu had killed Xin Bin, she was seeking a hiding spot, and thus unaware of the act. After finding an empty room and hiding inside, she witnessed Lu Yu kill Chu Feng and also saw him abandon Xin Bin. By the time Lu Yu rushed over with Chu Feng's backpack, the monsters were already gnawing on the corpses of Chu Feng and Xin Bin. They tore and ripped with savage ferocity, a bloody, brutal scene. Knock, knock, knock. Using the sensing jade pendant, Lu Yu precisely located Li Wanning's position. He gently knocked on the door. Li Wanning froze for a moment, then approached the door and asked cautiously, Is that Lu Yu? It's me. Click. The door opened. After entering, Lu Yu ordered his 2 battle beasts to guard outside and shut the door. Teacher Li, I'm sorry. Xin Bin was beyond saving, so. Though he was certain Li Wanning hadn't seen him kill Xin Bin, he still had to say the words. It's fine, Lu Yu. I understand. Li Wanning's emotions were incredibly low, yet she didn't blame Lu Yu, having witnessed too much life and death during this period. She knew Lu Yu wouldn't risk himself for a stranger. Besides, Xin Bin was already dead. What point was there in blaming him? I'm glad you understand. Lu Yu. Lu Yu slowly looked up as a remarkably soft body suddenly threw itself into his arms. Whoa, Lu Yu. What? Why did it come to this? Li Wanning sobbed uncontrollably against his shoulder. Gone was her usual stern, expressionless demeanor. She paid no heed to the difference in their statuses. All that remained was a woman whose spirit had completely shattered. During the days Lu Yu had been away, she had endured far too much. Chu Feng's selfishness in withholding food from everyone. Survivors falling ill and dying from starvation. Others ambushing Chu Feng for food only to be slaughtered by him. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses littered the ground. When Chu Feng approached her and asked if she wanted to live, she felt as if her very soul had been struck, leaving her utterly lost. Then Lu Yu returned in time. Chu Feng was killed, Xin Bin met a brutal end. These events shattered the worldview she had built since childhood. She simply couldn't hold it together anymore. They're all dead. They're all dead. Feeling the soft, trembling body in his arms, a smile curled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. He stored the Qinggang's sword into his ring and placed his right hand on her back. He said nothing, simply savoring the sensation of Li Wanning's body against his. After what felt like an eternity, her emotions subsided. Suddenly aware of the impropriety of their position, she quickly pulled away. I'm sorry, Lu Yu, No need for apologies. Lu Yu cut her off and walked over to sit on the bed nearby. You've endured since the first day of the apocalypse and only cried now. That's already stronger than most women. Is that so? Li Wanning's spirits remained low. But Lu Yu, they're all dead. They're all. Enough, Teacher Li. This is the apocalypse. Death is common. You should adapt to it as soon as possible. Teacher Li, I have a question for you now. What question? Li Wanning removed her glasses and wiped her tears. Do you still want to live? Lu Yu looked seriously at the beautiful university professor before him. Did she still want to live? For anyone else, the answer would come without a second thought. But for the old Li Wanning, it wasn't so simple. Because she was a university teacher and Lu Yu was a student. Admitting to her own student that she wanted to survive Those words simply wouldn't leave her mouth. But now, Li Wanning hesitated, then bit her lip. Lu Yu, that's not what you really want to ask, is it? You guessed it. Yes. Lu Yu admitted openly. Back at the hotel you kept avoiding me, so I knew you'd figured it out. But it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal anyway. A fair maiden is a gentleman's pursuit. With looks like yours, it's only natural that a normal man would be drawn to you. I won't hide it from you. I want to take you with me, but on one condition. You must become my woman. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Li Wanning was stunned. She never expected that Lu Yu would directly lay his cards on the table in such a situation. So much had just happened outside. After spending time together, she had developed a rather favorable impression of him. Young, handsome, dashing, courageous, powerful, and capable. Such a man is indeed the Prince Charming in every woman's heart. However, admiration is one thing, being together is entirely another. They not only had differences in age and status, but he also had a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Li Wanning had to temporarily set aside her feelings of sadness. Lu Yu, I appreciate your affection, but we are not suitable for each other. What makes us unsuitable? Lu Yu frowned slightly. Now the outside world has become a survival of the fittest. A powerful man having multiple wives is quite normal. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you about this. Oh, just tell me the answer directly. Must it be this way? Yes. What if I refuse? Li Wanning looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression, tentatively asking. Refuse. Hearing this, Lu Yu's lips curled up, and he did not rush to answer her. Instead, he slowly stood up and walked in front of Li Wanning. Due to their height difference, she instinctively took a step back. Just as she wanted to say something, Lu Yu's next words left her stunned. Then I will personally end your life. With the apocalypse descending, everything would be determined by strength. Whoever has the bigger fist has the power to speak. Thus, in this seemingly deserted place, Lu Yu straightforwardly expressed his intentions. However, before killing Li Wanning, Lu Yu had to ensure that he did what needed to be done first. After all, why would he go through all this trouble just to kill Chu Feng? That would indeed be a loss. He looked at the exceptionally handsome young man before him, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Li Wanning was a bit panicked. Not only because of the meaning behind Lu Yu's words, but also because in her entire life, it was the first time she had been held like this by another man. Even when she had been crying on his shoulder, just now she hadn't felt this way. Will you really kill me? Li Wanning found it hard to believe, her body trembling involuntarily. She didn't know if it was due to nervousness or fear. Or perhaps it was the nervousness that led to fear. Of course, Lu Yu showed no concern for Li Wanning's emotions. Instead, he wore a wicked smile and lifted her chin with his right hand. The woman I set my sights on is absolutely not allowed to be touched by other men. Since you are unwilling to come with me, I have no choice but to kill you. Lu Yu's words were shocking, leaving Li Wanning momentarily at a loss. Looking at the stunning face so close to him, Lu Yu could not hold back and kissed her directly. Li Wanning's mind was still in a daze, so she didn't immediately pull away. Feeling the warmth from her cracked lips, her mind went completely blank. Throughout her life, she had never experienced what it felt like to be kissed by a man. To her surprise, she was now being kissed by a boy so much younger than herself. Upon realizing this, Li Wanning instinctively wanted to push Lu Yu away. However, to her surprise, Lu Yu was quicker and let go of her first. What are you doing? How many days has it been since you drank water? Why are your lips so dry? After all, Li Wanning was a woman and had her hair tied up. She had only been here for 5 days. Thus her scent was considerably better than that of Qiao Manli. However, those cracked lips were indeed unsatisfactory to Lu Yu. Li Wanning instinctively wanted to answer, but suddenly realized something was off. Had Lu Yu really just kissed her? It must be right. Why didn't she push him away? Was it out of fear? And he kissed her, yet he was complaining about her dry lips, taking advantage of her, and then acting innocent. Before she could think much more, Lu Yu had already handed her an open bottle of mineral water. Here, drink some water first. Li Wanning wanted to refute something, but since the day after she arrived, she hadn't really eaten. She hadn't even had any water. The only thing she had was some food from Wei Jianjun last night. So right now she was indeed in dire need of food and water. Seeing the water Lu Yu handed over, she didn't bother to dwell on his earlier excessive behavior. She took the mineral water and drank it directly. Gulp gulp. The sound of her drinking became the only noise in the entire room. After finishing the water, she capped the bottle. Lu Yu naturally handed over 2 packs of bread. Be my woman, and I will protect you. The calm voice made Li Wanning freeze, holding the bottle of mineral water. She found it hard to imagine the words "I will protect you" coming from a student much younger than herself. Yet when Lu Yu said this, there was no sense of incongruity. He not only had this capability, but she also subconsciously began to view Lu Yu as her support. However, Li Wanning had originally been intended to be the female lead for Chu Feng, but Lu Yu had recognized her before Chu Feng. She recalled the various difficulties and dangers they had faced together during this time. In fact, Li Wanning had subconsciously begun to agree. But her deeply ingrained beliefs made it hard for her to accept the notion of a man having multiple wives, especially since she was the third party. Thus she hesitated. However, this time Lu Yu did not give her much time to think. The other party did not directly refuse, instead, she was hesitating. This was clearly on the verge of wanting to agree, but feeling embarrassed to do so. At this moment, with a bit of courage, the other party could easily be persuaded. Understanding this, Lu Yu, without saying a word, tossed the food aside and pulled her back into his embrace. This time, not only did he kiss her, but his hands also. This was something Lu Yu had thought about for a long time, but had never had the chance to do. Now he finally achieved his desire. This feeling. Li Wanning was completely bewildered by Lu Yu's boldness. She was caught off guard. Her mind had been blank just now, so she hadn't had time to push Lu Yu away. But this time, although she was aware, she still didn't push Lu Yu away. She merely grabbed his hand, symbolically resisting. She didn't even know why she was acting this way. Was it fear of Lu Yu killing her? No, absolutely not. Having witnessed the brutal scenes of the apocalypse, she was not as terrified of death as she had imagined. This much Li Wanning was certain. But if it wasn't fear, then what could it be? Did she really like this boy who remained calm in the face of the apocalypse from beginning to end? During her contemplation, Lu Yu let go of her once again. Huff huff. After holding her breath for too long, her brain felt a bit deprived of oxygen, and once Lu Yu released her, she hurriedly gasped for air. As her chest rose and fell dramatically, Lu Yu's teasing voice once again reached her ears. Come on, call me husband, and let me hear it. Husband? Li Wanning was stunned, disbelief written all over her face. Even though she was still held in Lu Yu's arms, she hadn't even agreed to this yet. Was he really being so presumptuous? Yes. Lu Yu replied without hesitation, catching Li Wanning completely off guard. Wait, Lu Yu, can you give me some time to adjust? Calling you husband right away just feels. Li Wanning couldn't finish her sentence. Not only had her recent experiences left her grief unresolved, but in her mind the word husband carried immense weight. She hadn't even agreed to be with him, and he was already expecting her to call him that. What a joke. There was no way she could say it. What Li Wanning failed to notice was that despite being older than Lu Yu and his university professor, she subconsciously regarded him as an equal or even a superior. But then again, who could blame her? Lu Yu's performance since the apocalypse began had been nothing short of extraordinary. Fine, no problem. Lu Yu agreed readily. But what do you think you should call me? Although Li Wanning hadn't explicitly consented, she hadn't refused either. Instead, she was negotiating terms. Wasn't that practically the same as agreeing? So Lu Yu was in high spirits, not caring in the slightest about the form of address. They'll just call you Lu Yu for now, Li Wanning said after a moment's thought. And I think we should discuss this with Yin first. Hearing this, Lu Yu found her reasoning sound. However, you have a point, but Lu Yu won't do. It's too distant. Just call me by my name, and he'll continue to call you Teacher Li. Teacher. It had a certain flavor to it. That works too. As long as she wasn't forced to use intimate terms right away, Li Wanning was fine with anything. Getting his answer, Lu Yu let the matter go. He placed the 2 slices of bread back into Li Wanning's hands, then pulled out more food from Chu Feng's backpack and handed it to her. He also took a closer look at her information. Name Li Wanning. Age, 27. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 106 pounds. Betrayal rate, 26. Vitality, 10. Spirit, 13. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Enhancement level, none. Ability level, special class, Enchanter, Black Iron, Initiate. This was the information Lu Yu saw with his evolved villain's eye. I knew the female lead of the apocalypse wouldn't be just a pretty face, but an enchanter. And not a bad class. After its evolution, Lu Yu's villains, I could not only see the abilities and stats of strangers, but also the characteristics of their abilities. Because Li Wanning hadn't seen Lu Yu kill Shin Bin, her betrayal rate was only 26. As for her enchanter class, awakened ones who awaken as enchanters are similar to awakened ones like Shirley or Tong Ninghao. They can't strengthen themselves with crystal cores, and their physical fitness isn't much better than an ordinary person's. But they can use this ability to enhance the power of equipment, weapons, armor rings, and so on. However, this ability only works on equipment that already possesses special power. It won't work on ordinary gear. Moreover, enchanting equipment requires not only a certain level of ability for the enchanter, but also some special materials. Just like Tong Ninghao the Forger, the materials used determine the resulting effect and success rate of the enchantment. The enchanter's level also affects the power and success rate of the enchantment. In short, the higher the enchanter's talent and level, and the better the materials, the more impressive the result and success rate. Li Wanning currently has no idea she is an enchanter. This is because an enchanter only discovers their power upon coming into contact with such special equipment. It's the same as how Yin only learned of her perception ability after touching a monster's corpse. Li Wanning had never once touched a piece of special equipment. So she still believes she's just an ordinary person. After giving Li Wanning the food, Lu Yu didn't make any further moves. After all, she had tacitly accepted their relationship, so there was no need to rush. Besides, Li Wanning's mental state hadn't fully recovered yet. So, getting a little handsy was enough for now. He could wait until they left the school and return to the base for a shower before enjoying himself properly. However, just as Lu Yu was contemplating Li Wanning's enchanter class, 3 kilometers north of the Rhine Hotel. Bang! At the entrance to a fifth-floor apartment in a small building, Wang Xun, a man of short stature, but usually arrogant and domineering, was knocked to the ground by a blow from Xiao Fan's club. During this time, besides searching for supplies and hunting zombies for crystal cores, Xiao Fan spent most of his rest time gathering information on Lu Yu and seeking revenge against Wang Xun. After waiting for so many days, he finally caught Wang Xun coming out to look for food once his supplies ran out. It couldn't be helped. There was always more food at home than at school. Given his current strength, Xiao Fan could have easily broken down the door, but doing so would attract a horde of monsters and provoke fierce resistance from Wang Xun. That would be very disadvantageous for his plan of revenge. So Xiao Fan chose to wait patiently. When Wang Xun, starving, finally emerged from his room, Xiao Fan deliberately walked into his sight, carrying a backpack. Seeing the large bag of food, Wang Xun thought Xiao Fan was a naive fool, easy to trick. So with feigned friendliness and malicious intent, he led him to his doorstep. Little did he expect to be knocked unconscious the moment he opened the door. Xiao Fan was playing the wolf in sheep's clothing. Bang! Xiao Fan dragged Wang Xun inside and shut the door. Seeing her husband being dragged and Zhou Yan, dressed in her pajamas, let out a piercing scream. Shut up! Xiao Fan snapped, turning his head towards Zhou Yan. But his command had no effect. Instead, it only fueled her rage. You hit my husband, he'll fight you. Smack! Before she could even reach him, Xiao Fan delivered a heavy slap across her face. Then Zhou Yan felt her throat being gripped. She tried to struggle, but his strength was overwhelming and her efforts were futile. Soon she couldn't breathe. Want to fight me to the death? Do you even qualify? Xiao Fan sneered, his gaze falling upon Zhou Yan's flimsy pajamas. The summer nightgown was as thin as a cicada's wing. Her graceful figure came into view, stirring his blood. Mrs. Zhou, I never noticed you had such a nice figure. Zhou Yan seemed to sense his intent. She tried to speak, but couldn't utter a word with her throat constricted. Xiao Fan took 2 quick steps and shoved her down onto the sofa. His other hand moved quickly. Weren't you acting all high and mighty? Weren't you setting your dog on me? Today I'm going to finish you off right in front of your husband. Several dozen minutes later, Zhou Yan was covered in bruises, curled up in the corner of the sofa, trembling and staring at Xiao Fan in sheer terror. So this is what it feels like to be the bad guy. What a rush. Xiao Fan straightened his clothes, tossed Wang Xun down the stairs, and let out a wild laugh. This feeling of absolute lawlessness was exhilarating. Next up is you, Lu Yu. Xiao Fan spat out menacingly, then turned his gaze back to Zhou Yan. You? Crawl over here. At Xiao Fan's words, Zhou Yan shuddered involuntarily. Yet she had been thoroughly beaten into submission by him. Despite her injuries, she obediently placed her hands on the ground and crawled slowly towards him. Xiao Fan crouched down, roughly grabbing her chin with his hand, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. If you want to live, you'll wait right here for my return. If I don't see you the moment I'm back, I will find you, and I will make your life a living hell. Understand? You? Understood. Good. Xiao Fan released his grip, nodded with satisfaction, and then left the room with the door key. However, before leaving, he gave Zhou Yan some food and water. After all, his goal was to exact revenge on this woman. If she starved to death, it would be far too dull. Seeing the ham, sausages, rice crackers, and bottled water Xiao Fan had left behind, Zhou Yan hastily tore open the packaging and stuffed the food into her mouth. At this moment, she had completely shed her usual shrewish demeanor. Xiao Fan was even more pleased with this sight. He slung his pre-packed backpack over his shoulder, locked the door, and made his way to the apartment complex's courtyard. He did nothing else but mount a vintage flying pigeon bicycle from the parking shed. In this apocalypse where electricity was useless, what vehicle could be more reliable than this? This right here was the most formidable ride for a man of success. To avoid drawing attention, he took the most secluded route, heading towards the school, riding a bicycle through a horde of monsters. Such an audacious act was probably unmatched by anyone else in the world. Feeling the astonished gazes of the few survivors he passed on this road, a smug smile curled on Xiao Fan's lips. Even if these people knew his abilities, what could they do? They were utterly powerless against him. He relished this feeling of being hated yet untouchable. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Xiao Fan soon cycled to a spot not far from Yenching University. It's only been a few days. Why are there so many more monsters here? Staring at the street ahead, completely blocked by a horde of creatures, Xiao Fan was stunned. The street was still littered with abandoned vehicles. But on the rooftops, in the middle of the road, and inside the buildings lining the street, monsters were everywhere. Scythe mantises stood motionless on the roofs, seemingly asleep. Lizardmen on the ground either basked in the sun or wandered around with the zombies. Occasionally, a small pack of lizardmen would team up, attempting to attack a lone zombie that looked weak. During the past few days, when Xiao Fan wasn't collecting supplies and cores, he spent most of his free time seeking revenge. Getting back at Wang Xun and Zhou Yan hadn't taken much effort. His primary target, however, remained the trio led by Lu Yu. But when he had come to this area, before checking the address from the cake delivery, he hadn't been able to find Lu Yu. He had even asked some of the school survivors, but no one knew where Lu Yu was. After 3 fruitless visits, he had stopped bothering. Unexpectedly, after 5 or 6 days, the monster density here had increased so dramatically. Fortunately, Xiao Fan's ability was quite unique. These monsters didn't attack him. Xiao Fan hid his bicycle in a secluded corner, then carrying his backpack and weapon he advanced silently towards the school. Meanwhile, back in the school dormitory, looking at the elegant cold female professor before him, now satiated and with a rosy flush on her cheeks, Lu Yu smiled. Li Wanning was a traditional woman at heart. In reality, she was someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was thin-skinned and couldn't express much. But once you gained her body, her heart would easily follow. Of course, winning her body was no easy feat. She had a fiery spirit and would rather die than submit. Coercion and bribery were useless on her, unless she genuinely developed feelings for you like she did for Lu Yu. Deep down, she yearned for a man stronger and more exceptional than herself. A man who could protect her and be her pillar of strength. In peacetime, she had never met such a man. Even elites like Shinbin failed to catch her eye. But after the apocalypse began, Lu Yu had achieved that. Several times, when facing desperate situations, the person who came to her mind was Lu Yu. So when faced with Lu Yu's advances, although her deeply ingrained values prevented her from immediately agreeing, she didn't refuse either. "Teacher Li, wait for me here for a moment." "You? Where are you going?" Strangely, after Lu Yu had laid his cards on the table, she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. A feeling of lightness. "I'll go check upstairs," Lu Yu said casually as he reached the door. With Li Wanning tacitly accepting her role as his woman, Lu Yu was in high spirits. But he didn't dwell on that now, because there was still Qiao Monli upstairs. Lu Yu reasoned that Qiao Monli, as Chu Feng's ex-girlfriend, must have survived for so long in Chu Feng's story, not just because of her looks and figure. With his evolved villain's eye, he wanted to confirm his suspicions. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yu rapped on the door. It opened quickly. Upon seeing Lu Yu again, the 4 girls in Qiao Manli's dorm room clearly lacked their previous excitement. After all, the scene of Lu Yu killing Shinbin was still quite shocking. It was common for conflicts to lead to murder in this chaotic world. But killing one of your own without provocation was a bit. You saw it. Seeing the expressions on their faces, a playful smile tugged at Lu Yu's lips. There were still quite a few survivors left in these buildings. Lu Yu didn't expect his killing of Shenbin to go unnoticed. He wasn't sure about the others, but he was certain Qiao Monli and her roommates had seen it. Especially after seeing their faces, his suspicions were confirmed. No. Master Lu, we didn't see anything. Yeah, Master Lu, we didn't see anything. Su Fei and Xiaoya quickly spoke up. Lu Yu found it amusing. I haven't even said anything. Why are you so eager to deny it? Hearing this, the girls panicked, and Su Fei even knelt directly before Lu Yu. Master Lu, we didn't mean to. Please don't kill us, we promise not to say a word. Yeah, Master Lu, don't kill us, we swear to keep our mouths shut. Perhaps the girls had watched too many crime dramas, believing that seeing the killer's face meant they'd be silenced. So they quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Enough, I'm not interested in your lives. Lu Yu glanced at them impatiently. I'm just here to ask if you still want to come with me. This. The girls exchanged uncertain glances at his question. The group who had once desperately wanted Lu Yu's protection now hesitated. After all, they had seen him kill Shinbin. Would being with him put their own lives in danger? Master Lu will go with you. Qiao Monli was the first to muster the courage to speak. Fortune favors the bold. Qiao Monli was inherently self-serving. In the past, she could only scheme on a small scale. But now Lu Yu's actions gave her hope. Following him meant not only greater safety than danger, but also the potential to achieve something great. A life of dramatic highs and lows was her true goal. As for Chu Feng being her boyfriend, did she feel sad when he died before her? Not really. He was so powerful, yet he hadn't come to save her. What else could she expect from him? Besides, Chu Feng had killed plenty of people himself, hadn't he? Oh, Lu Yu smiled playfully. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you to silence you? No, I'm not. Master Lu, please take me with you. Having made up her mind, Qiao Manli's gaze turned resolute. I told you, from now on I'm your girlfriend. Wherever you go I'll follow. Not bad, you're quite perceptive. Lu Yu smirked, then turned his gaze to the other 3. What about you 3? I'll go with you too. Me too. Count me in. With Qiao Monli taking the lead, the other 3 girls quickly chimed in. What choice did they have? The apocalypse was terrifying. Only those who had experienced it truly understood fear. They were truly sick of the days of hunger, cold, and sleepless anxiety. Lu Yu scanned the 4 women. 2 were ordinary, 2 were awakened. The ordinary ones didn't need much consideration. Any woman with a bit of charm could be useful to the team back at base. As for the 2 awakened ones, Su Fei, water purifier. Qiao Monli, beast tamer. Beast tamer. This woman Qiao Monli is actually a beast tamer.